Chapter 1. Naruto Uzumaki 1. Warning. Before you start reading, be warned that this is an alternative universe, and this means certain characters may have different personalities, determinations and such things. Characters that didn't exist previously may exist. Knowing that, enjoy the fanfic. Konohagakure, Day of the Kyuubi Attack. Minato, you don't plan on using that, right? A red-haired woman said while stuttering. Her face was full of despair and panic as she thought of what her husband just said. Her hair was just like burning, fiery flames that danced along with the wind. However, she was heavily injured and had just given birth. I'm sorry, Kushina. This is the only option. Our son is the only choice. He'll be the hero of the Hidden Leaf. I'll seal half of Kyuubi on myself and the remaining half on little Naruto. Minato, a handsome blonde man, said. He's the famous fourth Hokage. However, his face was grim. Choosing his son as the Jinchuriki broke his heart, but it was needed. Suddenly, Kyuubi, that had golden-colored chain all over its body, raised its claws and descended it, aiming for the newborn Naruto, that was sleeping peacefully. No. The couple shouted as they took the attack, stopping it just a few centimeters from piercing the baby. Kyuubi roared in anger, seeing that its attack was stopped and that it couldn't move anymore. However, the red-haired woman ignored it as she started to talk. My little Naruto, I'm sorry that I won't be able to stay with you and nor will your father. Please grow well, be sure to eat properly, make a lot of friends. Also, don't forget to find someone that you love. Someone like me, that loves your father with all of her heart. Tears gathered in her eyes as they dripped down her cheeks. However, Kushina continued as Hiruzen and a few ninjas looked, their expressions saddened at their condition. Little Naruto, you're going to go through a lot of pain and suffering, but don't let this cloud your eyes. Find a goal and live on. I believe in you. There's so much I wanted to tell you, to teach you. I love you, she said her final words, her eyes slowly closing. Minato looked at Kushina as his eyes were now filled with tears. Giving one last look at Hiruzen, he said, please take care of little Naruto, Hiruzen. Then, he looked towards his son and smiled gently. Little Naruto, we've only met for a low amount of time, but get to know that I'll always be your father. No matter what happens, I love you, he said before doing a few hand seals and clapping his hands, bringing both of them together. Kyuubi, it's time for you to be sealed, he said weakly as a ghost-like being appeared before him, known as Shinigami. Then, Minato said, Fuenjutsu, Shiki Fujin, sealing technique, dead demon consuming seal. Minato sealed a part of his and Kushina's soul on Naruto, the yin side of Kyuubi on himself and the yang side of Kyuubi on Naruto. In the end, he died with a smile, knowing he saved not only his son but also the entire village. A few weeks passed as the funeral of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki was held. The entire village was saddened. However, it was kept a secret that their offspring was born, Naruto Uzumaki. Sarutobi Hiruzen was forced to take his Hokage duties once again as he was the only previous Hokage alive. Minato. I'll take care of Naruto, he thought to himself before ordering to all of the ninjas that knew of Naruto's true identity in both ways. No one is allowed to say a word about Naruto Uzumaki. This is an S-rank secret. If the information is leaked, the punishment is death. Hiruzen said. His overbearing pressure scared the ninjas present as they said in unison before disappearing. As they left, a shadow appeared in front of Hiruzen's table. I want him, Naruto Uzumaki. In the roots, he would be a great tool for the village. The shadow, identified as a male, said. Danzo, I already said that Naruto isn't a tool. He's the son of Minato and Kushina. I'll take care of him as if he's my own grandson. Give up on this. Hiruzen said. Even though Danzo is his old friend, he wouldn't accept that, no matter what. Gazing deeply into Hiruzen's eyes, Danzo said, I see. That was all he said before leaving, planning what to do. Suddenly, he thought of something before a small, creepy smile appeared on his face. If you don't want things to go that way, it's okay, Hiruzen. You've grown too old, too soft. Danzo thought before vanishing in the dark, cold shadows of the night. Looking over a member of his group, the Root, Danzo ordered, in exactly 1 year from now, spread the information that Naruto Uzumaki is the incarnation of Kyuubi. The Root member complied before disappearing. All information is fully held on his/her mind. Since then, exactly 1 year passed. Naruto was hidden from the public for exactly 1 year as all orphaned 1-year-old children were sent to the orphanage. The leaked information would transform his life into hell. Why is the old lady looking at me like this? Naruto, that was only 1 year old, couldn't process information completely, thought while looking at the matron of the orphanage. Out of nowhere, she shouted at him. You demon. Then, she proceeded to slap him and kick him out of the orphanage. Don't you dare to come here before night, you demon, you won't receive any food from here. She shouted once again as Naruto cried from the pain he received. He couldn't process or understand why this was happening, but he ran to the forest, tears dripping down his cheeks due to the pain. His still growing body wasn't used to pain, nor was it developed enough to have complex thoughts, but he just felt like going to the forest. Naruto was lucky as he met a strange old man. Along the way to the forest, many looked at him with hate and cursed at him, many even going far enough to hit him. However, his body somehow healed in a matter of seconds. "Hello, young Naruto, are you hungry?" the old man said, a kind smile on his face. He had gray-colored hair, a sign of his old age. He also had similarly gray-colored beard, his face having many wrinkles. Naruto was hungry after his body used up so much energy to miraculously heal and running away from the villagers. Mustering up a wide smile, Naruto nodded before the old man caught some fish and grilled it. The young Naruto salivated after smelling it before quickly eating it and saying with an embarrassed smile, "More, please." Smiling kindly, the old man caught more fish as they ate till they were full. Naruto felt a good feeling from the old man, differently from the villagers that had that strange, ominous feeling around them when they looked at him. That old man had a warm aura around him. Curious, he asked, "What's your name?" "I'm Hiruzen, but you can call me Gigi." The old man, now identified as Hiruzen, smiled kindly as he said that. Seeing Naruto always made him smile. Unknown to him, Naruto's life would become hell. Chapter 2. Naruto Uzumaki 2. 2 years passed since the people from the village started to hate me. People said I was smart because I started to talk and walk when I was 5 months old and 7 months old. They all loved me. I liked the orphanage before that happened, but why did they start to hate me? I didn't do anything. I'm just 3 years old, but I can notice the difference between me and the other kids. They find things like fart and sweat things fun, but I only see it as stupidity. I got to know that I'm very smart compared to people that age. I started to hate humans, hate them for what they did to me. But I didn't hate them all, not all of them were bad. I met a kind old man. He said his name is Hiruzen Sarutobi. After a few weeks, I discovered he's the Hokage. I wonder why the Hokage himself would be so kind to me. It's different from those that had that strange, bad aura around them when they looked at me. I got used to calling him Gigi. It was one of the few moments I felt alive, the few moments I felt like I wasn't a monster. I felt that I was human. It's raining today and the matron kicked me out of the orphanage again. I got used to the extreme pain they did to me. When I turned 3 years old, the regeneration went up, probably because of Shikara. Something like that. I had stolen books and read them for a bit. I even got to know some of the important people of the past. I admired one of them the most, Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage. I don't get why I admire him, his face just feel familiar to my own. It was as if he's my family. It didn't take me long before realizing something. He is my family. Why did Gigi hide this from me? I didn't know it, but I can see Gigi cares about me. He's not doing it with bad intention. I'm just tired, the pain and hate that was targeting me for no reason. I'm hungry. I don't have anything to eat most of the time because I can only eat with Gigi 2 days a week. The days he's free from work, I have to endure all the pain and hunger during 5 days. My regeneration also makes me extra hungry. Just as I was walking through the streets of the village, I smelled something good. It attracted me as I saw a sign that said, Ichiraku Ramen. Even if the owners of it were going to hit me as always, I could at least try, right? Popping my head from the side of the stall, I looked over and saw a bowl filled with a strange food I've never seen, steam rising from it. Then, the eyes of the owner met with my own. I felt scared. Was he going to hit me too? For looking at him with my eyes. What I was expecting didn't happen as the owner looked at me with kind eyes before saying, "Boya, come here, you must be hungry, right?" I looked at him before pointing to myself. The owner nodded as I went with trembling steps, ready to run if he tried to do something. "Here, this is ramen," he said while putting up a bowl on the table. One had to jump to sit on the chair before looking at it. My stomach growled as if it was trying to tell him, and the young lady at the side, she was similar to him, probably his daughter. "Thanks," I said with a smile. I couldn't smile genuinely when it wasn't to my Gigi, so I trained it. I had to act in a childish even if I was mature compared to others. Then, I started to devour the food, hot as it was. This is delicious. How can something be so good? This is even better than the fish that Gigi always grilled, so delicious. I started to devour the strange food named ramen, and before I knew, the bowl was empty. Then, I realized something. I don't have money. Looking at the old owner and his daughter, I said, accidentally stuttering, "I have no money to pay." "Don't worry about this." The owner daughter, that I'll call young lady, put her hands forward, towards my face. I unconsciously flinched. Closing my eyes, I waited for the slaps that I always received. Even if I was accustomed to the slaps, to the punches and to the cuts I received, I didn't like it. However, the pain I was expecting didn't come as the young lady started to pat my head. Opening my eyes, I noticed that her eyes were filled with sadness and sorrow after noticing that I flinched. I did a mistake. Now she won't let me eat here anymore, right? Looking at me with warm, gentle eyes, the young lady said, "You're just like her." Something snapped inside me as I realized, by her, she could only mean my mother. I looked expectantly at her, my hopes rising. "Why, you know my mother." Not only the young lady but also her father was shocked, as if realizing they made a mistake. This could only mean they truly know my mother. "Please tell me who my mother was." "I know my father. He's the 4th Hokage. I'm like a copy of him. Even if he's dead, at least my mother should be alive, right?" I said, despite knowing the sad truth, my mother wasn't alive. If she was, I wouldn't be in the orphanage. The middle-aged owner sighed before saying, "My child, I'm sorry but I can't tell you about it, but today food will be free. What do you think?" I felt sadness devouring my mind. Why can't he tell me about it? I don't deserve even to know my mother. What did I do to deserve such pain? White people hate me. Even with those questions and the growing hate towards the bad villagers that treated me like this, I still smiled. There were only 3 people that were kind to me since I could think about it: Gigi, the old owner, and his daughter. I felt a bit happy. "Okay, thanks for the food," I said before going away, the rain soaking my clothing with its cold water. I went to the orphanage and sneaked in a small room filled with dust, and then I went to the tattered bed. It was uncomfortable but it was still something. I then nodded to myself, "I'll talk with Gigi." With tears dripping down my cheeks after accepting the truth that my mother isn't alive, I closed my eyes, sleeping. Chapter 3. Home 1. I woke up early as always, not because I wanted. Every day, the matron of the orphanage slaps me till I'm awake. It hurts but it healed almost instantly, washing the pain away. "Demon brat, I won't even repeat what I do every day. Go to fetch your own food, shoo." The matron of the orphanage, as always, kicked me out of the orphanage as the kids of it looked towards me in fear. What did I do to deserve this? I'm always wondering that question but nobody replied it to me. I'm tired of this. One day, I'll get strong as the Hokage, but I won't make you respect me. I'll take revenge from everything you all did to me. I remember all of yours faces. Before losing myself in anger and hate, I calmed myself by thinking of Gigi and his kind eyes, gentle words, also the Ichiraku ramen owner and his daughter. They treated me well and it helped me calm down. I knew that losing control wouldn't help me, it would only make things worse. So I swallowed all feelings of anger and hate I had before going to the old forest. That today and tomorrow were the only days that Gigi could meet with me. I decided to talk with him. I needed to do this. I can't take this anymore. Hiruzen was walking through the streets of Konoha as the villagers bowed and greeted him respectfully. It's always good to walk here and greet them. It's much better than the time where the village had problems with war. The atmosphere nowadays is bright, he thought to himself and then added, and today is one of the few days where I'm able to meet little Naruto. "Good morning, Hokage-sama, how was your day?" one of the villagers said while smiling respectfully, but Hiruzen just nodded and replied, "It was good, thanks for asking." Before walking faster, he didn't want to delay his meeting with little Naruto. It didn't take long before he arrived on the same forest and got to the river, where he and Naruto were always meeting. Then, he saw the familiar blonde kid, sitting at the border of the river, waiting for himself to arrive. Hiruzen smiled gently before saying, "Little Naruto, I'm here again, want me to catch some fish?" However, he was shocked after seeing that the boy's usual wide smile wasn't there. Instead, he was met with Naruto's sad face. Tears were dripping down continuously. What happened? "Little Naruto, are you okay?" he said with a worried expression. Gigi, can you tell me something?" Naruto ignored his question as he said with a trembling, frail tone. Before Hiruzen could say anything, Naruto continued, "Why? Nay, Gigi, why they treat me like this? Why do I always have to endure their hate? Why do they keep hitting me, cutting me? Why do they keep cursing me? Why can't I be like a normal kid? They don't give me food, they hit me, they cut me, they curse me." Naruto's sentence started with a broken heart, a broken mind of a kid that never had anyone that cared for him except Hiruzen and the Ichiraku ramen owner and his daughter recently. In the end, he was shouting with anger, his heart and mind was broken, almost beyond repair. "What? How?" Hiruzen thought in panic, but the first thing he did was to hug the boy. His heart ached after seeing the boy, that was only 3 years old, crying over and over again, not because he didn't get the toy he wanted like normal kids would do but because people mistreated him. Looking towards the kid he treated as if he was his own grandchild, Hiruzen stood there, saying sorry continuously till the young, broken Naruto calmed down. "My child, tell me, what happened? What had they done to you?" Hiruzen said as his heart ached. How couldn't I have noticed this? Unknown to Hiruzen, Danzo was hiding all information from coming to him, and even more, the Anbu that were assigned to protect Naruto didn't do their job. They only silently watched the young boy being tortured, hoping that one day, the boy would die. As Naruto told everything, Hiruzen's face was filled with rage. At that time, he disappeared before reappearing, two Anbu members in front of him, kneeling while sweating profoundly. "I won't hear your explanations, you know what to do," he said with a cold voice, his eyes devoid of any emotions. "Yes, Hokage-sama," both Anbu said in despair. They knew what they had to do. They then kneeled in front of Naruto and said, "We're sorry." Before disappearing, their end was coming, and as soon as they found a hidden spot, they slashed their own necks. Hiruzen was enraged. This could only mean someone dared to leak the information about Naruto. He didn't know what the boy, that he loved from the bottom of his heart. It ached, knowing that if he adopted the boy, it would become obvious that he is the son of Minato and Kushina, both being people that had thousands of enemies from different villages. He couldn't let danger fall to Naruto while he's not strong enough to protect himself from even genins. What shocked him was the most next part. With a trembling voice, Naruto said, Nay, Gigi, I'm the son of the F4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. He's supposed to be a hero, I'm his son, why they treat me this way. Single quote. Hiruzen fell in silence for a few seconds before he said, Naruto. I'm sorry for not telling you, it was to protect you. Your father had many enemies, I know. What happened to you? It was my fault. If I had looked carefully, I would have noticed it. I'm sorry, please. Forgive me. He couldn't adopt Naruto as it would bring way too much attention to the young boy and his identity would be revealed way sooner than he wanted. My child, I'll punish the matron of the orphanage. I can't deal with the villagers that did all of that to you, but, from now on, you'll live at a big house. All food will be delivered by one of my Anbu, one that doesn't have any hate towards you. I know you won't forgive me for not stopping all these evil actions, but this is the least this old man can do to you. Hiruzen said. Different from the anime and manga, he gave Naruto a big house and all of his food would be taken care by himself and delivered by an Anbu member. Then, he continued, that same Anbu will also live with you from now on. His job will be to take care of you and your training. Naruto merely nodded and wiped his tears. Even if what his Gigi was doing made him feel better, the hate he felt towards all the villagers did to him was still engraved deep within his young heart. Naruto still remembers their faces, and even being so young, he made a vow to himself that he would have his revenge. Thanks, Gigi, I don't blame you. All this time, you were kind to me. Let's eat fish. Naruto said with his trademark smile. Even if his heart was broken, he always felt happy when he was besides Hiruzen, the only person that cared about him, that loved him. Chapter 4, Home 2. Note, sup guys, ya boy Nyatsui here. Ahem, drop me some friggin' power stones, ma bois. If you don't drop me power stones, no chappies for you guys anymore, nyahahaha. P.S. This is a threat. Just joking, boo it, drop me some power stones. I was wandering in the villages always, I don't have a path anymore. I lost my best friend Obito and Rin, I lost my father, I lost my sensei, I lost my sensei's wife, all left is his son, but I can't bring myself to face him. It was my fault. If only I was stronger, if only I could help, sensei's son would have a happy life, one that he wouldn't be forced to live as a Jinchuriki. I couldn't even face any news regarding him, so I have shut myself in my Anbu duties, ignoring any news from the village. I kept walking. Out of sudden, an Anbu member appeared in front of me before saying and giving me a map. Anbu, codename Dog, Hokage-sama is calling you on the forest, this is the location. I wonder why the Hokage would be calling me, sigh. I can't reject Hokage-sama order, so I quickly vanished from the spot through the body flicker technique. It didn't take me long before arriving as the forest wasn't far away. What? As soon as I looked over, I saw the third Hokage fishing alongside a kid, one that I wouldn't be able to forget even if someone erased my memories. It was Naruto Uzumaki. Even if I hadn't ever seen him aside from sensei's wife Big Belly when she was pregnant, I knew instinctively that this was him. This boy is practically a perfect copy of sensei. Why is he so skinny? Aren't they treating him well? I shook my head. That can't be, he's sensei's son, the current Jinchuriki, they wouldn't mistreat him, right? As Kakashi approached Hiruzen, he kneeled before saying with a somewhat trembling voice, what did you call me for, Hokage-sama? Looking over Kakashi, Hiruzen sighed heavily before he told everything that had happened. Instantly, the now 15 to 16 years old Kakashi trembled in anger. Disregarding Hiruzen's presence, he shouted in pure, unadulterated rage, who dares? Who dares to do this to sensei's son? It took a good while before the man with physics-defying hair calmed down. How? Even if I ignore the news purposely, it shouldn't have been possible for me to ignore this, only if someone. Kakashi thought before his always stoic eyes widened, a person coming in his mind. Hokage-sama, with all due respect, Danzo-sama is going way too far. Naruto was tortured, he's only 3 years old, he was forced to endure 2 entire years of torture. Kakashi said, he started with a calm tone but in the end, he was full of anger as he shouted. Hiruzen sighed, he knew it was his fault, for his own negligence, that happened. Danzo. You've gone too far, indeed. I won't tolerate this kind of action anymore, he thought, also feeling a similar amount of anger. Even if Danzo is his old friend, he had neglected the consequences of his actions way too far. Naruto, at the side, was shocked, nobody ever stood for him, even his Gigi, even if he loved his Gigi, he knew that with Hiruzen's important position, it was impossible for him to neglect it that much. Naruto felt grateful to Kakashi, however, he engraved the name, Danzo, in his mind, even being so young, he understood that this was the man that made his life hell. The blonde boy, however, kept himself in silence. Noticing this, Hiruzen nodded before saying, Little Naruto, I promised I would give you a big house, right? It's true, you will have access to a big house and all belongings from the 4th Hokage will be transferred to that house. You won't need to go out of your house if you don't want, I'll do my best to clear all misunderstandings of the villagers. Before he could continue, Kakashi intervened, Hokage-sama, I agree with giving Naruto a house, however, there's nothing to be misunderstood, they tortured him, look at his body, how couldn't you notice in a whole 2 years that he was so skinny? The only days he could eat was probably the day you came here. For the first time, Hiruzen looked over Naruto and noticed traces of his bones showing, clear traces of an undernourished body. The 3rd Hokage mind shook, what have I done? He thought before composing himself. Kakashi, you're, from now on, free of your Anbu duties, your new duty will be taking care of Naruto, you'll be living with him, you'll teach him, take care of him and buy all necessary things for him, including food. Hiruzen said before saying to Naruto. Little Naruto, this is Kakashi, he was under your father's Jonin team, he'll take care of you, tomorrow, I'll guide both of you to your new house. He said before disappearing. Hiruzen had things to take care of and a certain someone organization to be taken down. As he disappeared, Naruto looked towards Kakashi curiously before saying, I'm Naruto Uzumaki, nice to meet you. Kakashi smiled slightly but didn't say anything, his smile was hidden behind his mask. Naruto only kept staring at Kakashi before the white-haired teenager gave up and said, I'm Kakashi Hatake, you can call me Kakashi. You have a weird name. Naruto said before he resumed eating fish. After finishing one of the fish, he continued, can you tell me about my father? I only know his name and that he's the 4th Hokage. Hearing this, Kakashi nodded before he said, he was one of the strongest ninjas if not the strongest ninja out there, he was feared through all villages, he was known for his signature jutsu, Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Technique, and Rasengan. Sensei was nicknamed Yellow Flash. He died 3 years ago while protecting the village from Kyuubi, the demon fox, after the seal from its previous host was weakened and destroyed. He started calm but his tone got more and more respectful as he became excited and ended up telling more than the necessary, telling something that made Naruto's young mind work at full drive. The blonde boy asked, what was the day that this happened? Without second thoughts, Kakashi replied, 10th October. Then, his eyes widened before realizing that he had done something he shouldn't have done. Before Kakashi could correct his mistake, Naruto looked at him with a calm expression, an expression so calm that no normal 3-year-old boy would have. I'm the new host for the Demon Fox, right? Chapter 5, Kyuubi 1. Kakashi was silent for a few seconds before he sighed, looking towards the sky. He thought, I'm sorry, sensei, I couldn't keep the secret out of Naruto. Yes, he replied in a simple manner. Naruto's face was calm as he heard it, scarily calm. Looking over Kakashi, the blonde boy asked, did he know it? My father, did he know that I would need to suffer like this? That all of this would happen? Kakashi's stoic face sank, a sad expression appeared on his face before he said, trying to hide the sadness that was crouching in his mind, yes, sensei knew that you would suffer but not to this extent. Sensei's wife was against this because she was the previous Jinchuriki of Kyuubi, however, her treatment was still much better. Naruto's face started to change continuously, he felt anger, endless anger, however, what he felt the most was sadness and disappointment. Tears started to drip down his face as he laughed, ha ha ha. I admired the 4th Hokage even before I understood he was my father, but now I know that the reason that I'm suffering is all because he chose to save the village instead of me, his own son. The teenager with physics-defying hair couldn't even deny it as Naruto continued, he knew it. He knew that I would suffer, he chose to save the village knowing that the village would treat me like this, he didn't know it would be like that. His Hokage asked that he didn't know it. Approaching Naruto, Kakashi hugged the young boy. He started to reflect on his sensei's actions before agreeing with Naruto, a bit of anger settling deep inside his heart. Looking towards the blue-eyed boy, he said, don't worry, I'll be here, I won't allow them to hurt you anymore. If my father knew about it, doesn't this mean Gigi also knew? Naruto asked as the disappointment in his heart grew stronger. He felt that his so-called Gigi didn't care about him as he thought he cared. Unfortunately, yes, Naruto. Kakashi said before he continued, let's go, we'll go to my house, tonight, you choose what you can eat. I can choose. Naruto thought confusedly, it was the first time he could choose something, but then, he said, ramen, I found a ramen stand named Ichiraku Ramen, their food is so good. Smiling gently, Kakashi nodded as he took the blue-eyed boy's hand and walked away. Konohagakure, Hokage's office. What did you say? Shouted a middle-aged man with black-colored hair, half of his face was covered by bandages, including his right eye. Hiruzen stood in front of the man as he said with serious, determined tone, it's exactly what I mean, Danzo. From now on, the organization route, that you control, is disbanded. You're also removed from your duty as Konoha council member because you leaked a S-rank secret to the village regarding Naruto Uzumaki's status as a Jinchuriki. Danzo looked coldly towards Hiruzen but stood in silence. His strength is certainly at the level of a cage, however, his old friend's strength is superior to his. Hiruzen then said, do you know what he had to endure because of what you did? He was tortured for 2 whole years, Danzo, he's not a normal kid, he's our village Jinchuriki and also the son of Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage. Not letting Danzo retort, he said, what if he died? We would have failed not only Minato but also the entire village. Kyuubi would be free from its shackles and would certainly cause destruction to everyone. Even after he said that, Danzo only looked coldly towards him. Hiruzen sighed before he said, you're way too obsessed, old friend, you can go. Giving one last look at Hiruzen, Danzo left. This won't be the end of this, Hiruzen, this certainly won't be the end of this. He thought before disappearing in the shadows, his destination only known by himself. Meanwhile, on Ichiraku Ramen, a white-haired teenager and a blonde boy stood there, sitting as they ramen. Looking over the owner, Kakashi said, Tsuki-san, I'll pay for today, Naruto will be living with me from now on. Smiling in a kind manner, Tsuki said, that's good, Kakashi, it has been a few years since you last came here, it is always good to have an old customer back. Tsuki's daughter nodded, it had been exactly 3 years since Kakashi last came to Ichiraku Ramen. At the side, Naruto was eating vigorously. Seeing this, the white-haired teenager sighed and beforehand bid farewell to his money. After they ate and paid, Kakashi brought Naruto to his house before he said, we'll sleep here today, you'll have a comfortable bed to sleep from now on, I'll go to pack my things up for tomorrow. Naruto nodded while thinking, a comfortable bed. I won't need to sleep in that broken, tattered bed anymore. He was, in a way, shocked. It was the first time someone offered him to sleep in a comfortable bed. The previous 2 years, Naruto was forced to sleep in a bed that was no better than the cold, hard ground. Suddenly, the air shifted as shadows broke inside the house, aiming towards Naruto, narrowing his eyes. Kakashi reacted in a quick manner as he defended the blue-eyed boy. Looking at the 3 humans in front of him, he thought, Anbu. No, that's wrong, it's the roots. Kakashi knew of the roots. It didn't take long before realizing what happened. Danzo, you keep trying to harm Naruto over and over again. He thought in pure, unadulterated anger. Then, he revealed his left eye that shone in a bloody red-colored light. Without hand seals, lightning gathered on Kakashi's hands as the sounds of chirping birds reverberated through the entire house. Then, the white-haired teenager disappeared from his position as the 3 root members looked around. Suddenly, one of them cried in pain before falling lifelessly to the ground. As if they didn't care that one of their comrades died, the remaining 2 root members disappeared from their position. Running towards Kakashi, they took a kunai out. However, Kakashi dodged skillfully and in a quick, swift action, he cut the neck of one of them. However, it was a bait as the remaining root member slashed with his kunai, cutting Kakashi's neck. Seeing that, Naruto's eyes widened in fear as tears dripped down his cheeks. The only person he cared died in front of him, he couldn't do anything. Just as he fell unconscious due to the extreme sadness, fear and anger, Kakashi reappeared behind the last root member and pierced her heart with his hands, killing the root member instantly. Then, he looked at the unconscious Naruto and sighed. I should have appeared earlier, he thought before picking Naruto and putting him on the warm, comfortable bed. With one last look, he reported what happened to the 3rd Hokage through a letter and went back to pack his things up. Meanwhile, Naruto was at a dark, unknown place, a place that was hidden deep inside his consciousness. Chapter 6, Kyuubi 2. Naruto looked around curiously. He was at a dark, unknown place, his feet touching a ground that has a faint layer of water, drenching his feet with a cold but gentle feeling. There were many paths, so the blue-eyed boy simply went to a random one and started to wander randomly. After a few minutes walking, He found a huge place. As he looked frontwards, Naruto saw what looked to be an enormous red-colored prison cell with a circle in the lower part of the prison. Approaching it as he felt curious, Naruto was now close to the many gaps between each red-colored bar that formed the prison. Suddenly, a big nail approached him and stopped just before his face. "Brat, this is not a place you should be. Do you want me to kill you?" An ominous, cold voice sounded from behind the enormous red-colored bars as a shining, bloody red-colored eye stared at Naruto, evil intent permeating through the air. Naruto looked at the now revealed body of Kyuubi. What came to his sight was an enormous nine-tailed fox with orange-colored fur and bloody red-colored eyes, a slit pupil inside it. He wasn't sure about Kyuubi's height, but it was huge. Surprisingly, Naruto didn't feel fear, he felt anger. This was the being that killed his parents. Even if he felt sad and disappointed about his father's actions of making him Jinchuriki of the fox, if they were alive, he wouldn't need to suffer like he suffered. You were the one that killed my parents. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't need to suffer like this. My parents would be alive, I wouldn't be cursed, I wouldn't be hit, I wouldn't be cut, I wouldn't need to starve, I would have a happy life. Naruto shouted in pure anger before finally calming down. Kyuubi looked at the boy in front of him. In the first life of his years, he had been able to live happily before being slaved by his creator, father-owned son. He had watched Naruto's life passing these 3 years, however, this didn't mean he would allow the boy to shout at him. "FC King brat, shut up. I don't care about your suffering. I was controlled and that FC King Minato tried to seal me, I was made a slave again." Kyuubi shouted back before severing the connection between them, returning Naruto consciousness to his body. He also suffered. Controlled. He was made a slave again. Naruto thought confusedly while directly assuming Kyuubi is a male due to his voice, the anger inside his heart disappearing. He started to analyze all the new information he had. So he didn't want to attack everyone. Does this mean he didn't want to be sealed? He only attacked because they tried to seal him. The blue-eyed boy thought as his impression of Minato Namikaze, his father, dropped even more. He then looked around. It was already day. Yawning, Naruto stood up and went to the kitchen as a good, enticing smell attracted him there. Kakashi saw the blonde boy coming over before smiling. "I'm making my specialty, grilled fish, there's also rice, serve yourself," he said. Sparkles started to appear inside Naruto's eyes as he saw the amount of food. Without hesitating, he started to pour a good amount of grilled fish and rice before devouring all of it. "He's fast," Kakashi thought in shock as he saw the speed that Naruto devoured the food. However, he soon shook his head and offered more, an offer that Naruto accepted earnestly. Meanwhile, as the report came to the third Hokage, he was enraged and went to Konoha Underground Place, also known as Root's headquarters. There, he disbanded all of the Root members. Danzo was forced to remove all of the seals that were hidden within their bodies. He couldn't retaliate. While Hiruzen was old and softer than he was back then, he was still the third Hokage. When he went to the Root headquarters, he brought a few dozen of Anbu members, overwhelming Danzo with both strength and numbers. The old fart had his chakra points sealed by a Hyuga clansman and then sealed through Fuinjutsu. Danzo was brought to Konoha prison and interrogated. However, no information came out of his mouth, so he was simply put in the prison. "Old friend, your obsession overcame your will of fire, your desire to protect Konoha." Hiruzen thought before sighing and disappearing through the body flicker technique. His destination, Kakashi's house. It didn't take him long before arriving. There, an enticing smell attracted him over, so he knocked on the door. The young Naruto was the one to open it. Seeing Hiruzen, he closed the door as Hiruzen looked to the door confusedly before knocking again. This time, Kakashi opened it, looked at Hiruzen and said, "Do you know why Naruto did this, Lord Hokage?" Hiruzen shook his head as Kakashi replied in a simple manner, "It's very simple, Lord Hokage. Naruto discovered that he's a Jinchuriki and that not only his father but also you knew about it, that you knew the reason he was suffering." *T, that was the first thought that came in Hiruzen's mind as his mind went in overdrive. However, he sighed. The old man knew that his relationship with Naruto wouldn't be the same and that the boy lost his trust in him. "I'll guide both of you to your new house." Hiruzen fell in silence for a few seconds before saying, he knew that the reason his relationship with Naruto was severed just like that was due to his own fault and negligence. All he could do now was try to slowly mend their relationship. Naruto was carried in the white-haired teenager's shoulder, totally ignoring the existence of Hiruzen, that sighed sadly as he guided them. It took only a few minutes before they arrived at a big courtyard, many walls guarding the house that was inside it. "This is the Senju estate. It is empty, but now, this is your new house. All of Minato's belongings, be it seals, scrolls or money, all of it was transferred there," Hiruzen said before leaving. He knew he didn't have any place there. Looking towards the big house in front of them, both Naruto and Kakashi gasped before the blue-eyed boy said excitedly, "We have so much space to explore, let's go." Even if his intellect and maturity were higher compared to those of his age, Naruto was still an ordinary kid when it comes to this, always curious towards new places. Seeing this, Kakashi nodded before they started to run around, exploring the entire Senju state. Chapter 7, Ninja Academy 1. Note: drop me all the stones in your body and soul, I have a gun and I have no fear in using it. This is an official, unadulterated threat, HN. Just joking, but drop me these beautiful and shiny stones, nyahahaha. This Senju estate is surely big, so much to explore. Naruto exclaimed as they wandered through the Senju estate. Just as they arrived at the house in the center of the estate, they entered another courtyard. Inside it was an even bigger house compared to the rest. Around the house stood beautiful, green-colored grass. At each of the four corners of the courtyard walls stood a tree, one round target in the center of each tree. Kakashi said, "This is the principal house, we'll settle there, I'll unpack all things and start your training, meanwhile, sit in the grass." The blue-eyed boy with 3 whiskers in each side of his cheeks complied as he sat in the grass, but soon, he grew bored of just waiting. He thought of something before running towards the tree and climbing it. In the 2 years that passed, Naruto wouldn't just allow the angry villagers to hit him. He learned ways to escape, and one of them was by climbing trees, even if it was proven to be useless as the villagers either climbed it or threw things. Sitting on one of the tree branches, Naruto moved his legs playfully in the air as he looked down. Somehow, the feeling of being free for the first time made him smile. It was the first time he didn't need to run away or that Naruto was sure he would be able to eat properly, the first time he could be relaxed. He stood on the tree branch silently, enjoying the calmness and relaxed feeling that settled inside his mind. Naruto then started to think of the strange humans that tried to kill or kidnap him yesterday and the death of 2 of them. They tried to harm me in a way. They deserved to die, he thought. It was as if the death of someone didn't matter to him, as if it was something normal. A few minutes passed before Kakashi appeared in the courtyard. He thought, planning the blue-eyed training. Time to start training Naruto. I'll start by making him familiarize with chakra and then start with the basics to make a solid foundation to his future. As if he knew where Naruto is, Kakashi said, "Come down from that tree and sit in front of me, we'll start familiarizing you with chakra." Naruto complied in a well-behaved manner as he sat in the grass. Then, he closed his eyes as Kakashi guided. Try feeling a warm, gentle feeling passing through your entire body. Something you had there since your chakra pathways were formed completely. Something that was there since the start but unable to be touched. Try feeling it as if it is a new part of your body. Kakashi said in a calm tone. It took 2 minutes before Naruto felt something. He couldn't point exactly what it was, but it was warm and gentle. It was as if he was taking a bath in warm water that passed through his whole body. It was a big quantity. Even before Naruto confirmed it, Kakashi nodded while feeling satisfied after seeing the small fluctuations of Naruto's chakra. It took me 15 minutes to sense chakra, but he only took 2 minutes and his quantity is already at the level of a genin. An Uzumaki coupled with being a Jinchuriki is truly terrifying. This quantity will only increase over time. One thing is sure, his talent is high, extremely high. Kakashi thought before adding, his talent is even higher than mine. Humans would instinctively feel envy if someone was stronger or more talented than themselves. However, Kakashi only felt happy for Naruto because in this world, talent was something one needed the most. If they didn't have talent, they would need to work extremely harder. An example of a hard-working person is his so-called eternal rival, Might Guy. Good, it seems you have some talent, Naruto. Now, try moving your chakra through your body. Don't try infusing it on your body parts, only move it through the chakra pathways. Kakashi instructed as Naruto nodded before trying to do so. He completed 1, 2 and 3 cycles before the white-haired teenager said for him to stop. This was a process that took 3 hours as Naruto failed many times. At least on that he didn't complete in a few minutes. Even so, he was still much faster than me. Sweating a little, Kakashi thought but still shook his head. Even if Naruto took 3 hours to do it perfectly, it was still extremely fast as he took exactly 10 hours before being able to do it in a perfect manner. Smiling slightly under his dark blue-colored mask, Kakashi said, "Good, for today, this is good, I'll give you a homework, see this leaf. I'll put it on your forehead. Your objective is to put all of your chakra on it and keep focus. This training has the objective of increasing your chakra control and your concentration." Looking towards Naruto calmly, he continued, "Also, you can't let the leaf crumble. If it crumbles even slightly, you fail. You're going to train with this till you can control your chakra on the leaf perfectly without making it crumble. I'll go to prepare food. If you complete this training, I'll buy you ramen." Ramen, Naruto exclaimed. For some unknown reason or due to destiny, ramen became his favorite food. With newfound determination, the blue-eyed boy resumed his training. Looking at Naruto's reaction, Kakashi laughed a bit before he went to the insides of the house. "I'll cook rice, meat and some beef for today. I'll only buy ramen occasionally as rewards for his training or for holidays. I need to maintain his body healthy, after all, he thought before nodding and going to the kitchen. Like this, 1 year quickly passed by. Chapter 8, Ninja Academy 2. Ni-san, tomorrow we'll start the Ninja Academy, can't you tell me more about it? A blonde boy asked a white-haired teenager whose age is around 16 to 18 years old, however, his actual age is 17 years old, exactly. This is Kakashi Hatake. In the past year, Naruto grew to think of Kakashi as a big brother figure and the latter thought of the blue-eyed boy as a younger brother. They had similar but different experiences, both lost their parents and somehow suffered by the ironic thing known as life. No, I can't, you know that I can't, so stop. You're already asked me for 200 days straight, don't you know the meaning of giving up? Kakashi said amusedly. The boy didn't give up, be it on his training or even foolish questions. Naruto always tried till he succeeded. With a serious expression, Naruto said, I won't ever give up because this is my ninja way. Single quote. Kakashi stared blankly for a few seconds before smacking Naruto's head. You're not a ninja, you can't have a ninja way, fool. Single quote. Makes sense. Naruto thought funnily before he said, anyway, Ni-san, can I go for a walk right now before going to sleep? Pretty please, you never allow me to do that. You know that I'm strong enough to protect myself, I even mastered all 3 basic jutsus many months ago. That was true, Naruto successfully completed the leaf concentration technique in a week in the 3 basic jutsus after only a month passed and mastered them after 1 more month passed. Then, he perfected it after 2 more months. Take a note that learning, mastering and perfecting it is 3 completely different things. The control he has over his already enormous chakra increased by many times, even though it isn't that high, his control is already at a medium level. Super geniuses and their monstrosities. The white-haired young adult thought as if he wasn't one as well. Sighing, he said, only for today because I can see you're way too excited for tomorrow, go for a walk and calm yourself down. Then, he thought of something before adding, if any villager tries to beat you, kick their asses. Kakashi gave a thumbs up that was replied with Naruto's trademark smile. As Naruto walked through the streets, surprisingly, aside from the glares of hate he was accustomed to receiving, no one did anything, only a few ones approached him as they cursed. Demon brat, who said the like of you is allowed to walk in the streets? You monster. One of them shouted before sending a slap in Naruto's direction. The blue-eyed boy smirked, he was waiting for someone to do this. Effortlessly, Naruto stepped back and mocked. It was time to avenge himself, at least a bit. He remembers the face of the man that shouted right now. This was one of those that had beaten him the most. Sorry, were you trying to pat me? It's because you're so slow and weak that it looked like it. Naruto said innocently, but the smile on his face betrayed him as he disappearing from their sight and appeared just under the man that shouted. With all of his strength, he kicked the man in the crotch. It was a critical attack as the man fell to the ground without any strength left on his body. Humming happily after doing this, Naruto ran away. Nothing like a calm day, he said while sighing slightly. Just as he was passing near the park, he heard someone saying, hey, you. People from the noble clans are always so stuck up. With his interest successfully piqued, Naruto sneaked through the bushes as he saw what was happening. 3 boys made a girl that looked to be just about his age kneel on the ground. Apologize. One of them said. I'm sorry. The girl said continuously as tears kept falling down to the ground. Naruto felt angered because what the girl was doing reminded just of him 1 year ago, a time where he couldn't even protect himself, a time that all he could do was to apologize helplessly as the villagers slapped, punched, kicked or cut him. As if his body moved unconsciously, Naruto disappeared from his place and appeared just beside one of the boys and punched him in the stomach. The boy couldn't bear the pain he felt and was knocked unconscious. Why you're the demon brat. One of the 2 remaining boys said while stuttering. They had heard from their parents and even saw Naruto when he was being hit, tortured by the villagers. Naruto stared at them as his eyes became cold, devoid of any emotions, an extremely scary sight to be seen in a boy with only 4 years of age. However, one of them was angered. Prepare yourself, demon brat. My daddy said to hit you every time you appear in front of time. He shouted before advancing towards Naruto, that kept in silence before disappearing from their views in a blur. They were only ordinary boys that could only pick on Hinata due to their age and stronger build. What Naruto did was a simple thing. He had thought on the applications of chakras since he had perfected the 3 basic jutsus and came up with something. Infusing the chakra on the sole of his feet, increasing his speed to levels an ordinary human wasn't able to see. Before the boys could react, Naruto had already knocked them out. He then looked towards the girl. Yo. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, he said with his trademark smile. The girl looked at him with her white-colored eyes that had a tinge of purple in its edges. Her iris also had a bit of purple. Looking at him shyly, she said, I'm Hinata Hyuga. Just before Naruto could continue and try to make his first friend, someone yelled, Hinata-sama. I finally found you, huff. You scared me. The blue-eyed boy looked to the person that yelled before sighing. He understood these eyes the most, eyes that were full of disgust and disdain towards him. It seems I can't even have friends. Naruto thought before shaking his head. It was just the expected outcome. Sighing, he went back to the Senju estate once again. It didn't take long as he infused chakra on the sole of his feet, augmenting his speed by many times. As he took out his sandals and entered his house, he heard a voice, welcome back, Naruto, how was your walk? Managed to calm down, Kakashi said jokingly. Yeah, I also met a girl, she said her name is Hinata Hyuga, she has a cute face and a pretty hair. There were 3 boys bullying her so I kicked their asses, knocked them out and left them in the ground with their mouths open so that they can eat dirt. Naruto said as if it was a matter of fact. Kakashi heard it with great interest as he laughed a bit. The story was funny in his view. His strength grew to the level of a genin even though I suppressed his growth to build a solid foundation. That's not the only reason. If he becomes way too strong compared to his future classmates, he'll be extremely lonely. I can't let my Otudo be friendless, it isn't healthy. Kakashi thought, some may say he's doing the wrong thing but in his heart, he thought that this was for the best. He experienced it beforehand, when he was at mere 6 years of age. He had the strength of a chunin while his classmates were behind this. It made him lonely, barely having someone he could truly call a friend before Obito and Rin. Even though he never admitted it, they filled the void left by his father's death. The night quickly passed by as the sun rose proudly to the sky once again, bringing warmth to everyone. Naruto woke up rather early. This is the start of my journey as a ninja. He thought before quickly going to take a shower. This was a surprisingly good day for him. Chapter 9, Ninja Academy 3. Naruto hummed as he started to change his clothing. After a few minutes, he was ready. The blue-eyed boy was using new clothing, different from his old ones. Kakashi was always buying new clothes when his previous ones didn't fit anymore. His current one was a white-colored shirt that had black-colored lines on its edges. Naruto also had simple black-colored shorts that had a white-colored line on its edges, basically, the opposite of his shirt color. Looking at Naruto, the white-haired young adult said, looking good, I'm sure you will be pretty popular with the girls. He teased. What he didn't expect was Naruto refuting him. You would be pretty popular too, a pity that you're a closet pervert, always reading that perverted book. I still don't get how you can read that thing while maintaining such a stoic face, Ni-san. Single quote. Single quote. Kakashi fell in silence before shaking his head. Then, he said with a small smile hidden behind his mask, let's go, today, you'll start your journey to become a ninja. You can't be late, right? Yeah, it would be bad to get your habit of always helping an old lady and then changing your path because of a black cat. These are some really bad excuses, you need to train that. Naruto said as Kakashi felt an unexpected wave of depression hit him. Obito, I'm sorry but I think I'll have to abandon your way of living as excuses. I can't have my Otudo saying I have bad excuses. Kakashi thought while apologizing to the dead Obito. Obviously, his personality shifted slightly in the past year due to Naruto's existence in his daily life. He found himself unable to live without the boy that he considers as his own younger brother. He then departed to the Ninja Academy while carrying Naruto on his shoulders. Let's go. The blue-eyed boy said excitedly, a rare emotion of excitement appearing on his face, completely different from his usual emotionless expression. The only times he had emotions showing on his face was when he's with Kakashi or when he's training. Because it has a meaning, it makes him feel truly alive, as if all other moments, he was dead. It didn't take them long before arriving at the Ninja Academy. It was, after all, near the Senju estate. This is the Ninja Academy. It is a very big building. Naruto said but wasn't that impressed. The place he's living is bigger considering its total size. Seeing this, Kakashi said, on the first day of the Ninja Academy, all of the new students are gathered in the roof because the Hokage himself will say some things. Naruto nodded before they suddenly appeared in the Ninja Academy roof. As expected of Ni-san, he's super fast, I couldn't even notice before I appeared here with him. Naruto thought, he knew that Kakashi is strong but not to that extent. This only made the admiration he felt towards the white-haired young adult grow. As they got there, Naruto noticed there were quite a few adults and kids there. Some of them looked at him before whispering, he couldn't hear them, though. Looking at Naruto, Kakashi said, I need to go, I'll go to do some D-rank and C-rank missions. Even though he was dismissed from his Anbu commander position, Kakashi kept doing missions. He didn't want to use the money left by his sensei to raise Naruto. all money was earned through missions he did, from D rank to even B rank ones. There was always spare money to buy things to Naruto, be it clothing or toys. The blue-eyed boy nodded. He knew that Kakashi had to do that for earning money. I'll be back by the time today class end. Kakashi patted the blonde boy's head before disappearing. He had missions to do. A few dozens of minutes passed as more and more kids arrived. Naruto counted that there were around 60 kids. Out of nowhere, Hiruzen arrived. A Chunin made the kids quiet down before saying, "This is the third Hokage. He's the one that protects everyone. He's also the strongest person in the village right now. He's also commonly known as the Professor." The kids shouted excitedly, but Naruto simply ignored them and looked around. A few kids took his interest. To be precise, only 8 of them took his attention. The blue-eyed boy smiled slightly after seeing that the girl he helped yesterday was here. Naruto ignored the third Hokage's speech completely because he could feel that Hiruzen's words were full of deceit, principally when he talked about the so-called will of fire. "Yo, Hinata, you're also going to become a ninja." Naruto sat beside the Hyuga princess and asked casually. Looking at Naruto and blushing slightly, Hinata said, "Why yes, Naruto-kun, I'm going to become a ninja." Her voice was akin to a mosquito, but Naruto could still hear it. Nodding, he said, "That's good, I hope we can go to the same class." Then, Naruto started to look around once again. He was extremely bored. Even Ni-san excuses in his lectures when I'm training is funnier compared to this. Why is this so boring? I think I'll die of boredom, he thought. Aren't you bored of hearing him talking? Naruto, that had nothing better to do, asked Hinata, that nodded. She also wasn't enjoying this. She felt that even her father lectures are better than this. Gazing to the ground, she said shyly, "I also think that this is boring." Sighing, Naruto just started to hear what the third Hokage was saying. "Everyone in this village is your comrade. Look at your side, these are the ones you'll protect and cherish. This is what the will of fire means, never abandoning your comrades." At the very start of Hiruzen's explanation, the blue-eyed boy felt disgusted. "Comrade. They're just a bunch of hypocrites," he thought while his impression of Hiruzen's actions dropped to 0. However, he still paid attention to the remaining speech. "I can see that some of you are bored with my speech." Hiruzen joked before continuing, "Today's lesson is at the end, your class is already determined, you only need to check at the entrance of the academy and search your name," he said before disappearing. This finally ended. Naruto sighed while thinking his head would fry after feeling such high amount of disgust. Looking at Hinata, he said with his trademark smile after seeing Kakashi, that was already waiting for himself in the entrance, "Well, I'm leaving, bye, Hinata." All Naruto heard while leaving was a faint, shy voice, "Bye, and Naruto-kun." Chapter 10, Ninja Academy 4. Important note. Ya boy Nyatsui here as always, however, this time, it's not just a normal note, it's an important one, nyahahahaha. Ahem, so, I opened up a Patreon. It is on the synopsis. If you want to read up to 20 advanced chapters while supporting this humble author, go there. As they walked back to the Senju estate, Kakashi asked, "How was your first day at school?" Instantly, Naruto sighed. It was boring. Hokage-sama's speech was full of deceit and lies, principally when he talked about the will of fire. If not because Hinata was there, I would have died of boredom. I'm sure that by next week, only around 20 kids will be left, and that by the day the graduation exam comes, only 9 per class, including me, will pass and become a full-fledged genin. As always, great analyzing capabilities. All he said is true, after all. Kakashi thought and nodded while feeling satisfied with Naruto's accurate guess. The boy had researched about the number of kids that end up graduating over the course of a year, being able to come up with a somehow precise guess. Nay, Ni-san, can't you teach me something other than the 3 basic jutsu? I've already perfected it. If you had trained my chakra control, I'm certain that I would be much stronger. Naruto said while complaining a bit. He had, however, used his ultimate attack, puppy eyes. Oh no, not these eyes again. Kakashi thought, if there was something he couldn't do was to refuse the young Naruto when he used the ultimate puppy eyes. However, it didn't work if Naruto used it continuously, it had a cooldown. The white-haired young adult sighed in a dejected manner before he said, Okay, I'll teach you a way to increase your chakra control, satisfied now. I'll also teach you a new technique. You got ahead of what I wanted to teach you and learned how to imbue chakra on the sole of your feet. This is actually a downgrade version of what I'll teach you. Shunshin no Jutsu body flicker technique. Thanks, Ni-san. Naruto, that was being carried on Kakashi's shoulder, hugged his head while thanking him. Suddenly, on Konohagakure prison, a loud explosion reverberated through the entire place, alerting all of the guards. They quickly went inside to check what was happening but noticed that all prison cells were normal. All except a specific one. Danzo, imprisoned for attempting to murder the fourth Hokage's son, Jinchuriki of Kyuubi, his prison cell was destroyed, no traces of him being there were left, it was as if he disappeared. After a few minutes passed, Hiruzen appeared on the scene and looked at the destruction left on the place before sighing. His face seemed to age a few years as he said to an Anbu, Danzo defected from the village, put him as an S-rank lieutenant missing nin. Even if he had grown older and softer, he knew that this was necessary. Danzo has way too much secret information regarding Konoha. Besides, no trace of someone being killed or fighting was there. That could only mean Danzo somehow managed to free himself from the chakra seals and escaped. My old friend, I'm sorry but I can't let you go through this without a punishment. Hiruzen thought before going back to his office. A few hours later, Konohagakure, Senju Estate. You're not doing it correctly, Naruto. You already know how to imbue chakra on the sole of your feet. All you need to do right now is to control it so that you can climb the tree without the use of your hands. Try breathing, inhale, exhale, calm your breathing down and concentrate. Think of the tree as the ground when you're running with the chakra imbued in the sole of your feet. Kakashi said before he continued, however, you can't slip. You need to maintain the control over your speed and precision over your steps. The blue-eyed boy nodded. Naruto understood the tips that Kakashi was giving him. Regulating his breathing, he inhaled and exhaled before narrowing his eyes slightly and running towards the tree with a kunai that he's using to mark the highest place he was able to get to in the tree. The sound of steps was heard as Naruto started to climb the tree. It was as if he had enlightenment as suddenly, his climbing speed increased before he arrived in one of the tree branches. As Naruto did that, he felt slightly happy. I did it, Ni-san, I completed the tree climbing technique. You promised to teach me Shunshin no Jutsu body flicker technique when I finish it. Look at the sky, it's already dark. You stood the whole afternoon training. While it's good that you're hardworking, you can't overexert your body. Everyone needs to rest in order to relax their body and spirit. Two essential things for increasing chakra as it is formed by your spiritual energy and your physical energy, it needs balance. Kakashi said in a sage-like manner but Naruto didn't buy his excuse. If you want me to rest, just tell me. As I said, your excuses aren't good at all. Naruto said before jumping back to the ground as if jumping from 3 meters tall was a normal thing to do. His muscles and bones didn't receive any damage. Kakashi had now a small smile hidden behind his dark blue-colored mask as he said, yeah, I know that my excuses aren't good. Let's eat. Tomorrow they'll probably start teaching how to sense and move chakra just like I taught you 1 year ago. Basically, be prepared to get bored, but don't worry, there'll be at least something to do. What? Naruto asked, curious about what that something is. Kakashi then said, since it'll happen tomorrow anyway, I won't hide it from you. Every once in a month, the Ninja Academy have a friendly spar to determine it the stronger students of the month and also to see how much someone improved over the month. That's all I could tell you, but where's the fun in doing so? Laughing slightly, Kakashi went to the kitchen and started to prepare food. Meanwhile, Naruto pouted at the last part of his Nisan sentence before returning to his usual emotionless face. He closed his eyes and concentrated on the feeling of 1 year ago. Naruto decided to finally try to contact Kyuubi again. Once again, Naruto appeared in the unknown place with the water-filled ground. This time, however, he had appeared in front of the familiar giant red-colored bars. Then, he shouted, Yo, I'm back. Chapter 11. Sasuke Uchiha 1. A pair of enormous bloody red-colored eyes with a slit pupil stared towards Naruto. It was, obviously, Kyuubi, that shouted, Brat, let me sleep. I'm already sealed in this damn place yet I can't even sleep. Kyuubi was expecting the brat in front of him to start shouting back. He knew that the boy probably hated him. However, what came surprised the fluffy fox. I'm sorry for last year. Single quote. Sorry your ass, ya brat. Kyuubi said, even though he became happy that one of his hosts over the years finally said sorry for something they said, he didn't want to accept it. Naruto sat on the wet ground and looked towards Kyuubi. I know that you were made a slave and all. I also know that you hate humans because of it. I understand you even if not to the same extent. I was treated like garbage. No, even garbage would have someone that would pick them up. Nobody picked me, they only cursed me, hit me and cut me, he said while looking at Kyuubi. I used to hate all humans 2 years ago. However, I discovered that not all humans are bad. There's old man Kyuki and his daughter. There's also Kakashi Ni-san. Still, I don't have any friends. Nobody likes me and nobody cares about me aside from them. So, do you want to be my friend? Naruto asked with his trademark smile. In the end, both of them were hurt souls. Souls that in the very start never harmed anyone. They just stood there, suffering in the hand of others. Friends. Kyuubi thought and actually considered it. He had seen the boy's life and know exactly the amount of hate towards humans that was hidden within Naruto's emotionless face and the smiles that appear when he's with people he cares. I wouldn't ever want to be friends with a brat like you, go the FCK away. Kyuubi roared and tried to sever their connection, but surprisingly, it didn't work. His eyes greeted Naruto's eyes as the boy said, "Well, it's okay, one day, you'll be my friend and then, I'll show you the outside world." Opening his eyes, Naruto stood in the chair just as previously. Kakashi was exactly at the opposite side of him, looking curiously towards his direction. "Were you meditating or something? I couldn't wake up you even after shook you a few times." Ignoring the pain in both sides of his face as Naruto knows the personality of Kakashi, there was a time he didn't wake up so Kakashi ended up throwing cold water on his entire body. "Nothing much, I was talking with Kyuubi." "What?" Naruto asked as he felt the stare Kakashi was giving to him. The letters, "Excuse me but what the FCK," was written all over his knee-sand forehead. "Then, did you just said you talked to Kyuubi? Do you realize how it is dangerous? Did it try to harm you?" Kakashi asked worriedly as he threw a barrage of questions towards Naruto. "Nah, don't worry, also, it's not, it's, he, but no, he didn't try to harm me or something. Actually, I even asked him to be my friend but wanna know a secret. Though he rejected my invitation, his expression betrayed him. This is exactly how I learned that Q-san is actually a tsundere," Naruto said as Kakashi spilled out all of the water he was drinking. "Did he just say, Q-san?" Kakashi thought before sighing. A certain fluffy, tsundere fox roared in behind the giant red-colored bars. He thought, FCK, before thinking that he should give up on life and going back to sleep. Konohagakure, Ninja Academy. Hello, everyone. Today, the class will consist of two things, sensing chakra and fighting, both being an essential thing for a ninja to be. A teacher with the strength of a chunin said as almost all civilian kids that didn't have anyone to teach them, sat down and started to feel chakra. The class named 1D consisted of around 30 students and there was class 1A, 1B and 1C, meaning a total of 120 students. A few hours had passed since the class started and by that time, only a few civilian kids had managed to sense chakra. The chunin teacher was growing tired of helping them with that so he quickly passed to the last part, the fighting. Well, I see that a few of you have already managed to sense chakra. Even if your quantity of chakra or talent isn't high, you shouldn't be discouraged. With hard work, you can surely become a splendid ninja. However, now, we will go to the best part, fighting," he said as the kids exclaimed excitedly. "For anyone that had already learned any kind of jutsu, using it isn't allowed. Let's see. The first fight will be." The chunin teacher called out for a few civilian kids. Their fight was pretty boring and awkward. A few kids that are of a clan also fought and won easily as most of them fought against civilian kids. The name of the 8 kids that attracted Naruto was called. He got to know their name. Shikamaru Nara, Hinata Hyuga, Sasuke Uchiha, Choji Akamichi, Shino Aburame, Ino Yamanaka, Kiba Inuzuka and Sakura Haruno. Well, the last one didn't attract his attention. Her chakra was much smaller compared to the rest. I wonder how Hinata was bullied even though her chakra is also that strong. I'm sure that she's probably important inside the Hyuga clan given the man called her Hinata-sama. Anyway, there must be a reason. Naruto's thoughts were interrupted there as his name was called. Today class will end with the last fight. Remember that in the start of every month, we'll do the fighting event to see how much you improved, the chunin teacher said as he attracted the attention of all kids. Naruto Uzumaki vs Sasuke Uchiha, he said as both of them went to the circle. Naruto attracted attention due to the parents having warned the kids to ignore, curse or even hit him if possible. Even if his appearance was indeed very good looking to a kid's standard, this made them ignore that. As for Sasuke, he had the status of the Uchiha clan head son and is also good looking to a kid's standard. Then, they stopped in front of each other. Do the seal of confrontation and start, the chunin teacher said as the fighting started. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 12, Sasuke Uchiha 2. I'll beat you down, Sasuke said in a cold and aloof manner, completely different from the way he acts when he's home. It seems that he isn't taking the fact of being separated from them temporarily that well. Naruto only looked silently towards Sasuke. His seemingly lifeless eyes scared the black-haired boy slightly but didn't stop him from advancing. Quickly, Sasuke approached Naruto as he sent a punch. The blue-eyed boy sidestepped and with an open palm, he deflected the punch in an easy-going manner. However, the black-haired boy didn't stop there as he kicked towards the direction of Naruto's face. Ducking, Naruto dodged the kick before he appeared in front of Sasuke and grabbed the black-haired boy clothing. Flipping him down, his opponent was on the ground as his fist was just an inch from his head. The entire class was silent, including the Chunin teacher. It was of common knowledge that the Uchiha clan is the strongest of Konoha. Even if some think that the Hyuga clan is the strongest, everyone knows that this isn't the case. Thus, Sasuke Uchiha losing was the extreme surprise as he's the clan head's son. In Naruto Uzumaki 1, the Chunin teacher said as they once again stood in front of each other, "Do the seal of confrontation is a sign of peace." He said as both of them did it, Sasuke's eyes were cold and he wanted to attack at any given chance. However, something stopped him. Sasuke didn't know exactly what it was. What is up with those eyes? Why is it scaring me? The black-haired boy thought. He couldn't process everything correctly nor had he enough information. There was a thing that is certain, these eyes, they scared him. The blonde boy in front of him, his eyes were devoid of any emotion. Sasuke felt that if he attacked right now, he wouldn't end up good. The punch that had stopped just an inch before hitting him wouldn't stop. Clenching his fist as he went back to the students, Sasuke thought, I'm not strong. I thought I was the strongest here. I'll need to train more. I want to make Itachi-ni-san, father and mother proud. As for Naruto, he simply went towards Hinata as he said. This time, his eyes weren't emotionless. He saw the girl secretly cheering on him. Yo, Hinata. You're in the same class as me. That's nice. I saw your fight. You're actually strong. How were you bullied? And Naruto-kun. It's just that I didn't want to hurt them. Hinata said while stuttering. Her face was red as an apple due to Naruto proximity. I wonder why she's red. I'll ask Ni-san later. The blue-eyed thought before nodding. Then, he heard the Chunin teacher saying, for today, this is it. We will start familiarizing everyone with chakra and doing exercises to prepare your body for the future. Also, the generic subjects will also be taught, starting from tomorrow. As everyone started to go away with their parents, Naruto stood there, waiting for Kakashi to arrive. He looked from afar as everyone went with their parents. His eyes had a bit of sadness but quickly, he shook his head. I have Kakashi-ni-san. I don't need a parent that would choose to save the village even when he knew I would need to suffer like this, he thought. Suddenly, he heard a voice behind him. I'm here, missed me. You're late, Ni-san. Naruto complained as Kakashi just laughed it off. Well, it's because I was walking and I saw a kitty that looked hungry so I gave it some food and ended up petting it. Looking over Kakashi, Naruto nodded. Your excuses aren't that bad this time. Anyway, let's go home. On the way home, Kakashi asked curiously, so, how was your second day? I'm sure you were bored in the first few hours, right? Yeah, I had to stay there, waiting till these dumbasses sensed chakra. It's so easy to sense it, why did they need to take a few hours for that? Naruto said. He felt slightly frustrated. That was time he could have used to train. Laughing under his mask, Kakashi said, it was just like that with me, too. So, who did you fight? It was a boy named Sasuke Uchiha. He wasn't strong, though. I defeated him in 5 seconds. If I didn't give him a chance to attack me, I would have ended it instantly. Naruto said. He thought that maybe ending it instantly would be shameful, so he gave the boy a chance, at least. Yeah, as if the Uchiha Patriarch's son would be weak. Kakashi muttered under his breath, his voice inaudible. Shaking his head, Kakashi said, we'll start training your control over the chakra. When you get to a high amount of it, I'll start teaching you ninjutsu. Have you decided on which path of weapon you want to take? I didn't, but, what about you, Ni-san? I had researched about the clans out there and I've read that the Hitaki clan is famous for their kenjutsu. It doesn't have much information about my clan except that it was destroyed in the Second Great Shinobi World War and that they were experts on fuinjutsu and that they were rather good with kenjutsu too. Kakashi sighed. I took the path of kenjutsu but abandoned it because I'm not worth it. I'm not worth the sword left by my father anymore. Just then, Naruto punched the back of Kakashi's head. This is not true, Ni-san. You were the only one that cared about me. If this doesn't make you worth it, then nobody in the whole world is worth anything. Let's make a deal. I'll start learning kenjutsu with you and in turn, you go back to using a sword, and it has to be the sword left by your father. He said. Naruto, sometimes, your intelligence scares me. Fine, I'll do as you said. Kakashi sighed at Naruto's intelligence as they got back to their home. With his trademark smile, Naruto said, of course. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 13, Years 1. To think that you managed to fail up so miserably. I thought that sensei had grown too old and too soft. He did, indeed. You, however, grew too old and too dumb, acting in such impulse. Danzo. A man with long, black-colored hair, his skin was extremely pale, his eyes were akin to a snake. Shut up. We need to think of what we'll do, even though Hiruzen has grown old and soft. By now, I'm probably an S-rank lieutenant missing nin just like you, Orochimaru. Without me there, I won't be able to grow conflicts between the village and the Uchiha clan. Danzo said while frowning slightly. Orochimaru looked over Danzo before licking his own lips. Ah. The Sharingan, I wonder when I'll be able to have a proper one. He thought. Then, he said, it's simple, you're too short-sighted. The Uchiha clan is often misjudged as an arrogant clan due to their desire for battles. However, they also protect their dignity to the extreme. All you need to do is kill one of their clansmen that went to a mission, take the Sharingan and make it, coincidentally, fall in the hands of an enemy village like Kumogakure. Cunning snake. Danzo narrowed his eyes before he nodded. Smart as ever, Orochimaru. There's only one flaw, it would cause war. One of Kurigakure Junin had stolen the Byakugan. If someone steals a Sharingan as well, another war would break out. The Hyuga and Uchiha clan wouldn't accept that the dignity of their clan being trampled. Licking his lips, Orochimaru said, isn't this exactly what we want, Danzo? Always using the village as an excuse, all you want is the so-called Sharingan. I have a similar goal, we're now missing Nin of Konoha. With the war, these two clans will go to defend their pride and dignity, they'll have casualties, through that, we'll be able to harvest many bodies. With one last look, the snake-like man said, we'll put the plan to practice in 4 years. I can estimate that the war will also attract more villages to it. Essentially, we'll be the ancestors of the Fourth Great Shinobi World War. How exciting, he licked his lips excitedly at the thought. Since I joined the Ninja Academy, 6 months have passed. I started to contact Q-san every single day. In the first and second month, he simply ignored me, but after 3 months, he stopped ignoring me. Basically, I annoyed him so much that he couldn't ignore me anymore. I asked him to tell me stories about his past. He only told me parts of it. I got to know exactly how he started to hate humanity. Q-san really suffered. He was actually a peaceful, fluffy fox in the beginning. It changed when the humans started to enslave him. He couldn't be free. He's still fluffy, though. Don't tell him that. He gets all embarrassed when praised. There was a day Q-san got so embarrassed after I praised his strength and fur that he ignored me for a whole 2 days. The word, hate, may be strong, but only I and Q-san know about that. He suffered in the hands of humans and so did I. However, differently from him, I experienced hate, but Ni-san showed me love. Love that only family can give, something Q-san was deprived. Even though Q-san never admits that he's my friend, I can feel it. I got this strange ability. I can feel someone's emotions, not things like anger or whatever. Rather, I can see if they have good intentions or bad intentions towards myself. Even though the third Hokage has good intentions towards me, his so-called good intentions are, as he said one time, well, of fire. It isn't worth nothing to me. I stopped caring about him. In the past 6 months, we did many tests on the Ninja Academy. Every month, I won in the first place. 2 weeks ago, which was at the start of the month, there was a special test. We needed to run through many obstacles, run at least 10 laps around the field, throw shurikens, and lastly, the usual fight. In all but shuriken, I was the first, followed by Sasuke. I didn't like him because he was always challenging me to a fight even though he always lost. Even so, I think we became at least acquaintances. Aside from Hinata, I only made one friend. He's named Shikamaru Nara. He's extremely lazy, though. We started our friendship when I saw him playing shogi with a chubby kid named Choji. He's always eating. I took a liking to the game. Even though I lost most of the time in the start, I started to understand how it worked, and every now and then, I managed to win. It is a good experience since when it comes to almost everything, it's rare for me to lose against someone of the same age as myself. In the past 6 months, I started to increase my chakra control, and now, I can confirm that I have a high and almost perfect control. All I need to do is to maintain it as my chakra continues to grow insanely. I also started to learn Fuinjutsu. Ni-san told me about his Sharingan circumstances. I'm trying to learn the chakra sealing technique so that I can seal a specific part of chakra flow, which I would use to stop chakra from flowing to Ni-san eyes. I wasn't able to succeed, though. I need to learn the basics. I promised to release Q-san seal, too. It earned me a rare sight. His face was full of worry before he said that I should wait till I'm 12 years old, as before this, the release of the seal would make a big deal of the chakra that was being used up from my body to maintain it to suddenly overflow, damaging my growing body in the process. I've learned everything I could from the Ninja Academy, my strength already at the levels of a genin. However, Ni-san didn't let me graduate early. He said that we are in times of peace, so graduating early right now would only do more harm than good, something he experienced beforehand. Also, he said that I need to make more friends. I don't think it's possible. Aside from Sasuke, Hinata and Shikamaru, the rest looks at me in a somewhat fearful manner. They treat me as if I'm some kind of demon. Also, I achieved mastery in the body flicker technique, but Ni-san said that it isn't time for him to teach me new techniques yet, so I'm just perfecting it. Sighing, I resigned to life that I will need to accept boring lessons for 8 more years, as the graduation exam only happens when the ninjas to be are 12 years old. Just then, I remembered something. I had an idea. Mischievous thoughts filled my mind as I searched for a certain jutsu that would allow me to go to class yet stay in my home training. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic. Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 14, Years 2. Note, NYAHAHAHAHA, drop all of the stones in your body to motivate me. Seriously, it really motivates me to write more, and more chapter means this won't be dropped, nyahahaha. I knew that Ni-san only wanted the best to me. Sometimes he starts talking in the middle of his sleep, things like, my Kudo Tudo needs friends. I knew that one of the reasons he was suppressing my strength growth with a bad excuse such as building a solid foundation is because of that. He wants me to have friends. However, I don't agree with him trying to actively delay my strength growth. In my opinion, the stronger I am, the faster I can leave this place. I want to become strong. Strong so that nobody will be able to talk anything. Strong so that they'll think 2, 3, 1,000 times before daring to say anything bad. I was always good at sneaking around, maybe because of that strange ability I got one day when I was feeling chakra. I could feel the chakra of others perfectly. It only works when my eyes are closed, yet it still feels as if I can see. I didn't know where I thought of this name, but I decided to name it Kagura's Mind Eye. While Ni-san was on missions, he always left a clone to take care of me. I wondered how his clones weren't fake ones like the Bunshin no Jutsu clone technique he told me it is named. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Shadow clone technique differently from the Bunshin no Jutsu. This one is an actual physical copy, not an illusion. I put my plan to practice. I had sneaked around when Ni-san went to check the jutsus left by my father. I could hide my chakra signature perfectly, even more so when Ni-san wasn't actively trying to notice my presence. That way, I discovered where the jutsus were hidden. Ni-san, I'm hungry, can you make some beef for me? I asked casually to Ni-san Kage Bunshin. He nodded. My stomach was growling, so what I said is essentially true. I smirked after seeing the minutes passing by. Just as Ni-san Kage Bunshin finished making the beef. Watch out, Ni-san, the vase. I yelled as the Kage Bunshin looked up. His awareness was far from being the same as the original, thus, he was hit. It worked. My plan was successful. By now, Ni-san should be freaking out and creating another Kage Bunshin to come. I need to be quick. In an instant, I flickered to the hidden place and started searching for the jutsu. After a few seconds, I found what I was searching. There were 2 jutsu scrolls, one named Kage Bunshin no Jutsu and another named Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. I went with the second because of my instinct telling me it fits me. I quickly passed by the scroll and copied it to my mindscape. Over the 6 months, I learned that I could change the seal place mindscape as I wanted. I even made the space for Q-san to be comfortable. The wet ground changed to fluffy and comfortable grass and so on. Anyway, it wasn't as cold as before. It looked just like the normal world, except that there were giant red-colored bars blocking half of it. Anyway, all I did was to create a copy of the scroll inside my mindscape and save it there. The speed of my Ni-san is just great, and I have already detected him nearby through the Kagura's Mind Eye. Quickly putting the scroll as it was before, I erased all evidence that I saw the hidden place before going to eat beef. The broken vase was still on the ground. In just a few seconds, Ni-san Kage Bunshin arrived. If I had taken just one more second, I probably wouldn't be able to get out of this without any excuse. What happened? How did the vase fall? Ni-san Kage Bunshin asked, but I just shook my head, showing that I don't know. In fact, I only pushed slightly the vase through a thin string that I infused slightly with chakra, something I learned over the 6 months that passed. By the way, Ni-san also improved. He's just too cool. After eating the beef, I said to Ni-san Kage Bunshin, I'm going to talk with Q-san. I didn't want to talk much because I'm really excited. I'm going to learn something new. Finally, I'm tired of only training the body flicker technique. Entering my mindscape, I felt comfortable after feeling my feet touching the fluffy but slightly prickled grass. Behind the bars, Q-san said, you're back. Thought you had forgotten about my existence, not coming here for a few days. Single quote, single quote, single quote, single quote. I felt speechless. Q-san missed me. Looking over the sky, I said, to think that Q-san is missing me. Is the sky going to collapse or something? Brat, don't go overthinking. It's just that I'm now accustomed to having someone to talk. I grew overly bored. I don't miss you. Q-san yelled before avoiding my suspicious gaze. Recently, I feel like we grew to become true friends. His hatred, it didn't disappear, but he didn't have any hatred towards me. The way Q-san looked at me was just the way someone looked towards family. I just nodded. After months complaining that Q-san just isn't honest to himself, I gave up and just agreed with whatever excuse he gave. I'm going to learn the Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Wanna help me? Q-san is actually an expert in molding chakra. He's always bragging about being an expert at chakra control, shape and nature transformation, and that he's way better at it compared to some raccoon. I have no idea about who he's referring to, but anyway. Tisk, do you think the great me would help a brat like you? Closing one of his eyes, Q-san said as I gazed towards the ground and started learning the jutsu dejectedly. I can't actually learn it on my mindscape, but I can learn the theory of it, how it works and how to move the chakra correctly in order to create the Kage Bunshin. Something I noted is that the scroll information said that you can use the Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu as a normal Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. You only need to create fewer clones instead of many of them. Nissan Kage Bunshin was currently reading the perverted book. I'm going outside the house to train. I'm just going to train the Shunshin no Jutsu body flicker technique, as always. I complained as usual before going outside. Time passed by and before I could realize, 3 years and 6 months passed. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic. Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 15, Years 3. 5 years passed since I and Naruto became a family. I'm happy with the current life I have. I wonder if Obito, Rin, Sensei's wife and my parents are proud, seeing that I could be happy again. I don't know about that, but I'm happy doing missions every now and then, taking care of my Kyudo Tudo. However, I'm fearing about what is coming. Recently, something big happened. An elite Junin from Kumogakure suddenly appeared with a Sharingan. It made me remember of what happened with Ao. He had stolen a Byakugan in the middle of a war, so there couldn't have any other war. Someone did this in peace times and didn't stop there. Kumogakure mocked Konoha's entire dignity. It made the Uchiha and Hyuga clans completely furious. Old grudges surfaced, and while the third Hokage prefers peace, he knew it was impossible to avoid the war. If he didn't declare it, there is a high possibility of both clans growing extremely unsatisfied, even enmity, towards the village. Personally, I prefer drawing enmity from both of them rather than starting a war, but I know what the third Hokage decision is. He's too old. Even if he prefers peace, he won't be able to avoid it when both strongest clans from Konoha are pressuring him. Can't they just stay in peace so that I can continue taking care of my Kyudo Tudo and reading that great book peacefully? I guess I'll have to interfere. I don't want a war starting to put my family in danger, after all. Two figures stood in front of Hiruzen. One of them had long, black-colored hair and distinct white-colored eyes with a barely visible iris, while the other had short, brown-colored hair and onyx-colored eyes. These were the Hyuga and Uchiha patriarchs, Hiyashi Hyuga and Fugaku Uchiha. Massaging his forehead, Hiruzen said, "You both know that I'm not able to do that. Can't we solve this peacefully?" No. Kumogakure robbed the dignity of our clans, not only our clans but the entire village. Hiyashi, known to be fierce, wanted the war to happen. He wanted to avenge his clansmen and recover the Byakugan that was stolen. Fugaku only nodded. It seems he agreed with what Hiyashi just said. Just then, someone knocked on the door as Hiruzen smiled slightly, as if his scapegoat had appeared. "You may enter," he said as a white-haired man entered the room. Bowing slightly in the direction of Hiruzen, Kakashi said directly, "Hiyashi Hyuga, you talk about dignity. Who are you to say anything about it when you enslave your own brother and his son and the entire branch family?" Before Hiyashi could refute him, he continued, "I know that you care about your daughters. Hinata Hyuga, she's right now 8 years old. Hanabi Hyuga, 4 years old. If the war starts, it would keep there for years. Do you want your daughter to go to war just after graduating from the ninja academy? Both of us know how war is cruel to mere genins without any real experience." Single quote. Hiyashi was silent. However, the white-haired man didn't seem to stop here. "Fugaku Uchiha, you know your oldest son's mind, don't you? He became a pacifist that would do anything for peace. This happened after you brought him to the war when he was only 4 years old. If it was any other weak-minded kid, they would go crazy because they're not used to war. Sasuke Uchiha became friends with my adopted younger brother, Naruto Uzumaki. I got to know of his personality after he came to play and train with Naruto a few times. Even though he doesn't show it, Sasuke's objective and goal is to make his older brother and his parents proud. The boy would do anything to complete it. Imagine if he went to war with that objective. He would be reckless and would die because of it." Kakashi said with a stoic expression. His true thoughts couldn't be seen. "By training with Naruto I mean challenging him every time and being beaten every time," he thought funnily. Fugaku had a hesitant expression on his face. He's right, he thought before he said towards Hiruzen, I'll give up on war, Hokage-sama. I hope you can give compensation for it. I lost not only a Sharingan but also a member of my clan. All clansmen are like family for me. Our Hyuga clan also won't be wanting war anymore. I'll do this for the sake of my daughters and the clan. As the Uchiha clan head said, we'll want compensation. Hiyashi said before they both disappeared from the Hokage's office, leaving only Kakashi. Hiruzen sighed in relief at the war that was avoided. Looking towards the white-haired man, he said, Kakashi, thanks for helping here. I don't think that I would be able to avoid the war and maintain the village peaceful if not for you. However, Kakashi replied something different from his expectations. Hokage-sama, with all due respect, I didn't do this for the village. I only did this because I don't want Naruto to experience the cruelty of war so early. Now, I'll leave. Bowing slightly once again, Kakashi left. Looking towards the sky, Hiruzen sighed, I guess I'm not a good Hokage, after all. I failed you, Shodime-sama, Nadaime-sama, above all, I failed you, Tsukumo and Minato, he thought dejectedly. Meanwhile, at an unknown location, a certain snake-like man thought while licking his lips excitedly, I wonder how the Uchiha and Hyuga clan had a reaction to the news. Kukuku, being the ancestor of the fourth great ninja world war feels incredibly nice. Unknown to Orochimaru is that he couldn't predict the actions of an older brother that wants to protect his younger brother from war. Kakashi ruined his plans of starting a war. He didn't expect the white-haired man to do so. The strange and miraculous timeline had changed its path. Nobody knew where it would lead others, but one thing was sure, things had been changed. If the change was good or bad is still unknown. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 16, Years 4. A month later, unknown location. Tisk. The plan failed. What did I do wrong? Orochimaru thought as confusion was splattered all over his snake-like face. Danzo stood by his side with a frown. I don't have any spy on Konoha anymore. Didn't you had that boy? What was his name? Kabuto, right. Can't you get information out of him? He said. No, Kabuto doesn't have enough strength nor status to have this kind of information. My guess is that someone was able to calm down both Uchiha and Hyuga clan head. How interesting. The snake-like man said while licking his lips at the thought of someone that could calm down these two figures. Narrowing his eyes as some of his bloodlust leaked, Danzo said, I guess we'll have to do it by ourselves, Orochimaru. Suddenly, a certain masked man that was in a long, black cloak with red clouds on some parts appeared behind them through a strange technique that made him appear out of nowhere and said in a playful, high-pitched voice, Hello, gentlemen. Konohagakure, Senju Estate. Naruto stood in front of Kakashi, that sat on the ground with closed eyes. Ni-san, I'll start the process of sealing up the chakra going towards your eye. It will probably hurt a bit because of your body that was used to having chakra in your eye will suddenly stop sending chakra there to maintain the Sharingan active. The white-haired man purely nodded as Naruto breathed and his hands started moving through the air in a mysterious way. With the movement of his hands, a black-colored spiral-like symbol appeared around Kakashi's eyes, strange symbols around it. Taking a deep breath as he mobilized his chakra, Naruto said in a low, almost inaudible voice, 4 symbols variation, 2 symbols seal. 2 symbols seal, a variation that Naruto came after studying the 4 symbols seal. He thought of simply making a smaller kind of it in order to seal the chakra of a specific part. In this case, to seal the chakra from flowing towards Kakashi's eyes, thus, stopping the Sharingan from activating. It is also useful to sealing smaller things. Chakra started to drain out of Naruto's body, but with his enormous amount of chakra that was already bigger compared to the chakra of an ordinary Junin and coupled with his high recovery of chakra, it didn't a toll on his reserves. Wiping out the small amount of sweat on his forehead, Naruto sighed, it's done, Ni-san, with this, it won't take a toll on your chakra reserves and chakra growth anymore. Essentially, you're similar to an ordinary Uchiha but with only one Sharingan. To activate it, you just need to send chakra towards the seal to activate it. If you don't supply chakra to the seal, it'll won't activate it. He explained before continuing, I modified it to have this function. It has a flaw, though, I couldn't make it revert to an ordinary eye. It'll be like you're blind of one eye as long as you don't supply chakra to it. So, even though it won't affect your chakra reserves and chakra growth anymore, you'll only be able to see through one eye. Thinking of something, Naruto laughed. Well, you're probably accustomed to only seeing with one eye anyway. You'll only see as usual but for free, PFFT. He said. It earned him a smack, don't mock my vision. Kakashi said, but he couldn't help but smile slightly under his mask. Naruto pouted before showing his trademark smile. Nay, Ni-san, teach me more jutsus. You've already tested my chakra natures 3 years ago and even taught me some raiden. FUNN and Sweden, but they're only C rank and B rank ones, it's time for me to go up in the ranks. He had managed to convince Kakashi to stop suppressing his growth 3 years ago. Flashback, 3 years ago. Famous flashback no jutsu is here, this is a Naruto fanfic, after all. A younger Naruto stood in front of Kakashi with a frown. "Ni-san, I know you only want the best for me, but this is my choice. I want to be strong, I don't need to be weak to have friends. You know that they don't become my friends because I'm the Jinchuriki, because they hate me." Kakashi sighed. He knew that his decision was doing harm to Naruto's growth, but his intentions were for the best. He wanted to make his Kyudo Tudo to live happily. Okay, let's test your chakra natures and upgrade your training. Yay! Naruto shouted as they went to test his chakra natures. After he tested, they discovered his chakra nature is lightning, water and wind. Kakashi looked over Naruto and wanted to know exactly his strength was right now. They sparred regularly, but they didn't go all out, they maintained a balanced strength. "Since you've already mastered all ninjutsu that I taught you, let's have a fight, go all out, I'll come up with a better training for you after that." Kakashi was confident that Naruto's strength is higher than most chunins but lower than most ordinary junin. Looking weirdly towards the white-haired man, the blue-eyed boy said, "Are you sure that you want me to go all out?" Kakashi nodded as Naruto thought funnily, "I never got to experience my strength completely, I guess today will be such a day, also, I have that jutsu to test." The white-haired man and the blue-eyed boy took their swords out, as they were fighting purely to try out Naruto's strength at its full extent. The swords were ordinary steel swords that could be bought everywhere. They went to a big field surrounded by trees as Kakashi smiled slightly under his mask. His face, however, seemed to be stoic. His strength had also improved by many times since he and Naruto became brothers. Kakashi had let his past regrets pass away. "Let's start," Naruto said with a wide smile that thirsted for fights as they both flickered away, ready for the fight. "Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon." Chapter 17, Years 5. Note: Hello, everyone. Join my Discord server, it is also on our auxiliary chapter. Thanks for the attention as always. Nyahahaha, don't forget to drop out your stone smiley face. The sound of swords colliding was heard through the field they were fighting. Kakashi had activated his Sharingan and parried with Naruto's attack. "Your Kenjutsu has improved, good job." Kakashi praised as they traded blows. Naruto was on the losing end, but purely because his physical strength was lacking compared to the white-haired man. The blue-eyed boy maintained his silence before retreating while he gathered chakra in his sword before doing hand signs at extreme speeds with only one hand and saying in an almost inaudible tone, "FUNN, Kazakiri no Jutsu. Wind release, wind cutter technique." Waving his sword, Naruto threw a blade of wind towards Kakashi, that nodded in satisfaction after seeing the attack that his younger brother sent. Good improvement, Naruto, managing to use that jutsu without requiring a war fan, only a normal sword. He thought before flickering away as he dodged the attack. Doing hand signs, Kakashi inhaled before saying, "Kaden, Gukakui no Jutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique." A big wave of fire came out of his mouth. It was akin to a big fireball that headed towards Naruto. That thought, "I won't have enough time to do the required hand signs to block it with Sweden. I'll dodge." Flickering away in an instant, Naruto sighed after seeing that he avoided the jutsu, but suddenly, the air around him shifted slightly. Closing his eyes, Naruto felt that Kakashi was just behind him. Turning around, the blue-eyed boy kicked, but the white-haired man blocked it. Naive, Kakashi thought before stopping his sword just an inch from Naruto's neck. "You lost, Naruto," he said, but the boy just smiled slightly and with a puff, he disappeared while leaving Kakashi there, looking around for his traces. Akage Bunshin, testing the waters, good job, he thought while feeling proud of his younger brother. Meanwhile, Naruto was hidden behind a bush, looking patiently towards Kakashi. He had hidden his chakra signature already. They had fought for 10 minutes already. Most think that a fight between high-leveled shinobi take long, but it's the opposite. Between people of these level, a fight can end in just a single. As I thought, even though my chakra reserves are already higher than Nisan, he's just stronger than me physically and his proficiency with ninjutsu is extremely higher. He has access to quite a few A-rank jutsus, his experience is higher than mine, I'll need to do something that can surprise him. The blue-eyed boy thought before he took a few kunai from his pouch. These were different, they had a small part made of wood in their handle. He connected them all through a wire before throwing them towards Kakashi, that noticed the kunai flying towards him at high speeds. He prepared to dodge, but something unexpected happened. Just as they were near him, the kunai suddenly moved and hit each other. All kunai fell to a different part of the ground, however, they all fell extremely near Kakashi, that stood there confusedly. he wasn't sure how this would help Naruto. Suddenly, he felt the air shifting as the blue-eyed boy appeared just beside him and slashed his sword diagonally downwards. Just as Kakashi raised his sword slightly to parry with Naruto's attack, the blonde boy suddenly disappeared without a trace. Kakashi instincts alerted him of danger behind him, so he quickly turned around while sending a powerful kick. Naruto had appeared just in the place the kunai previously was in before Kakashi's leg could reach him. He disappeared again and started picking the kunai up before throwing them all towards Kakashi, that skillfully dodged. This jutsu. Isn't it Hiraishin? He said in shock but couldn't say more as Naruto did a basic hand sign. Blue-colored lightning gathered on both palms. At first sight, one would notice it as the jutsu, Raiden, Kaminari Tenehira, lightning release, lightning palm, and so did Kakashi. However, he felt something was different about it. The white-haired man couldn't understand what he was, so he prepared himself for what was about to come. Hiraishin, Nino Dan, Flying Thunder God, second step. Naruto thought to himself before teleporting just beside Kakashi, that noticed his movement and quickly retreated but still couldn't avoid the incoming attack. Raiden, Mahi Shaku. Lightning release, paralysis shock. The blue-eyed boy thought before suddenly pushing his hands forward. Lightning flowed out of his hands and went towards Kakashi. The white-haired man almost dodged it, but the attack still hit him and paralyzed his body. By the time he was released, Naruto's sword was already an inch from his neck. The boy smiled happily. You lost, Ni-san. Just as he was about to remove the sword from Kakashi's neck, the white-haired man suddenly became a chunk of wood. Naruto couldn't react in time as a sword was already at his neck. Sighing, the boy admitted defeat. You surprised me, Naruto. What was that Raiden that you used? Also, how did you learn Hiraishin? This was supposed to be hidden from you. Kakashi scolded the blue-eyed boy before realizing it. Oh, you learned it the same way you did with Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, didn't you? Smiling slightly, Naruto nodded. Not my fault, I'm so good at sneaking around. Besides, it's not like I'm not allowed to learn it. It's my inheritance, after all. But I swear that aside from the fuinjutsu that you allowed me to learn, I didn't learn any other technique. I'm waiting for you to teach me them. He said before adding, I'm eager to learn the rasengan. I'm pretty sure it fits me since I have a monstrous amount of chakra. Just like the Hiraishin fits me. When I use the Hiraishin, it's like the technique is an extension of my body, not like chakra. It's more as if it just helps me with something. I'm not sure. Naruto was slightly confused since always that he used it to train and now to fight against Kakashi. He decided to brush that aside. Just then, Kakashi said, his face unusually serious, Naruto, what I'm going to say, you can't forget, the Hiraishin was the most famous jutsu from your father. If you ever fight, try not to use it. If someone recognizes the jutsu, they'll quickly relate you to your father and know your identity. He said before continuing, it's true that you're very strong, but if the enemies of your father discover about you while you're not at your full potential, they'll hunt you before you can grow more in strength. Just so that you have a comparison, I'm still at the strength of an elite Junin, yet even after being surprised, I could still win against you. This was a friendly fight between us. If this was a true battle, you would be dead at the moment your enemy had his sword in your neck. So, if you ever meet an opponent that you cannot beat without using Hiraishin and the element of surprise, you can run. As long as you can live, it doesn't matter. Your current strength is just under the strength of an ordinary Junin. Your current strength is slightly above my expectations. You're above the strength of a Chunin but still under Junins. This because you still haven't reached your full growth potential, which generally starts at 12-year-old and generally ends at 17 or 18-year-old. Some unusual ones only stop at 21, the time where they become complete adults. Kakashi said before taking a deep breath. Naruto nodded. Don't worry, Ni-san. I know that I'm strong but not enough. I just need to become stronger. He said. His face was also unusually serious. My Kyudo Tudo is so young yet he's mature enough to understand my point. I'm so proud. My Kyudo Tudo has grown up already. The white-haired man thought while wiping the invisible tears that fell from his eyes before saying, it's good that you understand that. Meanwhile, an explosion was heard at the Uchiha estate. A masked man with long hair and a certain man with a bandage covering his right eye appeared in front of it. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 18, Years 6. Naruto, that sat down to recover his lost chakra. He was almost full of chakra already, with him actively generating chakra through his cells and with his scary Uzumaki clan insane recovery, it didn't take long. He was now using his Kagura's mind eye to scan the village. Over time, his range increased as he was able to scan the entire village. Suddenly, he frowned slightly, even thought it only looked cute on his young face. Isn't that the Uchiha estate? I'll talk with Ni-san about it, he thought before shouting. Ni-san, come here. His voice carried a slight bit of worry. Kakashi quickly arrived before saying, "What happened? Are you okay?" The blue-eyed boy nodded slightly. "I'm okay, but there are 2 unknown chakra signatures there. I can feel that they're attacking the Uchiha estate. A few of their clansmen already died," he said as Kakashi frowned before saying with narrowed eyes. "I understand, Naruto, stay here. I'm going to warn the 3rd Hokage about it." He then thought, there are only one person that has such hate towards the Uchiha, and that person is Danzo. You'll pay dearly for what you've done towards my Kyudo Tudo. Meanwhile, Uchiha estate. I'm Uchiha Madara. A masked man with long, black-colored hair said towards Fugaku. The latter furrowed his brows. This is impossible. Even if you were Uchiha Madara, you wouldn't attack your own clan. You're just an imposter. Fugaku said. The man in front of him clearly wasn't Madara. The masked man smiled under his mask. This is what you'll see, he said before his right eye started shining in a bloody red-colored light. Just as he was going to attack, a certain white-haired man entered the scene. The masked man stopped on his tracks. Kakashi Hatake. I'll leave this for Danzo. I can't risk having my true identity learned yet. Something's sure to happen if we enter a battle, he thought before saying. Danzo, deal with the white-haired man. What is his name again? Ah, yes. Kakashi of the Sharingan, you're quite famous, the masked man said before disappearing. However, Fugaku didn't plan on letting him go killing his clansmen like that. Without looking around, Fugaku said, Itachi and Shisui, go and fight that masked man. Even though he's an imposter, he's still strong. I'll deal with Danzo. Out of nowhere, 2 shadows flickered, chasing the masked man. Kakashi Hatake, step aside. These aren't matters for outsiders to involve themselves. You may have the Sharingan, but you're not an Uchiha, Fugaku said towards Kakashi, even though he was staring at the motionless Danzo, that was merely looking at him, as if he wasn't a threat. The white-haired man refused. I have grudges to solve with Danzo. He was the one that made my younger brother life hell. If not for him leaking the information of Naruto, my younger brother wouldn't need to suffer like that, he said as his left eye started to change its color. It spinned before 3 tomos appeared on his shining, bloody red-colored eye. Since your younger brother is Sasuke's friend, I'll allow you to solve old grudges. As noticed, Fugaku isn't a man of many words, he said in a simple manner before his eyes started to shine in a similarly bloody red-colored light, a strange shuriken-like pattern inside it. Drawing out his sword, Fugaku said, prepare yourself, Danzo. Today, all of your crimes towards my clan will be paid with your blood. Kakashi didn't say anything, but his sword, white light chakra saber, was raised towards Danzo, that finally prepared himself for battle after noticing the strangest patterns on Fugaku's eyes and the white-haired man's sword. Meanwhile, Naruto did hand signs before he said in an almost inaudible tone, Tajukage Bunshin no Jutsu. Multiple shadow clone technique. Instantly, dozens of shadow clones appeared around Naruto as they all said in unison, what's the request, boss? I could have created hundreds of them, but that would be too much of a waste, as these dozen of Kage Bunshins will do the work properly. Naruto thought before ordering, go to the Uchiha estate while using Henj no Jutsu transformation technique, and help the injured civilians and shinobis of the Uchiha clan. Don't let any trace that it was me. They nodded before they all transformed in a different person each and flickering away. If I went by myself, problems would arise really quick. I can't deal with people that are strong enough to attack the Uchiha clan. Even though I don't like helping them as they're from this village, not even once a clansman from that clan did anything wrong to me. Besides, they're from Sasuke clan, anyway. The blue-eyed boy thought. It was true, the Uchiha clan never looked at him with hate because Fugaku himself ordered they not to mistreat Naruto by the request of his wife, Makoto Uchiha. While he wasn't a close friend of Minato, he still had a degree of friendship with the blonde man. His wife, however, was akin to best friendsty with Naruto's mother, Kushina Uzumaki. Even though Makoto wanted to help the young Naruto, they couldn't because it would involve way too much things. If they did that, the village would come to view their clan in an even worse way than they already did. Meanwhile, the fight between Danzo, Kakashi and Fugaku had already been going for a few minutes and the Sharingan thief was on the losing end. Multiple cuts on his body, he had managed to almost kill Fugaku. However, the latter was able to save himself at the cost of an eye. The brown-haired man used Izanagi. What's an eye for saving my life? He thought. By mistake, Danzo did eye contact with Fugaku, whose eyes seemed to shine brighter. The Uchiha clan head thought as the former fell in an illusion, Tsukuyomi. Without wasting time, Fugaku pierced the old thief heart. Even though his desire to torture him was high, the brown-haired man wasn't on the mood to do so. Just then, Danzo's body seemed to vanish. A hand pierced Fugaku's heart, but the man was quick enough as his remaining eye became pure white. He used Izanagi again, his eyes now completely blind. Kakashi saw that Danzo had pierced Fugaku and quickly advanced forward, killing the distracted old thief. However, the man once again vanished. This time, however, he didn't come back. Gritting his teeth while feeling frustrated, Kakashi said, "He escaped." Then, he looked towards Fugaku, that had vanished and appeared a few meters away. Uchiha clan head. "You're blind," he said after noticing the closed eyes of the brown-haired man. He knew of the Izanagi. Fugaku had used it for 2 times and in the end, the attacker managed to escape. "I failed with my clan." Fugaku muttered under his breath while feeling disappointed with himself. He was known for his great strength, someone that could rival a Kage, yet he fell to such a point. "I let my emotions cloud my eyes and now, I'm blind and the attacker escaped." He thought in pure, utter frustration, but at least he saved his life. Since then, a few days passed. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 19, Graduation 1. The Uchiha clan was on a sour mood. The news about Danzo attacking was hidden from everyone, including from the attacked clan. For everyone, another village attacked Konohagakure and the Uchihas protected it. This increased their status within their village, and without the one-eyed man to continuously raise the villagers' enmity towards the Uchiha, all rumors regarding them eventually died. They were replaced with a more glorious heir. However, their clan head lost his eyesight after the battle. A new clan head was selected, Itachi Uchiha, the youngest clan head ever. He's just in name, though. Makoto is the one managing the clan while he doesn't have enough age for it. Flashback, Uchiha estate. What? F father is blind. A trembling Sasuke stood there as he saw that Fugaku eyes no longer could see anything. A stark white was there instead of his usual onyx-colored eyes. Itachi approached his younger brother. His usual stoic facade broke as sadness surfaced over his face. The young clan head patted Sasuke's back. "Don't worry, Sasuke, I'm here. Father may be blind, but at least he's alive. He's here with us." The black-haired boy nodded even though tears dripped down his cheeks. He closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened again, they were bloody red-colored. A tomo appeared on each of his eyes. Flashback end, Ninja Academy. Naruto was standing on a side of the academy field. It was the break time. It happens once in a day for the students to eat or whatever they want. He just sits there, hearing the gossip silently. "Did you hear about it? The previous clan head of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku Uchiha, sacrificed his vision for the sake of saving the village. He's a hero. And Sasuke is his son." A girl said to another girl. He didn't know them, nor was he interested in them. "So Sasuke's father is safe, that's good." Naruto thought. They came to become rather good friends. The Uchiha clan never judged him. He didn't know why, but nobody of the Uchiha clan, be it ninja or civilian of it, they never looked at him with hate. This is mainly the reason of why he chose to help them a few days ago. "Yo, Blondie, is being a loner your hobby or something?" A voice came from his side. Looking towards the voice owner, he saw that it was Sasuke. The black-haired boy didn't come to the ninja academy for a few days because he was taking time with his father. That couldn't do his duties anymore. "You can say that it is my hobby. So, is sneaking behind others your hobby?" "Never thought you were like that," the blue-eyed boy refuted emotionlessly. Tisk. Sasuke thought. They always battle with words because he can't defeat Naruto in a true fight. Sitting beside Naruto while he ate food that was prepared by his mother, he asked curiously, "How has your shurikenjutsu been going? Did you improve?" Nodding, the blue-eyed boy said, "Yeah, I don't think I'm better than you at shurikenjutsu yet, though." "What about your kenjutsu, Raiden and Kaden? Also, are you doing good? You know, your father going blind and all." The black-haired boy smiled smugly. "I improved a lot at my kenjutsu. Also, I'm okay, even though I'm sad that father lost his sight. I got over it. I even awakened my Sharingan. Maybe I can defeat you with it." "Yeah, you're strong right now, congratulations." Naruto said indifferently before blinking once and then twice curiously. "Why is Hinata looking at me while fidgeting her fingers and that red face? She clearly wants to approach me. Maybe her shyness is attacking again." He thought before adding, "I'll ask Nisan about it later." Turn out, last time, he forgot to ask about her reactions towards him. Suddenly, they heard a girl scream, "Kya! Sasuke-kun is back." Through her scream, more and more girls started to scream, annoying Naruto in the process. Sasuke was famous in the Ninja Academy for both his looks and status. Naruto still doesn't understand what they see in him. His appearance isn't even that good, his hair is strange and he's weak. The blue-eyed boy, however, is the complete opposite. He's infamous, though his looks are considered at the same level and even a bit better looking. They hate him due to his status as a Jinchuriki, their hate and fear imprinted by their parents. Only a small minority of his class, that surprisingly still has 30 students, don't hate him. A peculiar fact is that out of the 4 classes, his class is the only one that no one quit. He's still sure that only 9 will pass per class and become a genin, though. Looking over Sasuke, he patted the black-haired boy's shoulder. Good luck with your crazy fangirls, I'm leaving. Naruto said before disappearing. He didn't plan on staying for today. The class would be crazy with these fangirls. He decided to simply leave a cage bunshin. As Naruto was walking through the Ninja Academy hallways while casually looking towards the students passing by, someone stopped him. Oi, you're Naruto Uzumaki, right? Raising his head since the one that stopped him was taller, Naruto nodded. He was curious as to why someone would stop the infamous him. Usually, no one wanted to even approach him. Fight me, the older kid said as Naruto thought for a bit. I've seen him before in the 4A. We stay in each grade for 2 years. This means he's at the time of graduation. I wonder why he wants to fight me. Shaking his head, Naruto said, no. The older kid sighed. Please. I heard that you defeated Sasuke-sama and he's already at the level of a genin. I want to fight a stronger opponent. I'm Uchiha Kintsuke, by the way. Indeed, Sasuke told me that most Uchiha shinobi are battle junkies, which is also why most confuse them as arrogant pricks. Pondering for a bit, Naruto said, okay, but I'm short in time. Just come towards me. No ninjutsu or genjutsu, only taijutsu. Uchiha Kintsuke nodded before his eyes suddenly changed and became a Sharingan. One tomo in each eye. Becoming serious, he advanced towards Naruto at full speed. The result was obvious. He was defeated instantly. The blue-eyed boy went to his home while humming slightly. Uchiha Kintsuke thought as a fire of determination lit in his eyes. I'll surpass you, someday. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 20, Graduation 2. Kukuku, my plans may have failed this time, but next time, it'll be grand, it'll be magnificent. Itachi Uchiha, such beautiful, splendid eyes. The snake-like man thought after receiving the report from the mysterious masked man. He didn't trust the man a tiny bit, but if the report was true, he had a new objective. I wonder if your younger brother will have the same abilities as you in the future. I'll let that fruit grow, and when the time comes, I'll collect it. My dream of mastering all ninjutsu in the world will come true. Orochimaru thought while licking his lips excitedly. That fruit is, in fact, Sasuke Uchiha. The masked man looked over Orochimaru before he said in a playful, high-pitched voice, so, Orochimaru-kun, do you want to join Akatsuki? It'll be fun, really. Shaking his head slightly, Orochimaru said, no, not right now. I have plans, and once it is done, I'll join your organization. Don't worry, as soon as I complete it, I'll join your little organization. Narrowing the eyes hidden behind his mask, the masked man nodded slightly before a small whirlwind covered his face and he was sucked in it, disappearing. As Naruto was passing through the streets of Konoha aimlessly, he decided to walk by the small river that was under a small bridge. Hot steam rising up from the small river. Is this what they call thermal water building? I think it was something like that, not sure. Though the blue-eyed boy didn't remember too well about it, he had used that small river as training once. Due to the hot water and waves that came constantly, it was much harder to train the water walking technique here. After years passed, Naruto had long grown accustomed to the glares of the villagers. However, he couldn't take his revenge on them yet. He wasn't strong enough to ignore a whole village going towards him. He had made a drawing of all villagers that once tortured him. They were all saved on a sealing scroll that only him could open, one that only those of royal Uzumaki bloodline such as him could open. Nisan had told me that my mother was the Uzumaki clan princess. This means I'm also a part of Uzumaki royalty. I wonder, should I rebuild Uzushiogakure and gather all of the alive Uzumakis? There is that map, after all. Naruto thought after remembering a certain map that he found on the belongings of his father. His mother belongings were also there. The map Naruto found was named Gathering Plan, and it was inside an old scroll that looked to be old. The blue-eyed boy was certain that it wasn't even touched before because it was full of dust. When he looked over it, Kakashi had said, oh, this is a scroll that your mother, Kushina Uzumaki, had thrown away because she couldn't figure out what it was. It was a habit of her. When she couldn't understand something, she simply threw it away. Probably not very smart of her, but anyway, at least I didn't get her habit. Naruto thought. He had researched more about his clan and saw that the last known Uzumaki survivor was brought to Konohagakure, and by just linking this with that, he found out his mother. After researching on the scroll, by simply dropping his blood on it, the scroll opened. Then, before opening the scroll contents, Naruto started to research the scroll Fuinjutsu, and after a few hours, he was able to decipher it completely. It was a scroll called Fuinjutsu, Makimono no Kai, sealing technique, blood and scroll. The name was basically explaining itself. It was a scroll that could only be opened after a certain kind of blood was dropped on it, in this case, royal Uzumaki blood. The scroll content was simple, it had a letter and a map, the letter was saying. This scroll was made to the future generations of the royal Uzumaki bloodline. I don't have much time, the villages are invading in a few hours, Uzumaki clansmen were sent at specific parts of the world to hide, certain parts of the map will be marked in a red circle, members of the Uzumaki clan will be hidden in these specific parts. It may be selfish of me to ask this, but please rebuild our land and save our clan, you're our hope. They have all been given a similar scroll that will react once a royal Uzumaki injects chakra. 6th Uzumaki clan head and Uzukage, Uzumaki kin. I have already memorized all locations. It's decided, I'll rebuild it and gather all of my clansmen, though I don't like most humans, this doesn't mean I can't help my own clan, if they're hostile to me even after I did this, all I need to do is kill them. The blue-eyed boy pondered seriously, even though the last part of his thoughts may be cruel, this was exactly how he was going to deal with everyone that dared to mistreat him. There is one person above all in his target list, Danzo, that was the man that started it all, he wasn't going to just kill him, a much worse fate awaited for that man. Humming as he went home as if thinking about murdering anyone that mistreated him isn't a problem, Naruto passed by the villagers as they looked at him with hate, however, fear also filled their eyes, every single one of them that tried to hit, curse or do anything else to Naruto didn't end well, even after they reported to the Hokage, he simply told them it was self-defense. Training and training more, this will be what I'm going to do till the graduation exam comes, I still have to correct the flaw in the Hiraishin no Jutsu. I can't have it giving off my location every time I use it, well, I'll do that later, for now, I'm going to visit Uncle Fugaku, it has been some time since I last went to Sasuke house to train and play, also, it has been some time since I last saw Itachi-san and Shisui-san. After pondering for a bit, Naruto decided to rest, all he has been doing is training recently, resting a bit isn't a problem, Nisan even said that only training and not resting properly will do more bad than good, I agree. He thought before going to his house. Sasuke had invited him to train together before the invasion happened and so it was delayed, Naruto decided to go tomorrow. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 21, Graduation 3. Next day, right after the class ended. That day, Naruto decided to actually go to the class because the blue-eyed boy had talked with Sasuke and so, they were now going to the black-haired boy's house. Let's play shuriken throw today, Sasuke said. After leaving the ninja academy, he acted completely different, his usual, cold, and aloof manner changed completely to a warm and cheerful, approachable one. The blonde boy, differently from Sasuke, just nodded every now and then, he looked to be an extremely cold one but if someone started to pay attention, they would notice that a small, almost unnoticeable smile stood on his face, showing that he was actually enjoying the conversation. This is what having friends is. Happiness. Naruto thought but it only drew him to more and more confusion, that was something extremely new to him, the black-haired boy and the blue-haired girl were his only friends, Sasuke Uchiha and Hinata Hyuga. He didn't know exactly what being having friends meant but Naruto knew it made him feel good, it was similar to the time he passes with Kakashi but at the same time, it was different, it made him think, I wonder. How can people that made me feel happiness live in the same village as people that made me feel so bad? Good and bad, they're similar but different, both exist and both are opposites, I'm so philosophic today, he thought before shaking his head. What about playing hide-and-seek with Itachi-san and Shisui-san today? Naruto suggested, that was a game that he liked, he was extremely good at it, the blue-eyed boy as if he was born for that game, of course, he knew that he just enjoyed it that much. Sasuke shook his head slightly before sighing 3 times continuously, Itachi-ni-san and Shisui-ni-san won't be home for today because they and Itachi's girlfriend went to hang out. Tisk. He started cheerfully but at the end, he pouted after remembering his brother face every time Izumi Uchiha is mentioned, others wouldn't be able to notice it but he did. Itachi-san has a girlfriend? Naruto asked, he felt incredibly surprised, though he was indeed, oblivious to many things, the blue-eyed boy certainly knew what a girlfriend and a relationship is, he had read about it in a book, it was one he stole from his Nisan, one named, Ika Ika series. An incredibly perverted book, the protagonist of it has the same name as me, as long as you ignore the perverted part, it is full of incredible content, it even has tips for ninjas, well hidden, though. He thought, Naruto always ignored the perverted parts. Always, right. It didn't take them long before arriving on Sasuke's home, they were greeted by the sight of Fugaku walking through the house normally as if he's still able to see perfectly. Sasuke ran towards his father before hugging him. "Father, I'm back," he said as the brown-haired man hugged back. "I lost my vision but gained more than I could wish. Through my entire life, I tried to act as someone I wasn't. However, I'm now experiencing something I never did. I can feel the love that I felt before 10x times more." Fugaku thought. He could barely express himself before because he had to maintain an image, but now, he wasn't holding back anymore. He did whatever he wanted. Though he lost his eyes, he could still see. Fugaku's senses were honed after many years as a high-leveled shinobi that passed through war. Looking towards Naruto, he said with a small smile, "Oh, you're here too. It has been some time since you last came here. Naruto, how have you been? Seeing how much your chakra improved since 2 years ago, you're doing good, right?" Naruto nodded slightly. "I'm doing good, Uncle Fugaku. My previous training ripped off good results. Kakashi ni-san will take my training up," he said. Just then, a beautiful black-haired lady appeared. It was Makoto Uchiha, also known as Itachi and Sasuke's mother. Looking over her son and Naruto, she smiled cheerfully. "Aya, Sasuke, you're back. Naruto-chan, I missed you, you need to come more. Sasuke always complains to me when I don't let him go to play with you and Kakashi-san because he forgot to do homework." 1. Quote exclamation mark single quote single quote. Sasuke was alarmed before he pouted. "Mom, stop with that," he said as Makoto and Fugaku laughed at him. Naruto also had a small smile. It was rare for his black-haired friend to be in such embarrassing situation. "Auntie Makoto, I also miss coming here. Also, Sasuke, you're supposed to be the best student without considering me since well, they don't care, but anyway, you can't forget to do homework. When I forget to do it, Ni-san don't let me train and wakes me up every day with cold water for 3 days." Naruto said while shuddering slightly before reminding himself to revenge himself, but with extremely cold water. He smiled mischievously while planning for his future revenge. "Anyway, Naruto-chan, the courtyard is free, you all can go play. You two need to play all you want because in just 4 years, the graduation exam will happen." Makoto laughed a bit after hearing Kakashi's punishment before her usual warm, gentle smile appeared on her face. Fugaku and Sasuke also laughed. Naruto didn't understand exactly why they were laughing with such happiness, but as if he could feel it, as if they were passing their happiness to him, he laughed together before the blonde boy and the black-haired boy went to the courtyard to play. The day passed peacefully and before they could notice, the night arrived. Looking at the now dark sky, Naruto said, "It's already night." I didn't notice it. Well, I'm going home before Ni-san get mad at me because I'm late. Bye Uncle Fugaku, bye Auntie Makoto." "Bye, Naruto-chan," Makoto said with a gentle smile while Fugaku only nodded towards his direction. Sasuke said, "Bye, Naruto, we'll see each other tomorrow on school." Naruto nodded while thinking, "Well, you'll be seeing my shadow clone, but anyway," then, he flickered away. Looking at Naruto's flickering away, Sasuke said to his father, "Father, you need to convince Ni-san to train me more, I can't fall behind Naruto." A fire of determination lit inside his eyes. "Brat, I lost my vision but all my skills and strength is still here, I only lost my sight, I'll train you personally," Fugaku said while smiling. Somehow, his smile made Sasuke shudder. His life was going to become training in form of hell, but he didn't give up. "I'll surpass you, Naruto," Sasuke thought. Since then, 4 more years passed. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 22, Graduation 4. 12-year-old Hinata POV. I was alone from the very beginning. I didn't feel loved, I didn't feel care. Even so, I still wanted to help others. I didn't want to hurt others. Even though I was stronger, I wasn't the strongest, but I was strong enough to protect myself at that time. Even if father looked to love me. This changed a few years ago after I couldn't bring myself to hurt my sister and win the fight. I was alone after running away from home. I ended up bumping into these 3 boys. They started bullying me. I couldn't bring myself to hurt them. I didn't want to hunt them. It changed when he appeared, when he saved me, when he showed me care. Naruto Uzumaki, I learned about him. He was different from other boys. He was the one that saved me from the darkness. He didn't show it directly, but as if coincidence. Every time I was in trouble, he appeared. I felt curious about him, the one that didn't care about facing others, the one that saved me. So I started studying. Uzumaki clan, a long-destroyed clan that were expert on fuinjutsu and masters at kenjutsu. The Senju and Uzumaki clan can be considered cousins, their most notorious characteristic being their unique red-colored hair. I wonder why Naruto-kun don't have one. I prefer him the way he is, though, it wouldn't change anything to me. Naruto-kun is strong, stronger than any other student and even genins that came to challenge him. He's pretty famous because he's invincible. Some chunins even challenged him but failed. Through intense time searching, I found something. Naruto-kun was hated by almost everyone. Only the 7 of us, the heirs to our respective clans, through the entire class, didn't hate him. There was also that pink-haired girl. Despite being a commoner, she's talented enough to become a strong kunoichi in the future. I couldn't fall behind Naruto-kun. I wanted to be strong as him because I want to spend time with him, but every time I get near him, I get too nervous. Even so, every single time I think of that one rare smile that he showed me, Naruto-kun was a hurt soul. I started to find more about him. My heart started to hurt so much after I learned about everything he suffered. He didn't smile often. Every time he smiled, I would record it in my mind forever. I wanted to be with Naruto-kun. It was also at that time, the time I realized what I felt towards him. It was strange but good at the same time. Always that I thought about Naruto-kun's rare smile, my body would feel heavy and I almost always fell unconscious. However, I was sure about it. The graduation exam was approaching and it would happen in just a few hours. I decided to release Q-san's seal. It was time to do so already. I'm 12 years old, after all. Even so, I couldn't help but be nervous, not because I was afraid of Q-san but rather, I was afraid, would Q-san still be my friend even after that? He wouldn't hate me, right? Shaking my head, I removed these thoughts from my head. It was just occasional ones I had due to past things. I can feel it. Q-san isn't like that. He's more human than most humans, after all. Closing my eyes, I appeared on my mindscape. Q-san told me I needed a key to release the seal, but I didn't really need it. I just studied the seal for some time before I found a way to release it. Approaching it, I floated before it. With my 5 fingers, I hid my own stomach. As the gate suddenly started to change, the spiraling-like thing disappeared before a paper with sealing symbols stood in front of me. Q-san looked towards it with stoic eyes, but I could see the deep excitement hidden within his eyes. He just sucks at hiding his true feelings, even if he improved slightly at hiding it. Just as my hand touched the sealing paper, I was sent back a meter back as a tall, blonde man appeared before me. I narrowed my eyes. Of course I knew him, the famous hero of Konohagakure, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, more commonly known as my father. Do not release that seal. If you do that, it will be released. Kyuubi controlled you to release its seal. My father said. His face was serious, so serious that I couldn't help but laugh. I laughed loudly. Minato stood there confusedly before he said temptingly, why are you laughing? Don't you want to know who I'm, Naruto? Oh, it's nothing, it's just that I thought the great 4th Hokage was a great person, but seeing you in person just makes me feel more and more disgust. Naruto said after wiping out the tear coming from his eyes after laughing so much. Single quote, question mark, exclamation mark, single quote. Minato fell in silence, disgust. Why would he feel disgusted towards me? Naruto smiled before he said ironically, don't you know what happened to your dear son, Hokage-sama? The one you chose to abandon, the one you chose to sacrifice to save the village, the one that was tortured for years. Isn't it ironic, Hokage-sama? You wanted them to see me, your son, as a hero. It's indeed ironic. They did the exact opposite. They judged me as the monster that destroyed the village. This is not possible. Hiruzen wouldn't let that happen. Naruto, I didn't choose to save the village. I chose to make you a hero. It was, he said before hesitating. Then, he added, it was for the greater good. Minato said as Naruto could, somehow, imagine an old man with already white hair and a long beard instead of that young, blonde man. No wonder you're the 4th Hokage. They're always spouting that bullshit. Will of fire, greater good, they're all lies. Anyway, Q-san didn't control me. I chose to release him because he was my very first friend. If not for him and Kakashi ni-san, my mind would have broken long ago, Hokage-sama. Naruto said as Minato's face cracked. His expression fell, waves of sadness hitting him. Suddenly, the blonde felt as if thunder struck him before he realized all the wrong things that happened. Minato then shook his head, a smile appearing on his face. I failed as the Hokage, Naruto. However, the important thing is, I failed with you, my own son. I know you're feeling betrayed. I won't ask you to forgive me or the village or whoever mistreated you. I don't have much time, but know that no matter what you choose from now on, I will support you. His figure started disappearing slowly. However, a smile was on Minato's face as he said his last words. Live well, my son. I'll always be watching you from above. As if his soul had redeemed itself, Minato's soul fragmented in many parts before it shone in a bright light, disappearing forever. Naruto couldn't be more confused than ever, but he didn't forgive his father in the slight bit. maybe he could think about it in the future but not now. He had someone important to meet, someone that never stopped caring about him. It's time for you to be released, Q-san. Naruto said as Kyuubi just harumphed but an excited smile was on his face. Sigh, you never learn to hide your true feelings, Q-san. Naruto thought before removing his seal. As the red-colored bars opened up, Kyuubi roared in happiness but suddenly, he stopped before looking towards Naruto, then, with a serious expression, as if he decided something extremely important, he said, Kurama. My name is Kurama. Remember it, brat. With his trademark smile, Naruto said, I hope we can continue to be partners, Kurama. The already unbreakable bonds made by two hurt souls were once again reinforced, a friendship and partnership that nobody ever forgot about, a friendship bonded by their own very souls. At that time, they didn't know about it yet, however, these two wouldn't ever be removed from each other again. They were both best friends, brothers and partners, their friendship something that couldn't be described by mere words. Wanna support this humble author and read advanced chapters? Even gain some cool roles on Discord? Support me on Patreon. Chapter 23, Graduation 5. Important note, nyahahaha, hello, everyone. This humble or not so humble author is here asking you guys for something. Drop your power stones, I have a goal. Get into the fanfic top 10. I know, I may be asking for much considering there are so many fanfics you guys read, but if possible, drop your stones. I know that you guys can surely make it, for you are the readers of the great Nyatsui. Thanks for your attention as always. Nyahahaha. The 4 years that passed were pretty peaceful, and besides the attack towards the Uchiha clan, nothing happened, except for one thing. We got a new teacher at the Ninja Academy. He's named Iruka. He's not that strong but he's nice. In the start, he had the same eyes as the rest, but after some time passed, Iruka-sensei grew to even care about me. Not joking, he even bought me ramen once in a while. Anyway, the thing is, today is the graduation exam. Even if that important, I have another important thing. Kurama nickname, I have decided it. From now on, I'll call him Kusan. A few hours have passed since then and I'm right now in the middle of the class. I always sit together with Sasuke and Hinata. We're good friends. Also, I still don't understand Hinata. I feel strange towards her. It's similar to how I feel when I'm near Nisan, Sasuke and his family, the time I feel cared. I couldn't point it, but it was similar how I felt towards Nisan. I love him from the depths of my heart. He's my brother, after all. However, it's also different at the same time. I think I'll give up understanding that for now. As I was lazing around in the class, one that I actually came, my name was called by Iruka-sensei. The graduation exam will be held now, everyone. Today is the day that most of you will become a full-fledged ninja, a genin. The graduation exam will be divided in 2 parts, Henji no Jutsu transformation technique and Bunshin no Jutsu clone technique. I'll call everyone according to their overall ranking in the past years, from the top-ranked student to the last-ranked student. Iruka said with a smile. Seeing the class he taught through 4 entire years were already going to graduate made him proud. Naruto Uzumaki. He called out for the blonde, his figure almost the same as 4 years ago except for a few things. Due to his body being healthy and being nourished correctly, coupled with all his training, Naruto's height had grown to be 158.5 centimeters tall. He had kept his hair as it was previously, too. 1. The most obvious change was his clothing. He wore a black-colored sweatshirt with red-colored stripes, black pants with a red-colored line on its edges, flowing down all the way to his sandals. The symbol of the Uzumaki clan stood on the back of his sweatshirt. For reference, it's basically his cage outfit on the accursed anime that won't have its name said here but with a different color theme. Was lazy to think of something else. For now, enjoy it. To make things easier, Iruka made them queue in order. After that, Naruto came in front of the class as Iruka said, Naruto, you'll do the Henji no Jutsu to become me. If you do it successfully, you pass. Then, after everyone tests, we'll go to the next part. Naruto nodded before doing the Henji no Jutsu. He passed perfectly. Then, the rest went to do the test. It took a few minutes as some of the students failed on the first attempt out of the 3. The next part quickly came by. Looking over Sasuke and Hinata, he nodded once again. Good luck, not that you two will need it, though. Naruto said as they laughed a bit. I guess you won't need it, but good luck, HN. Sasuke said with a small nod while Hinata was unable to say anything due to her shyness, but she still nodded slightly, trying to show she appreciated him, wishing them good luck. The blue-eyed teenager was called by Iruka to the room 5, where Iruka and Mizuki stood, some headbands of Konohagakure on a table. Looking over Naruto with fear in his eyes, the light blue-haired man said, Naruto Uzumaki, you're the first to do the test, go ahead. Over the 4 years that he was teaching alongside Iruka, Mizuki tried to trample Naruto's results by giving him defective kunai. shuriken and so on. However, the blonde teenager discovered it, and on a certain day, he took revenge. Mizuki never forgot that day. Even till today, the pain was still recorded deep inside his head. Just remembering it made his crotch hurt. Bunshin no Jutsu. Clone technique. Naruto said in a barely audible voice as a clone appeared just beside himself. This one was different from a cage Bunshin as it is illusory, not an actual body. He did it without hand signs, a show of his mastery over it and chakra itself. Iruka smiled widely after Naruto passed the exam with perfect marks. That student was the one that gave him the highest proud. He felt connected with Naruto for some reason. Here, be sure to cherish that headband, it is a sign of your career as a ninja. I'm proud of you, he said as Naruto nodded slightly and leaving the room. He then stood outside the ninja academy, waiting for the white-haired man to arrive. Kakashi was already 26 years old and his strength had also grown greatly. Though a part of his potential was wasted, he was still one of the greatest genius that ever existed. Becoming a Junin at 12 years old, his strength now stood at the level of A.N. Secret, nyahahaha. Holding the headband, Naruto shook his head slightly before putting it on his forehead. 2. Looking neat, Naruto. I'm proud of you, congratulations on graduating from the Ninja Academy. Suddenly, Kakashi appeared at the top of a tree branch, he said while giving thumbs up. I'm so proud of you, my cute Otudo. Already a ninja, you grew up already. He thought while maintaining a stoic expression. However, an imaginary figure of himself appeared just beside him and wiped the tears falling from his eyes. The blonde teenager nodded and couldn't control the small smile that appeared. Seeing this, the white-haired man smiled in the same proportion. The happiness they were feeling right now was only known to them. Kakashi then said while patting Naruto's head, let's go, I'll treat you to ramen today. Naruto smiled widely. His diet was well controlled to maintain his body healthy. Kakashi only let him go to eat ramen once in a week. This was a bonus. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 24, Team 7-1. Note, nyahahaha, for those that are wondering if it'll be the original Team 7 or a different one, the answer is, original one. It won't change the time he passes with Hinata or whatever, nor will I make Sakura an annoying pink banshee. Just stay tuned for the next chapters that are coming, cool things are bound to happen. Also, drop all the stones in your body, nyahahaha. The next day, Naruto went to the Hokage's office where he was supposed to take a photo that would be recorded as his ninja career. It didn't take long before arriving there, he went to the room that he was designated to take the photo. Entering it, he saw that two persons stood there, one being the photographer and the other being the third Hokage himself. I wonder why he's here. Naruto thought. Yo, Gigi, I didn't know that you were taking the photos of the students. Naruto said towards Hiruzen. While he didn't forgive his so-called Gigi completely, he saw the huge attitude improvement that the old Hokage did. The blue-eyed teenager saw how Hiruzen tried to correct his past mistakes. The old man smiled after seeing how Naruto looked towards him. These eyes weren't the same as years ago anymore. He knew that the now teenager had forgiven him, even if not completely. However, he furrowed his brows slightly. Naruto, I'm happy that you graduated, but what is it with that painting? 1. I don't get what you mean, Gigi. Naruto said while feigning ignorance. Massaging his forehead, Hiruzen sighed before saying, Naruto, it's good that you're excited about the ninja career you're going to have, but you can't take a photo like that. Naruto sighed before nodding. Seeing this, Hiruzen smiled gently before he said, well, you can go to my office, you can do it after, I'll take your photo by myself, just come without any kind of painting in your body. This is a photo that will be recorded for everyone to see when they want to see about your information and missions completed. At least I tried, Naruto thought. You can come after your Junin sensei introduce himself to you and so on. Hiruzen said as Naruto nodded in agreement. See y'all later, Gigi. He said before flickering away. He was using a variation of the Shunshin no Jutsu body flicker technique, the Raiden variety. He arrived at class and saw that 12 students from his class passed and became a genin. However, only 4 of these 12 were commoners. The remaining 8 were the clan heirs. Ignoring them all, he sat beside Sasuke and Hinata before saying, so, who do you two want to be put in a team? I heard that each team has 3 members each. Sasuke was the first to reply. I want to be in the same team as you and Hinata. We would do a good team. I just hope I don't be in the same team as a fangirl, they keep annoying me. He said while feeling annoyed at their constant assaults. I want to be in the same team as you, and Naruto-kun. Hinata said while blushing slightly, fidgeting her fingers slightly. Sasuke couldn't hear her voice since she said in a barely audible one, but Naruto could. The blue-eyed teenager felt happy for some reason but didn't know why. I also want to be in the same team as you and Sasuke, Hinata. Sasuke, believe me, I don't want any of your fangirls in the team, they would drag us down, he said as both him and Sasuke nodded in sync. Meanwhile, Sakura and Ino were blabbering about who will be with Sasuke. The blonde teenager decided to shut his ears off as the fangirls kept discussing about who will be in the same team as Sasuke. Meanwhile, Haruka and 3 different Junins entered the room. Everyone, sit down and be quiet. These 3 are the Junin sensei, they're Asuma Sarutobi, Kurenai Yuhi and They'll be responsible for Team 10, Team 8 and Team 3 respectively. The Junin responsible for the Team 7 is late but he'll arrive later. Haruka said, but Naruto ignored the last Junin as only the first 2 took his attention, one because of his surname and the other because of her unique red-colored eyes despite not being an Uchiha. Members of the Team 10, follow me, Shikamaru Nara, Ino Yamanaka and Choji Akamichi. Asuma said as they followed him, Ino being especially sad because she wasn't in the same team as Sasuke. Members of the Team 8, follow me, Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburame and Kiba Inuzuka. The red-eyed woman said as these 3 followed her, I won't be in the same team as Naruto-kun. Hinata thought sadly. The Junin that Naruto didn't care to hear the name called out for the 3 commoners. Leaving him, Sasuke and Sakura left in the room. Looking towards them, Haruka said, well, your Junin sensei is called Kakashi Hatake, he'll arrive soon, I guess. Then, he flickered away. So, I guess we're in the same team, Sasuke-kun. Sakura said with a small smile while ignoring Naruto completely. Her attitude annoyed him slightly but then, the blue-eyed teenager shook his head. It's another fangirl, sigh, he thought. Meanwhile, Sakura thought, heck yeah, I'm on the same team as Sasuke-kun, take this, Ino. Cha-cha-cha. An imaginary image of her raised her fist towards the sky as a sign of victory. Looking towards Sakura, Sasuke said, yeah, whatever. Then, he turned towards Naruto and said, it seems that our Junin sensei will be Kakashi-san, I think we are screwed, to be honest. Nah, I already knew he would be our Junin sensei so I prepared something beforehand, look at this. Naruto said before taking out a sealing scroll. There, 3 buckets of water stood sealed. Taking them out, Naruto smiled mischievously. Do you really think something of such low level will work on our Junin sensei? He's a Junin for a reason, a high-leveled ninja. Sakura said while feeling an incredible urge to hit Naruto's head but held herself back. She heard the rumors about how everyone that tried to do something bad to Naruto didn't end well. Ignoring Sakura, the blonde teenager went nearby the door and started preparing wires to hold the buckets. Sasuke, come to help me, we should make it so that he thinks there's only 1 bucket of water. I always did traps like this to Nii-san but he won't expect 2 buckets, one from above and one from the left. He said. He warned through hand signs that Kakashi was already at the other side of the door so by saying his plans, the white-haired man wouldn't be prepared to the 3 buckets. Sasuke understood it and also laughed mischievously. Then, they prepared the trap perfectly. Just as they sat and started to wait for Kakashi, the white-haired man opened up the door and said, Naruto, lesson number 1, never say your plans beforehand. Then, he skillfully dodged the first 2 buckets but something unexpected happened. A 3rd bucket of water hit him straight as it drenched his whole body with water. With a lecturing expression, the blonde teenager said, Nii-san, lesson number 2, always prepare yourself to incoming traps. It worked. How can a Junin fall for such trap? Sakura thought while ignoring the fact that Naruto called the so-called Junin as Nii-san. In the end, the 3 of them laughed with the exception of Sakura, that stood there, shocked. Turning serious, Kakashi heated up his body through Kaden and then said, let's go to the roof, introduce ourselves and these things. Also, sorry that I was late, the traffic was heavy and I met an injured dog, I needed to help him. Naruto gave a thumbs up to his excuse but thought, your excuses have been getting worse recently, sigh, you still have a lot to learn, Nii-san. The 4 of them then went to the roof. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 25, Team 7-2. Looking over the 3 of them, Kakashi maintained a stoic expression. Right now, I'm their Junin sensei, even if he's my Kyudo Tudo, I can't go easy. He thought. Let's start by introducing ourselves, likes, dislikes, hobby and dream. I'll be the first, my likes and dislikes. I don't think I feel like talking about it, I have a lot of hobbies and I dream of many things. Kakashi said in a stoic manner while Naruto's brows started to twitch slightly because of his Nii-san speech. In the end, he ended up not telling us anything. Sakura thought incredulously before sighing. Kakashi pointed towards her, signaling for her to start talking. Sakura looked over Sasuke and blushed. My likes, I like a lot of things and. My dislikes. Ino. As for my dreams, she said while looking at the black-haired teenager once again and blushing, the three of them sweat dropped at her introduction as Naruto thought, can't you be more obvious? This is why I hate fangirls. Even Kakashi sighed before he pointed towards Sasuke, that nodded before saying, I like my family, my friends, tomatoes, cats and also training. I dislike anyone that tries to harm my family, I dislike people that are weak but don't try to improve themselves, my dream. I want to be strong so that nobody can harm my family and friends. Such a noble goal, Sasuke-kun. Sakura thought. Naruto looked over them before saying, my likes are similar to Sasuke-one's, I like my family and friends, I also like ramen, it's my favorite food. I dislike anyone that judges others even when what they're doing are way worse than Konoha's villagers. My dream is simple, I want to be the strongest, that way, I'll be free from any shackles. The blonde teenager thought about saying that one of his dreams is restoring his clan to its peak state but then decided not to. That was something that shouldn't be shared yet, he didn't care about sharing his hate towards the villagers, though. Naruto hates the villagers. Why? It doesn't make any sense, why would he hate them? Sasuke thought. Neither Naruto nor his father told him about what happened to the blonde teenager during his first 3 years of life. Naruto, you can't say that you hate the villagers. They're the family of every ninja in our village. Sakura said while feeling confused as to why Naruto hates them. She knew many of the villagers and they were also gentle. Ignoring Sakura as he didn't want to explain something so troublesome, Naruto looked towards Kakashi, that nodded. Well, for today, that is it. Tomorrow, meet me at the third training ground at 6 a.m. Also, I recommend you not to eat anything or you might puke, he said. Without saying anything else, he flickered away in an instant, his speed too high for Sasuke or Sakura to see. Why must he show off to them like that? Naruto thought while sighing. So, Naruto, you know Kakashi the best since he's your older brother, do you have any clue about what that training is going to be? Sasuke asked. His personality when talking with Naruto or any of his family members is completely different from his attitude inside class. Sakura was shocked to see such difference. Naruto shook his head. I don't have a single clue about it, but since Ni-san said that we shouldn't eat before coming to the training ground, it means we should eat before going to the training ground. Probably, it is related to fighting, we can't fight with an empty stomach, he said. 1. Hearing what the blonde teenager said, Sasuke nodded slightly before turning towards Sakura. I'll put it plainly, Sakura, you have a high chakra control but you're weak, he said as she looked down dejectedly. However, you can't be weak forever, so be sure to train a lot. The three of us know that the life of a ninja is filled with danger, so being weak is the same as killing yourself. We can do training sessions with Kakashi-san. Sasuke said while Naruto shook his head. He didn't really like Sakura, but since she was going to be his teammate from now on, he wouldn't let her drag their team down. I won't train her. Helping Sasuke with some ninjutsu, taijutsu and kenjutsu training is already troublesome enough, not to mention her. The blue-eyed teenager thought. He had only agreed to help Sasuke with his training after they became friends. However, his way of teaching was akin to torture as he basically taught Sasuke in form of beatings. It was brute. Yes, however, it proved to be effective as Sasuke's potential was being stimulated constantly through the training. Torture. Naruto was always pointing flaws in his ninjutsu and whatever other things they were training. He expected her to give up. Naruto didn't have any expectations coming from her in the slightest bit. In his mind, she was someone with a weak-willed girl. As such, Sakura surprised him. Her eyes were full of determination. Yes, Sasuke-kun. I'll become strong so that I won't drag you, Naruto and Kakashi-sensei down. I'll train hard, she said. She has the determination required to become strong. Even if she's a bit weak-willed, it can be worked overtime. Maybe she wasn't as bad as I thought. Naruto thought while wondering if his guess about her mind being easy to break being wrong. Then, he shook his head. I'll go home, see ya tomorrow, Sasuke and Sakura. Don't forget to eat something before coming to the third training ground. Fighting with an empty stomach just because someone told you to do so isn't following the rules. This is called stupidity. The blue-eyed teenager said before disappearing, leaving Sakura and Sasuke alone. Soon, the black-haired teenager also left. Sakura was the last to leave as she looked towards the direction Sasuke and Naruto departed. I'll train hard, I don't want to drag Sasuke-kun and the team down. She thought, with her current mind, that was the best way for her to steal her own determination. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 26, Team 7-3. Author note, Nyahahaha, everyone, the plot thickens slightly. What is going on? Why is Danzo so strong? Check out and discover it in the next episode of Naruto, the True Jinchuriki. Well, in this case, it is in this episode chapter 4 years ago, unknown location. A man that was breathing heavily was lying in a bed, his vision was slightly blurry, even after preparing and suffering through all the pain to endure the cells of that man. I could barely take Uchiha Fugaku by surprise, and the only permanent injury is that he's blind. He thought while feeling furious. That man is obviously Danzo. He had prepared to the attack, so he took drastic actions in order to increase his strength. Some of his body parts had different color from the rest, having a somewhat white coloration. And that because he didn't use the Susanoo, if he used it, it wouldn't matter what, I wouldn't be able to break it. Almost all of the Sharingan that I had was used, and even so, I failed. Danzo thought while feeling bitter that he couldn't complete his plans. On his right arm, a Sharingan stood there. It had 3 tomos, a grotesque sight for anyone as it is an eye in the arm of someone. 3 lines stood under, above and at its side. They were the Sharingan that Danzo used to stay safe. It hurt like hell to implant that man's cells in different parts of my body, and even so, most of its effect was lost. One day, the experiments will be a success, and at that time, I'll have my revenge. I won't just let you go off blind next time. Danzo thought before laughing coldly, a vicious expression on his face. Konohagakure, 3rd training ground. As Naruto walked towards the 3rd training ground, he looked around and saw many trees surrounding a circle-like open area. He stood in front of its entrance, waiting patiently for Sakura and Sasuke. After a few minutes passed, he saw the faint silhouette of them. Yo, Naruto, to think you were the first to arrive even though you always come late and give strange excuses for that. Sasuke said while smiling slightly. Sakura also smiled. It is true, the blue-eyed teenager always came early in the first 4 years, but in the last 4 years of the Ninja Academy, he was always late and gave strange excuses every single time. Just then, the air shifted slightly as Kakashi appeared in the middle of them. Yo, he said, scaring the sh*t out of Sakura and Sasuke. Naruto was already accustomed to his older brother tries to scare everyone and felt Kakashi before, so he wasn't scared in the slightest bit. Ignoring the sweat that dripped down the cheeks of both Sasuke and Sakura, Kakashi said in a stoic manner, I'll tell you briefly, I'll test you 3. If you pass the test, you will be an official genin. If you fail it, you'll have to take the Ninja Academy exam again. Before they could say anything, Kakashi continued, the test will be simple, see these bells. If you get them, you pass, come with the intent to kill. You have until the end of the day to catch it, good luck. He said before flickering to the center of the open area. 2 bells yet 3 teammates. I don't believe Nissan would do such a test, there's probably a hidden meaning there. 3 members of a single team, 2 bells. I don't think the objective of the test is purely stealing the bells from his, it's probably something entirely different, something that should be essential in a team. I stood there, thinking for a few minutes. I'm hidden behind a bush, my chakra signature completely concealed. I could feel Sasuke hidden in another bush near the one I'm at. The same goes to Sakura. Just then, I suddenly thought of something, such an obvious thing, but I only thought of it now. Creating 2 Kage Bunshin, one went to Sasuke hiding spot and the other went to Sakura hiding spot before telling them the plan I thought of in that single moment. Though Sasuke was prideful, we were like best friends, so he agreed to the plan without second thoughts. My pink-haired teammate also agreed. Then, I created exactly 30 shadow clones and divided them in 3 teams, one with my original appearance and 2 others with Sakura and Sasuke appearance. The plan would be obvious to my Nissan, but all I needed was an opportunity for us to attack. I'm strong, that's true. However, my Nissan's strength also grew over the years, and my guess is that his strength is nearing the level of a Kage, if not at the same strength as one. As for my strength, I'm not sure of it myself, but from Nissan estimates, I'm stronger than an ordinary Junin, and using all my cards, I'm at the level of an elite Junin, my full strength. 1. It was also what made me think of teamwork being the test objective. Defeating Nissan, even with these 2, it won't be possible. All of the clones then rushed towards Nissan. However, he kept reading the Ika Ika series while casually dodging all of the attacks coming while dispersing them. They weren't made to hit him, only to distract him. This is where our time came. I did a hand sign as all clones suddenly dispersed, smoke covered the area. Then I took a shuriken and threw it towards Nissan before doing hand signs. Fuma Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Suddenly, the soul shuriken multiplied and became dozens of shurikens, all heading towards Nissan at full speed. As he dodged and they fell to the ground, I smirked before they all dispersed in smoke. My plan was going smoothly. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 27, Team 7-4. As all shurikens hit the ground, Naruto did hand signs as they suddenly became something else. Kage Bunshins. However, there was a specific one that wasn't an actual clone. that was Sasuke transformed into Naruto. Then, he and all clones started doing hand signs. The seals for the Gokaku no Jutsu, EH. Kakashi thought before doing hand signs of his own. Kaden, Gokaku no Jutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. The transformed Sasuke and all clones said at the same time as a great mass of fire were sent towards Kakashi in a flamethrower-like manner. Doden, Doryuheki. Earth release, earth-style wall. Kakashi said after doing hand signs as a big wall appeared in front of him, just enough to block all the incoming mass of fire. However, Sasuke and Naruto's clones didn't stop there as they ran around the wall and went to fight against the white-haired man in close combat. Kakashi let go of his Ika series because he felt danger coming his way. He couldn't feel from where. Naruto is preparing to do a sneak attack. No, that's not it. I'll prepare a substitution jutsu just in case, he thought while retreating slightly as he blocked the attacks. Suddenly, one of the clones became Sasuke, that smirked as he was already in front of Kakashi. He sent a punch towards the white-haired man, that easily blocked it by raising his hand and catching the now bloody red-eyed teenager easily. However, Sasuke didn't plan to end here. Retreating as his hands were released by Kakashi, he threw many kunai towards Kakashi. They were slightly different from usual as they had strange, almost invisible markings. As Kakashi blocked the attack, he felt danger coming but he didn't have enough time as he had just blocked Sasuke. Naruto was already behind him. The blue-eyed teenager swept his left leg towards the white-haired man's own legs, making him fall. Changing his posture while still falling, Kakashi dodged the punch that came from both Sasuke and Naruto at the same time. It seems I'll need to get slightly serious there, he thought before activating his Sharingan as he released the seal on his eyes by sending chakra there. Neither Naruto nor Sasuke were surprised by this as both of them already knew of that for years. Looking towards each other, they nodded. Jumping slightly in the air with his feet facing Naruto's hand, he smirked. Bringing both hands together after doing the required hand signs at incredible speed, Naruto said inwardly, Futon, Repusho. Wind release, Gale Palm. Then, he pushed both hands forward as Sasuke was sent towards Kakashi in a straight line, his figure blurred to ordinary eyes as his speed had achieved incredible levels. In an instant, he was in front of Kakashi, taking advantage of the speed. Sasuke punched as it was strengthened due to the speed. The white-haired man was taken by surprise but not that much. He blocked the attack easily while receiving little to no damage. However, his body was sent 2 meters back. Just enough for a trap to activate. As Kakashi was sent 2 meters back, his feet touched a slightly different ground. Suddenly, dozens of shurikens were thrown towards him from different directions. The impact from Sasuke's punch had broken his stance slightly. As such, he was barely able to dodge them. How? Wait, they were distracting me as Sakura set up the trap. To think I fell for such easy-to-see trap. Kakashi thought incredulously while feeling slightly proud that the team of his younger brother had such teamwork. He landed on the ground safely but failed to notice a shuriken placed just under the bells that were hanging at the side of the upper part of his left leg. Before Kakashi could react, Naruto's had already teleported through that shuriken. Always having kunai and shurikens with these seals prepared is useful. Didn't think I would use them so soon, the blue-eyed teenager thought while holding both bells. Finally reacting, Kakashi sighed but smiled under his mask. He felt proud. You managed to remove the flash of light left by the Horizon, thus, I was unable to predict when you teleported. My Kyudo Tudo is growing up again, he thought. However, he maintained a stoic expression. You have 2 bells but 3 teammates, so, who will you choose to pass the test of the 2? Kakashi said as Sakura also left her hiding spot while smiling. Her trap had proven useful to the team victory. Then, she noticed the meaning in Kakashi's speech. Feeling slightly nervous, she looked towards Naruto. He and Sasuke-kun are friends. He won't choose me. It's obvious that this won't happen. It seems I'll need to go back towards the ninja academy, she thought sadly. Throwing one of the bells towards Sasuke, the black-haired teenager grinned, much to Sakura's dismay. However, Naruto's actions surprised her as he threw the remaining bell towards her. Looking over Kakashi, the blonde teenager said, this is just like you said to me when you were telling me about your past, Nisan. Those who break the rules are scum, but those who abandon their friends are worse than scum. The white-haired man grinned under his mask. Yes, you're right. As such, all of you passed the test. Congratulations, all of you are now a genin. Yeah, I'm now a full-fledged genin, cha. An imaginary Sakura punched the air excitedly as she thought. I'm now one step closer to making my family prouder. Just wait, I'll become a chunin and catch up to you. Sasuke thought of his family before looking over Naruto with determined eyes. He never once felt jealous of the blue-eyed teenager's strength, only passion to surpass him. Because he had two goals and he wasn't going to give up or get jealous simply because he's inferior right now. Sasuke had goals to complete, make his family proud and catch up to Naruto's strength. That was one of his principal goals. It had even more priority compared to making his family proud. If he completed that goal, Sasuke was sure he would be able to make his family proud. However, he was missing something. His family is already proud of him. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 28, Konohamaru 1. I woke up early today. Nissan won't go to do any mission without the team, thus, I'll have more time to pass with the original him instead of the clones he always leaves when he's out for missions. Nissan also said that we'll take up a D rank request because Genins can rarely take up C rank ones. I can already feel how bored I'll feel. How I wish there was a test that could take me up directly to the rank of a Junin. It may be more dangerous but the thrill of equal battles, it is amazing. Today is different from ordinary days. It is slightly ordinary but today I'll have a photo registered on my ninja identity. Humming along the way, I went towards Gigi's office. Just as I was walking through the streets while ignoring the animals stare, a teenager with strange green-colored clothing, round eyes, weird hair and thick eyebrows stopped me. Here we go again. Naruto, my eternal rival. Walking so early in the morning, as expected of my eternal rival, such passion. You oath, the teenager shouted after seeing the blue-eyed teenager. Looking in a stoic manner towards the teenager, Naruto said, sorry, said something. You. He ignored me completely. The teenager shouted dejectedly before he continued, Naruto, I, Rock Lee, challenge you to a fight. We're both Genins, let's see who's the strongest after a year passed. Without second thoughts and ignoring the villagers that stared towards him in a strange manner, Lee advanced towards Naruto at full speed. Sighing, the blue-eyed teenager threw a special kunai that had a seal imprinted far away, its direction, Hokage's office. Time seemed to pass in a slow manner as Lee's fist was just an inch from Naruto's face. The blue-eyed teenager disappeared. The green-clothed teenager looked around before an unnatural amount of tears dripped down his cheeks. Such youthfulness. To think I can't even catch up to your speed, as expected of my eternal rival. He shouted. Yosh, as a way to surpass my eternal rival, I'll train even harder. Lee said as a fire of determination lit deep inside his eyes, a determination that wasn't that strong before, one that was unbreakable. Meanwhile, Naruto had already arrived at the Hokage's office. Lee's strength increased again. If I'm not wrong, his speed surpasses most Junin if he removes the weights and uses the 8 gates. In pure speed at his total strength, he's just slightly under me from a few days ago, if not because I discovered that even I would have a bit of trouble dealing with him, he thought before knocking on the door. Entering it, he saw Hiruzen smoking on his chair. Sighing, Naruto said, Gigi, you can't keep smoking, you're already so old, what if you have a heart attack and die? Cough cough. The old man coughed continuously after Naruto said that before he said, stop cursing me, I won't die so early. Ah, yes, let's take up your ninja identity photo. Yeah, whatever. Naruto said before standing in front of Hiruzen's table. He was at his usual clothing. Take it, I still think the painting I used previously was cool. I don't see any reason for you to refuse me, he said as if it was normal for someone to take a photo like that. Sighing, Hiruzen said, you looked like a clown, I can't let you take a photo for your ninja career like that. Then, he took the photo. It wasn't something different from normal ones, just, that was registered forever. Just as the photo was taken, someone opened the door and said, old man, I'm challenging you for a duel, the reward being the Hokage position. I'll be the 5th Hokage. Then, the person ran towards Hiruzen while holding a shuriken. However, he fell on the ground as Naruto thought incredulously, did he just tripped in a plain ground? The blue-eyed teenager felt shocked for the first time of his entire life. It was a black-haired boy with a scarf around his neck. Suddenly, the boy stood up and looked over Naruto. You must have done this to me, right? Nah, you tripped alone, just look around. I never thought someone could be stupid enough to trip over a plain ground, though. Naruto said indifferently. Out of nowhere, another person appeared inside the room and shouted, how can you say that to him? He's the honorable grandson of the 3rd Hokage, Konohamaru Sarutobi. He's the grandson of Gigi. Naruto thought before smiling mischievously inwardly, embarrassing Gigi in front of his own grandson, how nice would that be? Brat, if you want to become the Hokage, you need to be at least stronger than me, just look at this. Naruto said as he got Konohamaru's interest. Standing in front of Hiruzen and the Junin called Ebisu, Naruto did a simple hand sign before saying out loud, beware, the great Naruto is going to defeat both of you with a single attack. Oroku no Jutsu. Sexy no jutsu. In Nani, Hiruzen and Ebisu both said at the same time as a large stream of blood came out of their nose. In an instant, they fainted. See, Naruto said towards Konohamaru, that gulped over Naruto's strength, that is enough to defeat even his grandpa. With sparkles shining deep inside his eyes, Konohamaru said in pure admiration, "Woo! You're so cool, please teach me how to defeat him so that I can become the Hokage." Hearing this, Naruto nodded. The seed of admiration is planted. He doesn't seem like a bad kid. In fact, I can feel how pure he actually is by just looking towards his eyes. Having someone like that as a friend or disciple wouldn't be bad, not to mention that he's Gigi's grandson, he thought while preparing for the future already. "I'm not accepting disciples yet, sorry," Naruto said while making a hesitant expression that was obviously caught by Konohamaru's eyes. With his young mind, he couldn't notice that it was just a fake expression. "I won't give up. I'll become your disciple, no matter what," Konohamaru thought, and before he could notice, Naruto had already flickered away. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 29, Konohamaru 2. As I walked through the streets, going back towards my home, I noticed something. Someone was following me. Sensing this, I closed my eyes as I activated the Kagura's mind eye. Instantly, I could see everything around me. Oh, it's that boy, Konohamaru. I wonder why he's following me. Kagura's mind eye is so convenient. As long as I can feel someone chakra signature once, I can identify that person instantly as long as she is within my range, which increased sharply. I can now cover half of the village, pretty impressive in my opinion. Turning around, I saw that Konohamaru hurriedly hid within the walls. His camouflage is, really bad. I think I've never seen someone hiding in such a bad manner. Ignoring him while pretending that I didn't see him, I continued walking as he continued chasing me. It started to annoy me slightly, so I just disappeared from my place as he hurriedly left his hiding spot and looked around. Appearing behind him, I said, "Yo." Jumping in fright, he turned around before saying, "Huff, you almost got me here." As expected of you, Naruto-ni-san, you saw right through my incredible camouflage. Did he just call me Naruto-ni-san? Does he really think his camouflage was incredible? I'm shocked for the second time in my whole life. Maybe he has the power to leave others shocked. Impressive. Ignoring him shamelessly boasting and calling me Naruto-ni-san, I said, "So, what do you want? Why were you stalking me?" Shaking his head continuously, No, I wasn't stalking you, Naruto-ni-san. I was testing your powers and you shocked me. You noticed me so soon," Konohamaru said while looking towards me before continuing, "Please teach me the Oroku no Jutsu, Sexy no Jutsu. I want to defeat my grandpa and become the Hokage." He's slightly fun, I guess. However, I know that even if you defeated the Hokage doesn't mean you can become one. If he continues like that, he'll have his hopes broken way too early. But first, I'm curious, why do you want to become the Hokage? You surely don't need to do that, right? I asked. Clenching his fist, he said, "It's because they only recognize me as the honorable grandson of the third Hokage. I don't want this to happen towards me. I want them to recognize me for who I'm, which is why I want to become the Hokage." Interesting, he wants others to recognize him. Konohamaru's way of thinking is slightly stupid. Only someone stupid would think that for others to recognize you, you need to be the Hokage. An example is Ni-san's father, Tsukumo Hatake. He was recognized and feared through the entire world with the nickname, White Fang. You don't need to become the Hokage to be recognized, you know. I said as a shocked expression came across his face. If you want to be recognized, you don't need that to happen. You need to get stronger, strong enough so that everyone, not only the village but the entire world will recognize you and fear you. What? Konohamaru said before saying, But isn't it true that all Hokages are recognized by the entire world? He got a point, but I have another. Doesn't Gigi stay all the time on his office doing paperwork and rarely has time to go out? Do you really want that to happen? Even if you don't care about it, why should you do something so troublesome? For the village, I said. Of course, I want to protect the village that Gigi works so hard to protect. It is worthy of protection. Konohamaru said as I felt a wave of disgust at the mention, worth of protection, but decided not to refute him. If I told him what happened to me, his mind would break. I'm certain of that because from what I know, he lived a life full of love and affection from both family members and the animals living within the village. My story would conflict with his entire life and his mind wouldn't be able to accept it. Thus, his mind would break. His heart would break, knowing the two faces of a single coin. It is his dream, he's pure and naive. However, it's not a bad thing in my opinion. He has a good heart and this is what matters, besides, he gives off a nice feeling, an approachable one. You're a good kid, Konohamaru. Okay, I'll teach you the Oroku no Jutsu, sexy no Jutsu. I said as a smile beamed over his face. Konohamaru jumped in happiness. Thanks, Naruto-ni-san. He said. A few hours passed since then. This is not how you do it, Konohamaru. Try making it look more natural, you're not doing it correctly. I said while feeling slightly frustrated. I never thought that teaching was so frustrating, even so, it is kind of satisfying. Konohamaru nodded before doing a hand sign and saying, Oroku no Jutsu. Sexy no Jutsu. With a puff of smoke, a beautiful woman with long, brown-colored hair and nice curves appeared in front of me, smoke covering all private parts. Finally. I thought it would take forever for me to learn it. Konohamaru said after seeing me giving him thumbs up. You did a good job, Konohamaru, congratulations. By just learning the Oroku no Jutsu, sexy no Jutsu, you have automatically learned the henna no Jutsu transformation technique too, as it is a variation of the latter. I said as he smiled widely in return. If you want, I can help you with jutsus. From now on, you're the disciple of me, the great Naruto Uzumaki, prince of the Uzumaki clan. I said while boasting shamelessly. Confusion plastered all over his face. Uzumaki clan. He said in a confused manner. That's true, he probably doesn't know about my clan. There's no information about it in any books of Konohagakure. I'll teach him about it someday, but for now, I'll just relax. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 30, C-Rank Mission 1. Around a certain house, a blonde teenager stood by while quietly doing hand signs. After finishing it, he thought to himself, Fuinjutsu, sealed sound. Invisible barrier. For now, you'll be my only victim. If I act on more than one, they'll discover and track me down. However, if only one is killed, nobody will be able to link it to me, principally when I never held an apparent grudge towards you, don't you think, Mizuki-sensei? Naruto thought. A sadistic and vicious smile plastered over the blonde teenager face. Even if you scream, even if you try to run, it won't work, nobody will be able to hear you and you can't run because of the invisible barrier. How amazing that is. He thought before appearing inside the house as if he teleported. Mizuki was walking around the house while thinking, what should I do? What should I do? Naruto graduated and one of Orochimaru-sama orders were to capture him in the Forbidden Scroll. I can't do any of these. I need to do something, but Naruto's strength is just so superior to mine. I still remember how easily he defeated a few chunins that challenged him. Just then, a voice so cold that scared him, not only because of its coldness but also because of its familiarity, missed me, Mizuki-sensei. The light blue-haired man instantly flickered out of the house and tried to run away, but he couldn't. There was a barrier. Help. Naruto Uzumaki is trying to kill me. He yelled, his mind chaotic as a spatial disturbance. It won't work, Mizuki-sensei. You see, our Uzumaki clan is famous for our incredible Fuinjutsu, and it just happens that I used two of them. Sealed sound and invisible barrier. How nice, right? Naruto said as Mizuki's frightened eyes turned to look at him, his sight greeted by a scary beast. These eyes, they weren't the eyes of an ordinary human, eyes so lifeless and devoid of emotions that it scared him to the core. That teenager's lips were curled slightly in a sadistic, vicious smile. JJ, just what are you? Monster. Don't get near me. Help, someone, please. Mizuki screamed in pure, unadulterated horror. Taking out a long, black-colored sword with shining, bloody red-colored lines running across its blade, that looked like spiraling lines, its handle also being black-colored, 5 golden-colored, diamond-shaped symbols on each side of it. This will be your first kill, I hope you enjoy it, Sword of Whirlwinds. Naruto muttered slightly before injecting chakra on it, as if reacting to it. The bloody red-colored lines started to shine as wind started to run around the blade, akin to a small, coiling whirlwind. Then, Naruto thought to himself, ignition. 1. Lightning flickered around the wind that flew continuously around the blade. It was akin to a small storm. It'll be fun, you know. Naruto said as his sadistic, vicious smile grew widely. Torturing you, how fun it will be, I wonder. He continued. Sound of flesh being slashed apart was heard through the house, and the painful screams of Mizuki could terrify any soul that heard it. I can't torture ordinary humans, you know. Different from ninjas, their mind would break at the first part of my torture, but look at you, even after all of this, you're still alive. Naruto muttered while dodging the blood that was dripping down Mizuki's body continuously. His voice is getting lower and lower, maybe I'll increase the intensity of it. Naruto thought before increasing the output of his power. Lightning and wind connected together before flowing towards Mizuki's body. As the lightning crawled around every single part of the light blue-haired man insides and the wind tore apart his skin, Mizuki screamed for a few minutes before his body, mind and spirit couldn't take it anymore, he died. Looking at the body that lifelessly fell to the ground, Naruto sighed, it was fun, Mizuki-sensei. Take this as a revenge for all the times you secretly made villagers try to harm me, you think I didn't notice it? So afraid, so weak. I noticed when you looked at me with disgust, as if I'm nothing but a monster, he said. The blonde teenager then added, but in the end, you were right, I'm a monster, the monster that chases you in your worst nightmares. Removing any kind of fuinjutsu and erasing all traces that he had used it, Naruto left the dead body there. Even if they saw it, they wouldn't be able to trace it towards him, no blood was left on his sword, the flickering lightning burned it away. The next few days passed peacefully, just as Naruto expected. It took a few days before someone noticed that one of their chunins went missing, something that didn't happen so often in the current days, principally with the days of peace that the village was passing by. Team 7 also did many D-rank missions and the entire team was growing bored of it. All they did was to help old ladies, help with ordinary chores and more ordinary things. Naruto was walking by the streets as always while humming slightly as if what he did a few days ago didn't affect him in the slightest bit. He overheard a few chunins that were talking. Hey, did you hear about it? Mizuki went missing and after they searched inside his house, they saw that his entire body was mutilated. It seems he was tortured till his body couldn't take any more so he died. Wow. And do the higher-ups have any clue about the one that did this? Another chunin asked before another replied. I heard about it. From what is known, the one that did this is proficient with Raiden and Fudan, at least from the investigation made by the police force coupled with the Anbu. There were traces of torture using these two chakra natures. Crazy, do you think the one that did it will stop there? His voice carried worry and fear. One of them shook his head, it's not likely for this to happen. With this, the higher-ups will be probably monitoring the entire village closely and the assassin probably held grudges against Mizuki. He was known for torturing his enemies every time he had a chance. There's a saying that karma is AB*TCH, now it is proven that this is true. He said. The news have spread fast, Kit. Aren't you afraid that they'll track you down? Kurama said inside Naruto's mind as the latter shook his head. I'm not afraid of this happening, Kusan. My plan was perfect and I planned it for weeks. My natures are wind, lightning and water and I also have mastered many B rank and below earth and fire jutsu. From my register, they wouldn't think of me, not to mention that I was always friendly with Mizuki-sensei, even after he tried to trample my results. Naruto said. Kurama opened one of his eyes before saying, Kit, good grief. Naruto laughed at his partner reaction. Anyway, I need to hurry up, we will take another mission today. I'll use my ultimate attack against Gigi so that he gives us a higher ranking mission. He said. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 31, C rank mission 2. Author note. Be warned that some arcs like the Land of Waves and Chunin arcs will contain severe similarities to the canon, but I'll change some things here and there to make it more enjoying for you guys, so, please bear these similar arcs. Through the way towards the Hokage's office, Naruto heard more and more ninjas talking about the death of Mizuki as it was rare for something like that to happen, principally with the brutality used. Maybe they had personal grudges against Mizuki. Well, considering his actions against captured ninjas, it wouldn't be too much of a surprise. Do you think they'll go towards his fiancée? I don't think so. Another replied to that one before they all continued on their ways. So Mizuki-sensei has a fiancée, I wonder if she knew about it, probably not considering his actions were always like that. Anyway, she's innocent, no need to involve her. Naruto thought to himself before flickering away. Knocking on the door, Naruto entered the room just to see Kakashi, Sakura and Sasuke staring towards him impatiently. Naruto, you're late. Sakura yelled at him while the black-haired teenager nodded at her attitude, apparently agreeing but not wanting to yell. Someone challenged me to a fight, I'm a ninja of honor, couldn't refuse him. Naruto said indifferently as they nodded as if it was something normal. Fools, my excuses are the best, after all, he thought. Looking at their team, Hiruzen smiled gently. You four are doing the D-rank missions in an excellent manner, the ratings are always 5 stars out of 5. So, these are the current D-rank missions available, choose one. He said. Gigi, our team don't want to do D-rank missions anymore, you know of our capabilities, even Sakura is prepared to C-rank missions, both I and Sasuke are more than prepared to these, not to mention Nisan. Naruto said towards Hiruzen before using his ultimate attack. Please. The blonde teenager said while using the ultimate, inevitable, puppy eyes no jutsu. Ah. Hiruzen thought to himself as he felt his heart being flooded with love and warmness. Sigh. He needs to stop using this old man can't take it anymore, I'll end up having a heart attack. He thought before nodding. Just this once, I'll give the mission, if you 4 succeed on it with 5-star ratings as well, I'll allow your team to take more C rank 1s and in the future, if you 4 continue doing well, B rank 1s. Hiruzen said with a gentle smile, love and warmness overcoming his mind after Naruto's ultimate attack. The one that requested it is already here, you may enter. Hiruzen said as someone opened up the door. The middle-aged man wore a sleeveless V-neck shirt with an obi, pants and a pair of sandals. He also carried a towel around his neck and wore a pointed hat on his head. Picked this from Narutopedia as it is convenient and easier. Looking over the 3 of them, the middle-aged man said bluntly, these 3 brats will be my escorts. What are they going to do? Throw toys at anyone that tries to do something to me. Sasuke got triggered at him but was interrupted by Kakashi. No, I'm a Junin so your journey will be safe, I can assure that, besides, all of my team is capable of protecting you. If you say so. Are you sure of that? That brat at your side doesn't look like he cares about the mission, didn't his parents teach him how to be educated? The middle-aged man said before Naruto finally looked at him, I'm an orphan. I just said sh*t. The middle-aged man thought before admitting his mistake, I didn't know it, sorry. I'm Tazuna and I'm a master bridge builder from the Land of Waves, nice to meet you 4, he said. So, Tazuna-san, can you tell us more about the Land of Waves? How are things there? In the way, Sakura asked as Tazuna tensed slightly, something that didn't escape the eyes of both Kakashi and Naruto, however, they kept in silence. Looking over Sakura lazily, he said, I don't know much to say but it's a somewhat poor land, which is why I'm building a bridge, to open opportunities to more business so that the land can be free of poverty. I see. Naruto thought, maybe there is someone behind the stage trying to stop this from happening. If the village is poor as he says, I don't think he would have enough money to have the luxury of asking for an escort, principally when he holds nothing of value except his own life. As they talked and walked through the forest, Naruto noticed something before quickly throwing a kunai towards a bush. There was something there, he said. Looking up to the bush, Sasuke said, it was just a white bunny, well, at least we have something to eat in the way. He smiled slightly. Then, something unusual appeared in Naruto's sight, a water puddle. First, a white bunny, something uncommon in summer and now that. The blonde teenager thought before closing his eyes and noticing 2 presences hiding in the water. Just as they passed by the water puddle, someone attacked Kakashi, slashing him apart. Sakura yelled frightened but Naruto was prepared, 2 missed ninjas. No, they're missing Nin from Kurigakure. He thought before disappearing. Sasuke was also frightened and stood on the same spot. He had just seen his sensei and a somewhat of a big brother figure being killed. However, Naruto disappeared from his spot and appeared behind the 2 ninjas that reacted by throwing their chains towards him. This won't work. Naruto shook his head before disappearing once again and appearing in front of them. With great speed, his sword pierced one of the attacker's heart, killing him instantly. Not letting the other react, the blonde teenager knocked out the one that was alive. You can come out now, Ni-san, stop pretending to be dead. He said. What? Kakashi-san is alive. Sasuke thought before finally coming to his senses and looking towards Kakashi, that was above a tree branch. I know who these 2 are, they're the demon brothers, Gozu and Maizu. You did a good job by leaving one of them alive, Naruto, he'll be useful for gathering information as they're missing Nin. Sasuke, you noticed the signs but because you were carefree, you didn't react in time. If that was a real situation and I didn't notice it, I would be dead. Sakura, you reacted too badly. In the ninja world, dying is normal, you need to be prepared to kill or to be killed. Kakashi said his speech while lecturing Sasuke and Sakura. Both of them nodded while thinking in a determined manner, I won't let this happen again. They thought as if they were in sync. As for you, Tazuna-san, care to tell me as to why Chunins were pursuing us, or should I say, pursuing you? Kakashi said as Tazuna tensed up before sighing. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 32, Land of Waves 1. Okay, I'll tell you guys. The Land of Waves was originally a common one, not poor but not rich either. We were, overall, happy. It all changed when the famous businessman Gato appeared. He dominated all of the economies and blocked our escapes. We tried to rebel but it didn't end well. As the boat they were in wandered through the seemingly boundless water, Tazuna said sadly before continuing. Knowing that, I'm trying to build a bridge that can connect us to the outside world so that our land can be saved. These 2 were sent to kill me because without me, it won't work. I have a daughter and a grandson waiting for me at home. At this point, small amounts of tears started gathering inside his eyes. However, Kakashi and Naruto's face were still indifferent. Kakashi then said, this won't do. With Chunins involved, this mission becomes B rank, and knowing they failed, he'll send Junin. This means it is an A rank mission, the payment would change. I can't pay, I used all of my spare money to request the C rank mission, I can't pay more. Tazuna said, his voice desperate. Gato. He's a famous businessman and one of the richest men in the entire world. Kakashi thought, slightly shocked by it. His face, however, was stoic. Kakashi-sensei, I think we can help him. If we do so, we can help thousands of citizens from the Land of Waves. He can pay for the rest overtime when the Land of Waves becomes wealthier, right? Sakura said pleadingly. Sasuke also looked with hope towards Kakashi. Fine, the white-haired man nodded as a smile beamed over Tazuna's face. So, pointed hat, tell me more about Gato business, what is it about? Do you know? Naruto asked while automatically giving off a nickname to Tazuna. Ignoring his nickname, Tazuna said, he is a shipping magnate and founder of Gato Company. Not many know, but Gato is also a drug dealer secretly and do smuggling contraband. He is a cruel man, he killed my daughter's husband in public. His voice turned bitter at the end, showing how much he cared for his dead son-in-law. Another scum of society. I'll take care of him. Also, his business will be good for my future plans. I'll take over. However, I won't do the dark part of his business. I don't like this kind of thing. However, the shipping business. It'll be good. Naruto thought before asking. Do you know if Gato has a headquarter? I mean, like a small village that he lives at. Tazuna nodded. Yes, Gato bought a village and named it Gatogakure. Narcissistic, right? I can show to you at the map I have on my home. He said as Naruto nodded and forgave the man for talking about his parents. A village will need a lot of money. If my strength keeps growing at this level, I'll be able to protect myself from cage-level ninjas in 3 years at most, which means that I'll have around 3 years to accumulate wealth and prepare for the future Uzushiogakure that I'll make. I heard it was destroyed, so my only trouble will be reconstructing it. Naruto thought, and before they noticed, they were already on land. We have finally arrived, brats. This is the Land of Waves. It officially welcomes you. Tazuna said while not noticing the incoming danger. As they walked through the forest, Kakashi suddenly shouted, everyone, get down. While Sakura was into a daze, Naruto and Sasuke had long ducked. Seeing this, Naruto sighed before forcibly making the pink-haired teenager get down. Sakura, stop getting into a daze, you're not a kid. If you want to be useful, don't stay there, open for attacks, he said. She nodded as a sword flew just past them, cutting past the wind. It then took a curve before stopping in a tree. A man stood above it. Kakashi said with slight shock, that can't be. Is that him? Yes, it's me. Zabuza Momochi, demon of the hidden mist. Zabuza replied before saying, who would think that the famous Kakashi of the Sharingan would be here, in the same team as some kids that just graduated. Incredible bloodlust was sent from him, trying to overwhelm them. However, Kakashi blocked it and said, Zabuza Momochi, known for his cruelty, back down, kids. He's the only genin that graduated because of the Bloody Mist Village. He killed all of his teammates to graduate. Savage. Naruto thought as Sasuke and Sakura were shocked by what was just said. Without looking back, Kakashi said, Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke, protect Tazuna-san from all sides, I'll deal with him. They nodded before taking up the formation they practiced. Along the way, suddenly, Zabuza said before disappearing, do you think you have the luxury of being distracted, Kakashi? Single quote. Kakashi stood in complete silence while silently observing everything. Zabuza is known for his assassination skills, which means he'll go for the target. This means he'll go from above. Kakashi thought before moving. However, he was a bit too late. Too late, Kakashi. Zabuza said as his sword slashed towards Tazuna. However, it was blocked as the sound of sword colliding with sword was heard. Don't underestimate us, bandage creep. You're strong but not that strong. Naruto said before putting more strength on his sword. Single quote exclamation mark. Single quote. Zabuza was alarmed as he was pushed back by 2 meters. He's strong, it seems I'll have to take care, he thought. Kakashi, from the side, thought to himself, I'm confident in Naruto's abilities, I'll let him deal with Zabuza. If he happens to lose, I'll interfere. Are you ready, bandage creep? I always wondered if the 7 swordsmen of the mist are really that strong. I heard that in history, a man killed 4 of you with pure taijutsu. How shameful, right? Naruto mocked Zabuza, but the man didn't seem to care. Seeing this, the blonde teenager felt it was a pity. Making his enemy angry would make the fight easier. Not the talking type. Well, no problem, bandage creep, let's fight. Naruto said with a wide smile before adding inwardly as he injected chakra on his blade. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 33, Land of Waves 2. Wind and lightning erupted on the Sword of Whirlwinds as Naruto smiled widely, his thirst for battle growing as the seconds were passing by. Kakashi, Sasuke, Sakura and Tazuna were looking at him silently. I think I should help Naruto. From what Kakashi-san said, he's very famous and strong. Sasuke thought, not wanting to let his friend be put in danger like that. Raiden, Shunshin no Jutsu. Lightning release, body flicker technique. Naruto thought to himself as both him and Zabuza disappeared, their figures blurring while colliding swords. At the very first contact, Zabuza thought while analyzing Naruto's strength, his body is slightly weaker than mine, which means his strength is just slightly under an elite Junin. Insane, he's just around 12 years old. With pure Kenjutsu technique, he was able to ignore the fact that his body is weaker. Retreating, Zabuza went towards the river and did hand signs before saying, Suiden, Suiryuden no Jutsu. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet. However, Naruto had already seen his hand signs and predicted his attack, Fuden, Daitapa. Wind release, Great Breakthrough. His attack successfully blocked the Suiden attack by blasting it and stopping its force. Without force anymore, it fell to the ground, losing all of its might. Naruto then got a few ordinary shuriken from his pouch and threw it towards Zabuza. That dodged it easily. However, the shuriken then hit each other and one of them went towards the missing nin with high speed, hitting his shoulder. It seems Sasuke helping me with shurikenjutsu as his brother is a master at it had value, after all. Naruto thought as he saw the blood dripping down Zabuza's shoulder. The missing nin, however, was furious. I was hit by a mere kid, with a shuriken at that. Without sparing effort anymore, Zabuza disappeared from his place and went towards Naruto, that looked around before suddenly, the missing nin appeared behind him and slashed with his sword. Raising his own sword, he blocked it but was sent crashing towards a tree due to its sheer might. This is what you get from underestimating me, brat. Zabuza said before Naruto got up. Aside from superficial injuries from hitting the tree with such strength, nothing serious. Ignoring what Zabuza said, Naruto ran towards Zabuza and as if he teleported, he appeared in front of the man and kicked with full strength. The bandaged man blocked it by raising his arm. He knew that if they went with Kenjutsu, the boy would end up winning, so he went towards Taijutsu. While holding Naruto's right leg that swept towards him, Zabuza counter-attacked. However, Naruto was nimble as he jumped with his remaining leg and twisted his body while still in mid-air, kicking Zabuza's head with his left leg, making the man release his right leg. You're strong but not enough, brat. Smiling slightly, Zabuza did a simple hand sign before saying, Kurigakur no Jutsu. Hidden Mist no Jutsu. Mist started to cover the whole area, leaving the land outside the river unable to see its insides anymore. Team 7 was worried about Naruto but Kakashi had a smirk on his face. This battle is already his, he thought. Closing his eyes, Naruto used the Kagura's mind eye and instantly, he could see everything 3 meters around him. My range was shortened by 197 meters, if not because it increased over the years, I would be screwed, he thought. Just then, he sensed someone behind him and with a quick slash, Naruto cut the person apart. No, this is not it. He thought before noticing he had been tricked. However, it wasn't in time. Zabuza was already in front of him and slashed with his sword. Blood splattered around as a relatively big wound appeared on his shoulder. FCK, even if you're accustomed to pain, this still hurts like hell. Naruto thought out loud before getting serious. As the wind that flew around the blade and lightning that flickered every now and then on the blade fused, an ethereal, pure white-colored wind took place and covered Naruto's body. Jinten, Muisho. Swift release, shadowless flight, he said before disappearing. In Nani, Zabuza said as Naruto reappeared countless times in succession. His speed was akin to teleport, fast and unpredictable. All attacks of Zabuza, that were mainly based on taijutsu and kenjutsu as he noticed ninjutsu wouldn't work on Naruto due to him being able to predict his ninjutsu purely through the hand signs, were rendered useless. Naruto then started to reappear here and there, confusing Zabuza's eyes more and more. Then, he advanced towards the bandaged man and cut his body many times. Gah! Zabuza screamed in pain as a big part of his body was now covered in the wounds made by Naruto's sword. Not only that, the wounds were also more severe due to the wind and lightning, that cut more deeply and burned his skin. Looking over Zabuza's kneeling body due to the pain, Naruto kicked the man out of the river as he fell on the ground, just in front of Kakashi. He's barely alive now, we can capture him and get information from him. Kakashi nodded and just as he was about to touch Zabuza, needles were thrown, hitting Zabuza's neck. Looking over a tree branch, they saw someone. This man is a missing nin from Kurigakure. I'm an Anbu, he holds information that can't be leaked. That someone said is Kakashi thought. Anbu, huh. Well, it seems I'll have to agree. If I refuse, a war happening is possible, considering we would be stealing information from their village right under their nose, if it was secretly, though. He couldn't kill the Anbu as it would notify Kurigakure, something that all Anbu have. When one dies, the Anbu symbol in their body activates, sending a warning towards the Anbu commander. Thanks for your comprehension, the Anbu said before collecting Zabuza and disappearing alongside wind that was akin to a whirlwind. Sakura looked at this and said in a shocked manner, what was that? How did he disappear like that? He looked to be of our age. Sighing, Kakashi said, there are way too many ninjas out there, some of your age with more strength. This isn't only due to talent but rather experience. You don't need to care about this, sooner or later you'll be able to surpass them. The thing is, you need to put up effort and train for that to happen. The pink-haired teenager nodded while Naruto was panting slightly. The Jinten is more complex than what I thought. I only used it for a minute at most, yet it is taking a toll on me. Not on my body but rather on my spirit. It seems it is somehow related to the yin release, he thought. 1. You're right, brat. The Jinten is indeed related to the yin release, which is why you should avoid it for now. I could aid you with yang release as I'm the yang half, but if you train without proper guidance on it, it wouldn't do good, even if it helps you have almost instantaneous speed. Kurama said as Naruto nodded. Thanks, Ku-san. Naruto said as Kurama shouted inside his mind, don't call me like that, you brat. You need to respect the great me. Laughing a bit, Naruto thought, of course. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 34, Land of Waves 3. This has proven two things. 1. I can't maintain Jinten for more than a minute. 2. Jinten brings my speed to the level of an elite Junin. From what Nisan had said, Zabuza Momochi's strength is likely at the middle of elite Junin and my speed completely overpowered him, meaning it is above that level. The blonde teenager thought, basically, my speed and overall strength go up by a notch considering my normal strength. Without considering Jinten and Hiraishin, it is at the peak of a Junin, it goes up to above the middle of elite Junin, however, it has a price that I can't pay yet. Kit, you can ask that Yamanaka girl to aid you with the yin release. The Yamanaka clan manipulates their spiritual energy, it is sort of similar to the yin release. Kurama said inside his mind as Naruto nodded. Just then, they arrived at Tazuna's house. In the way, a kid stopped Sakura and she almost hit the kid, but noticing that he was just asking for food, she gave him a candy. Naruto also thought of helping them as he saw his own figure overlapping with the kid figure. It was just like that, I barely had food. If not because of my Uzumaki clan enormous vitality and Ku-san helping me, I would have died due to lack of food and because of the many injuries. The difference is that my village actually had a way to help me but didn't. These kids, however. They're helpless, literally. Naruto thought. I'm back. Tazuna shouted as they entered the house. Instantly, hurried steps were heard as a woman appeared. Seeing Tazuna, she pulled him in a tight hug. Father, I'm so glad you came back without any problems. She said. Is that your daughter, Tazuna-san? Kakashi asked as Naruto whistled slightly, smiling under his mask. The white-haired man punched Naruto's head. Stop doing that, you're just 12 years old. And you're a 26-year-old man that is a closet pervert. Naruto thought but kept in silence to maintain his head safe. Tazuna nodded slightly. Yes, Tsunami, this is Kakashi-san. Tsunami, can you go to prepare food? They're going to protect me while I'm building the bridge. Inari, come to meet the guests. He said before shouting. Grandpa. As he was called, the boy came over and seeing Tazuna, a smile beamed over his face before he hugged the old bridge builder. I missed you, Inari. These are Kakashi-san, Sakura-san, Sasuke-san and Naruto-san, they're ninjas sent by Konohagakure to protect me. Tazuna said while patting Inari's head. The boy smiled under such affection but soon frowned as he heard the word, ninja, and Konohagakure. Why did they come if they're just going to die anyway? They have no chance against Gato, they shouldn't have come if this is going to happen. Inari shouted as Sasuke frowned. Looking over Inari, Sasuke said, who do you think you are to say this? We're here to protect your grandpa. If you want him to die in the hands of Gato purely because you don't want us here, then we'll go away. Stop throwing a tantrum, kid. Hearing that, tears formed inside Inari's eyes as he ran to the insides of the house. Seeing that, Tazuna sighed slightly. Please don't be too harsh on him, Sasuke-san. He was traumatized because of his foster father. You see, Tsunami's husband died and after some time, she met Kaiza and they fell in love. He paused before continuing. It was at that time when Gato invaded and took control of the land of waves. Kaizo led to a rebellion but it failed and so, Gato executed him in public. Kaizo was like a father to Inari, they were like true father and son related by blood. When that happened, Inari lost hope so please don't be too harsh on him. Tazuna said as Sasuke and Sakura were shocked by the story told to them. Losing a father, Kakashi thought while remembering his long-dead father but soon shook his head, I have Naruto and this is all I need. A smile appeared under his mask. As they ate the food, Naruto thought of something before he said, Ni-san, don't you think there's something tricky? I mean, if it was an Anbu, wouldn't he kill Zabuza instead of just getting him? He had guessed they were tricked by the so-called Anbu and confirmed it. I was an Anbu captain before and I'm sure they would never do that, which means it was an accomplice. We were tricked, however, since the injuries you gave were deep, it'll take around 2 weeks for him to heal. Even though you did that, don't get arrogant, you were only able to take him by surprise because he underestimated you. Kakashi said. I guess we need to train in these 2 weeks. I think we should focus on training Sakura's basics. While she has near-perfect chakra control, she's weak in any other thing except the 3 basic jutsu. I brought a chakra paper, we can use that to see her affinity. Aside from that, we'll teach her the Kawarimi no Jutsu body substitution technique and Shunshin no Jutsu body flicker technique that will be essential for her to help in future missions. The white-haired man said in one breath as Sakura nodded. Her parents had been genin but didn't have access to such techniques so she was only taught the basics. She was happy that her team would teach her that. Thanks, Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke-kun and Naruto. Sakura thanked them from the bottom of her heart. Sasuke smirked, what are we waiting for? We need to start training so that we'll be prepared for the fight that will be coming. Also, Kakashi-san, will you teach me and Naruto a new jutsu? You promised to teach us an A-rank jutsu, after all. He said. Sighing, Kakashi nodded as Sakura and Sasuke beamed with happiness. Naruto also felt happy. The white-haired man had promised them and their promise was finally going to be completed. You 3 can go before me, I have something to do before going. Naruto said as his Ni-san and team members nodded before going. The blonde teenager then went towards Inari's room. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 35, Land of Waves 4. Knocking on the door of Inari's room, Naruto entered after the boy started saying that he wouldn't allow him to enter. Yo, boy, he said. Don't enter. I don't want to talk with you. Inari shouted at the blonde teenager and unsurprisingly, Naruto wasn't affected by the shout in any means. I'll tell you a story, Inari. There was once a baby, he was the son of an important person but on the day of his birth, his parents were killed and so, he was alone. The baby was mature compared to his peers, even when he was only 1 year old, he could think clearly, however, something happened. Naruto said as Inari flinched slightly at the tone that unwantedly became cold. People from his own village started to hate him for no reason, no matter where he went, nobody wanted to give him food, nobody cared about him, instead, they shouted at him, they cursed at him, they tortured him. The baby then grew up to a young boy and at 3 years old, he met a kind man, that is his older brother. Both of them suffered and so they quickly grew fond of each other, they found happiness even after everything that happened. Naruto said in a single breath before he added. What I mean is, Inari, it doesn't matter what your past is, you should be happy from what you have right now, your mother and your grandpa, this is because they care about you. If even the boy could find happiness even after suffering so much, I believe that you can also do that, don't you think? Inari nodded as the many tears that gathered over his eyes dripped down his cheeks before Naruto's trademark smile appeared on his face. This is why I promised to you, I'll avenge Kaiza and kill Gato. I'll complete that promise because this is my Nindo, I won't ever go back on a promise. He said. The young boy muttered while staring at Naruto departing location, I believe in you, Naruto-san. Forest near Land of Waves. Inject your chakra on that paper, Sakura. Kakashi said towards Sakura while handing her a paper. It looked ordinary by any means. The pink-haired teenager nodded before injecting her chakra and in a matter of seconds, the chakra paper became wet and stopped there, meaning her chakra nature is water. Kakashi nodded slightly, you have water chakra nature, huh? Well, it's good. Let's make a deal, Sakura, if you can learn the basics of Kawarimi no Jutsu body substitution technique and Shunshin no Jutsu body flicker technique within a week, I'll get Naruto to teach you Sweden. He said. The Ninja Academy did teach such jutsu but not the actual application of it. As such, most commoner ninjas don't know even the basics of it. Sakura is an example of such ninja. Oi, why should I teach her? Naruto thought, wondering as to why he needs to teach that girl. To him, she's just an annoying fangirl that won't have much future. However, he agreed at the very moment that Kakashi said, "I'll go to Ichiraku Ramen for 2 bonus days in the same week." At his mindscape, Kurama laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha. Kit, you've been bribed by ramen. Sakura, before you start training these 2 jutsu, first, let's test your chakra control. Try infusing chakra on the sole of your feet so that you can walk on the tree. Remember to maintain the precision, the chakra can't be too strong or too weak, go ahead." Kakashi said as the pink-haired teenager nodded once again before going to the tree. Unexpectedly, as she had near-perfect chakra control, she got it in the first attempt. "Ha. I did it correctly, cha." Sakura thought before Kakashi said, "Good, now let's go for the water walking technique, try doing the same thing but on water." With her near-perfect chakra control and relatively small chakra reserves, it'll be easy for her to master it. My guess is an hour. Ah, if only Naruto had such control over his chakra when I started training him on that exercise. The white-haired man thought dejectedly, but soon, his face lit up. Looking over Sakura, Naruto said, "You did a good job, Pinky. You don't know the advantage you have with such chakra control. Jutsu that would require a bigger amount of time now require much less. For example, if you didn't have near-perfect chakra control, it would take you more than 5 hours instead of only an hour." Did he just call me Pinky? How dare he? Cha. Sakura thought furiously but didn't actually dislike the nickname. She even felt rather happy that the strongest in their class praised her. Chuckling at Naruto's nickname giving, Kakashi said while throwing Sakura 2 scrolls that were on his pouch. These are the scroll of the Kawarimi no Jutsu body substitution technique and Shunshin no Jutsu body flicker technique. Go to learn it by yourself. Any doubt you have, you just need to ask me," he said. Ignoring Sakura any further, Kakashi looked over both Naruto and Sasuke. "I'll be teaching both of you an A-rank jutsu. They're called rasengan and chidori respectively. I didn't want to teach you them before you became a ninja since they're way too dangerous. I'll teach the rasengan for Naruto and the chidori to Sasuke," the white-haired man said before continuing. "However, you must promise me something. You'll never use these 2 jutsu against friends unless under special circumstances." Both Naruto and Sasuke said as Kakashi smiled slightly under his mask, "We promise." "That's good. You both know about the rasengan and chidori, so I'll skip the introductions to it. Naruto, get these. There are 3 steps. Rotation, power and containment. You need to burst this water balloon with the first step, the rubber ball with the second step, and then fuse both of them without making the balloon pop or anything else." Kakashi explained to Naruto how to train the rasengan as the blonde teenager already went to do so. Sighing at Naruto's antics, the white-haired man started to explain the chidori about Sasuke. Differently from the blonde teenager, Sasuke would need guidance almost the entire time since he had less talent and chakra transformation training. A big deal of effort would be needed if he wanted to learn the chidori in 2 weeks. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 36, Land of Waves 5. Note: I'll go directly to the 2 weeks time skip because, as you guys know, showing their training is just boring as hell. Count this as my experience as a reader. Nyahahaha. Don't forget to drop your stones once you're done reading the chapter. Thanks for your attention as always. Nyahahaha. The 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye and the bridge was being built by Tazuna alone as the other workers gave up after knowing the danger they were in. The middle-aged bridge builder had told them about what Gato had done and so, they gave up. It was in progress, though. Tazuna managed to build around 60% of the bridge already. I guess some things are unavoidable, Tazuna thought out loud while eating. He was on a break. The entire family and his escorts, Kakashi, Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura were eating as well when suddenly, Naruto said, his eyes closed. I can feel the chakra signature from Zabuza and the false Anbu. There are also 2 other unknown signatures, one is weak and the other is equal if not stronger than Zabuza's signature. He brought more. Kakashi thought with narrowed eyes. The mission difficulty had been raised to A rank already. With 1 more elite Junin ninja involved, it raises slightly the level, far from being an S rank 1, though. Naruto then continued, not only that, but there are also some bandits that are hiding near this house. Nisan, Sasuke and Sakura, you can go first. I'll capture them. Without saying anything, the white-haired man, Sasuke and Sakura disappeared from their places. Tsunami cast a worried look towards their direction before saying, Inari, go to hide inside the room. Father, please go with Inari. Mom, why aren't you coming with us? Inari said, but Tsunami just ignored him and Tazuna. The middle-aged bridge builder knew that Tsunami was going to act as a bait for Naruto. Dragging Inari with him, Tazuna disappeared within the house. The blonde teenager looked towards Tsunami. Tsunami-san, don't worry, you won't be in any danger. At any sign of danger, I'll act. Meanwhile, act while trying to get information about Gato, he said. I'll use her as a bait to attract the bandits. They're probably here to take Tezuna's family as a hostage. Getting them at the same time will make it much easier. I'll leave only one alive and get information from him. After seeing Tsunami-san, they'll get out of their hiding spot. Naruto thought, not caring about the fact he just used Inari's mom as a bait. Then, he thought of something else. Sasuke and Sakura are different from me. They'll probably hesitate to kill. I'll let 3 of the bandits live, get information from the 3 of them, kill one and leave the others unconscious to let Sasuke and Sakura kill them. The ninja world isn't safe in any means. Even if there is peace right now, I know that it's only temporary. As Tsunami left the house and acted as if she was doing chores, the bandits slowly left their hiding spot and eyed her. Oya oya, doesn't she has a good body? Gato said for us to take her and Tezuna's family as a hostage, but this doesn't mean we can't play with her, one of them said as the rest laughed viciously. No, Tsunami shouted while seeing how they eyed her. Naruto thought in a disgusted manner, brutes, no wonder they're nothing but bandits, mere ants. As they approached her, a shadow passed by and instantly, 8 of the 11 bandits died instantly. Some were cut in 2 while some had their heads decapitated. Their blood is dirty, but I hope you won't mind it, sort of whirlwinds. Naruto muttered while looking at the fallen bandits. Blood splattered on the green-colored grass, staining it with its bloody red color. Heads and body parts of the bandits were also scattered around, creating a gore mess. The 3 still alive bandits looked around and screamed in pure fear before looking towards Naruto. Who are you? We didn't do anything to have your enmity, right? One of them said with fear. You didn't, but you annoyed me a few seconds ago, treating others as objects. The blonde teenager said while remembering how he was treated. He was worse than garbage, worse than objects that could be discarded. So cruel, Kit, Kurama said inside his mind before adding with a small smile, good job. Looking over the 3 alive bandits, Naruto smiled sadistically. His pure, blue-colored eyes seemed to glow slightly as he said, so, bandits-san, I'll give you 2 options. Tell me about Gato whereabouts right now without the need of torture, or be tortured in a very painful manner. So, which option do you choose? Injecting chakra over his sword that was stained with blood, the familiar wind and lightning started to flow and flicker around the blade, akin to a small storm washing away the blood. Seeing that, the bandits shuddered before one of them quickly said, I will say it, I will say it. Gato is currently under the bridge along with more bandits. Under the bridge. Indeed, I've noticed many bandits there. I didn't think that Gato would actually be with them instead of his safe Gatogaker. Extremely bad name, though. Naruto thought before killing the one that replied and knocking out the remaining 2. Tsunami-san, I'm sorry for the mess that I made. Wait a bit, I'll clear it with my raiden. Naruto was sure that Tsunami was scared by the mess and gore made, so he apologized. The blonde teenager kind of liked Tezuna's family since they were nice. Naruto then raised his hands as lightning started to gather on it, and soon, his hand was surrounded by blue-colored lightning. The blonde teenager then smiled slightly as the lightning started to change to a violent dark red-colored one. Yang release, Akai Inazuma no Maiso. Yang release, red lightning of burial. He muttered under his breath before descending his hand. 1. The violent, dark red-colored lightning that was on his hand was burning it due to its violent nature, so Naruto didn't maintain it for long. As he descended his hands, the lightning shot from it to the ground and targeted the 8 dead bandits. The dark red-colored lightning started to devour the bodies, and in an instant, they were all full of black marks. However, it didn't stop there. It stood to devour the body till it became nothingness. The blonde teenager sighed slightly. Even though its power is so great, it is way harder to control, and it has a violent nature. Anyway, it is strong enough to burn the bodies to nothing. This is enough. It also doesn't tax my chakra. As long as I use it many times in succession, it won't be a problem. Perks of being an Uzumaki and a Jinchuriki at the same time. He thought while laughing slightly at his own joke. Tsunami-san, the bodies were disposed of. I'll leave you to clean the blood splattered around, thanks. Naruto said before flickering towards the bridge while carrying the 2 unconscious bandits. 1. Explanation time. This is a theory I saw while reading the fanfic, Ghost of the Uchiha, made by our dear T0x1N. His theory is that the lightning changed color by adding up either yin or yang release on it. Yin release changes its color to purple. It is easier to shape and maintain power, while the yang release change its color to red colored. In my case, I made it dark red. It adds power due to the increase of vitality given to the lightning, gaining power over the cost of control, making it violent. I hope you all can understand it briefly about the theory. I'll be using it in the future. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 37, Land of Waves 6. As Naruto appeared in the bridge, he saw that there was a huge dome made of ice. Sasuke was inside it while Sakura was helping Kakashi deal with the three attackers, Zabuza and two unknown men, apparently twins, the only difference being that one had pure black-colored hair and the other dark gray-colored hair. Sakura was making good use of the Shunshin no Jutsu body flicker technique. She had basic control of it. Even if her speed was lacking due to it being only the basics of it, she was still able to support Kakashi. She had some wounds made by blades. She didn't back down in the face of danger and injuries. It seems she's not so weak-willed as I thought. Naruto thought. Sakura was surprising him more and more, however, he still shook his head slightly. There were some openings against the weaker one. She could have dealt heavy injuries but she hesitated, fear of killing, maybe. The blonde teenager kept in silence while observing Haku, that was attacking Sasuke. The black-haired boy was able to barely keep up with the false Anbu speed. When he activates the Sharingan, he'll be able to counterattack. His body can keep up but his eyes can't. I wonder why he's not activating it yet. Thirst for battle. That must be it, he thought. Maybe the Rasengan can break that dome. Naruto thought out loud before raising his right hand slightly. A sphere made of pure chakra appeared just above it. The chakra inside it rotated violently but was kept under control. Approaching the dome, he pushed his hand slowly as the Rasengan hit it. As the Rasengan hit it, tiny web-like cracks started to appear on it before the ice dome broke apart, revealing a panting Haku. Seeing his friend, Sasuke smirked. You're late, Naruto. Sigh, you could have left me to fight more. That was exciting. I was about to activate the Sharingan. The black-haired teenager said. His eyes slowly turned into a Sharingan with two tomos on each eye, thirsting for battle. The false Anbu was panting while looking at Naruto warily. The blonde teenager, however, had a carefree expression. Haku wasn't a threat to him, after all. Drawing his sword out, Naruto looked over Haku. You tricked us last time but this time, neither you nor Zabuza will escape. I'll start by killing you, then, I'll go to kill the bandage creep. Sasuke, can you go to support Nisan and Sakura? Help her deal with the weakest one of the three, the one with dark gray-colored hair. He said as Sasuke nodded, his instincts telling him that he would have a better fight against that so-called weakest one. Ice started to gather around Haku as the false Anbu did hand signs with a single hand. Oh, hand signs with only one hand. Impressive but not enough, Naruto thought while preparing for the incoming attack. Finishing his hand signs, Haku muttered as the ice took the shape of a dragon-like creature. Hyoten, Hiryu. Ice release, Ice Dragon. As the ice dragon went towards Naruto with full strength, the blonde teenager infused chakra on his sword of whirlwinds as wind started to fly and lightning started to flicker around the blade, akin to a small storm. Then, Naruto said inwardly, Yang release, Arashi no Mai. Yang release, Dance of the Storm. As the lightning flickering around his blade became dark red colored, it became violent but the blade was resistant. It was made of the best material within the ninja world, after all. Naruto jumped from one side to another as the ice dragon was pursuing him. Dodging it, the blonde teenager slashed as the ice dragon fell down. However, Haku wasn't done as he said in a calm manner. Hyoten, Senhari, Ice Release, 1,000 Needles. The ice dragon that fell to the ground suddenly changed as it became uncountable ice needles. Then, they shot towards Naruto, that danced around with his sword of whirlwinds. Avoiding all of the needles, he ran towards Haku, that didn't expect the teenager in front of him to dodge. A bit far from them, Zabuza saw Naruto advancing towards Haku and his heart seemed to crack slightly. He had grown way too attached to the boy he called nothing but a tool. Even after all those years, you're still so gentle. You weren't meant to be a ninja at all, Haku, he thought before ignoring all attacks from Kakashi. As Naruto stabbed at Haku's direction, whose eyes had seemed to give up, Zabuza appeared in front of the false Anbu, the sword of whirlwinds piercing his heart. The bandaged man fell to the ground and gave one last look to the so-called tool, his eyes gentle as water and warm as the sun. Haku, even if I called you a tool, it isn't true. I have grown attached to you and before I knew, you became family so please, from now on, live happily, I want you to be happy. Zabuza said his last words as unknowingly, his consciousness vanished from the world. Haku looked to Zabuza now dead body for a few seconds before falling down to his knees, tears storming down his face. However, he didn't blame Naruto for doing so. Zabuza. I thought that man was a cold-hearted bastard but he gave up his life to protect that false Anbu. The blonde teenager thought, for the third time of his entire life, he was shocked. I have no purpose in living anymore. Please, kill me, Haku said while looking towards Naruto as tears were still dripping down his cheeks. However, the blonde teenager shook his head. Now that the false Anbu was like that, he had a solution. In that brief moment, he had understood their personality. Even though Zabuza was indeed cold-hearted, he cared deeply for Haku and Haku only lived for the purpose of being a tool for Zabuza. now that Zabuza died, Naruto only needed to give him another one. Don't take your life lightly. If you think you have no purpose in life, you can follow me till you have one. Think of serving me your temporary purpose, he said. Nodding, Haku wiped his tears. I was crying. He thought before looking towards the sky. Zabuza-sama, I know that you'll be watching me from wherever you are. I'll follow your wishes and try to live happily from now on. The false Anbu was just too kind to blame Naruto for killing Zabuza. Meanwhile, the twins were on the losing end when suddenly, one of them said, time to retreat. Zabuza lost. If we continue on this, we'll be killed. Let's retreat and get more accustomed to our powers. The other nodded as the one that said it suddenly raised his hands and said, True Dark Release, Kurai Kiri. True Dark Release, Dark Fog. Out of his hands, a dark mist started to be poured and after a while, it covered the entire bridge. Even after Naruto tried to use his Kagura's mind eye, he just couldn't feel anyone anymore. When the fog disappeared, the twins had disappeared. Kakashi looked around before sighing. They disappeared. Damn, he cursed while blaming himself. His strength had grown just too much and even though they were winning, he was lenient because he wanted Sakura and Sasuke to grow with that fight. Because of that, they escaped. Don't worry about that too much, Ni-san. Naruto said towards the white-haired man before looking over Sasuke and Sakura. Both of them had many injuries over their body, even if the weakest was, well, weaker. It wasn't something they could deal, at least not with such mentality, he thought. Holding the two unconscious bandits, Naruto said, his voice reverberating through the entire bridge. Haku just stood at his side silently. Sasuke, Sakura, come here, I need you both to do something. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic. Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 38, Return 1. My ultra mega super special thanks to Zadie Gutierrez, Arc Spider 46 feet and Corrupt Zahn for becoming my patrons. As always, thanks for your patronage. Guys, don't forget to call me Rich Boy Nyatsui, not Nyatsui. Nyahahaha. What is it? Approaching him and seeing the two bandits, Sasuke felt slightly strange. He didn't understand as to why Naruto called them. The pink-haired teenager also had an ominous feeling. She didn't understand why, though. Looking over both of them, Naruto said with slight disappointment, take out your kunai and slash their throat, they're bandits. I noticed your hesitation against the weakest one of the twins. You had multiple opportunities given that appeared due to you two and Ni-san help, yet all you two did was to give him heavy injuries and now, both of them escaped. Taking out their kunai, Sakura and Sasuke hesitated after seeing the unconscious bandits. The pink-haired teenager was the one to express themselves, but they're unconscious. Even though they're bandits doesn't mean we need to kill them, right? Feeling amused at her question, Naruto said while chuckling slightly, as if he had heard something fun. You think the world is full of flowers, Sakura? It isn't. You see these two. There were 11 bandits that tried to take Tezuna's family as a hostage. When they saw Tsunami-san, they tried to repay her. Do you understand what would have happened if I wasn't there? They would repay Tsunami-san. She would have been forced to act as if it didn't happen, as not to worry Inari and Tezuna-san, and as such, nobody would try to even avenge her. Sakura, Sasuke, don't think that just because you're merciful, hesitant, to your opponents will be the same. This is not a game, this is reality. Sakura flinched at his explanation while Sasuke felt furious that something like that actually happened. Now, go and slash their throats. Let your frustration, anger or whatever other feelings you have right now go. The blonde teenager said as the two of them approached the bandits, and with a quick slash, they were ended for good. Seeing the blood that was splattered over the ground and the bandit's now dead body, Sakura puked almost instantly while Sasuke was close to puking. However, he quickly composed himself. Not the reaction I expected from their first kill, but I guess this is a natural human reaction after doing such thing for the first time, Naruto thought while remembering the first time he killed someone. Kid, just because you didn't have that natural human reaction doesn't make you less human or whatever. You suffered a lot. Just the fact that you're not completely crazy already shows how much of a strong will you have. Be proud of that, kid. Kurama comforted him on his mind. Sighing, Naruto said inwardly, to think that even the famous demon fox can comfort others, What has the world become, Kusan? Kurama roared inside his mind, Oi, you brat, come to your mindscape so that I can cut you to pieces. He said, but no actual killing intent or whatever, just their usual discussion. Ni-san, I'll go to deal with the bandits on the boat under the bridge. Please go with Sakura and Sasuke to Tezuna-san house. Tell them the mission is completed and that Gato has been dealt with. The building of the bridge can be resumed. Naruto said before vanishing as a flickering blur. The white-haired man sighed at his younger brother before going with the two teenagers. Appearing in the middle of the bandits, Naruto said with a gentle smile, "Hello, gentlemen, doing good." Single quote, single quote, dot dot dot, single quote, single quote. They stared at Naruto for a few seconds before actually noticing he was an attacker, and as such, they went to attack him. No wonder they're mere bandits, with such low intelligence. It's as expected, he thought before his figure blurred, a bloody mess left wherever he passed. In 3 mere seconds, all bandits had been killed, leaving only Gato, that was hidden within the bandits, without any spot to live. "Hello, Gato, I heard about your tales inside the land of waves. Let's talk, shall we?" "Please don't. I can give you money, is that what you want? I can give you whatever you want, but please don't kill me," Gato said, a foul smell attacking their noses. Naruto eyed Gato in a disgusted manner. "Don't worry, I don't want much, just your life and all of your legal business is all I want, nothing excessive, right?" the blonde teenager said while eyeing Gato with his bloodlust leaking. Gato unconsciously took 2 steps back before noticing what Naruto wanted, then, he started to rub his hands on each other like a merchant. "Oh, if it's that, I can give it to you. There's just one problem, all of the contracts regarding my legal business were left on Gatogakur, thus, you would need to take me there," he said with a small and almost unnoticeable, vicious smile. Hearing this, Naruto smiled inwardly before taking out some papers from his pouch. "You see, during these 2 weeks, I sent my cage buncheons to Gatogakur and there, I got all of the necessary contracts, I have some copies of them, let's do this the easy way, Gato-san. If you sign it peacefully, I may let you live." This is what he said, but Gato thought of it as, "I will let you live," so in an impulsive action, he signed the contract, passing all of his legal business to Naruto. Just as he signed it and Naruto noticed that everything was correct, his sword of whirlwinds pierced Gato's heart, killing him. As his consciousness slowly faded away, Gato looked towards Naruto, his eyes threatening to haunt the blonde teenager. Alas, Naruto didn't care about the fallen businessman death at all. The blonde teenager killed Gato without actively making a bloody mess because he was going to show his dead body to everyone of Land of Waves, a sign that their village has been freed from the fallen businessman's hands. Humming while dragging Gato's dead body along with him, Naruto flickered to above the bridge before looking down and doing hand signs. "Kaden. Gokaku no Jutsu, fire release. Great fireball technique," he said as a great mass of fire was sent from his mouth towards the boat, destroying it as the many bandits fell to the insides of the river. As he arrived at Tazuna's house, Naruto showed his family the businessman's dead body and then to the whole Land of Waves. The blonde teenager was now akin to a hero for all of the Land of Waves citizens. In just a few days, the bridge was finally completed, bringing hope to everyone. Inari was hesitant to let Naruto depart but understood his career as a ninja. The blue-eyed teenager didn't really felt emotional but was slightly attached to Inari. Patting his head for the last time, the Team 7 departed, their destination being Konohagakure. The bridge name, Great Naruto Bridge. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 39, Return 2. Meanwhile, on a village that was previously named in a narcissistic manner, Naruto's cage buncheon stood on a room. There were some males with different clothing each, all they had in similar was their bowing stance and the injuries over their face. Gato is no more, as you can see on this contract, all of his legal business was passed to me. I don't care if any of you take over his illegal ones, but 10% of any profits made by these are required to be given to me, got it? Naruto said while looking towards them. He was using a henna no jutsu. That cage buncheon also wasn't an ordinary one. The cage buncheon was one that Naruto worked to make resistant. As long as the cage buncheon had chakra, he could resist attacks at the cost of using a small part of it. The men in front of him were the co-workers of Gato. When they were notified by him that Gato died, they tried to take over, but Naruto didn't let that happen. Bowing, they all said, "As you wish, boss." Konohagakure, Hokage's office. "I see. So the mission turned out to be an A rank 1 and 2 unidentified ninja with a strange ability to use a dark mist were involved but escaped. Your team did a splendid job and was able to take over the mission with only minor injuries, as the report says. I won't be able to give the proper reward for an A rank mission as it was supposed to be AC rank 1, but it'll be recorded in the team members as a higher ranking one." Hiruzen said in one breath as the members of Team 7 nodded. Kakashi then said in his usual indifferent manner, "Our team is also making progress in increasing our strength. Doing C rank and B rank missions won't be hard, rather, it'll be easy. They're not ready to A rank ones yet, though, Hokage-sama." The old Hokage smiled slightly at the report before saying, "That's good, your team can go now." Within the Senju estate, Sasuke looked over Naruto. What is he hiding? Why did he say he hates the villagers? What did they do to him? He thought, Kakashi had invited him to come towards their house, as if the white-haired man felt the questions inside his mind. The blonde teenager was sitting at the border of the house while looking towards the sky peacefully, something he always did in order to calm himself from whatever things he was thinking. Approaching the blue-eyed teenager, Sasuke said, "Yo, Naruto. Do you mind telling me why do you hate the villagers so much? I can't understand why you said those things. What did you pass through?" Naruto, that stood with closed eyes while silently hearing the sound of the birds chirping high in the sky while feeling the wind passing by his skin, opened his eyes before looking over Sasuke, then be prepared and try not to curse around about that, also, don't tell anyone about it. 12 years ago, the nine-tailed fox, Kyuubi, attacked the village. At that same day, a baby had been born and his father was the Yondaime Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The Yondaime chose to save the village instead of his own son. In his mind, he wanted his son to be treated as the hero that saved the village by making him the Jinchuriki, even if he knew how much a Jinchuriki suffered, for the greater good, so-called will of fire. He said before continuing, even a Jinchuriki wasn't supposed to suffer like that. It happened because of a man named Danzo. He spread the rumor that the baby son of the Yondaime Hokage was the incarnation of Kyuubi, and as such, everyone hated the baby. With only 1 year old, he was kicked out of the orphanage. Despite being just 1 year old, the villagers treated him as someone worse than garbage. He couldn't eat, he couldn't play, he couldn't even sleep properly. He was tortured both mentally and physically for the first 3 years of his life, all because of a rumor that wasn't even true. Naruto said as Sasuke's eyes widened. Due to his father, he knew about what a Jinchuriki means, but what his best friend said was even worse than the usual treatment of a Jinchuriki. A speck of anger towards the village settled deep inside his heart. Lifting his shirt, Naruto showed the many scars of his body, scars that didn't regenerate even with his Uzumaki vitality, differently from the current him that had control over chakra and his vitality was used at its full extent. His 1 to 3 year old self didn't have it. Kurama could help with it, but the blonde teenager chose not to do so. He wanted to maintain the scars as a reminder to himself. What? Sasuke gasped and stuttered slightly after seeing the scars. Naruto suffered like that when he was just 1 to 3 years old. How cruel can the villagers be? He thought as the speck of anger lit up like a fire. Calm down, Sasuke. They all will have the deserved punishment delivered to them in the future. Naruto said. Sasuke looked towards Naruto as sadness hit him hard. After they trained for a bit to brush Naruto's story aside, the black-haired teenager went home, trying to avoid any villager on his way because if he met even one of them at that day, he wouldn't be able to control himself. As the black-haired teenager left, Kakashi appeared at Naruto's side before saying, "Do you see that, Naruto? You encountered a friend that truly cares about you." Most would immediately say that your story is fake. Even if you didn't show him your scars, he would believe you. Cherish that friendship. Naruto nodded slightly before going to the house and sides. Before he knew, the night had already arrived and so, he went to sleep. For him, that was a heavy day. Telling someone else about what happened in his past was harder than the blonde teenager thought. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 40, A Request of Help 1. So, Haku, how has your training with the Hyoten going? Were you able to recreate the ninjutsu recorded in history? In their courtyard, Naruto asked the long-haired teenager. Since the A-rank mission at Land of Waves, 1 month has passed and the entire Team 7 made great improvements. The one that made the highest progress was Sakura. Not because she was the one that became the strongest, but rather because all of her basic problems such as lack of ninjutsu was taken care of, and due to her personality, it had become better compared to her previous fangirl-like personality. Hiruzen had also accepted Haku as a ninja of Konohagakure, the long-haired youngster having started as a genin and entering the Team 7, making it an exception of 4 members. As ice floated around Haku, which was using rather feminine clothing, he said, "Yes, I've been able to replicate the Hyoken no Jutsu and Hyoten, Sushoheki, Ice Release, Crystal Wall. I'm already working on one more." That's good, though his choice of clothing is a bit questionable. Haku adapted in a good manner to his new house. I don't think he'll be able to change his gentle personality. He's just like Hinata, too gentle, too kind. Naruto thought. He had already given up on changing the long-haired teenager personality. He knew that it wasn't possible. Looking over the 2 guests in their living room, Naruto hid behind a tree before saying to a slightly confused Haku, "If a green-clothed teenager with round eyes come here and ask for me, say that I'm not here, okay?" Haku nodded, and as soon as Naruto hid himself, Lee appeared in the courtyard. "Naruto, my eternal rival. Where are you? Let's fight," he shouted with a passion to fight. The somewhat feminine long-haired teenager said to Lee, Naruto is not here, he went to buy groceries, sorry. However, Rock Lee wasn't one to give up easily. No, that's not right. I know that my eternal rival is here, I can feel the power of youth nearby, I can feel it. Appear, eternal rival, we will fight till the night arrives, we are burning with the power of youth. He shouted before running across the courtyard. Eventually, he found Naruto. With a loud thud, Lee went crashing in a tree as Naruto successfully avoided his surprise attack. Can't he let me have a single second of peace? The blonde teenager thought. Suddenly, Naruto thought of something before he pointed to nowhere. Lee, look there, it's Sakura. And she's waving at you. He said as Lee hurriedly looked to the direction he pointed at. Over the month, the green-clothed youngster teenager met with Team 7 a few times and that was where Sakura is. Lee liked the pink-haired teenager. Taking advantage of it, Naruto thought while doing a simple hand sign, Jinten, Meisho. Swift release, shadowless flight. In an instant, the blue-eyed teenager disappeared from his place. Inside his mind, Kurama asked. You can actually defeat him without much trouble, why are you even running? Not so smart of you, kid. Naruto shook his head. It may not require much effort but it would still take a bit of time because Lee has a strong will. He wouldn't give up till I knocked him out and that would be troublesome because I'm lazy right now, not something your foxy brain can think of, he said. Are you calling me dumb, brat? Kurama shouted inside his mind but quickly, Naruto ignored the fox, that kept mumbling things like, I'll take that and release it as attacks in that raccoon one day. Looking towards the sky, Naruto thought, these days have been boring, only doing C rank and B rank missions, I wish there had an A ranked mission just ready for me to do, the last one was boring, I barely fought against Zabuza and Haku, the bandaged creep could have blocked my blade, probably. Well, the Ice Boy is doing good, with the records through history about his Yuki clan, he was able to recreate some of their jutsu already. Naruto then started walking through the streets while thinking about the progress he made in the past month. The Kage Bunshins sure are a convenient thing, it helps a lot to speed up the progress. I was able to integrate Fuden wind release and Kaden fire release into the Rasengan, making a Kaden, Rasengan and Fuden, Rasenshuriken. I didn't think of a name to the fire one, though. And it also feels that there's something lacking to my Rasenshuriken, I can't throw it and if I use it without throwing, it'll damage my hands, it's still incomplete. Just as Naruto was thinking of solutions, someone interrupted him. Sakura was waving at him from afar while shouting, Naruto, did you see Sasuke-kun? Anyway, do you want to eat some ramen? Don't worry, I won't tell Kakashi-sensei about it. Instantly, Naruto's nodded. To him, ramen was one of the most precious things for him. Yeah, you know how to bribe me, So, what do you want for the ramen? He asked with an amused tone. I don't want anything, I just want you to help me with some sweetened water release ninjutsu. You're good at Fuden, Suiden and Raiden, it wouldn't be much to help me, right? Principally since you like ramen so much. Sakura said with a smile because she knew that Naruto wouldn't ever deny it. With the excuse of helping her with training, the blonde teenager would be able to eat ramen without being detected. Hey, I know how to exploit things, principally Kakashi-sensei, he's always late, cha. The familiar imaginary image of Sakura appeared beside her as she punched nothingness. Just as they were going towards the Ichiraku ramen, an Anbu appeared in front of them and Naruto could immediately recognize him. It was Itachi Uchiha, more commonly known as Sasuke's older brother. Naruto Uzumaki and Sakura Haruno, the Hokage awaits for you inside his office. An important mission was requested. Hikuyuki, Sasuke Uchiha and Kakashi Hatake are already there with the other team. Itachi said before disappearing. I wonder what kind of mission would need our team and another to do together and why they would ask a team made of genins to take an important mission. Sakura said while furrowing her brows and narrowing her light green-colored eyes. We're a team made of genins that can easily take B-rank missions and completing A-rank ones, the other team is expected of being able to do the same. Naruto said before using flickering away, Sakura following him, her figure also flickering, despite much slower. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 41, A Request of Help 2. As Naruto and Sakura opened the door and entered the Hokage's office, both sighed after seeing the familiar green-clothed youngster entered their view alongside a brown-haired girl and a long-haired teenager. Due to his eyes, he was easily identified as a Hyuga. Yo, Lee, Tenten, Neji and Bushy Brows-san, your team is the one that'll be going with us. Naruto asked the four of them as Lee nodded. Yes, our team Burning with Youth is going with your team, we're going to a mission full of youthful adventures. Lee shouted before Guy smacked the back of his head. 1. The man with bushy brows said, his eyes containing a rare seriousness, "We're in the presence of the Hokage and this mission is important, please be well behaved, Lee. I see that you improved a lot by just seeing your ninja records, Naruto, it's good to see you're burning with youth." Seeing that, Hiruzen massaged his forehead slightly at the sight of these two peculiar teams before he said, "Something serious happened, an attack near the fire daimyo's territory happened. His guards weren't able to catch the intruders. Every day that passed, their strength increased. This is a rough drawing of the two intruders. They also had many accomplices with the strength varying from Genin to Chunin." Kakashi took the drawings before showing it to the rest. Instantly, Sakura said, "Aren't these two the ones that were helping Gato? They used that strange technique before escaping." At the side, Sasuke also nodded, and just before he could say anything, Neji intervened. "These two also interfered with missions we were doing, they were helping our enemies. When we were gaining the upper hand, they escaped by spreading a dark mist," he said. Meanwhile, Haku just kept himself in silence. "Yes, this is one of the reasons I wanted the Team Kakashi and Team Guy to take that mission. I believe that with both of you knowing a bit of the enemy, you won't let them escape again. Besides, it seems that they're even stronger than a month ago from the request." Hiruzen said in a serious manner. Then, he said, "You may enter." Just as he said that, a man entered the room. "I'm Kiho. I was sent by the Fire Daimyo-sama to assist and inform you all about the situation. I heard that both teams have completed an A-rank mission and both of them had the ones attacking the daimyo's territory involved. As such, I hope you all can help us." The man named Kiho said while bowing slightly. Lee smiled widely before giving him a thumbs up. "Don't worry, such a youthful request needs to be completed. We will help you," he said as Guy, Tenten, Sakura and Sasuke smiled slightly. Naruto, Kakashi, Haku and Neji just stood there with a stoic expression. "Hokage-sama, if you don't mind, we'll depart immediately, we can't delay the mission," Guy said before they all disappeared from place, Kiho included. He was brought by the famous man with bushy brows. In no time, they were already in front of Konoha's gate. Looking at all of them, Kakashi said, "The Sandaime-sama had already prepared all things we will need alongside the road so that we wouldn't lose time preparing it. Kiho-san, can you explain more about the situation as we walk?" Kiho nodded slightly. "Yes, the situation is complicated. These two were attacking random territories of our land. Sometimes, multiple attacks would be done. Most of the guards of Junin's strength are protecting the Fire Daimyo-sama, so we can't afford to send them. We're afraid that they'll use that opportunity to attack him. Because of that, the Fire Daimyo decided to request a mission from Konohagakure, so that our ninja will be able to deal with the attackers while the Fire Daimyo will be protected, right?" Maeda Dai said as Kiho nodded once again. A few hours had passed since then and the night was approaching. They were currently resting in the middle of an open field surrounded by many trees whose height was around 10 meters each. They were surrounding a bonfire while there are 20 signatures of Chunin strength and 5 of ordinary Junin strength following us. Their signature is unknown and they have hostile feelings. Their objective is probably stopping or killing us there. This means they don't want us interfering with their attacks. Maybe their main objective is assassinating the Fire Daimyo. For what? Money. Maybe a grudge, Naruto thought before poking Haku's shoulder slightly. He muttered in a tone that only him, Haku, Kakashi and Guy were able to hear, as if it could choose the ones that are able to hear it. 25 signatures, 20 of Chunin strength and 5 of Junin strength. With hostile intents, prepare for their attacks. They're coming from our left. Don't give any alerts that we know of their attack," he said. Haku nodded and so did Guy and Kakashi. They quietly prepared traps as the rest of the group talked and got to know each other better. "Sakura-chan, you're beautiful as always. Accept my love," Lee said with his wide smile to Sakura as the pink-haired teenager quickly hid behind Sasuke as an illusory heart was sent towards her. The group laughed at Lee's actions before Neji looked towards Sasuke. "As the son of Uchiha Fugaku, did you already awaken the Sharingan? If so, let's fight. I want to see if which of our dujutsu is the strongest. You seem strong," he said despite knowing that the black-haired teenager had already awakened it. He was provoking Sasuke. Hyugas being Hyugas, always thinking that their dujutsu is the strongest. People think we're arrogant, but it's not our fault that we're stronger, right? Sasuke said with a small smile, his words akin to needles poking Neji's body slightly, provoking the teenager. "Then let's fight and see if your claim is true, Uchiha," Neji said as both of them suddenly stood up, their dujutsu active. These two, why can't they be at peace even for a single moment? Every time they meet, they want to fight each other. Naruto thought before sensing the 25 chakra signatures suddenly flaring up, a sign that they were about to attack. Stopping between the two of them, Naruto said with narrowed eyes, "This is not the time to fight. Just as he said that, dozens of shurikens were thrown towards them. However, Haku was prepared to it, doing a simple hand sign. The long-haired youngster said, Hyoten, Sushoheki. Ice release, crystal wall. Ice spikes rose from the ground and blocked all of the incoming shurikens. It alerted all of the group before Kakashi announced, take your weapons out because the enemies are here, protect Kiho-san, we can't let anything happen to him. Sakura and Tenten, your task is protecting him from any enemy that escapes our defense, the rest will help by neutralizing the enemies. Yosh, time to defeat them with our youthfulness, Guy-sensei. Lee shouted as Guy gave him a thumbs up. 1. I changed from the previous, Might Guy, 2. Made a Guy, because of some reasons that I'm lazy to explain at the moment. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic. Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 42, Fire Daimyo's Request 1. The sound of blade colliding with blades was heard through the open field as the attackers collided with the two teams. This brat is strong, we should take him together, he'll be a threat to Zin-sama and Ein-sama. A chunin that was pushed back by Naruto said to his comrades. They all nodded before 8 of the 20 chunins went to deal with the blonde teenager alone. They had ignored Kakashi and Guy or simply believed that their 2 junin would be able to deal with them. 3 chunins were dealing with Neji and 6 were dealing with both Sasuke and Lee together, 2 were helping a junin against Kakashi and the remaining was helping the other junin with Guy. Trying to take on my with numbers, Never heard that in front of strength, numbers don't mean anything. Naruto thought before wind and lightning started to flow and flicker around his blade and disappearing from his places, the enemies quickly looked around, trying to find him. Before they could notice, Naruto was already in front of one of them and with a quick slash, the chunin throat was pierced, blood overflowed from the inside out and in an instant, he died. As one of them died, the rest noticed as they all threw shurikens from every direction. Seeing this, Naruto jumped in the air, however, he fell in their trap as they shouted in sync, Sweden, Mizudepo. Water release, water gun. From their mouths, water shot out towards Naruto's body, that was still in midair. The blonde teenager body, that was still in midair, suddenly started to spin along the wind. Jinten, Hiko no Tatsumaki, swift release. Tornado of flight with his body that was continuously spinning, his sword of whirlwinds cut through the water that was threatening to pierce his body. Looking around, Naruto saw the shocked expressions of his enemies before deciding to end it quickly after seeing the difficulty his team and his allied team were having. Sasuke and Lee were having some problems with the 6 chunins, none of them managed to get past their defenses of now. Before his enemies could get out of their daze, Naruto thought to himself as his figure became somewhat illusory, akin to small amounts of winds visibly disappearing from place. Jinten, Muisho. Swift release, shadowless flight. He disappeared from his place and appeared continuously in many places, cutting through the body of the chunins. Holding back really isn't something enjoying. Even if I lower my strength and they have higher numbers, it's not as enjoying as fighting people strong as me or stronger than me. Naruto thought while looking at the 8 chunins, that were lying on the ground lifelessly. Need help, Sasuke, Lee? Naruto asked, but despite that, he had already killed 3 of the 6 chunins helping. The junin that was fighting Kakashi saw that and noticed that if they kept going, all of their squad would be killed. Retreat. He shouted before trying to run away along the chunins. However, a voice filled with cold indifference sounded. Some of you tried to kill my Kyudo Tudo but you still think that you can escape. Doden, Doryuheiki, earth release, earth-style wall. Earth rose from the ground and blocked the entire open field, nulling any chance of the enemies escaping. Lightning started to gather within Kakashi's hands as the sound of chirping birds reverberated through the open field. Suddenly, he disappeared from his place. The white-haired man voice was the last thing the junin heard, Chidori. But Kakashi didn't seem to stop here as the lightning was still flickering in his hand. He went on a killing spree. Each time he reappeared, an enemy was killed and in no time, only the other junin was remaining alive, barely alive. Looking incredulously towards Kakashi, Sakura and Sasuke said in sync, if you could have done that from the very beginning, why did you just do that now? Scratching the back of his head, Kakashi said, I wanted to see how much you guys improved. I must say, I'm impressed. Sasuke and Lee had some cuts in their body but these were only superficial injuries, due to his perfect defense. Neji barely had any injury. As for Sakura and Tenten, they didn't even fought, not to mention get injured. With the still alive junin tied up on a tree with his chakra pathway sealed by Neji, Kakashi started to ask him in a kind manner, tell us more about that so-called Zin-sama and Ein-sama. You probably don't want to suffer, right? You're at most hired by him, no loyalty needed, don't you think? As he said that, his sword pierced the junin's stomach slightly before spinning the sword in a very slow manner. bringing a lot of pain to the man, that quickly gave up on resisting before he said, "I'll say, just please let me go." Kakashi nodded, "If you say it, I'll let you go." The Junin sighed in a relieved manner before he said, "Zin-sama and Ein-sama are holders of the true dark release. He forced us to work for him through a strange seal. Every time we held ominous intents towards them, the seal would act, we could only obey the orders. When we tried to fight, all of our ninjutsu were absorbed by them." "Oh, that's right. Every time they absorbed the ninjutsu we threw at them, their hands would be covered by a dark aura. After that, the dark aura released the ninjutsu back at us. Before we knew, the strange seal was already on us. I also know the weakness after working for them for such amount of time," he said before continuing, "Their weakness is." Suddenly, the light within the man's eyes died, his life fading away at the same time. "A seal similar to the root seal, huh? I wonder why he could release such high amount of information. Only certain information was blocked. Maybe the enemies have blind confidence. That must be it," Kakashi thought out loud. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 43, Fire Daimyo's Request 2. Ku-san, do you have any idea about that so-called true dark release? They chose a cool name to their Kekkei Genkei, though. Naruto thought while asking Kurama, that shook his head inside his new, decorated home that was made especially for him, a 100 meters tall nine-tailed fox. 1. With a sigh, Kurama said, "No, that true dark release is probably something that appeared in the few decades that passed. Maybe it appeared by the time the Third Great Shinobi World War was happening, but due to the extreme danger, your mother wasn't able to leave, so it's possible it appeared at that time." Then, he added, "Sorry, Kit." Naruto didn't really care about it. If Kurama knew about it, then it would be great as more information about the enemies would be known, but since he doesn't know, there's no problem. A few days had passed since they arrived here. No further attacks were made, as if the enemies were preparing. They were now inside a courtyard with many rooms. The boys from both teams shared 2 rooms while the only 2 girls from both teams had a single room only for them. Overall, they felt happy. The courtyard also had a small field that could be used for training. For now, the enemy attacks had stopped so they could rest until further actions could be requested. "Red-eyed bastard, let's fight. I just don't know if someone with the fate of a loser like you can fight on par with me," Neji said while looking towards Sasuke, that had been angered by his comments. Looking over the long-haired youngster, Sasuke smirked. "What about you? With such long hair, are you planning on becoming a true girl to pursue males? I didn't know you swung that way," the black-haired teenager said as a vein popped on Neji's forehead. The veins at the side of Neji's eyes were slightly visible, a sign that his Byakugan had activated. Taking up a fighting stance, he prepared to fight, and so did Sasuke as his 2 Tomo Sharingan activated. Without further warning, they advanced towards with each other. Just as their fists were about to connect, Kakashi appeared in the middle of them and caught their fist. Sighing, the white-haired man said, Now, don't be so childish, both of you are already teenagers, stop acting like little kids. Come." The Fire Daimyos requested a meeting. Grunting in annoyance, the extreme opposite youngsters nodded. "Welcome, Konohagakure Shinobi. I'm the Fire Daimyos, but you can call me Hano Miyasu. I believe that you all know the situation and have already found some information from what Kiho said to me. I won't drag this on. The 2 that are attacking me have been doing this for long, but never was it on such scale." In the middle of the room, a middle-aged man stood there. He was the one that said that. He has small, circular eyes and dark pupils. He also wears the standard daimyo headpiece. Signs of aging could be seen in his face through wrinkles. He is the Fire Daimyo, Hano Miyasu. 2. Giving him a quick bow as a show of respect, Kakashi said, "Indeed, necessary information was obtained, but no weakness regarding the attacker's Kekkei Genkei was found. All we found is that he can absorb and release ninjutsu and use some dark mist to disappear. I feel that as long as they aren't able to use that mist, they can't escape. Even if they try to run, our youthful team would be able to catch them. The power of youth burns deep inside us," Guy said with beaming confidence. The Fire Daimyo was slightly speechless but nodded nevertheless. Hano Miyasu looked over Konohagakure ninjas before he said, "They're attacking the nearby small villages, but these 2 are attacking the central ones alone, trying to build a path towards here. As long as we can deal with them, from the information given by you, the seal of the attacking forces will be removed, thus, no attacks will be made anymore." The Fire Daimyo then added, "Our spare forces inside these villages are defending with all their might, but they won't be able to hold on for too long. If not because things were so critical, I wouldn't have asked Konohagakure for help. I hope that you all can help me in such times." Tenten looked over Sakura. They had gotten to know each other for the past few days and noticed that they were rather similar in some things, such as their skills to make hidden traps ready to defeat enemies. Receiving the permission to talk from Guy, she said. Sakura and I can prepare traps in different small villages. They're nearby and wouldn't take more than 2 days from what I've seen in the map. These traps would help the spares forces to deal with the attackers, Fire Daimyo-sama. Her tone was slightly respectful. Every ninja knew that the daimyos needed to be respected due to their financial and resource support towards the village. Without a daimyo, many villages wouldn't have been able to even support itself. Looking over Tenten while feeling surprised, Miyasu nodded in a satisfied manner. That's good, having someone in the team proficient in making traps is good. However, it's dangerous for you two to go alone. You should select one more member of your team to go, he said. Sakura looked towards Naruto while Tenten towards Neji. However, both of them avoided their gazes swiftly so that the only females in the team could only give up. In the end, the poor Haku couldn't reject them asking him to go. The blonde teenager looked over the long-haired, feminine-looking youngster with some pity, being dragged by Sakura and Tenten at the same time. Even I can't help but feel pity for you. Rest in peace, Haku. Both Naruto and Sasuke looked towards the sky and in sync, they sighed as Kakashi's eyebrows twitched continuously. You too. Ah, so young, so cruel. The epitome of cruelness is doing such thing to such a gentle person as Haku. He just couldn't do anything as these two dragged him. Even though this passed through his mind, the white-haired man couldn't help but sigh. Rest in peace, Haku. 1. I've seen some videos regarding the size of Naruto's beasts and most of them regarded Kurama as a 100-meter tall being. As such, I took the liberty of doing that. If any of you can help me with that part, I would be glad. 2. Hano Miyasu. Hano means flame while Miyasu means burn. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic. Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 44, Fire Daimyo's Request 3. My ultra mega super special thanks to Space Ghost 69 feet and Majored for becoming my patrons. As always, thanks for the great patronage. Nyahahaha. Unsogakur, Naruto's shipping business headquarters. The past month passed without any problems. The income of the shipping business is indeed good, even without considering the illegal business. I can estimate that in at least 1 year and at most 3 years, the money needed to sustain the future Uzugakur will be obtained. If I can dominate the rival businessman, that time will be even more shortened. Naruto's Kage Bunshin thought, once in a week, they change in order to maintain the information sent to the main body stable, a way not to potentially harm his mind. Fire Daimyo's territory, boys' room. With the rest of Kage Bunshin secretly rebuilding Uzugakur destroyed buildings, in just 1 year, it'll be done, then I'll just need to hide it through Fuinjutsu, pass my belongings over time and wait for the right time to go there along with the hidden Uzumaki clansmen. The blonde teenager thought, his eyes were cold and almost devoid of any kind of emotion, they were just cold and calculating. Looking towards Konohagakure's direction, Naruto thought to himself, considering my friendship with Sasuke, maybe getting the Uchiha clan going with me is an option. Nisan will surely come with me, if not because I'm still living within the village, he would have left. If I go to Uzugakur, he'll go along. Thinking about Kakashi, his cold eyes showed warmness, as if it was the only thing he cared in the world. The Hyuga clan. They enslave their own clansmen, not a good idea to bring them along, but there's Hinata. The only person I would ever want to bring from the Hyuga clan is her. She's so nice, gentle and kind to me, after all. I always feel strange when I look at her, though. The blue-eyed teenager thought as Kurama laughed within his consciousness. Meanwhile, Sakura, Tenten and Haku were inside a small village that was within the Fire Daimyo's territory. Tenten-san, what do you think about putting the trap here? This is one of the most obvious places that they'll try to come through to attack. It's the place that has the biggest quantity of blind spots when it regards this village defense. Sakura said, in her training with Kakashi, she was told that analyzing anything regarding their objective is necessary for further actions, and so she did by analyzing the defense. Tenten nodded slightly before she said, I agree, but I think we should put a trap in each spot they can come from. Each trap can be composed of shurikens that will be thrown towards the enemies once activated, and an alarm that will, alarm everyone. It is effective to slow down the enemy slightly, just enough for the defense to know where they're coming from. The trap's costs are low, too. The long-haired, slightly feminine youngster kept in silence as these two went on talking about placing the traps. His only purpose here was to protect them. Suddenly, he furrowed his eyebrows slightly. There are enemies coming. Haku thought while remembering what Naruto had said to him before he left with Sakura and Tenten. Remember to be vigilant. I'm suspecting that there is a traitor within the Fire Daimyo's subordinates. Don't you think that it's strange for the enemies to suddenly stop attacking just as we arrived? Be in alert, if the dark mist creep twins appear, inject chakra on that scroll, it'll summon me. Naruto said while giving Haku a scroll in a silent manner. Strange symbols were on it, they were Hiraishin no Jutsu marks hidden within ordinary seals. If things came to what he expected, he would teleport everyone to it while using the excuse of it being a summoning scroll. Silently doing hand signs with a single hand, Haku muttered in a barely audible tone, Hyoten, Senhari. Ice release. 1,000 needles. At the sound of his voice, ice needles started to appear around him before shooting towards a certain direction. His sudden attack startled Sakura and Tenten, that were now at full alert. Haku-san, what is going on? Why did you attack? Sakura asked worriedly before the long-haired youngster said in a simple manner, enemy in this direction, prepare to attack. As the ice needles he had shot towards the enemy direction approached, painful screams were heard. Haku wasn't cruel, in fact, he's the extreme opposite of that. Despite some enemies that were hit by the ice needles screaming painfully, they only lost consciousness, no vital points were affected. At most, they'll stay at bed for a week, only if they survive in the case Naruto doesn't come here, of course. He still needed to confirm if the dark mist creep twins are within these enemies. If so, Haku will summon Naruto. Doing hand signs, he said, Hyoten, Kori no Ryu. Ice release, Ice Dragon. A huge dragon made out of ice condensed out of thin air before it shot towards the enemy's directions, threatening to freeze all of the areas around its majestic body. The air around seemed to become slightly colder. An indifferent voice sounded as the mist started to spread around before a huge wall that had a pitch-black color appeared in front of the ice dragon as it shattered under the impact, its ice freezing the area around it. True Dark Release, Enkoku Fusa. True Dark Release, Dark Blockade. Without second thoughts, Haku injected chakra within the scroll. Now he only had to wait till Naruto was summoned. For once, Haku started to talk, a hint of seriousness on his tone. Sakura, Tenten, don't hold back. You don't need to kill but be sure to fight seriously. I've already called Naruto through the scroll, we just need to hold back while reinforcements are coming and decrease the number of enemies. The two of them nodded while looking at the amount of ninja around. From what they could see, at least 50 enemies were there without counting the twins. As they entered a combat stance and prepared to battle, a poof of smoke was heard as Kakashi, Guy, Lee, Sasuke, Neji and Naruto appeared just beside Haku. However, something was strange about the blonde teenager, his eyes were closed. At the same time this happened, Naruto found himself in a dark space. It felt familiar to the sensation when he used Hiraishin no Jutsu to teleport himself. However, this time, when he used it to teleport, he suddenly appeared here. Suddenly, an old, aged voice entered his ears. Look at me, child of the Namikaze clan. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 45, Fire Daimyo's Request 4. Be warned that new things are being introduced this chapter, things that some may not like but that will be extremely important for the future and ever so, the plot thickens once again. Naruto looked around confusedly, he couldn't see anything or anyone, there was only a pitch-black space around him with slight bits of shining, white-colored dots, looking like stars in the middle of nowhere. Above, the old, aged voice said as Naruto looked up and saw what seemed to be a slight crack in the pitch-black space. It had color but at the same time, it didn't. The blonde teenager was slightly confused before he said, what are you? Also, Namikaze clan. There's no clan in the world. Not in your world, Namikaze clan, one that is naturally close to space and time. Once, they were the rulers of the universe, even the @ clan was under them. However, one day, they discovered how to travel between different universes and abused that power to rule a few universes. They abused their natural closeness to space-time to do so. As such, they were cursed by it. The old, aged voice said before continuing. Their fertility was decreased by many times and as such, their birth rate decreased as well. Their natural closeness to space-time was also removed, only a few of them still maintained it. However, it was much weaker compared to before. As such, they sent their children to different planets of different universes, so that they would develop themselves and come back. Your father was one such child of royal Namikaze bloodline, son of the Namikaze emperor. Naruto heard it and could barely process all information before he sent a stream of questions. How do you know about that? Who are you? Also, why I'm here? Even if he had royal Namikaze bloodline, I have nothing to do with the Namikaze clan. I can see everything and I'm everything. You're destined for great things outside your universe. Over the years, your natural closeness with space-time had been growing and was just needing a light push. You're the one blessed by space-time itself, the one that isn't affected by its curse. Naruto Uzumaki, the child of prophecy and the chosen one. Space-time itself expects you to correct the mistakes of your predecessors. The time for you to have the restrictions removed and closeness to space-time completed has come. I expect you to correct their mistakes. The old, aged voice said before adding. As Naruto opened his eyes, he felt that the perception he had of the world changed. The blonde teenager could feel everything around him. It was different from the time he used Kagura's mind eye. Every time he used the Hiraishin no Jutsu, he had a similar sensation but on a different level. Now, Naruto could feel the space around him, as if it was a living creature. The blue-eyed teenager could feel it, attracting him, a natural sense of closeness to it. The previous ordinary world now seemed to have pitch-black lines flowing along it. Blessed by space-time, child of prophecy and chosen one, How come I suddenly became so important? Also, Namikaze clan, such mysteriousness, it was referring to itself, in the third person. Why, it only introduced itself now. He thought while ignoring the battle noises around him before shaking his head. Too much information with a low amount of time that isn't enough to absorb it properly. I'll think about it later. I'll test that so-called natural closeness to space-time later. Naruto thought before saying, I'm back, sorry, I was thinking about which kind of ramen I should eat later. Everyone was speechless at his remarks and stopped for a second before going back to fighting. Ni-san, do you mind if I take the weaker twin? His face pisses me off for some reason. Naruto said after seeing the smug smile on the weaker twin's face. Kakashi nodded. He and Haku are dealing with the twins and Guy was holding a few Junin and 25 Chunins together. Lee, Sasuke and Neji were battling together against more than 10 of the Chunins while Sakura and Tenten were dealing with the remaining Chunins. Looking over Naruto, the long-haired, feminine-looking youngster said, Naruto, they can't absorb ninjutsus that have a higher mastery compared to them. He couldn't absorb my Hyoten or a ninjutsu that they didn't had enough chakra shape and nature transformation mastery. That's good, then, step aside, Haku. I'll deal with him. His smug smile is pissing me off to such an extent. Naruto said before disappearing from his place and appearing in front of the weaker twin, that dodged his sword slash by retreating a few steps. Haku then went to help Guy. What do you think you can do? In front of our true dark release, you won't be able to do anything. The weaker twin, Ein, said with a smug smile, as if he didn't take Naruto seriously. Raising his free left hand as his right hand was holding the sword of whirlwinds, Naruto made an ordinary rasengan before running towards Ein, that stood there, a dark aura surrounding his hand, that absorbed the rasengan. How does it feel like, being attacked by the same technique that you tried to attack me? Ein said with a wide smile before the rasengan he absorbed appeared in his other hand and then hit towards Naruto, that smiled slightly. Looking over the rasengan that was approaching him, he said, I was just testing whether you could absorb it so it was weaker than usual. It can't hurt me at all. As his voice fell in Ein's ears, he disappeared and with a quick slash, the rasengan was cut by the sword of whirlwinds. Looking right into Ein's eyes, Naruto raised his left hand once again. This time, the rasengan was different, its color being a fiery orange color while its core was dark red, something that was akin to a fiery orange-colored planetary ring spun around it. Seeing it made all of Ein's instincts flare up and in an instant, he retreated before shouting, True Dark Release, Enkoku Fusa. True Dark Release, Dark Blockade. As the voice fell, a dark mist condensed into a black-colored wall. What is the use of a wall if you can just go past it? Naruto said before continuing, Jinten, Muisho. Swift Release, Shadowless Flight. His body disappeared from his place before reappearing behind Ein. The blue-eyed teenager smiled slightly as his eyes were devoid of any emotion. That sight was incredibly scary as he said, Kaden, Jigoku Rasengan. 1. I didn't want to put up the translation for it for two reasons. The first is that the cliffhanger is greater without it. The second is that with the translation, it would break the flow of it. For those interested, the translation is, Inferno Rasengan. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 46, Fire Daimyo's Request 5. As the Jigoku Rasengan hit Ein, the man was sent alongside the planetary-like, fiery Rasengan for a few meters away before a huge explosion took place. From the epicenter of it, a pillar of blazing flames rose towards the sky. Looking at the explosion made, Naruto nodded in a satisfied manner. The Jigoku Rasengan is an even more advanced one compared to FUNN Rasenshuriken that I made. It doesn't need to be thrown to maintain safety and has less danger to the user. The explosion and side effects made by it also has less intensity but more offensive power, he thought. The explosion had more destructive and offensive power with less danger to the user. Similarly, the difficulty to make it was far greater, requiring high mastery over chakra shape and nature transformation. Thus, Ein wasn't able to absorb the slightest bit of it and was hit, taking the entire damage. As the residual effects of the explosion disappeared, a bloodied eye appeared. The planetary-like ring of the Jigoku Rasengan had cutting effects due to its spinning continuously at high speeds. Severe burn marks could be seen. A hole was made at the middle of Ein's stomach. He was nearing death. We will need to retreat, brother. Ein muttered while stuttering, showing just how severe the wound and its effects are. Zine, the stronger twin, saw that and nodded slightly. Their plan was a failure. Just seeing how easily his brother was defeated. If things went on, both of them would be killed. Did that Kiho guy betray us? No, that isn't possible. He has too much hate towards the fire daimyo to do that. This means that someone suspected about this. Who is it? Zine thought before looking around suspiciously. However, he wasn't able to read minds and as such, he couldn't identify who did it. Looking over Naruto with hate, he said, "Things won't stop like that. In the future, we'll avenge ourselves from you." Brainless, Naruto thought incredulously. They were the ones attacking but expect everything to go easily, without casualties and whatever happens. They even want revenge. How stupid. Zine then raised his hands slightly before doing hand signs and saying, "Just wait, because the next time we come, you won't stand a chance against us." True Dark Release, Kurokiri. True Dark Release, Dark Mist. The dark mist started covering everywhere, including the spot Ein was. If it was the previous Naruto, he wouldn't be able to do anything because his perception would be blocked. Sight and signatures, however, now he could feel the space around him clearly. Space is everywhere, as such, nothing can escape its perception. Even so, Naruto didn't do anything, just curiously looked towards the dark mist. Inside it, the twins were covered in what seemed to be a black purplish aura, and within instants, they disappeared. Naruto guessed that maybe they could teleport to darkness left by them in someplace, just like he could teleport to his Hiraishin seals, one that he had conveniently left on the weaker twin. The blue-eyed teenager smiled viciously before raising his sword of whirlwinds slightly and teleporting. A few seconds later, unknown location. That damned Kiho must have told him about our attack. We barely escaped this time. I could feel it, brother. That brat, the blonde one, he was staring right towards us. He was able to see us. But he didn't do anything for some reason. We'll need to leave more. Yami no Shirushi, mark of darkness, if we want to escape without being tracked. What if that brat can tra? Ein said as blood flowed down his lips. Suddenly, his speech was interrupted as a sword pierced his heart. Naruto stood there, hidden behind them because he wanted to find out more information, and he got what he wanted. His guess was right, after all. Yami no Shirarushi, It's similar to Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, but it's an actual Kekkei Genkei. So if they leave these marks of darkness, they can teleport as long as a few seconds pass. It took exactly 5 seconds for them to do so, meaning it can't be used in combat. Naruto thought before deciding his next action. With a quick thrust, his sword of whirlwinds pierced Ein's heart. "Brother!" Zine shouted after seeing his brother suddenly falling down. Looking around, he saw Naruto's sword of whirlwinds covered in blood. It was too fast, too sudden. The black-haired man couldn't do anything as his brother died in front of him. As the ground was stained by the wet blood that dripped out of Ein's dead body, Naruto teleported away. He knew that even using his strongest cards, Swift Release, FUNN, Rasengan, Kaden, Jigoku Rasengan and Hiraishin no Jutsu, he wouldn't be able to defeat the stronger twin, at least not the current him. The man was nearing the strength of a Kage according to his own and Kakashi's estimates, which also confirmed the fact that Kakashi is at the level of a Kage since he could easily hold off the black-haired man. Naruto didn't like the feeling of letting go such person, but he admitted that his own strength isn't enough to do so yet. Even the weaker one, I was only able to give him such fatal injury due to taking him by surprise. He didn't expect me to use an advanced technique. It would take more time to kill him if not because of that. Naruto thought before looking over Kakashi and saying, "I know why they attacked right as Sakura and Tenten came here. It was because of a traitor within the fire daimyo's subordinates." The white-haired man's mouth opened slightly in shock but came back to his senses just a second later and saying, "A traitor? How did you manage to get such information?" "Oh, nothing much. I just sneaked behind the dark mist creep twins, got some information, killed the weaker one after getting the information and ran away. Anyway, let's go back to the fire daimyo's mansion," Naruto said. As a matter of fact, the entire group was suddenly speechless by his incredible summary. Sasuke shook his head in dismay. Even when he's explaining things, he shows off unconsciously. "My strength is still far from yours, but one day, I'll catch up to you," he thought with newfound determination. "Nothing much," he says. Sakura thought as an imaginary version of herself punched the air furiously. Right when I think I'm catching up to them, he does that, cha. I'll need to train harder." With one of the twins still alive, the seals weren't released. To avoid problems with the controlled people, Naruto didn't want to kill meaninglessly, so he tried to release their seal. Even though it was complex due to it being made by a Kekkei Genkei, the blue-eyed teenager was able to release it after studying it for a bit. It is just like a normal seal, but it contains that black-colored aura. I just needed to isolate it and then release the seal, dispersing the aura automatically. He thought as all of them were released from it. Then, both teams went back towards the Fire Daimyo's mansion. The released ninjas happily went away. They were finally free from these monsters. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 47, Cut 1. Are you sure about the whole traitor thing, Naruto? Slightly confused because she didn't hear his complete talk with Kakashi, only the parts regarding a traitor, Sakura asked. Naruto nodded slightly. Yes, I've heard the Dark Mist Creep twins talking about Kiho, saying that he had betrayed them, but this isn't the case. If it wasn't for my suspicions, his plans would have gone correctly and well. You and Tenten would be dead before we got to know the news. He said. The blue-eyed teenager words may have sounded harsh, but they were the harsh reality. The face of Tenten and Sakura paled slightly at the mention of them being dead. It was as if reality was hitting them hard. At the same time, Sasuke also frowned slightly. It was as if their mind, that was accustomed to peace, was slowly accepting the new reality they would face. A world where if they aren't strong enough, that if they're not careful enough, they might die. Kakashi nodded slightly in satisfaction with Naruto's words. He knew his younger brother the most. He didn't care about his friend's feelings when it came to that. To Naruto, the faster his friends accept reality, but not the way he did many years ago, when his naivety was unfortunately or fortunately lost, the better. Despite keeping it to himself, a fear of losing his friends, the only friends that he has, Naruto just wanted to help them with that part in order for them to have fewer chances of dying in the case a war breaks out. They would have higher chances of success in missions, too. The lingering memories of the time he was alone, helpless and hopeless surfaced over his mind, and every time he remembered it, his fear of losing them and being like that again increased. This is why I want to be strong. Nobody will dare to fight or do something against me, like that. The ones I care will be safe, he thought as they arrived at the Fire Daimyo's mansion. They had gained something through the mission, mostly due to the dangers they faced, the injuries they received, and because of Naruto's words. It was like a bucket full of cold water drenched their whole body with the slight, superficial mention of death. The road back to the Fire Daimyo's mansion was filled with silence as all of them, except Guy and Kakashi, contemplated about Naruto's words. It was soon broken by Lee, that said, "Yush. We've arrived. I'm full of passion to fight, my youthfulness is at its peak. My eternal rival, Naruto, let's fight till the moon rises." Kit, you should change his nickname to Fighting Creep, what do you think about that? Kurama asked inside Naruto's mind. He had also gotten the habit of nicknaming others over the years due to the blonde teenager's influence. Good idea, Ku-san. Naruto said inwardly as the duo of a human and a fox nodded in sync, as if they were satisfied with the nickname decision. Looking over Lee, he said, I would love to fight you, but right now we have more important things to do. Leaving a traitor within the Fire Daimyo's subordinates is a threat to the whole land of fire economically. All of them nodded, and just as they arrived, they were welcomed in a warm manner. Leaf Ninja, welcome back. It's really fortunate that you were able to stop the attack. If you were late to stop it, I don't know what the consequences could be. Kiho said while shaking his head. He really seemed to think it was fortunate. Sasuke was enraged by his false, fabricated attitude. One of the things he valued the most was friendship because of Naruto, but he didn't say anything because Kakashi had already told them the plan. They were going to have a meeting with the Fire Daimyo himself and all of his close assistants, including Kiho, before revealing his intentions. It's fortunate, indeed. Kiho, we have found crucial information regarding the enemies. As such, we will require a meeting with the Fire Daimyo and all of his close assistants. This needs to happen immediately, it can't be delayed. Kakashi said in a formal-like manner. He sounded extremely serious. A slight bit of pressure carried over his voice to Kiho, that unconsciously nodded. Smiling politely, Kiho said before going towards the Fire Daimyo's room. He didn't even suspect that his doom was coming, of course. 30 minutes later, meeting room, Fire Daimyo's mansion. What? You're saying that someone here is a traitor and that this person is the reason the attackers could have attacked without being detected? Do you have any clues about the traitor? Hano Miyasu said while slamming his hands on the table. He was furious. One of his close assistants is a traitor. Naruto nodded before he said, yes. I already know who the traitor is. Without that traitor giving them information, they wouldn't be able to attack your territory, Fire Daimyo. The ones attacking are strong, however, they're not strong to the point of being daring enough to attack your territory. As his speech went on, Kiho's back was drenched with cold sweat. He could feel the slight, almost unnoticeable stares that Naruto was giving him. Just as he was about to say anything to refute Naruto's claims about a traitor, he suddenly fell to the ground. Kakashi sat on Kiho's back. "This is your traitor, Fire Daimyo. Naruto sneaked behind the enemies and got that information. Now, do you want me to get that information in a safe manner or in a dangerous manner?" The white-haired man said with a small smile. It wouldn't be so scary if he didn't have a sword nearing the neck of someone. Before Kakashi could start interrogating, Sasuke's anger finally lashed out. "How could you betray the ones you pleaded loyalty? The Fire Daimyo trusted you enough to send you to guide us, but you betray him like that." Hearing what Sasuke said, Kiho started to laugh in a crazy manner. "Ha ha ha ha, I wouldn't ever plead loyalty to him, that bastard. The mighty Fire Daimyo, my plans were perfect. I would have killed him overtime for what he did. My parents died protecting him from an enemy years ago. If it wasn't for him being a weak pig, my parents wouldn't need to sacrifice themselves," he shouted. Hano Miyasu was shocked. The boy that he raised like his son after his parents died to protect him held such grudges. "I created you like a son. Your parents were also like my own children to me. They didn't sacrifice themselves due to their duty, they did it by their own will, they did it so that you would be able to live. Why did you hold such grudges?" the Fire Daimyo said as a wave of sadness hit him. Kiho didn't say anything, he just stared coldly towards Miyasu, whose mind was now filled with regrets. However, as the Fire Daimyo, he was decisive and knew the consequences of being soft-hearted. With his heart shattering ever so slightly, Miyasu said, "Execute the traitor." Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 48, Cut 2. My ultra special thanks to Kusen for becoming my patron. As always, thanks for the patronage. As Kiho heard what the Fire Daimyo said, his face paled but his eyes were cold, a sign that he wasn't going to apologize. He couldn't resist nor could he struggle with Kakashi above him. "Hear my words before I die, Fire Daimyo. Even after I die, my spirit will always haunt you. I pray that you die," he shouted with a wide smile on his face, his sanity being replaced by insanity. Boring. What a boring speech, Naruto thought. The next moment, Kiho laid on the ground motionlessly, his eyes devoid of any light. The vitality of his body left it in a quick manner, signaling his death after Kakashi pierced his heart. Miyasu's eyes showed just how sad he was at the moment. "Why did you do that, Kiho? If you just accepted your mistakes and turned over a new leaf, you wouldn't need to die," he thought, but couldn't let his sadness overtake him. The Fire Daimyo has to maintain his composure, principally in front of others. Naruto's Kage Bunshin was looking at the report regarding the entire world's news in order to keep the main body information about it. While reading it, his eyes narrowed after looking at a certain part. Akatsuki. A new group composed of S-rank Nukenins missing nin. Not much is known about them except for the fact that they have killed 2 Jinchurikis by now. Even with that, their objective isn't clear. That was what the report said. Not clear. If their objective isn't clear, then the sun is blue from now on. Is there only retards in the world? They have killed many shinobi from 2 villages, Kumogakure and Iwagakure, and the Jinchuriki is from there, which means they died while protecting them. One of them is Rushi, Jinchuriki of the 4 tails, and the other is Yugito ni, Jinchuriki of the 2 tails. Naruto's Kage Bunshin thought before doing a hand sign. Another clone with a smaller but still enormous amount of chakra was made to stay there. I'll disperse and send that information to the main body. Their objective is the Jinchurikis. Then, he disappeared with a puff of smoke. Back to the Fire Daimyo's mansion. Naruto had just taken a bath after the immediate execution happened and changed his clothing to another set of the same he always uses. They were preparing to go back to Konoha. Suddenly, a slight amount of pain surfaced over his head as new memories settled there. Akatsuki, all of them are S-rank Nukenins. It seems I'll need to train harder in order to get stronger faster. My stay in Konoha will need to be shortened too. It's too dangerous for me to stay here, but if I leave right now, I won't be able to protect myself completely. Naruto thought as a crisis was approaching. He guessed it wouldn't take more than 5 months for someone to come over, trying to capture him, or in this case, Kurama. There's also that thing the space-time said, blessed by it, Maybe I'll be able to teleport without Hiraishin or even manipulate it. I'll see if I can grasp something about that when I return. If so, my strength will take a huge leap, really huge leap. Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly while thinking to himself about space-time words. He also felt slightly annoyed that he couldn't think of a nickname to it yet, an uncomfortable feeling, he mused. Inside of his mindscape while lying comfortably on the wide grass in front of him, Kurama said while stretching his huge body in a lazy manner. Kit, your strength growth will become faster and faster. Geniuses, principally one like you, that has not ever appeared. I'm here even before ninjutsu was created, and even so, I've never seen someone like you. From 12 to 18 years old, your potential will completely show itself. Just let it take your time. If something goes wrong, you can just let me smash them to a pulp. Naruto shook his head slightly. A genius isn't worth anything if she isn't strong enough. Kusan, he said inwardly. You're no fun, Kit. Why can't you at least have some confidence in yourself? Even if someone of Cage level tried to kill you, with your swift release and my help, you would be able to run away. Kurama said. Suddenly, Kakashi, that was standing already in front of the Fire Daimyo's mansion entrance, shouted, Naruto. Come over, everyone is already here. What is taking you so long? Did you take over my habit of being late? He sounded as if he was reprimanding Naruto. However, at the end of it, his voice was slightly proud. Instantly appearing in front of the entrance, Naruto said, I was talking to Kusan about some things, and as such, I ended up getting distracted. I still can't get over the fact that he calls Kyuubi as Kusan. Kakashi thought while smiling slightly. Even that enormous, overpowered beast suffered from the fate of being nicknamed by Naruto. As both Team Kakashi and Guy stood in the entrance of the Fire Daimyo's mansion, Miyasu said with a small smile that hid his sadness, I'm thankful for everything you had done. You saved not only me but the entire land of fire from a coup d'etat. I couldn't even imagine someone I created as my own son would do that. As such, your rating for this mission will be 5, it would be 10 if the maximum was 10. They nodded slightly at his words before Guy said with his usual wide, youth-filled smile, thanks for your kind words, Fire Daimyo-sama. We're sorry for what happened and we hope it won't ever happen again to you. Now, we will return to our village. The Fire Daimyo nodded while watching the departing backs of Team Kakashi and Team Guy. He had work to do. Even if his heart was broken, even if his life seemed to lose color slightly, his feelings didn't matter in front of the land of fire destiny and the lives living inside it. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 49, Caught 3. Note, as much as I completely hate ending an arc with the ending of it being 3, an odd number, it had to be done so that the Chunin exam starts at chapter 50. Anyway, I hope you all enjoy it. I see, so there was a traitor within the Fire Daimyo's assistance, This is intriguing. The Fire Daimyo sent me a messenger hawk regarding the rating and payment. It'll be evenly split in 2. The original payment was the maximum possible for an A-ranked mission, 1 million ryo. As such, the leader of both teams will receive 500,000 ryo and divide between the members. Hiruzen said while reading a scroll that the Fire Daimyo had sent to him. This happens in order for the team leader to distribute according to their contribution. This is so that it is fair and so that all team members do the mission assigned with more passion. You work correctly and you receive according to it. Team Guy nodded before they left. Team Kakashi remained in the Hokage's office. Hiruzen eyebrows were slightly raised. Do any of you still have anything to say? He asked. Yes, one of the enemies were able to escape. You probably know that because of the report. However, the report didn't include the weakness of the enemy's Kekkei Genkei. He can't absorb anything whose chakra shape and nature transformation are higher than his own. Kakashi said while looking towards Hiruzen, that furrowed his brows slightly. Then, the white-haired man continued, the fact that he escaped is worrying. His strength had improved too much over just a month. My guess is that they had just awakened their Kekkei Genkei and then got slowly accustomed to it. It's possible that his strength grows even more if he's not killed early. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed because he could feel the danger, as Kakashi himself said it would be dangerous, even if the white-haired man hid his strength. The old man, even if soft-hearted and dumb, he was keen on seeing others' strength. After letting go his past ghosts, Kakashi's strength increased enormously, to a point where he was more than qualified to become his successor. If you say so, I want you to relate that to our intelligence Junins, describing the man appearance and everything you can think that can remind anyone of him. Even if this seems dirty, I'll put up a bounty over him. It's a fact that he'll hold grudges against our village due to Naruto killing his twin brother. Drastic actions are needed. Hiruzen said, his words may sound slightly exaggerated, but with someone that could be just so dangerous in the future, he took such actions. The members of the team didn't say anything as they just silently observed the conversation between Kakashi and Hiruzen. After it ended, they left. Haku, Kakashi and Naruto went to the Senju state while Sasuke and Sakura went to their respective homes. Ni-san, Haku, I'll go to the 7th training ground. I have some new ideas for jutsu. I'll be back by the dinner. In the middle of their way, Naruto said to Kakashi and Haku. Both of them nodded as Naruto disappeared from his spot. Looking over Haku, the white-haired man sighed slightly. Naruto has been acting strange ever since the fight against in that small village. What do you think it is? Over the month, Naruto and Kakashi had gotten familiar with Haku. As such, they didn't act like strange like the first few days, the long-haired youngster said with his usual expressionless face. He had stopped for a few seconds when he summoned everyone to the small village. Maybe Naruto-san had a sudden idea there. Kakashi nodded, no longer thinking about it. In the 7th training ground, Naruto stood there while looking at the thin, pitch-black colored lines that were just stopped in the middle of the air motionlessly. He felt incredibly connected to them. He grasped one that was just near him and instantly, he felt it was attached to many others. They were connected to other pitch-black colored lines. Their path covered everything and anything. Naruto couldn't explain exactly what he felt, but it was as if he could simply move it, like he's the line and the line is him, like an extension of his body. This is so strange, he thought to himself. Then, the blue-eyed teenager tried to do something else. Since it was like an extension of his body, he willed something as his body appeared just above the line. A bit of his chakra was consumed to realize that action. Teleport without the need to use Hiraishin no Jutsu. This is amazing. If my control over this can increase, the chakra required will be minimal. I'm certain I can teleport everywhere, not just to these lines but with my current understanding of it, this is the limit. Naruto thought, analyzing his situation. He felt strange by the fact he could do that actions without any further action. Naruto guessed that because he was blessed by space-time itself, he could do so. Just as he closed his eyes and was about to test something, a voice entered his ears. Naruto ni-san, you're back. How was your mission? Gigi said that it was dangerous but that because of you, everyone was safe. Turning his head slightly to the side, Naruto said, oh, it's you, Konohamaru. It was nice but not that enjoying. The one I fought was defeated too easily. I guess he didn't had enough experience and underestimated me. Konohamaru's eyes shined slightly over the fact that Naruto's enemy was defeated too easily. Naruto ni-san is even stronger than what I expected, amazing. He thought. Then, he said with pleading eyes, nay, Naruto ni-san, can't you teach me cool jutsus? I've already mastered the Oroku no Jutsu but it doesn't have actual offensive powers. Even if Naruto just thought of Konohamaru as a tool to get influence in the future, an ally for the time he goes to Uzugakure, over the month, he stopped thinking like that. One of the reasons being that he thought that thinking of such a good-hearted boy like a tool is just inhumane, a thing he hates, and the other being that he got slightly attached to the boy. Shaking his head slightly, he said, I'm sorry, Konohamaru, I'm busy with training because I had new ideas but as soon as I figure what I want, I'll teach you a good one, what do you think? Feeling sad but happy that Naruto will teach him a jutsu in the future, Konohamaru nodded. He didn't want to interfere with Naruto's training. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 50, Chunin Exams First Phase 1. I get it. In the middle of the training, Naruto suddenly thought as an imaginary light bulb suddenly popped beside him. Kurama felt slightly curious as he asked, what? Did you realize something about your space-time weird things? Naruto didn't hide his discovery about his possible manipulation of space-time from Kurama. To him, the fluffy fox is just like Kakashi. His brother, the blue-eyed teenager, nodded but shook his head. Yes, I figured something but this isn't what I'm talking about. The thing is, I finally found a proper nickname. He said inwardly. The fluffy, Tsunere fox sighed at his partner and brother's antics before ignoring Naruto completely and going to sleep. 2 months had passed since they returned to Konoha. Naruto faintly remembered Kakashi mentioning that the Chunin exams happens every 6 months. As such, it is an event that happens 2 times per year. It also means that there are exactly 2 months or so left considering they became a genin 4 months ago. I've figured out the Fudan version of Rasengan, naming it Fudan, Rasenshuriken. I'm now able to do it without the use of Kage Bunshins and also created a new jutsu. So far, the space-time manipulation had some improvements. Naruto thought while looking at the thin, pitch-black lines. Suddenly, he teleported exactly 5 meters from his previous location. It was actually a really big advancement because, in the start, he couldn't teleport even a meter from his location with the exception of teleporting directly to the pitch-black lines. Any further from 5 meters would take huge amounts of chakra, however, 5 meters or less took minimal amounts of it. In the past 2 months, Naruto didn't focus on creating variations of Rasengan, rather, he focused on perfecting the ones he already has such as the Fudan, Rasenshuriken, that he could now use perfectly along with the Fudan, Jigoku Rasengan. Aside from that, the blonde teenager focused on creating a new jutsu he had in mind after researching about puppeteers. His strength had greatly improved in the past 2 months. Naruto wasn't afraid of having his Hiraishin no Jutsu discovered anymore. It was surely one of his trump cards, but it would be one of his open trump cards. He could use it, and when one thinks he'll teleport to the special kunai, Naruto would teleport with his space-time manipulation, killing the person before she could react. I'm such a genius, don't you think, Ku-san? Naruto boasted to his partner, that sneered and said, don't get too cocky, you brat. You're just ordinary in my eyes. Naruto sighed, as always, being such a tsunere. Ku-san, I heard it isn't good for the health. He said inwardly. Kurama was, of course, angered by his comments. Kid, don't let me go outside, otherwise, I'll cut you to pieces. Can't you let me a damn moment of peace? Damn it. The fluffy fox roared. Alas, Naruto didn't care. Then, he started to think of something else. Naruto was thinking of his new jutsu name, but then, he shook his head. I'll have time to develop more of it later. Its strength is just B rank for now, as it isn't perfect yet. After I perfect it, the ranking will raise to A rank, and then, I'll make a Raiden version of it to increase the power output. The ranking will be nearing S rank, he thought. Meanwhile, Hyuga clan training ground. In the training ground of the Hyuga clan, a female teenager with a short Heim-like haircut that has a beautiful purple coloration to it stood there, training while hitting the dummies continuously. Her body was drenched with sweat and it gave signs of breaking down from exhaustion. I need to get stronger. If I don't get stronger, how will I be able to stay with Naruto-kun? I will prove my strength. I'll prove that I can be strong too. Hinata thought as her body threatened to give up. However, her mind was hard as steel, and so was her determination. She had heard about Naruto feats on both A-rank mission he did, and it made her feel bitter. Bitter because Hinata felt that she would be left behind, afraid that he wouldn't remember her because of her weakness. However, Hinata soon shook her head. Naruto-kun isn't like that. He wouldn't ever do that, but I still need to be strong. I want to help Naruto-kun. I want to know more about him, his happiness, his sadness, his sorrows, his hatred, everything. She thought. In the past 4 months, Hinata had doubled her training because she knows that with her talent, if she didn't double her efforts, she would be left even more behind. With a sudden effort, she said, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. And as the wind passed by, her body moved, hitting different parts of the wooden dummy. Soon after completing the technique, Hinata fell to the ground, unconscious. Behind a tree that was out of Hinata's sight, Neji stood by, observing Hinata. Hinata-sama efforts are paying off. She has already grasped the basics of 8 trigrams, 64 palms, he thought before moving her unconscious body to the main house. When he and Naruto first met, Neji fought against Sasuke and won because the black-haired boy didn't know about his abilities. Since then, their rivalry started. He first deemed the Uchiha as someone destined by fate to be a loser because of his inferior strength. Neji comments pissed Naruto off because of the blonde teenager past. What do you know about fate? If that was true, I would be long dead. What defines your strength or any other things isn't fate but your own actions. Fate isn't worth shit. Naruto said at that time. His words penetrated deep inside Neji's mind. It made him ponder for a long time, and after a few beatings from Naruto, sense was knocked within his head. However, what changed his way of thinking completely was Naruto's words. I'm not able to change it now, but one day, I'll be able to remove that seal from your entire clan. The blue-eyed teenager really wasn't able to remove it now. One, because he lacked strength, and second, because if he did something wrong, the seal would instantly kill the victim. Naruto had to improve his fuinjutsu to a new level and study the seals put on the Hyugas. His promise was true. These were the clansmen of Hinata. There was another reason, but that was something for another time, and just like that, 2 months or so passed in the blink of an eye. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 51, Chunin Exams First Phase 2. Kanahagakure, Ichiraku Ramen. Delicious, Naruto said as his vibrant, light blue-colored eyes seemed to shine slightly as he devoured the ramen in an instant. Today was a special day as Kakashi called the entire team, Naruto, Sasuke, Haku and Sakura, to eat within the Ichiraku Ramen. 1. Looking over his brother, Sasuke, Haku and Sakura, that were all eating with a satisfied face, Kakashi sighed slightly. It's time to give them the news. Even if I hope that my brother can stay out of danger, it seems I'm still overprotective, though I know that he's already strong, he thought. I have good news. I'm sure that you 4 know about the Chunin exams, right? It's an event that happens 2 times per year. It'll happen in a few days. I've made a recommendation to the Hokage. I have inscribed all of you in the Chunin exams, and now I'm asking, do you want to participate or you don't? If even one of you doesn't want to participate, the rest won't be able to do so. Kakashi said. The team of 4 looked at each other before Naruto said on their behalf, Yeah, we had already discussed about the Chunin exams and we feel we're more than prepared. Ni-san, you asking us if we want or if we don't want is extremely obvious. You just want to brag to bushy brows that your team accepted the Chunin exams request instantly and that we are more than prepared about it. Nani? Kakashi thought as his eyes widened slightly. It was as if his true intentions were seen through. The team sighed at his antics. They had long been accustomed to their usually stoic sensei to be seen through and have his stoic facade broken by Naruto's remarks. Single quote. They were all speechless before Sakura and Sasuke started laughing. As for Haku and Naruto, they were indifferent. Coughing slightly, Kakashi said, "Since my objective has been completed, I'll go to confirm Team 7 participation about the Chunin exams. Prepare yourselves because it'll happen in just a few days." Without further warning, he disappeared. Just as Kakashi left, Naruto felt an ominous and enormous chakra signature entering the village and walking through the streets alongside two small chakra signatures. He could identify that the enormous chakra didn't belong to a human, rather, Kurama confirmed something, ha 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 ha. "That damn raccoon is here," the fluffy fox shouted. Jinchuriki, Naruto thought before he disappeared with wind covering his body. Sasuke, Sakura and Haku followed him because they were curious as to why the blue-eyed teenager suddenly left. Naruto didn't need to close his eyes to sense others' chakra signature anymore. He found a way to fuse his space-time perception, the name he gave to the perception he has when feeling space-time and Kagura's mind-eye. It not only increased his perception to the point where he could feel the entire village, but Naruto didn't need to close his eyes anymore. Suddenly, Naruto sensed Konohamaru's signature going into the direction of the unknown signature. Without a second thought, he went to Konohamaru's direction. It didn't take long before he appeared in front of the boy. With his sudden appearance, Konohamaru jumped out in fright before he said, "Huff, Naruto ni-san, you almost got me there, too bad. Konohamaru, don't get scared by such things." Naruto was speechless. Then, the rest of the team arrived. Eyeing Sakura, Konohamaru smiled mischievously. "Oh, isn't that pink-haired girl your girlfriend, Naruto ni-san?" Instantly, Naruto punched Konohamaru's head. "Don't even joke about that, I feel goosebumps just by imagining that," the blonde teenager said as Sakura's fist cracked slightly, but she decided not to hit him after remembering the last time she tried to do so. It ended up with her unconscious, just waking up in the hospital. Scary. Konohamaru thought after seeing Sakura's expression. He knew that the pink-haired girl wouldn't dare do anything against Naruto because he was there when she tried to do so, but the boy knew that she wouldn't hesitate to hit him. As such, he ran away immediately. Just as he started running, he hit someone, and fell to the ground. A voice entered his ears and suddenly, a hand grasped his neck and lifted him in the air. "Can't you pay attention to your surroundings?" Sasuke looked over and saw their headbands before he said, "For people far away from your village, you sand ninja are so daring, He didn't want to fight unnecessarily, however, Naruto was slightly pissed off. Konohamaru could be considered as his disciple, since he had taught quite a few D-rank ninjutsu to him already and guided him in others. He appeared directly in front of the unknown youngster that had black-colored clothing that covered his whole body, leaving only his face visible. His clothing also has two cat-like ears at its top. Naruto held the wrist of the youngster and the strength of his hand suddenly increased. His eyes stared deep into the youngster's soul before he said, "I recommend you to release him if you don't want to lose your hand." The youngster shakingly released Konohamaru, that once again fell to the ground while breathing heavily. Naruto then looked towards the red-haired, short teenager with curious eyes. He could clearly feel the weak, half-assed seal made to suppress the biju inside him. However, what the blonde teenager was curious was the youngster's hair. "Kankuro, don't shame our village by doing this. You, Blondie, what is your name?" "I'm Gaara of the Sand," the red-haired teenager named Gaara said while staring at Naruto's eyes. "Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto replied in a simple manner, not because Gaara is worth of knowing his name but because of the youngster Jinchuriki status. He could feel from the red-haired teenager's eyes that he had suffered due to that. "Kit, lend me your body, I want to talk with the damned raccoon." Kurama shouted inside his mind, but Naruto ignored him, much to the fluffy fox's anger. Gaara stood in silence for a few seconds before he said, "Good. Remember me because I'll be the one killing you and the two behind you, the two with black hair, all of you will be killed by me." Naruto thought incredulously while Sasuke was furious by Gaara's remarks. However, he knew the consequences of openly attacking someone of an allied village like that. Out of sudden, the blonde female teenager that was standing behind Kankuro and Gaara looked over Sasuke before her gaze stopped in Naruto. Her face showed a slight blush before she said, "I'm Tamari, their sister, please don't mind their attitude." Naruto nodded, and within that short span of time, the sand team left. Soon after, the blue-eyed teenager widened his eyes as he felt an incredibly familiar but also incredibly strange signature entering the village, Uzumaki. He thought before his body disappeared, his speed was too high, even Sasuke and Haku couldn't even see his figure, it was like a faint blur. Stopping in front of Konoha's entrance, Naruto looked towards a female teenager with long, red-colored hair. That girl was different from Gaara. He could clearly feel the Uzumaki blood within her, and Uzumaki could identify others just from their signatures, it's their clan most famous phrases. 1. Naruto's eyes color is originally a slightly darker blue. The reasons as to why his eyes were described as light blue colored will be explained later in the future. If you feel curious about it and want a spoiler, join the Discord and ask me about it. Don't forget to drop all of the stones in your body, nyahahaha. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 52, Chunin Exams First Phase 3. Since we met the Sand Ninjas, a few days passed. We had already known about the Chunin exams being an event that happens 2 times per year through Naruto. He's like the head of the team, even if I don't like admitting it, he's the strongest of us. When Naruto told about his past, I didn't know how to feel towards the village. The scars left in his body were a proof of it. It made me hate the village. I don't even know how much hate he has towards it, but I'm sure mine wasn't even near a % of the hate he has. Even so, it pained me to know that my best friend suffered like that. It also pained me knowing that the reality he had faced was just so different from mine. It also gave me a new reason to become strong. I'll become strong so that nobody will need to suffer like that, be it my family, my friends, or even strangers. Sasuke, don't forget that the Chunin exams will start in 20 minutes. Naruto-chan, Sakura-chan and Haku-chan are already waiting for you. Go and become a Chunin for mommy, okay? I heard my mom saying, she always keep talking like that, do that and this for mommy, so embarrassing. Sighing, I left, but not before mom forced me to hug her, dad and Nisan. Seeing Sasuke coming out of the Uchiha state after waiting for more than 30 minutes, Sakura joked, what did take you so long? I thought I was the girl of the group, not you. Over the 6 months of constant hardships made up by Naruto to hit all of them with reality, Sakura's personality took a huge leap. Her previous fangirl-like personality was still there, but it barely showed itself. She had become much mature compared to her version of 6 months ago, as if she became another person. Sasuke looked speechlessly towards Sakura before sighing, let's go, I'm sorry to let you all wait, but we need to go. Our destiny now is the 3rd floor, room 304 of that building, let's go, he said while pointing to a building. They flickered away, and it didn't take long before they entered the building. Even before they entered the building, Naruto noticed that they were in a genjutsu. However, he played along, and quickly, they got to the 3rd floor, where they saw Team Guy almost fighting with 2 Chunins. I won't allow any of you to enter. If you don't have enough strength, get lost. One of them said. Lee was almost near the point of breaking the Chunin nose. However, Neji held him back after seeing Team Kakashi. Seeing Naruto, Lee immediately stopped before he shouted, Naruto, my eternal rival. You're here as well, such youthfulness, going to participate in the Chunin exams. These 2 are blocking the way, both of us should teach them what a youthful punch is. Single quote. I don't know him, Naruto said after seeing all of the attention that was drawn towards him. Then, he looked over the 2 Chunins. Just as he was about to say something, Sakura said, you don't think that such low-level genjutsu can work on us, right? Naruto, Sasuke-kun and Haku-san, you probably noticed from afar about it, right? Then, she proceeded to say, Kai. Release. While doing a simple hand sign, and suddenly, the sign that said, 304, changed to 204 feet. Smiling slightly, Sakura continued, let's go to the 3rd floor, we can't take too long here. Everyone except Naruto, Haku and Sasuke. It turned out they were in a damn genjutsu. Meanwhile, Neji thought, I felt a such low-level genjutsu, it seems I need to train more on that part. Since when did you become such a badass? Curious, Sasuke asked Sakura, that had now a smug smile on her face before she replied, I didn't, I just acted like one to frighten others, showing that our ability is higher than theirs. Hearing that, Sasuke thought as they opened the door, damn, she's scary. Oh, you were able to enter through the door without your enormous forehead stopping you. A question was thrown towards Sakura. It was obviously Ino, the only one that liked to tease her friend like that. Sakura's eyes twitched slightly before she said something, Inapig. I couldn't hear you, I only heard, oink oink. Her personality changed, and with Naruto nicknames, her teasing skills improved. The culprit of her improved teasing skills ignored them before he went to talk with Hinata. Looking over the girl with Haim-like haircut, he said, "Yo, Hinata. Have you improved in these 6 months? How is your 8 trigrams training going?" Startled, Hinata said, "In Naruto-kun, I'm doing great." Even if she had greatly improved regarding her shyness towards the blondie, she still couldn't erase it completely. "I'll surprise Naruto-kun in the exams," Hinata thought. Nodding, the blue-eyed teenager went to talk with Shikamaru because he felt how nervous Hinata was. "After this exam is over, I want another shogi battle with you. Next time, I'll win," he stated before noticing a gray-haired man was talking to the rest. However, Naruto didn't care and just waited for a while. Shikamaru smiled slightly. Naruto was the only one that was able to keep up with his abilities on shogi. On the start, he let the blondie win sometimes, but after time passed, Naruto was able to actually win. "I'll wait for that. It's troublesome to be without a good opponent like you for months," he said. Suddenly, the gray-haired man was attacked after Sasuke somehow and for some reason, provoked everyone. 1. 3-sound ninja attacked the gray-haired man, and even though he evaded, his glasses broke and he fell to the ground while coughing. A few seconds passed before he stood up. Just as the fight was about to continue, smoke covered the place, and as it disappeared, Junins appeared. A man with scars on his face with his headband covering his entire head said with a smirk, "Very good, bunch of degenerates with baby faces, time to start. I'm Ibiki Morino and your proctor for this exam. Shut up and sit down because the Chunin exams will start." 1. I didn't want to show all of the unnecessary dialogue because it would take too much space, unnecessary ones. As such, I skipped all of the dialogue and fight with Kabuto. Sasuke provoked everyone but not in the same way as Naruto. For those curious, his provocation was, "Some of you may be veterans but that doesn't mean anything because we'll be the ones to become a Chunin." Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 53, Chunin Exams First Phase 4. My ultra special thanks to Rixie and Tempest 1618 feet for becoming my patrons. As always, thanks for the bloody patronage, nyahahaha. The rules were then slowly told by Ibiki Morino. Each time you're caught, you lose points, Naruto thought while analyzing the information given to them. You just don't need to get caught. In fact, even if you don't answer any questions, you stay with 10 points out of 10, you can't lose what you don't have. The objective of this exam. It's simple, your ability to gather information. In 45 minutes, the last question will be released. He concluded before removing a small part of the test's paper. There, he wrote, "Copy my movements Naruto." Out of sudden, the paper appeared just beside Sasuke, that was thinking about the test. "Oh, so all I need to do is calculate how the shuriken will arrive there to answer the test, I get it. Ah, I don't know how to answer this," he thought funnily before noticing the paper. Sasuke nodded. "These questions are of Junin level, I don't have the knowledge to calculate it to such level. Sakura will do fine, she was always a smartass, after all. As for Naruto, he'll be even better," he thought, and in an instant, his Sharingan activated, copying Naruto's movements. Observing everything, the Junins were looking through the students, occasionally pointing anyone that couldn't gather information correctly. "You and your entire team, leave. And you. Tension rose to the air as team after team was removed from the Chunin exams, and that was just the first exam. However, the Junins within the room were satisfied with most of the ones that were doing it correctly. Ibiki Morino was the most satisfied of them, his satisfaction hidden within his fierce expression. For Genins, they are thinking of creative ways to gather information. That Haku, member of the team that has an exception. The entire team is doing good. Hyoten is surely being helpful for him. He knows exactly who has the most information and is doing it stealthily. He has experience." Ibiki thought while looking at the almost 100% hidden ice mirror. Ordinary Junins wouldn't be able to notice this. High information gathering experience, high control over his own techniques. There's also that Gaara of the Sand, Sakura Haruno, that pink-haired girl is doing the test with her own knowledge. Lastly, Naruto Uzumaki, Jinchuriki, his previous records within missions says all about his strength and knowledge, and it is showing right now. Ibiki Morino thought with slightly narrowed eyes as the minutes passed by. As the one responsible for Konoha's torture and interrogation force, he naturally knew about the Jinchuriki. Kankuro, member of the Sand Trio, disguised his puppet as one of our Junin. Due to his courage and way of thinking, I'll let that pass, he thought. Hinata was sitting at Naruto's side while doing her test in a comfortable manner. She was confident that not only her would pass but that Naruto would be even better. They had gone to eat ramen every now and then. She had gotten to know Naruto pretty well compared to her previous self. "Good luck, Naruto-kun. Hinata's voice was barely audible even when she talks normally, not to mention whispering. However, Naruto still heard it and smiled slightly. Somehow, it made him happy. Noticing the teams with a smile hidden underneath his scar-riddled face, Ibiki thought, there's also the team with Uchiha Hensuke. If I'm not wrong, he's the younger brother of Uchiha Kinsuke, that became a Chunin 3 years ago. He's gathering information correctly. 45 minutes passed by in the blink of an eye. Ibiki looked over all teams before he said, the time for the 10th and last question has arrived. Before that, I'll ask you if you want to do it. There's a special rule. If you choose not to do it, you will fail, but if you choose to do it but get it wrong, you'll fail and won't be able to do the Chunin exams anymore, forever. What? Most of the genins shouted. They felt that rule was way too exaggerated. Some of them also felt fear of not being able to do it and being unable to do the Chunin exams for the rest of their life. One after another team chose not to do the question, leaving the room with a total of 27 teams. A total of 82 genins as Haku is at Team 7, bringing the total number by 1. Good, since all of you chose to answer the question, all of you passed. Ibiki said as confusion hit most of the genins. There will be situations that you'll need to think and choose to save one of your teammates while sacrificing the other. The life of a ninja isn't peaceful. The first 9 questions tested your information gathering while the last tested your braveness and courage. The ones that chose not to answer the 10th question will be a genin for the rest of their life. He continued as many of the Chunin teams sighed in relief, thanking their mind for accepting to do the question. Out of sudden, someone broke in the room through the window. Your sexiest kunoichi of Konohagakure has arrived, Enko Mitarashi. Stand up and prepare yourselves for the second exam. I'm your proctor. A purple-haired woman said before noticing everyone looking towards her. Ibiki facepalmed. I was still talking, but whatever. Ibiki, why are there so many teams? Enko asked while looking at the 27 teams before shaking her head. Anyway, all of you, follow me. By the end of the second phase, more than half of you will be eliminated from the exam. She said with a wide smile before jumping out of the window. All of the participants of the second phase, despite dumbfounded, followed her. A troublesome woman with a troublesome personality along with a troublesome test, what a drag. Shikamaru thought while Naruto somehow thought something similar. What a bored woman with a boring personality along with a boring test, sigh, the blonde teenager thought. Due to Uchiha Hensuke team being there, instead of the original 26 teams, there are 27 teams, a total of 82 genins due to Haku. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic. Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 54, Chunin Exams Second Phase 1. The second phase of the Chunin exams will happen within the 44th training ground. This specific training ground is super dangerous. Enko said with a smirk before continuing. It is known as Forest of the Death. I believe the name is self-explanatory. Enough of that, I'll start explaining the rules. There are 2 scrolls, the Scroll of Heaven and the Scroll of Earth. Each team will start with one out of these 2 and will need to rob the teams with the scroll you lack in order to pass. When you get both scrolls, you just need to go towards the tower in the center. She said while pointing out to an enormous tower that could be seen even from their position. Enko smiled once again before she continued. Now, I'll need you to sign this contract. Here, if you die, it won't be my responsibility, you can get it there. Smiling, she pointed towards a desk where a young man stood with a bunch of papers, probably the contracts. Getting their contracts, Naruto, Haku, Sasuke and Sakura read it briefly before signing it. Just as the exam was about to start, 3 explosions of colors were made just behind Naruto, that turned around just to see a somewhat embarrassing introduction. Konohamaru, the disciple of the great Uzumaki Naruto. The boy said while doing a strange pose as an orange-haired girl continued, Moegi, the sexiest kunoichi from Konoha. And lastly, Udon, I'm intelligent. I'm intelligent, that was it. Naruto thought speechlessly before asking, so, what is the purpose of you 3 coming here? Also, is that Moegi your girlfriend, Konohamaru? He's a bit ugly but I hope you don't mind him, orange girl. Konohamaru and Moegi blushed slightly before the latter punched Konohamaru's head due to her embarrassment. Naruto ni-san, she hit me. Can't you at least protect me? I didn't seem to hear you. Naruto replied. Feeling that the world had no hope anymore, Konohamaru gave up on resisting before he suddenly remembered something. Oh. I remembered, we came here because we're going to interview the participants of the Chunin exam. Naruto ni-san, please be the first to be interviewed. Everyone, a 15 minutes break because the reporters from the Konoha's news are there. Enko suddenly shouted. Naruto nodded slightly, much to the trio joy, that started to throw a barrage of questions towards Naruto. how do you feel doing such dangerous test with a chance of death? How many missions did you do before? How are you feeling right now? Acting in a somewhat professional manner, Naruto pushed his non-existent glasses up before he said, I feel great doing the second phase that has a chance of death because it won't matter if a snake suddenly comes to bite me or whatever, I'll be the winner. I did 102D ranked missions, 69C ranked missions, 15B ranked missions and 2A ranked missions. I'm feeling normal right now. 1. The trio nodded in a satisfied manner. Naruto ni-san, you'll be on the first page, we'll go to interview others. Konohamaru said while giving thumbs up to his master, or big brother, figure. Now, the 15 minutes is up, everyone, choose the one responsible for holding your scroll and make him get it here. Enko shouted loud enough for everyone to hear. As the strongest, Team 7 chose Naruto to get the scroll and so he did. Looking over the scroll as they were in front of one from the many gates that they are going to enter, Naruto said to his team, our scroll is the scroll of heaven, meaning we need to get a scroll of earth, let's go. Cha. Let's go and beat the hell out of our enemies while stealing their scroll of earth, cha. Sakura was so excited that she said that out loud, gaining strange stares from Sasuke and Naruto, even Haku looked at her strangely. Et tu, Haku, she thought dejectedly before they entered the forest of death. Then, Naruto started to feel the entire forest of death. After he found the Uzumaki, he said to his team, I'm going somewhere, here are some scroll of heaven cage buncheons, if any of you are in danger, just inject chakra in that kunai and I'll come. Without further warnings, he disappeared from their vision, leaving an angered Sakura, damn it. Naruto always leaves like that, always have something to do. At least you're different from him, Sasuke-kun, she said. Sasuke averted her gaze with slight amount of shyness that went unnoticed by both Sakura and Haku. They soon went down the forest. Unknown to them, a certain snake-like man disguised as a woman followed them from the shadows. Meanwhile, Naruto was flickering through the tree branches while occasionally killing a huge animal that tried to eat him. Kurama was laughing his non-existent ass off due to such low animals trying to eat his partner. Appearing in an open circle where a team of 3 stood there, looking towards their surroundings cautiously, it was the members of Kusugakure that passed to the second phase, Karen being one of their members. Oi, tool. Let me bite your arm to heal, these bastards from Takigakure almost killed me. A member of the team said despite having only a shallow wound on his face. Karen hesitantly raised her arm, she was used to that as shown by her arm that was filled by bite-like marks. Just as that member from Kusugakure's team was going to bite Karen's arm, a sword fell as a hot, red-colored liquid splattered around, drenching the original green grass with blood, staining it with its bloody red coloration. The sword had cut the Kusugakure member's head. Are you okay, Karen? Naruto asked the red-haired girl, that nodded unconsciously. They had met just a few days ago but she felt an overly familiar feeling coming from that teenager. Naruto then looked towards the remaining Kusugakure's genin with a smile that would be devastatingly beautiful if not because the blood on Naruto's face, his sadistic smile in his eyes, that were devoid of any kind of emotion. It's you. The sadistic demon. Why are you here? The Kusugakure's genin said while stuttering, his voice was filled with fear. Sadistic demon, What a nice title. Naruto thought, that was a title given to him, acknowledged by the entire world, an incredible feat considering his age. That happened because almost all of the missions he did, when it came to ninjas and bandits, none of them died without being tortured gruesomely. These feats had spread through months. As such, Naruto was slowly acknowledged as the sadistic demon, a title that he and Kakashi were proud. The white-haired man thoughts were, my Kyudo Tudo has grown up. He even has a title of his own, just like my title that went from Copy Ninja to White Fang. I'm finally up to your standards now, father. He thought. Just then, Naruto disappeared from his position, akin to teleport. He was already behind the Kusugakure's genin, that wasn't able to do anything before his head fell to the ground. In matter of seconds, his consciousness faded to nothingness. Evaporating the blood from his body through his dark red-colored lightning, Naruto looked over Karen before saying with his trademark, bright smile, now I'll be able to introduce myself properly. Nice to meet you, I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 55, Chunin Exam Second Phase 2. Uzumaki. Karen thought confusedly before remembering the time she met him a few days ago. Flashback, a few days ago. Flashback Sama. Hello, was all Naruto said before whispering in her ears, I'll help you leave that Kusugakure, they don't deserve an Uzumaki, just wait till the second phase of the Chunin exams and you'll be free. He said, his voice was inaudible to Kusugakure's Junin and 2 genins. Free. Karen thought while remembering all these days of terror, her fears, her hopelessness, her powerlessness. The only reason her body wasn't abused was because of her young age, if not, they would use her as a breeding machine. Back to the current time, Karen looked over Naruto as her heartbeat increased slightly, but then, she asked, "Why are you helping me? Aren't we enemies? You're from the same clan as me and I know they probably abused your vitality as an Uzumaki, I can see your bite marks. You won't need to worry about returning to that place because once I'm done with the things I'm doing, they won't exist anymore, just follow me because the return of the Uzumaki clan is near." Naruto said to a shocked Karen, that nodded to his words. So amazing, so hot. Her perverted nature kicked in as she pushed her glasses up, a somewhat blinding light covering them. Karen's mind started to imagine the blonde teenager, that looked at her strangely. Is she thinking about something improper? He thought, remembering his older brother when he had read some specific parts of Ika series. Looking over her, Naruto said indifferently before touching her shoulder, "The plan is that, I'll fake your death and you'll follow me. You don't need to worry about that because we won't be staying in Konohagakure when the Chunin exam is over. Meanwhile, you can stay at my home. I've already sent a message to my older brother, Kakashi Hatake." Without further, Naruto teleported her to a Hiraishin's kunai he left at his home, creating a Kage Bunshin. It transformed in a bloodied Karen and faked his death. Honto Kage Bunshin, fake death real shadow clone, fake death Naruto thought. Out of sudden, chakra was injected on the kunai he gave to Sasuke and Sakura. Frowning, Naruto teleported there, just to see an enormous snake coming towards their way. "Come on, Sasuke, you could have just Chidori'd that snake, why did you inject chakra to call me?" Naruto asked in an annoyed manner. Sasuke grinned, "It was just to annoy you and also because of the person above that snake. He's dangerous, too dangerous, I can't deal with him," he said as Naruto noticed a long-haired man above the snake. What is one of the legendary Sanins doing here? Not to mention one that became an S-rank Nukenin missing nin. I'm not his opponent, at least not normally. Naruto thought while frowning slightly. "Sasuke, Sakura, deal with the huge snake. Haku, help me deal with the snake weirdo," said the blonde teenager as his friends nodded. Lightning started to flicker within Sasuke's hands as his eyes slowly became red-colored with two tomos spinning on each eye. The sound of chirping birds reverberated through the area. "Chidori," he said. Chakra gathered within Sakura's index and middle finger, chakra scalpel, elongated version. She thought to herself when suddenly, the chakra extended to the size of a small sword. Without further advice, they advanced towards the snake, that roared. Meanwhile, Naruto and Haku went to deal with the snake weirdo. "Kukuku, I'm honored that Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, the sadistic demon and his team are coming to deal with me," Orochimaru said while licking his lips excitedly. However, he soon raised his arms to defend from Naruto's punch. "Senhari, 1,000 needles," Haku said as many ice needles shot towards Orochimaru, that started to avoid them with what is akin to a dance. Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly as they seemed to shine in a faint, light blue color. Raising his right hand slightly, he made the Jigoku Rasengan, Inferno Rasengan, and threw a kunai towards Orochimaru. "Hiraishin no Jutsu, So talented, it makes me want to possess your body," the snake weirdo thought and punched towards the kunai. However, his instincts flared up but it wasn't enough. Naruto had already teleported behind him through his space-time manipulation. With a slight push, the Jigoku Rasengan hit Orochimaru, that only had time to raise his arms to defend. Many snakes crawled out of his clothing, trying to take the blunt force from the attack. Orochimaru was blasted away for quite a few meters. The Jigoku Rasengan had ignored his snakes, instantly burning them to ashes, and then, it hit his arms, leaving a bloody hole on each side of it. However, that wasn't all. "Hyoken no Jutsu, ice sword technique," Haku said in a low tone while waving his hands slightly. Instantly, ice swords shot out towards Orochimaru, that sent his snakes to block them. However, only half of them were blocked. Jumping to the side, Orochimaru barely dodged the sword, that hit the ground and froze a small area around it. However, Naruto took the opportunity and appeared beside the snake weirdo. Spinning his body slightly, he kicked. With his arm being wounded and having a hole on it, Orochimaru couldn't use jutsu nor block it. As such, he raised his own legs to block the incoming kick. Due to being unprepared, Orochimaru was sent flying due to the force contained on it despite not taking any damage. "Kukuku, it seems you've grown stronger, Naruto-kun. I'm sure your mother and father would be proud of you, Orochimaru licked his lips excitedly at Naruto's strength before he continued. "Originally, I planned to take Sasuke-kun but now I see you're a much better material." The snake weirdo smiled widely before his skin suddenly started falling apart, showing a brand new Orochimaru. Suddenly, his head elongated and went towards Naruto, akin to a snake. The speed was way too fast, but Haku was able to create a crystal wall in time. However, it was broken by Orochimaru, that continued towards Naruto. "Ku-san, lend me a bit of your chakra." It was about time. The fluffy, nine-tailed fox grinned ever so slightly as their chakra connected. Naruto's chakra started to change from its usual blue to scarlet red, his light blue-colored eyes changed to a bloody red color, his pupils turned slit and the scarlet red-colored chakra covered his whole body, akin to a cloak. Two pointed ears stood above his head and a tail appeared behind him. Smiling widely while showing his now sharp teeth and raising his hands, whose nails turned sharper, Naruto said while releasing enormous amounts of murderous intent. His smile was akin to the smile of a demon. "Let's start the round 2, shall we? Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon." Chapter 56, Chunin Exams Second Phase 3. Seeing the rising chakra and murderous intent, Orochimaru liked his lips excitedly before his arms turned in 3 snakes each, shooting towards Naruto. "It doesn't matter what, your body will be mine in the future," the snake-like man said. "Is that so?" Naruto said while evading the 6 snakes easily. Then, he flickered in front of Orochimaru and punched out. His fist connected with Orochimaru's face and then dragged him down all the way to the ground, a loud explosion being made as ground dust rose up. The explosion attracted attention of the Junins, principally Anko, that was investigating a certain member from Tokigakure. "That can't be," she thought before speeding up towards the forest of death. 1. "Kukuku, how strong," Orochimaru said as his long tongue licked his lips in an excited manner despite the falling skin of his face. "Ah, I'm excited to see how you'll turn out, how you'll grow strong, Naruto-kun. When the time comes, your body will be mine," the snake-like man continued before disappearing within the. Naruto was utterly disgusted by the man's weird habits, so he didn't chase. Deactivating the Kyuubi's one-tail cloak, he noticed that Haku was gasping slightly, not moving even slightly. "Haku, are you okay?" the blonde teenager asked. "Why yeah, I'm just overwhelmed," Haku said as he gasped even more. Inside Naruto's mind, Kurama said, "Kit, he's overwhelmed by the combined murderous intent from both you and the snake weirdo. Also, why did you let him escape? If you used the 3 tails cloak, killing him was actually possible." I just felt disgusted by him, so I didn't chase him. Besides, I feel something interesting will happen if I let him run away," Naruto said. He could clearly feel that it wasn't Orochimaru full strength. If he wanted, activating the 3 tails cloak would give him an incredible boost in strength and would allow him to overwhelm the snake weirdo. His current limit was using the 5 tails cloak, and even with that, it took a big burden on his body, not because it is weak or something, rather because he's still underdeveloped. His 12-year-old body isn't developed well enough to take the backslash of using anything higher than 5 tails cloak. Kurama had also told him that his tailed beast cloak is different. The 9 tails cloak is different from the rest, but for that, it would wait for him to become 15-year-old, where his body would be developed enough for it. "Let's go back to Sasuke and Sakura. Haku, from the sound of it, they've probably finished with the huge snake," Naruto said towards the long-haired, slightly feminine teenager, that nodded. Ignoring the huge pit left on the ground due to Naruto's punch, they disappeared from the spot. Flickering through the tree branches, they appeared within the area. Sasuke and Sakura fought against the snake and saw the snake, that was now cut in 4 parts. The duo had quite a few injuries over their body, Sakura having a bloodied hole on her shoulder and Sasuke one on his leg. They were sitting on the ground while gasping ever so slightly. Approaching them, Naruto said, "Quite a rough battle, It was a joke. Anyway, bite my arm, it'll help to heal your wounds," Naruto said after noticing their silence before saying to Kurama, "Hey, Kusan, can you use a bit of your yang chakra to help them with the healing alongside my Uzumaki's vitality? TCH, asking me to do such work, damn brat." "Fine," the fluffy fox complained, even though he ended up agreeing to it anyways. "So Tsunere," Naruto thought to himself. They did as Naruto said, and after a few minutes passed, their wound was almost completely healed. As such, both were utterly shocked. "If you had the ability to do this, why did you use it only now?" Sasuke, that is Naruto's best friends, asked without care. Scratching the back of his head, Naruto said, "Because I didn't want to." Makes sense, typical of Naruto. Sasuke thought while laughing slightly. Then, he asked, "So, why did you disappear back then?" "Oh, it's just that I tracked down a scroll of earth. We can go to the next part already." "What? Don't look at me like that, I just tracked it through a technique I developed, I didn't cheat or anything," Naruto said before justifying himself under the judging stare of his best friend. "Actually, I used my space-time manipulation to track it down, but this counts as my own ability, hey." Naruto thought smugly under the speechless gaze of Sakura and Sasuke. Why didn't you say that from the beginning? If you did so, we could have hid within a cave and waited for you without needing to fight that damn snake. Sakura said, shooting out all of the accumulated annoyance in her body. However, Naruto ignored her and touched Sasuke's shoulder. The black-haired teenager then touched the shoulder of Haku and Sakura. Through his space and mind-eye perception, Naruto had already found the tower. As such, he threw a Hiraishin no Jutsu kunai there. He could teleport with it, after all. 2. Within the 2 months that passed, even though his space-time manipulation increased, his range was still a teleport of 5 meters while the location was way too far from that. His teammates already know of his Hiraishin because he didn't need to hide it anymore. His real trump card was his space-time manipulation. Then, the 4 of them entered the tower, just to be greeted by Iruka, that appeared from the scroll and started explaining a lot of things. Ignoring all of it, his ears just picked the last part. Scratching the back of his head, Iruka said, your team has broken all of the previous records by completing the second phase and has arrived in just half an hour. Because of that, you'll need to wait in an allocated room till the time is up. All of the necessary things will be given to you in the meantime. Without further warning, he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Looking at each other, the team Kakashi shrugged their shoulders before going to their allocated room, waiting for everyone. 1. I can feel some of you will probably complain that Orochimaru was originally disguised as a Kusugakure genin, however, I changed it to Takigakure for the sake of my plot development. 2. Space and mind-eye perception is the name Naruto gave to the fused version of his space perception and Kagura's mind-eye. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 57, Chunin Exams Second Phase 4. Time passed as more and more teams entered the tower, the fastest being the Sand Trio, that came after just an hour passed. The rest took a long time and quickly, the time limit came. Finally, I was dying from boredness. The teams that first arrived thought in sync. Suddenly, a voice reverberated through the entire floor. They were, everyone, gather in the main field, more instructions will be given there. Nodding, they all went to the main field, a place that was surrounded by a small floor. Probably a place where they could spectate. Some of them guessed it would be something related to battle or maybe nothing would happen. In front of them stood a few Junins and Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage. One of the Junins said, Hokage-sama, if possible, let me explain. Is he okay? Sakura thought strangely as the Junin received permission. Then, he said while coughing at some parts, hello, everyone. Originally, we wouldn't do this, however, there are still 25 left. This is too much, as such, we will do an extra phase, the preliminary phase. There will have one battle to have the numbers. Without waiting, he continued, if any of you feel like giving up, this is the time. The second phase was exhausting, so you'll be allowed to give up. I'm Hayate Gecko, your proctor for this phase. We won't be allowed to rest. A member from Hensuke's team as they passed the second round, said with some doubt. Hayate nodded, you won't. A few moments of silence passed before someone raised his hands. It was Kabuto, that said before slowly walking away, I don't think I'll be able to participate anymore, I'm giving up. With Kabuto giving up, the original number of 25 genins went to 24 genins, meaning the third and last phase will have 12 members. Since no one is giving up too, we will start the first round without delay. Everyone, go upstairs to observe it and only come down if your name is called. Hayate Gecko said as all of them went upstairs, observing the field from above. Uchiha Hensuke vs Shino Aburame. Hayate said as the duo went down. Naruto didn't really pay attention to this battle but felt slightly amazed by both Shino and Hensuke's strength. In the end, the Uchiha won after activating the Sharingan and easily dodging all of the insects sent towards him. Shino fell after being put in a genjutsu. Hensuke was announced as the winner and sent a glare towards both Sasuke and Naruto. It seems Shisui-san cousins are doing well too. Sasuke, the blonde teenager, commented. Hensuke's speed was high just like Shisui. Apparently, the latter taught his way of using the body flicker technique to Hensuke. I wonder if Kinsuke-san improved over these 6 months. It has been some time since we practiced, Naruto thought as somewhere, a certain Uchiha suddenly shuddered. Hayate wasn't one to drag things, so he drew the next opponents, Naruto Uzumaki vs Tenten. As he said that, the brown-haired girl sighed and without even going down the stage, she said, I give up, I'm not his opponent. Why must I go against him? He's just a monster regarding strength. Tenten thought in annoyance. Naruto also sighed, I thought I would have a good opponent to practice, how boring, he thought. Then, the next few fights were Sakura Haruno vs Ino Yamanaka, which Sakura won easily by flickering behind the blondie and knocking her out. she came out of it with a wide, victorious smile. After that, it was Zaku Abumi vs Neji Hyuga. The long-haired Hyuga won it easily by effectively avoiding all sound attacks coming towards his direction and then leaving his opponent at near death by sealing his chakra points. "Ni-san, I'll sleep here, wake me up for any interesting fight. I'm too bored, this level is too low for me to even watch," Naruto said lazily before simply laying on the ground and starting to sleep, receiving strange stares from his fellow participants. As for Sasuke and Sakura, they were long accustomed to Naruto's antics. The next few rounds weren't anything exciting. The ones that passed up to the current time were Uchiha Hensuke, Sakura Haruno, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Haku, Neji Hyuga, Shikamaru Nara, Temari, Kankuro and Dosu Kinuta. The last fight was going to happen now, Gaara vs Rock Lee. Without Kakashi needing to wake him up, Naruto woke up by his own and saw who was going to fight, and suddenly, he felt something bad was going to happen because Lee was going to fight something like him, a Jinchuriki, one that was going to kill at any given opportunity. This had a high probability of happening because of Lee's personality that doesn't allow him to give up. Even if he felt annoyed by Lee sometimes, in the end, he was still Naruto's friend. As such, the blonde teenager appeared in front of the green-clothed youngster before saying, "Lee, I know of your strength, but be warned that if something goes wrong, if you happen to lose, give up immediately. You don't have to prove anything because you've already proven everything. Don't forget that you're my eternal rival." Lee was moved by Naruto's words. Don't forget that the youthfulness within your strength isn't just to win or to prove something. You can give up on the fight, get stronger and then beat the hell out of him. Uooh. Naruto, my eternal rival, you acknowledged me as your eternal rival too. Lee shouted as an unnatural amount of tears dripped down his cheeks. However, his face soon became serious as he nodded. If things go wrong, I'll do as you say. Thanks for the warning, my eternal rival. Now, let's beat the opponent with my power of youuuuth, he said before going downstairs. A fight regarding his honor was going to happen, where he was going to prove that someone hardworking could win against a genius. Lee originally didn't plan to give up no matter what. However, the words from his eternal rival reverberated through his mind. Shaking his head, Lee's own eyes met Gaara's eyes as the fight started. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 58, Chunin Exams Second Phase 5. Lee looked calmly towards Gaara, that was just standing there motionlessly while looking towards the green-clothed youngster in a cold manner. Then, Hayate said, "Begin." Without further warning, Lee ran towards Gaara, that was still there. One of Lee's hands were on his back while the other was raised right in front of him. Then, he sent a barrage of punches that was effortlessly blocked by Gaara's sand. What? He's blocking Lee attacks so easily. Sakura was shocked. She had fought against Lee once in one of the many times Team Kakashi and Team Guy trained together. Thus, she knew that even his regular punches weren't something that could be so easily blocked. Temari, at the side, smirked while feeling a little proud. Despite Gaara disregarding their blood relationship, both her and Kankuro still think of him as their dear brother. That's Gaara's sand, it moves automatically to defend him, almost like it is intelligent. Interesting, I wonder if pure speed is able to ignore it. It needs to be fast enough to defend. Without the weights, would he be able to pass through that defense? Finally, an interesting fight. Naruto thought as unknowingly. A small smile appeared on his face. Those who knew him well were speechless because they knew that smile was an excited, sadistic and curious one. Frowning after seeing all of his attacks being blocked, Lee took out his kunai, that spun lightly under the movements of his fingers before cutting the sand coming towards him. It seems I'll need to increase my speed. Lee thought before his speed suddenly increased. His figure blurred slightly as the sand also increased its reaction. Doing all it could to defend, Gaara narrowed his cold eyes slightly before deciding to attack too. His hand moved and so did the sand, that followed Lee everywhere. The green-clothed frowned once again before looking over his sensei, that smirked, a sign of confirmation, flipping a few times before standing in a strange structure. Lee removed 2 weights from his legs before saying, "Ah. I feel free, so comfortable." Though his way of saying it was slightly strange and doubtful, the weights started to fall down under everyone's stare. Temari snorted. Does he really think this will help him bypass Gaara's defense? She said before gasping in shock after seeing the huge sound produced by the contact of the weight with the ground. He'll be defeated, Naruto thought. His mind was imagining all of the fight possibilities, the abilities Gaara showed so far. Even if his defense is broken, I can feel it. He's just playing with Lee. Even if Lee manages to somehow break his own limits, he'll lose. The blonde teenager was extremely sure of the fight and how it would turn out. Naruto is sure that Lee would use the 8 gates but will end up losing. Sighing, he said before going to sleep. Ni-san, when this fight ends, wake me up. Lee will lose. Kakashi nodded under the shocked stares of Guy, Sasuke, Sakura, Haku, Neji and Tenten. The bushy brows sensei frowned slightly. Aren't you underestimating Lee too much, Naruto? He said. Naruto, that was almost sleeping, said, no, I've fought Lee recently and I know his limits. Gaara is just playing around with him. I've already thought of all possibilities, even the possibility of Lee breaking his own limits. If that happens, both will be seriously injured, but Gaara has a natural advantage. He would still be able to manipulate his sand and wouldn't hesitate to kill Lee. His speech was long but it made sense. Then, Naruto made a request that shocked Kakashi. If that comes to happen, Lee won't give up even though I warned him. So, bushy brows, as soon as you see that he's unable to fight while Gaara is still able to fight, don't hesitate to remove him from the field. Naruto is asking Guy to save Lee in case something happens. That's impressive and surprising of him. Kakashi thought, he's the one that knows his brother the best. Just the fact he asked this was a sign that Lee is considered his friend. Despite feeling that Naruto is underestimating Lee, Guy agreed. After that, the blue-eyed teenager slept. 1. Naruto being Naruto, when something is not interesting enough, he do something like that. Kakashi thought funnily before going back to watch Lee's fight. The minutes passed by as the fight went on. Lee had activated the third gate, leaving both him and Gaara seriously injured. However, even though Gaara's sand was slowly approaching him, body that couldn't even move properly, he didn't give up. Guy frowned, just as Naruto predicted. Is he a prophet? He thought before interfering. He appeared before the sand and with a wave of his hand, it was blocked. Lee can't fight anymore, the winner is Gaara, he said before picking up Lee's body and calling up the medical ninjas. With a doubt-filled voice, Gaara asked, why? Why do you save him? Why? Because he's my disciple. Lee is important to me. I wouldn't let anything happen to him. Guy said while thanking himself for hearing Naruto's advice. If not, he wouldn't have interfered with the fight. Kakashi woke the blonde teenager up. Naruto was greeted by Guy, that asked him, how did you know that this would happen? It's simple, Gaara's eyes, they are the eyes of someone that would kill without reason. His eyes are completely cold. I can feel his murderous intent. If it wasn't you, he would have broken Lee's body before killing him. Naruto said as if were obvious things. Without further warning, he went downstairs. They were called back to the field, after all. Behind him, all Junins except Kakashi were shocked. The genins that passed the preliminary exam are here: Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, Gaara, Temari, Kankuro, Hensuke Uchiha, Dosu Kinuta, Shikamaru Nara, Neji Hyuga, Hinata Hyuga and Haku. There'll be a time between the second phase and the third phase. In 1 month, within Konohagakure's Great Arena, the third and last phase will happen. Think of this time as one to improve your own abilities. Hiruzen said because Hayate wasn't feeling well, his condition had worsened. Hearing his words, everyone nodded, including the seriously injured Gaara, that could now stand up, even if he had wounds all over his body. Like that, Naruto, Haku and Kakashi went home. No more time wasted. 1. I didn't want to repeat the fight. In this alternative universe, Rock Lee is indeed stronger due to Naruto's rivalry. However, he's just slightly stronger, not enough to change the original fight. As such, I only mentioned the first part of the battle. Stay tuned because the next few chapters will show one of the most loved Naruto's characters. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 59, Jiraiya 1. Ni-san, you can focus on training Sakura and Sasuke on this month. I'll be training alone. It's sad but you don't have anything to teach me anymore. Naruto said to Kakashi, that nodded slightly before resuming anything he was doing. Naruto then said to both Kakashi and Haku, I'll be going for a walk. I want to relax at the thermal water building. Being called sadistic demon is tiring. With that said, Kakashi sighed at his younger brother's antics. He obviously didn't care about it, but here was he, making a fuss about it. If you want to relax that much, just go and stop giving excuses. Kakashi said before once again resuming what he was doing. Naruto-kun, are you already leaving? Are you going to the thermal water building? Let me go along with you. Karen said. A small blush crept over her face as countless perverted thoughts regarding Naruto appeared over her entire mind. Despite the fact they only met yesterday, the redhead had already fallen heels over him. Heck no. Naruto said decisively. He knew the consequences of letting a pervert go in such location. He felt his body would be abused by her eyes. Ha 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 ha. Kit, you're afraid of that. The great, cold, emotionless Naruto Uzumaki is afraid of having his body defiled by a girl's eyes. Kurama laughed his ass off inside the mindscape, but unfortunately, Naruto ignored him. Then, the blonde teenager looked over Haku. I expect you to improve your hyoten over this month. Try creating variabilities from the ones you already mastered, it'll increase your strength while using less effort. I already knew that, Haku said with a small smile. Over the months that passed, they could be considered friends, and even though the long-haired, feminine-looking youngster was usually quiet, he liked to joke sometimes. Tisk, Naruto thought before walking out of the Senju state and going towards the thermal water building. Along the way, as usual, he received many glares of pure hatred. However, the blonde teenager was long accustomed to them. Be careful, because if you keep glaring at me with such intensity, your eyes may lose their sight, he said, jokingly, as the villagers that were looked towards him like that flinched. Ah, scaring villagers as usual, how nice. Naruto thought while humming happily and flickering towards the thermal water building. He decided that for today, he'll relax. They will have an entire month until the third and last phase starts. As such, Naruto wants to take the first day to relax because this helps when the time to train comes. I have already set my goal in mind. I'll perfect and improve the jutsu I created. There's the 8 gates. I learned it quite a few months ago, but I scrapped it from my mind. It doesn't has enough cool standards for me, even though my Uzumaki vitality coupled with Kusan help would make it harmless. For me, it just isn't cool like the Hiraishin no Jutsu, Rasengan and the rest. It makes the user looks ridiculous, Naruto thought as a wave of laughter reverberated through his mind. Kurama was of course hearing his thoughts, as Naruto didn't intend to keep it to himself. Kit, you're scrapping one of the best techniques I've seen. One that is practically made for you, perfect for you, just because it isn't cool. I knew your brain was a bit off since the beginning, but now I've confirmed it, he said. Ku-san, have you ever seen how Lee looks when he uses it? The aura around him is cool, but look at his skin and eyes, it's just creepy, Naruto said, and unconsciously, Kurama couldn't help but unconsciously nodded. Naruto arrived at the thermal water buildings and was currently on a bridge, feeling the hot steam coming from the water below the bridge. His body unconsciously relaxed, and just as he was about to go, he noticed something. A man with long and spiky, stark white-colored hair and red-colored clothing stood near the female's tub within the thermal water building. It looked amusing to him, principally because of the sense of danger that man gave to him. White-colored hair, complete pervert, and red-colored clothing, that's certainly one of the 3 legendary Sanins, Jiraiya. Nissan surely was correct about that man being a complete pervert, no wonder he wrote Ika Ika series, Naruto thought incredulously while looking towards Jiraiya. His eyes then became slightly cold. Nissan, that he's somehow related to me, Godfather, was it? Maybe, if I can use some tactics, he'll teach me, helping me to improve faster. Using him isn't a bad option at all, he thought. To Naruto, that man wasn't worth much in his eyes except the fact he's extremely strong. A supposed godfather that didn't even care about visiting him in a whole 12 years, that was no different from a stranger. As such, Naruto only viewed him as a mean to improve himself. Approaching Jiraiya from behind with his chakra signature completely hidden, Naruto kicked the white-haired pervert butt with all of his strength. Ah. My butt, why did you do that, you brat? Jiraiya said while scratching his butt. His eyes contained grievance while looking towards Naruto. Hidden within that look were countless thoughts. That's Naruto. Even if I was blind, I would still be able to recognize him. This boy is literally a copy of his father. Maybe more handsome and with more style, but nonetheless, what is he doing here? I did that because you were spying on the female tub, old man, Naruto said, and his voice was just loud enough for all the females to hear him. In a single swoop, all of them left the female tub, but not before hitting Jiraiya and thanking the blonde teenager. Jiraiya looked towards Naruto before saying, I wasn't spying. I was collecting material, researching for my great book. A brat like you wouldn't be able to understand the great Jiraiya. Great Jiraiya. More like great pervert. That book made my older brother a closet pervert, Naruto said while crossing his arms. I'm not a pervert, you brat. You asked for it. Now, beware, for you'll know about my great self. You'll know the great Toad Sage, Jiraiya said proudly, just to be greeted by Naruto's skeptical stare. Yeah, Toad Sage, you're now officially an Arrow Sennin. Yes, I like the sound of it. So, Arrow Sennin, what is special about you with the exception of you being a pervert? Naruto said. With a wide smile and shaking his hands slightly with his arms stretched forward, Jiraiya said as he was above a toad that mysteriously appeared from nowhere, I went from the Sannin to the Sennin. The monstrous toad of MT. Myoboku. I'm the great Jiraiya-sama. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 60, Jiraiya 2. Oh, Naruto said as a sense of shame crept over Jiraiya's mind. What's up with that reaction? At least show some surprise. the rasengan thought. After a few moments of silence with them staring at each other, Naruto acted as if he had just remembered something. Ah. Aren't you the one that wrote Ika series and is also one of the 3 legendary Sannin, Jiraiya? He said. Jiraiya smirked, hee, it seems that I'm famous. To think that a brat like you know of my fame. The white-haired pervert said, but after hearing Naruto's next sentence, his smirk broke. You're a pervert. Naruto pointed the obvious, ignoring the slight annoyance at the blonde teenager mention. Jiraiya did a strange pose before he said, I'm not a pervert, you brat. I'm a super pervert. Single quote. Naruto was speechless. But then, he came up with a plan. So, rasengan, you need to take responsibility. You traumatized me with that book after making my older brother Kakashi a closet pervert. Now he doesn't want to train me, so take the responsibility and train me. No, as the great toad sage, I'm busy. I can't waste my time on a brat like you. Jiraiya refused Naruto's request sternly. Nothing that you do will make me train you. He thought, alas, he was going to regret thinking that for karma is a. Ahem. Naruto wasn't one to give up. With a smirk over his face, his body shape suddenly changed as he used his ultimate card, Oroku no Jutsu. Sexy no Jutsu, you're doomed to train me, rasengan. Naruto said inwardly as Jiraiya's eyes widened. Suddenly, a bit of blood came out of the white-haired pervert's nose. While looking towards the sky as a slight bit of redness appeared over his cheeks, Jiraiya's hands moved on its own. Oh ho ho ho. He laughed in a perverted manner. Just as he was approaching Naruto, the blonde teenager reverted to normal. Though this is extremely humiliating, I have no choice, this pervert won't train me if I don't do that. Let's make a deal, rasengan, if you train me, I'll use that technique once in a week, no touching. Naruto said as Jiraiya suddenly became serious. With a serious, righteous demeanor, Jiraiya said, once per day. Once every 5 days. They started to blabber around before they settled with once every 3 days. However, Jiraiya also wasn't one to give up. As such, he said, brat, let's make another deal. If you can hit me just once, I'll train you without the previous requirements, but if you can't hit me, I'll train you with the requirement of you showing me that technique once per day. Stupid brat, you don't stand a chance against me, the great the great Jiraiya-sama. Jiraiya thought in a narcissistic way, not knowing that he jinxed himself. Meanwhile, Naruto's face now had a small smile. He acted instantly as he threw kunais towards Jiraiya, whose face was indifferent. By just moving his hands slightly, the kunais was held between his fingers. However, that was a distraction. Naruto was already behind him and without second thoughts, he threw a barrage of punches to the white-haired pervert, that easily dodged them. Compared to that Orochimaru guy, he's stronger, why is that? Naruto thought while frowning slightly. His speed is way higher compared to my current one, I'll use the swift release. The blonde teenager thought before decisively using swift release, shadowless flight. Naruto's body flickered around continuously, disappearing and reappearing. His speed surprised Jiraiya, that brat. He's way stronger compared to Minato when they were of the same age, he's a bloody genius. He thought while dodging the attacks coming towards him. Jiraiya dodged by ducking, jumping, stepping back or aside. Suddenly, a few kunai that had wooden-like handles with symbols on it was shot towards him. Instantly, Jiraiya's eyes widened. Hiraishin no Jutsu. How is that possible? Maybe. He already knows about Minato. He did say that his older brother is that brat Kakashi, my loyal fan. Naruto's next movements were unpredictable and silently, he started teleporting through the kunais, that somehow were kept floating around Jiraiya, that thought while dodging the attacks, chakra strings. An intelligent way of using the Hiraishin's kunai. Analyzing the situation as they looked towards each other, Naruto frowned slightly as he thought, I can't use ninjutsu because it would damage the area. Oh, I have an idea, I'll just fool him by throwing all kunai around him, purposely look to one of them to simulate that I made a mistake by showing which I would teleport, then, I'll teleport behind him with my space-time manipulation. Maybe Orochimaru wasn't at full strength, which is why this fight is a lot harder. I didn't think that the gap between was so big. Without Kusan help, fighting on par with him would be near impossible, at least not in a friendly spar. Naruto thought while feeling dissatisfied with his own strength before putting his plan to practice. Throwing all of the kunai, that were basically encircling Jiraiya, making the latter slightly cautious, Naruto looked towards one of the kunai, catching the attention of the white-haired man, that thought, a mistake that only beginners do, it seems that I'll have to teach him a lot of things. Seeing Naruto's performance, Jiraiya was sure about the blonde teenager talent and it made him wonder if he was the child of prophecy. it seemed foolish and maybe unreasonable, however, to him, it just made complete sense. Naruto being Minato's son and so talented, it was as if Jiraiya could feel it within the blue-eyed teenager's eyes that he was the child of prophecy. 1. As such, in that short moment, Jiraiya decided that even without any requirements, he would accept Naruto as his disciple. That moment of distraction, that moment of thought gave Naruto the chance he had and teleported within the scope of 5 meters behind Jiraiya. Underestimating me is your greatest mistake. Naruto thought as the punch coming down Jiraiya's way contained his serious, full power. Suddenly, Jiraiya shuddered as his instincts, that was hardened over years of war spiked off, alerting him of danger. He turned around while raising his arms in an attempt to block, however, Naruto's fist bypassed his defense and hit his stomach. Jiraiya was sent meters away before he hit a rock. The blunt strength of it made he cough a bit of blood due to his internal organs being shaken slightly, however, nothing serious. His eyes had now a bit of shock. I underestimated him way too much. That punch was strong. Even if I was taken by surprise and wasn't near my full strength, this brat is already nearing the strength a cage would have. He thought incredulously. With a satisfied smile, Naruto said while looking towards Jiraiya, it seems that I've made it. You're now responsible for training me, rasengan. 1. This is called a hem. Plot armor. Ahem. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 61, Summoning Technique 1. Overly strong compared to his peers, he analyzed the situation perfectly and made me think he had made a mistake. That brat somehow hit a Hiraishin kunai behind me, maybe through chakra strings. I'm not sure, but that was an incredibly good idea. Even if I wasn't near my full strength and underestimated him, this shows just how genius he is. Even Minato wasn't like him at that age. Maybe he is the child of prophecy that I've been searching. Jiraiya though, hidden behind his perverted personality stood a calm, analytic mind that was tailor-made for gathering information. Standing up, he removed the dust from his clothing as if he hadn't taken a strong hit and coughed a bit of blood. The white-haired pervert said, "Brat, it seems that you've hit lottery. The great Jiraiya-sama will accept you as his disciple. Be aware that this is a chance many want but no one can have." 1. Yeah, whatever. So, rasengan, gonna teach me or what? Nisan is really strong but he has taught everything he could to me. Naruto said indifferently, much to Jiraiya's disappointment. Can't you at least show a bit of excitement that you will be taught by the great me? Youngsters nowadays, he thought. The playful mood that was over Jiraiya's face suddenly became a serious one. In an instant, he appeared in front of Naruto. However, the blonde teenager didn't feel any ill intent. As such, he just looked indifferently as Jiraiya brought him towards the forest near the thermal water building. He's smart, that way of thinking is just monstrous for a brat like him, and he said his older brother is Kakashi. Maybe he already knows about that. Jiraiya thought with narrowed eyes. His demeanor right now was completely different from his usual playful, perverted one. Then, he decided to ask, so you're Kakashi's younger brother, I just noticed but I don't know your name yet. I can't be your master without knowing your name. Naruto decided to play around with Jiraiya's mind. He knew that the white-haired pervert was wondering if he knew about everything. As such, the blonde teenager said indifferently, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Hearing Naruto's reply, Jiraiya started to cough, his serious demeanor breaking apart instantly as he thought. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, I'm sure the name they gave to him is Naruto Uzumaki. Damn, can that brat see my thoughts or something? I don't accept it. A brat like him can see the thoughts of the great Jiraiya-sama. I can't see your thoughts, it's just that the face you make is too obvious. Rasengan, a pervert like you can't act serious, so I just assumed you wanted information. As a ninja from Konohagakure, knowing about the 3 legendary Sanins is an obvious thing. I just researched a bit more about them, so I know you had a disciple named Minato Namikaze, my father. It wasn't hard to guess you wanted to be sure if I knew about it. Single quote. Jiraiya was completely speechless after hearing Naruto talking as if it was an obvious fact. That brat doesn't have any common sense. Can't he act like a normal 12-year-old brat? Jiraiya thought in a disheartened manner and wondered why the difference between them at the same age was so different, so unjust. They started walking through the forest before getting to a river. Naruto was curious as to why he was brought here. As such, he asked, Nay, rasengan, why did you bring me here? Also, which technique are you going to teach me? Jiraiya raised his finger slightly with a smile over his face. I'm going to teach you a technique that will help you in many cases. Since you know about your father and the Hiraishin, it probably means your older brother, that brat Kakashi, taught you the rasengan. The blonde teenager nodded as a confirmation to the white-haired pervert's question. Jiraiya frowned slightly. I had just guessed, but it seems he really knows the rasengan. I guess I'll teach him the toad summoning technique, after that, I'll help him control Kyuubi's chakra, he thought. Good, I have a perfect technique for you, see this scroll. It has my name and Minato's name written with blood, this is the summoning technique for the toads from MT. Myoboku, one of the 3 sage regions. Now, bite your finger and write your name on this blank space. Jiraiya said as Naruto nodded. He knew about summoning techniques. His older brother offered him the dog summoning technique but he refused. The reason? He doesn't like dogs and it would be extremely lame to summon a dog for a fight. They're good for sensory but when compared to him, no one can escape his sensory techniques, not after he discovered and fused his Kagura's mind-eye with the space perception. With his name written in the summoning contract through blood, Naruto looked towards Jiraiya, that nodded slightly. All you need to do is the following hand signs. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram, then, you slam your hand downwards and it's done. With enough mastery, you can summon with just a simple hand sign. You can keep practicing. The summoning technique is one of the easiest techniques to learn. You don't need chakra shape or nature transformation, only chakra control. You've learned the rasengan and the Hiraishin no jutsu, meaning you have a really high chakra control and an equally big chakra reserve. This also means you'll be able to do it with just a few attempts. The white-haired pervert said before going away, I'll go to research, for a bit, you can train alone. Without further warning, Jiraiya disappeared while saying, babies, wait for me. The great Jiraiya-sama is coming, hahaha. Kit, that arrow senin is a bad influence, are you sure you want him as your master? Kurama said, he wasn't sure if that white-haired pervert was a good influence on his partner. Nah, don't worry, after I learn everything he can teach me, I'll stay the hell away from the arrow senin. Naruto said inwardly before doing the required hand signs and slamming his hands on the ground. Naruto was actually already familiar with the summoning technique due to his older brother, performing it as easy as breathing for him. With a small smile, he poured chakra on it, Kuchio's no jutsu. Summoning technique, he said. As black-colored symbols formed a circle around his hand and spread slightly from it, an enormous, unnatural amount of smoke appeared out of nowhere and when it disappeared, Naruto was above an enormous toad that had a dark blue-colored, kimono-like clothing. With a smoking pipe on his mouth, the enormous toad roared, where the hell am I? Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 62, Summoning Technique 2. Looking around, the enormous toad saw no one that could have summoned him. It was then that he realized, there is a human brat at the top of his head. Get out of there, FC King Brat. Who do you think you're to be above the chief toad from MT? Myoboku, Gamabunta. Jumping from Gamabunta's head, the blonde teenager stopped in front of the enormous toad's eyes. Hello. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, I'm the one that summoned you, nice to meet you. Naruto said with his trademark smile. Naruto Uzumaki. Who's that son of AB? Wait, Naruto Uzumaki. FCK, I almost cursed Kushina. Gamabunta thought before remembering about that name. Even though he knows that Kushina is already dead, she still brings nightmares to the poor, enormous toad. Even so, he wasn't going to accept that a brat like Naruto summoned him. As such, Gamabunta roared, it couldn't be that UFC King Brat summoned me, where's Jiraiya? That old bastard that keeps researching, and always forgets to summon me to help him. So he's mad that he can't see naked, semi-naked girls. Naruto thought incredulously. You don't seem to believe I was the one that summoned you, how about making a deal? You can willingly go back to MT. Myoboku, if I summon you back, we'll be partners, what about it? However, if I can't do it, I'll remove my name from the toad summoning contract. With a small smile, the blonde teenager said, attracting Gamabunta to an unavoidable trap. Gamabunta didn't say anything, he just snorted before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Meanwhile, Jiraiya was observing the whole thing from not so far away in shock. That brat can actually summon Gamabunta in his first try. Damn, now I understand why there's the saying that not everything is fair, life is unfair. Well, Gamabunta rejected being summoned by him, it seems that he still has a long way to go. Haha, Jiraiya was rejoicing the fact Gamabunta left and laughed inwardly, however, it was soon interrupted by another equally huge puff of smoke. Once again above Gamabunta, Naruto said with a smile, hey, Pipe Toad-san, it seems I've summoned you back, according to our deal, you'll now be my partner. Nice to meet you, partner. Single quote. It was Gamabunta's turn to be speechless. After a few moments of silence, he resigned to fate but not before roaring. Don't call me Pipe Toad-san, UFC King Brat, it's Gamabunta-sama for you. Damn it. Geez, stop making a fuss about it and accept that your new nickname is Pipe-Toad-san, right, Pipe-Toad-san? Naruto said. Don't call me that. Gamabunta roared once again. Naruto stopped in front of his huge eyes and nodded. Sighing, Naruto nodded slightly. No problem, Pipe-Toad-san, I won't call you that anymore. I don't see any problem with stopping calling you Pipe-Toad-san. I hope we can be good partners, Pipe-Toad-san. Single quote. Single quote. Not too far from that place, Jiraiya was utterly speechless. That brat. He said Pipe-Toad-san exactly 3 times. He's messing around with Gamabunta, what courage. Hey, Ku-san, wanna scare Rasengan and Pipe-Toad-san? Naruto asked with a mischievous smile, and so did Kurama. That said, of course, Kit. I've never liked these damn toads anyway. Gamabunta narrowed his eyes slightly after seeing Naruto doing the hand signs of the summoning technique once again. Then, the blonde teenager jumped far away from that place before slamming his hands in the air. An even bigger puff of smoke appeared as an enormous fox with 9 tails appeared. Kurama, height of around 100 meters, towered over Gamabunta. Pitiful, 29 meters tall. Lowering his head slightly, Kurama stared down towards the now not so enormous toad as his big, bloody red-colored eyes seemed to shine slightly. Enormous amounts of murderous intent were released from Kurama, hammering towards Gamabunta, whose body trembled slightly. Jiraiya frowned. The seal was broken. That's not possible, the white-haired pervert, and was about to move, stopping after he heard Naruto's voice. So, Pipe-Toad-san, this is Ku-san, my partner. I hope you two can get along well. I don't want my partners to be enemies, after all. Naruto said with his trademark smile, relaxing both Gamabunta and Jiraiya. Just then, Jiraiya thought of something. Wait. Did he just call Kyuubi, Ku-san? That brat got no sense of fear. If he knew that even the young Naruto nicknamed the enormous fox when he was just 3 to 4 years old, Jiraiya would definitely say that fear doesn't exist in Naruto's vocabulary. Hey, Rasengan, come here to meet Ku-san. Suddenly, Naruto looked towards Jiraiya, and so did Kurama and Gamabunta. The enormous toad got furious. That damned pervert was actually here the entire time. Kit, that was priceless. We should do this more times. I never thought that scaring these damned toads would be so fun. Next time, bring me in their homeland so that I can scare the toad old man. Kurama said within Naruto's mind before disappearing. The fluffy fox smiled in a satisfied manner after seeing Jiraiya and Gamabunta's expression. Gamabunta relaxed unconsciously after Kurama disappeared, but was still furious at Jiraiya. That said with an expression that made him look like an old lady. Oh, hey, Gamabunta. It had been a long time since I last saw you, right? Nice to see you. After noticing that Gamabunta's expression just got worse and worse, he yelled before running away, Naruto, Rune. Pipe-Toad-san, I'll entrust the task of smashing him to you, good luck. Naruto said while giving thumbs up to Gamabunta, whose liking to the blonde teenager somehow increased after hearing him. The rest of the day was marked by a man being pursued by an enormous toad. The poor forest was destroyed by each time the toad jumped around, trying to smash Jiraiya, whose face was pitiful. Damn, my disciple is a traitor, even asking Gamabunta to smash me to a human paste. He thought while running away. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 63, Chunin Exams 3rd Phase 1. Land of Fire, Unknown Location. A figure could be seen training madly as sweat dripped down his body, drenching his clothing with it. Naruto Uzumaki. One day, I'll take revenge at you and kill everyone you love. I'll avenge my brother. As if reassuring his determination, the man said, his voice filled with murderous intent. The man is the so-called Zin, the older twin that owns the true dark release. Around him, the entire area was filled with darkness, one that came from the environment itself, though. He was swinging a sword continuously as a transparent dark aura covered it, a dangerous aura seeping out of it. Just then, from the shadows, 2 figures came out. Kuro Zin, I heard that you have grudges against Naruto Uzumaki, One of the figures said in a high-pitched, playful-like tone. He was one of the Akatsuki members and is using their usual dark-colored robe with red-colored clouds. His face was covered with a mask. The other figure is a man with blonde hair tied in a ponytail. A big strand of it is covering his left eye. He's also using the usual Akatsuki robe. Noticing their presence, Zin said with narrowed eyes, yes, what about it? And who are you? What are your intentions? Unconsciously, his hands were already covered by a dark aura. Scary Didera-san, he's so scary. The masked man screamed while moving his body strangely before hiding behind the blonde man, now known as Didera. The blonde man frowned before saying, I'm Didera, this coward here is Toby, we're from Akatsuki, we're here to recruit you. Why should I join you? Zin felt that he should hear their intentions before deciding if he was going to attack them or if he wasn't. Toby smirked under his mask, even though he was hiding behind Deidara. His eye didn't have an ounce of fear. It's like that, Zin-san, our objective is collecting the tailed beasts, what does this have to do with you? It's simple, Naruto Uzumaki is the host for the Kyuubi, our objective aligns with yours, you hunt and kill him, we get the tailed beast, how? Toby said in his usual, high-pitched tone, playful tone. A cold glow passed through Zin's eyes after hearing Toba's speech. Land of Fire, Konohagakure. Since Naruto was taken as Jiraiya's apprentice, 1 month has passed, the third and last phase of the Chunin exams was going to happen in a mere 40 minutes. Brat, I can understand why that brat Kakashi doesn't have anything to teach you anything, you're just a complete monster. Jiraiya despaired, everything he was teaching Naruto was being absorbed like a sponge, mainly the taijutsu part because Naruto had many jutsus already mastered, including the summoning technique. Naruto scratched his head, it's not my fault that I can master these jutsus so easily, okay? Nisan said that I'm both talented and hardworking, it just means I have both qualities, he said. Both qualities your ass. I have one of the qualities and so did Minato but he wasn't even near you in that part. Jiraiya thought indignantly. Over the month, he focused the training of Naruto on taijutsu. Jiraiya noticed that compared to his ninjutsu, Naruto was worse on it, not because of his body, rather because of his fighting style. He didn't have one. You're a master at kenjutsu and ninjutsu, has an extremely strong body and so on. You also are advanced at genjutsu even if extremely worse compared to monsters at it like Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui. Jiraiya said seriously before continuing. Your body strength is also terrifying but you lacked a fighting style. In that month, I've taught you a fighting style named Frog Kata. Since you don't have known anything about senjutsu yet, it is incomplete but you already have the hang of it. Naruto nodded. Over the month, he was learning the incomplete version of the Frog Kata, though he wasn't able to use it perfectly as someone with senjutsu. The blonde teenager was sure his attacks would be faster and stronger compared to before, even though his base, full strength wasn't improved to the level of a Kage yet, it was already at the border of it. Jiraiya was proud of Naruto improvements in the last month. He was also sure that the blonde teenager is the child of prophecy, even if in the start Naruto was rather cold to him. He noticed the difference after a month passed and it pained his heart ever so slightly, seeing that his disciple had put such a tough barrier for his feelings. Now go and show the world what the disciple of the great Jiraiya-sama is capable of doing. Jiraiya thought before he shouted to Naruto, that was already walking towards the great arena of Konoha. Oi, you brat. Don't forget that after the Chunin exams is over, we leave Konoha and go through the world to train and hone your skills. Remember to pack all the necessary things. Now, I'll go to research more, he. Naruto nodded without looking back. He was thinking about all opponents. My first fight will be against Shikamaru. Sasuke will be against that Dosu Kinuta. Sakura will be against Kankuro and Haku against Hinata. I'll ask him to take it easy. If he injures her heavily, our training session will get heavier too, he thought. The blonde teenager only knew his team fights. He didn't pay attention to the rest. Then, he went on towards the great arena of Konohagakure while humming happily. One of his good habits was to do so. Naruto always did it when he was either bored or excited. Along the way, he met with Shikamaru. Yo, Shikamaru. We weren't able to play some shogi this month but if we think in a positive manner, we'll fight today. We can just treat the fight as a shogi where the stronger or the most intelligent one wins. Naruto said with a small smile. Shikamaru also smiled slightly as his lazy eyes looked over Naruto. Fighting you seem troublesome but I wish you good luck, Naruto. He said lazily as the rest of the way to the great arena was filled with a peaceful, enjoyable silence. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 64, Chunin Exams 3rd Phase 2. The Power Stones rankings just reset. I hope that we can get into a good ranking, let's see. If by the next ranking reset, we get to the top 15 of the normal rankings, not the new ones or top 3 of the new section, I'll release an extra chapter. How? I believe in you guys, nyahahaha. Konohagakure's great arena, waiting room. So you're going to fight against Shikamaru, how do you feel about that? At the side, Sasuke asked Naruto, whose face was indifferent. Why do you ask even though you know the question? I heard that this, Dosu Kinuta, isn't weak but you will pass to the next stage without even fighting. Naruto said as his light blue-colored eyes seemed to shine slightly. Sasuke was confused but decided not to ask about it. Then, Naruto went near Haku and patted his shoulder. Yo, Haku. I heard that you're going to fight against Hinata. I hope you don't injure her heavily, but considering that you're gentle, you won't do that, right? His narrowed eyes scared the long-haired, slightly feminine youngster, that shuddered after remembering all of Naruto's punishments. Why yes, Haku said while stuttering slightly, scaring some of the participants. They all wondered exactly what could be so scary that even his teammate is shuddering and stuttering like that. I feel bad for Haku, but I won't interfere. I don't want to pass through that hellish training again. Rest in peace, Haku. Both Sakura and Sasuke thought in sync while looking with pity towards the long-haired youngster. It didn't take long before they were called to the middle of the great arena. Looking around, they noticed that the great arena was filled with people. I hope you all can behave, don't look too much, don't be too loud. This place is filled with important figures, don't shame your village. I'm the new proctor to the third phase because of reasons I won't tell you, the new proctor said in a tone that only them could hear. Proctor, Dosu Kinuta isn't here, what will happen to his opponent? Sakura raised her hands before asking. The new proctor said, if he doesn't arrive when his fight against his opponent, the opponent will automatically pass to the next round. Now, the ones called, stay in the arena, the rest can go to the waiting room. For the first round of the third phase, Sakura vs Kankuro. The new proctor said, but it didn't take long before Kankuro gave up. The fight ended in an instant. Kankuro used his puppets, however, they didn't had enough mobility, speed or power to go against Sakura. That took them out one by one before Kankuro ended up smashed in the wall. Since the first round happened like that, we'll go for the second round. Naruto Uzumaki vs Shikamaru Nara. The new proctor said with slight fear after seeing Sakura's power as the crowd roared in excitement. All of them naturally knew of them. Both Naruto and Shikamaru were known. Even though Naruto was hated by everyone, he was also known as a genius, and so is Shikamaru. As they entered the great arena field, Naruto looked towards Shikamaru. Good luck, Shikamaru, I hope we can have a good battle. The blonde teenager said even though he knew that the result wouldn't change. Shikamaru looked lazily towards Naruto and didn't say anything. The new proctor then said, may the battle begin. With the sound of the new proctor's voice, Shikamaru did a hand sign as a pitch-black shadow came out of his feet, chasing towards Naruto, that was simply standing in the same place. Just as the shadow was about to touch his own feet, he jumped towards the great arena wall. Then, he noticed that the shadow tried to go further but couldn't. Its range isn't high, Naruto thought before taking out ordinary shurikens from his pouch and throwing them towards Shikamaru, that dodged some and blocked others with a kunai. Then, he took a kunai and threw it towards the sky. At that time, Naruto was once again at the ground after calculating the distance Shikamaru's shadow could get to. He stepped back slightly and saw the shadow stopping just a few centimeters from his body. Just then, it expanded after coming in contact with the shadow of a kunai that was slowly falling down. The things around him passed in slow motion in Naruto's eyes as he slowly stepped aside before throwing a Hiraishin's kunai towards Shikamaru. Shikamaru smiled after moving his head to the side slightly. His shadow successfully got to Naruto, paralyzing the latter. I won the moment you underestimated my Kagashibari. He thought as the kunai passed by the side of his head. Just as Shikamaru was about to raise his hands and make Naruto give up, his sight blurred slightly before he fell to the ground, unconscious. The entire great arena was filled with silence before the crowd roared as the new proctor said, this round is Naruto Uzumaki's victory. Whoa, did you see that? He appeared behind that Nara brat in an instant. I didn't even see him, and at the next moment, his opponent was unconscious. He's amazing, one of the spectators said with a shock-filled voice. Didn't you notice? He appeared exactly where that kunai was. I know that. Isn't that the technique from the Yondaime-sama? Another spectator stated as everyone looked towards him in shock. A male spectator looked towards Naruto hesitantly before he said, now that we look at him. Doesn't he look exactly like the Yondaime-sama? He's blonde and have blue eyes, even his hair is extremely similar to him, and he's even using Yondaime-sama's technique. Can it be that? He's the Yondaime-sama's son. They all turned to look towards Naruto once again before noticing all of the similarities. Hiruzen was hearing all of that while frowning. He understood what that meant. Naruto used the Hiraishin no Jutsu in public with the pure purpose of revealing who he is. My only option is to reveal it. Naruto has clearly stated it through this round that he wants it to be revealed. If I don't reveal it, it will show I'm not on his side. If I reveal it, it'll show I'm on his side and that I'm worthy of his forgiveness, something I've been trying to get for a whole 8 years. Sigh, it seems I'm too old for this sh*t. Hiruzen thought as the cage and spectators' eyes were all on him. Standing up, Hiruzen walked and said in a clear tone, enough for everyone to hear his voice, you're all correct. Naruto Uzumaki, he's the son of Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage. Instantly, everyone's eyes widened slightly, even his own teammates, former classmates and opponents. No one noticed, though, a cold glint in Naruto's eyes and the small, almost unnoticeable smile on his face. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 65, Chunin Exams 3rd Phase 3. Sasuke and Sakura turned to look towards Naruto. However, the shock of the black-haired teenager was just huge. He's the son of the 4th Hokage. But, the Yondaime is Konoha's hero. How could they treat Naruto like that? Even if he wasn't the 4th Hokage's son, nobody deserves such treatment. He thought as the disgust and hate he has towards the village started to grow ever so slightly. In Naruto is the Yondaime's son. How come I never noticed that? Now that I look at him closely, he's like a copy of the 4th Hokage. Sakura thought, wondering why nobody ever noticed that after 12 years passed. These pieces of news were going to spread through the entire village, and the world, like fire spreads when it comes in contact with gasoline. Regret would fill the mind of the villagers that mistreated Naruto and their fear towards him would just increase. Despite just being a genin, the blonde teenager already had a title spread through the entire ninja world. The sadistic demon. What if he wanted revenge? How would they react if they knew their wondering thought was the unavoidable, harsh truth? Just then, Hiruzen's powerful voice reverberated through the entire great arena, calming everyone's mind. However, that shouldn't affect the Chunin exams. May the 3rd fight start. The old Hokage said as it was Sasuke's fight. Dosu Kinyuta didn't appear. As such, Sasuke Uchiha passed to the next round. The next fight is Temari vs Neji Hyuga. Once again, the crowd roared as both Sand Nin and Konoha Nin went to the stage. That fight wasn't anything expected. In less than a minute, Temari was lying in the ground. Neji easily defeated her by sealing all of her chakra points. The next fight was Haku vs Hinata, and surprisingly, the Byakugan princess was able to make the long-haired youngster use his full strength due to her gentle fist and Hakusho Kaden 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Even though she could defend against almost all of Haku's attacks, eventually, she got low on chakra and was defeated. Then it came the first round finale, the last fight of the first round, Uchiha Hensuke vs Gaara. The new proctor announced as the crowd roared in excitement as usual. The previous fights were good but they expected this one to be better. These were the genius from Sunagakur and one of the Uchiha clan genius. As both Sand Nin and Konoha Nin got to the stage, Naruto said towards Kakashi, that was hiding within the shadows, Nay, Nisan, Sasuke told me that you trained Hensuke this month. Did you teach him Chidori? I don't see him being able to even getting past Gaara's defense without it. The white-haired man thought while despairing slightly, Arg, how can he always find me even when I hide my chakra signature perfectly? Then, Kakashi said with a small smile, yes, he's a good brat to teach. I've taken him as my apprentice along with Sasuke. Just watch, I think he'll be able to win. The fight started with Gaara's sand pursuing Hensuke, that skillfully flipped back continuously before disappearing from his place. Suddenly, he was behind Gaara and sent a punch. However, it was blocked. Just then, spikes made of sand came out of the red-haired youngster's sand defense. I'll need a much higher speed and piercing power. It seems that I'll use that so early. Hensuke thought before jumping towards the wall and doing hand signs as lightning started to gather and flicker around his hands. The sound of chirping birds reverberated through the entire great arena. As he ran down, the wall was left with a deep mark, as if a sword was cutting all the way down to the ground. Hensuke then suddenly sped up and in an instant, he was already in front of Gaara, that noticed the extreme threat and covered himself inside a sand dome that had spikes coming out of it. However, Hensuke's hands seemed to ignore it as the lightning-filled hand pierced Gaara's shoulder. Chidori, Hensuke said with a small smile beaming over his face. However, as his eyes, that were now Sharingans, stared towards Gaara's own eyes, cold sweat started to drip down his face. What is these eyes? He thought but quickly retreated, a monstrous arm pursuing him. My blood. It's my blood. Gah. Mother, it's my blood. Gaara suddenly started to mutter before these mutterings changed to crazy yells. His body started to change into a monstrous-like form as he ran out of the great arena. Suddenly, within the cage's chair, the cage smirked before putting a kunai on Hiruzen's neck. Hello, Hiruzen-sensei, it's nice to meet you again, don't you think? The cage said while licking his lips. It turned out to be Orochimaru. They talked for a few moments before a Fuinjutsu barrier was made. Feathers started to fall down the great arena as a genjutsu was cast. Naruto noticed it in an instant as he quickly freed himself and friends from it. Just then, he looked towards the cage's spectator place and noticed the Fuinjutsu barrier. Orochimaru. Oh, he's planning to kill the Hokage. Naruto thought, with his fuinjutsu level, he could easily that barrier. However, a wicked smile soon appeared over his face. It seems that your time has come, Gigi. Maybe this is the price you pay for being such a kind person. Naruto thought before turning his eyes to the direction Gaara ran. Looking one last time towards the fuinjutsu barrier that was set up by Orochimaru, Naruto thought before flickering away. Though I don't like to admit that, Gigi is really strong, even stronger than Orochimaru, I can feel it. However, since that snake weirdo did such thing, it can only mean he has some confidence. Noticing that Naruto went towards Gaara's direction, Hensuke, Sasuke, Sakura and Haku wanted to follow him. However, Kakashi didn't let them do so. You four, let Naruto deal with Gaara. Only him is able to do that because of reasons I won't tell you. For now, focus on dealing with these ninjas over there, infiltrated Anbu. He said. His voice was powerful enough so that the four of them just couldn't reject. Meanwhile, Naruto looked at the monstrous-like form Gaara now had. He smirked. Kusan, is that the stupid Raken you always secretly curses? It seems that we'll be able to slap him quite a few times. He thought as Kurama also smirked. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 66, Chunin Exams 3rd Phase 4. With his speed, it didn't take long before Naruto caught up to Gaara, whose body was half monstrous. Yo, Kusan, is that the friend you call stupid raccoon? That stupid raccoon isn't my friend, brat. But no, that isn't him, his Jinchuriki is just taking his form. Kurama said with his foxy grin that screamed his desire to fight the so-called stupid raccoon. Hey, Gaara, I see you're not having a good day. Your arms even morphed to that, ugly form. Naruto said with his trademark smile as Gaara suddenly stopped running through the tree branches and turned around. Without warning, Gaara's grotesque-like, long arms shot towards Naruto, that didn't even move. Suddenly, his body appeared above the arm as he comfortably sat there before he said, wow, that was so rude. I thought we had become friends, you have no idea how sad you're making me after attacking me like that. Despite saying that with a sad smile beaming over his face, the grotesque-like arm under him that had been cut said otherwise. Seeing that, Gaara suddenly started to laugh crazily. Ha ha ha. You think you can stop me even though you're full of good and happy feelings? Someone born for the podium. Single quote question mark single quote. Naruto was genuinely confused for a second before he started to laugh. Oh, sorry for that, it's just that what you said was so fun that I had to laugh. Good feelings, you say? How pitiful, you think that because you have a demon inside you, you're a demon. You're at most a slightly evil dude, you don't know about the world, people that kill just because they're told, people that because they're on the right side, they think they can do whatever they think it's correct. I have a demon sealed inside me too, you know. I know how it is, that darkness you feel, this is why you can't run from it, you must embrace it. Naruto said as his face suddenly showed a vicious, wicked smile. It was nothing like his happy smile just a few moments ago, nothing like his playful and amused tone a few moments ago. Looking towards the blonde teenager, Gaara was shocked, but it only added fuel to his anger. Why do you think you can understand me? You clearly have friends, brother, family. You have love, you would never understand that. Drawing his sword of whirlwinds out of its sheath, Naruto ignored Gaara's speech before disappearing from place. However, Gaara instantly retreated, trying to avoid any kind of attack. Alas, that wasn't able to stop Naruto from cutting the remaining part from his grotesque-like arm that was slowly growing back. Ah. Why? Gaara kept muttering that before shouts and more shouts came from his mouth. Noisy. Naruto muttered before punching Gaara's face. The red-haired teenager was sent flying when suddenly, he stopped in midair as an enormous amount of smoke unnaturally appeared, a towering figure coming out of it. Kurama, inside Naruto's consciousness, grinned ever so slightly before he said, Kit, it's him. The stupid raccoon is out, I'll be able to beat the hell out of him. Ha ha ha, I'm out, I'm finally out of that damn place, my days of freedom has come. The towering, grotesque figure said as enormous amounts of happiness could be felt from its voice. But its voice soon came to a stop as Naruto landed a solid punch on it, his strength being boosted by Kurama's chakra. He was using the Three Tails chakra cloak, the strength hidden behind his force made the towering figure retreat 2 steps back. Before the towering figure could react, Naruto summoned Kurama out. The fluffy fox grinned as the 9 tails behind him wandered freely in the air. It's time for the beating you deserve, damned raccoon. Kyuubi. Arrogant as always, thinking the number of tails is equal to strength. I'll prove you wrong, damned fox. The stupid raccoon roared before sending blasts of air towards Kurama, that defending himself by waving his claws, that met the air blasts, an explosion reverberated through the entire forest they were in as air was sent everywhere. Sitting in a tree branch while watching the fight excitedly, Naruto felt it was a pity that he didn't bring ramen before asking Kurama through their connection, "Hey, Kusan, how can I remove the connection between Gaara and the stupid raccoon?" "Kit, stop asking me question while in the middle of a beating session. Anyway, you just need to beat the hell out of the Jinchuriki, but don't do that so early, I didn't finish beating the stupid raccoon yet." Kurama grinned, but Naruto didn't care. He felt it was a pity the fact he wasn't the one beating the stupid raccoon. It's fun to see others being beaten, but not as fun as when you're not the one doing so. He just had to teleport a few times before getting to the position Gaara's body was. The red-haired teenager was there, apparently unconscious, grinning from ear to ear. Naruto punched with strength just enough to wake Gaara up. The stupid raccoon roared while feeling angered, "This is unfair. I just came out of that damn place, but I'm already returning, unfair. This is just unfair. No, Kit, you're so evil," Kurama said sadly before disappearing, returning to his consciousness. Gaara woke up and noticed that his chakra wasn't enough to use any chakra-based technique. However, his physical strength, even if pitiful, was still there. Without hesitating, he went to punch Naruto, that dodged easily before punching his face, sending Gaara a few meters away. The red-haired teenager fell flat on the ground and didn't move anymore, just stared as Naruto slowly came towards him with his sword of whirlwinds. "No, don't come near, don't come near me," Gaara said in an almost desperate tone. However, Naruto didn't seem to hear him, rather, he ignored what Gaara said. Just then, Kankuro and Temari appeared besides Gaara. "Don't come near him or we'll be forced to act," Kankuro said with a dangerous tone. However, what greeted him was a burst of laughter. Looking towards the sand trio, Naruto said while grinning slightly, "Can you tell me something? You clearly can't protect him, but I'll propose something. Both of your lives for his, the two of you die, he lives, how about that?" His grin looked just demoniac to both Kankuro and Temari. However, even if Gaara always mistreated them, they loved him from the bottom of their hearts. As such, both of them slowly approached Naruto before saying, "We don't mind it, just. You can kill us if you spare Gaara," Temari said. Naruto was genuinely stunned. He didn't expect that. Just then, he grinned before disappearing and appearing besides Gaara. Seeing that, both Temari and Kankuro rushed over. However, Naruto knocked them off before they could do anything. "These two, you see them, right? They were about to sacrifice themselves just for the sake of saving you. They loved you since the beginning. You're similar to me but way too different. You had your siblings from the start and experienced love from the start, even if that love diverged through time," Naruto said. Somehow, Gaara could feel the broken heart behind his words. The blonde teenager truly had a change of mind. He may be a monster in a way but decided to help the red-haired teenager. "You're different from me because while I embraced the darkness before I experienced love, you can escape from that darkness and live on without it." After saying that, under Gaara's shocked and stunned eyes, Naruto flickered away. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 67, Leaving 1. That was a sad day for everyone, almost everyone. The sky was dark and gloomy, akin to a storm that was brewing in the heart of the villagers. It was as if the sky cried over the death of the third Hokage. A hero. He died to protect the village from Orochimaru. A villager commented sadly, things weren't hidden from them, mainly because the death of someone with such a high position wouldn't be hidden for long. Did you hear about it? Naruto Uzumaki also protected the village from Tsunagaku's sand spirit. He's also the fourth Hokage's son. A hero was born from another hero, isn't that amazing? Another villager commented as others fell in silence. Some of them were the ones that mistreated Naruto, that tortured him. Everyone was clothed in black, showing their sadness over Hiruzen's death. In front of them stood a picture of the third Hokage. That was a day even the Hyugas and Uchihas came to pay respect. At Naruto's side, Konohamaru cried as tears dripped down his cheeks continuously. Naruto's eyes showed sadness. After paying respect, he left. The blonde teenager knew where Jiraiya was and why the white-haired pervert wasn't here paying respect. He didn't want to admit that his own teammate, someone he considered as a brother, did that. Ero Sennin, what will we do now? Appearing beside Jiraiya, whose face was gloomy, Naruto asked while patting the white-haired pervert's shoulder after a small jump. The man is about 190 meters, after all. Looking far away, Jiraiya said, we'll stay in the village for a few days. You can say goodbye to your friends in these days. You can also bring that Haku and Karen with you. We'll search for Tsunade. Nobody is more fit to become the Hokage than her. His tone contained a rare seriousness but also deep sadness. This time it was completely different from his previous act of seriousness, where he was just trying to act serious. This time, he was truly serious but it couldn't hide his slightly cracked heart. The blonde teenager originally planned to hide Karen from Jiraiya since in the start. He just thought of the white-haired pervert as a tool that would help him get stronger. However, after some time passed, Naruto decided that not hiding her would be better. As such, Jiraiya knew about the red-haired girl. As for Haku, there wasn't any need in hiding him. Both Haku and Karen are a part of Naruto's plans. Without saying anything, he flickered back to his house. Here, Kakashi, Karen and Haku were already eating something. They didn't seem to be affected by Hiruzen's death in the slightest. Naruto nodded at this. It would be much easier that way. Noticing Naruto, Karen stopped eating before she ran towards him and jumped with her arms open. However, Naruto dodged swiftly as the red-haired girl fell to the ground with a loud thud. Hey, Nisan, Haku. Rasengan said that we will stay in the village for a few more days before leaving. He also said that both Karen and Haku can come. This means both of them are coming. Washing the dishes, Kakashi stopped for a few seconds before he said, how long will that training with Jiraiya take? Rasengan didn't specify but he said it would take around 2 years before we return to Konoha. I'll go to say bye to Sasuke, Sakura, Shikamaru and Hinata. In an instant, Naruto disappeared once again. Looking at Haku, that laughed at her futile attempts, Karen was furious. If you are not just a male doll that look like a woman, come and fight me in the field. Haku's smile seemed to widen slightly. It seemed like these two weren't really good friends. Uchiha State, Sasuke's house. Ah, Naruto-chan, you finally came to visit us. I thought you had forgotten about us. Uchiha Makoto said sadly as Naruto's eyebrows twitched slightly. Looking towards Makoto and Fugaku, he sighed. Naruto wondered why Sasuke's father didn't want to do an eye transplant after all that time. Looking towards him, Fugaku said, Makoto, I think he came to talk with Sasuke about something important. He's at the courtyard with Shisui and Itachi. Go ahead. Thanks, Aunt Makoto, Uncle Fugaku. Naruto said before removing his shoes and entering going towards the courtyard. There, he saw Sasuke struggling to fight with Itachi and Shisui. Both of them had controlled their strength to be the same as him. However, their fighting experience is extremely vast. As such, Sasuke wasn't able to even land a hit on them. As they fought and dodged Sasuke's attack with what is akin to a dance, without looking, Shisui said, I see that you've come to visit us again, Naruto. Join the fight with us. A bit of fighting intent was released from his voice. Shisui-san, I would love to fight you and Itachi-san but I have an important thing to talk with Sasuke today. You can keep going, I'll just keep watching. Naruto said as both Itachi and Shisui nodded. Itachi had just turned 18. Previously, his age wasn't enough to officially manage the Uchiha clan but now he was officially an adult by both Uchiha and Konoha standards. As such, he's now the official clan leader of the Uchiha clan. After a bit of time passed, Sasuke laid in the grass while panting. Itachi stopped in front of Naruto before patting his shoulders and leaving. Shisui also did the same but he said, I hope that we can fight. I heard that you got a lot stronger. Well, you can talk to Sasuke now. Then, he flickered away at high speeds. What? Huff. Do you want to? Huff. Say, Naruto. Sasuke asked while panting. He seemed to be really tired. His body laid softly in the prickle grass. However, he didn't seem to mind. Then, the bomb that was Naruto words exploded in his ears as the blonde teenager disappeared right after saying it. I'm leaving the village with Rasengan. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 68, Leaving 2. 6 months ago, Hiruzen's house. Naruto, come here. I have a gift to you for graduating and officially become a genin. It's more like I'll return it to a worthy owner, though. Looking towards Naruto with a small but gentle smile, Hiruzen said. Naruto nodded slightly, his curiosity almost oozing out after Hiruzen took a beautiful sword out of a sheath. It was a black-colored sword with shining, bloody red-colored lines running across its blade, that looked like spiraling lines, its handle also being black-colored, 5 golden-colored, diamond-shaped symbols on each side of it. If one looked with attention, they would see a thin, almost transparent rune interconnecting with the rest. With its golden color, it was akin to a golden-colored chain within the sword itself. This sword was once owned by your mother because it is an inheritance from the Uzumaki clan. Only the Uzumaki's royalty can use it. However, even Kushina wasn't able to wield it, mainly because her kenjutsu was. Well, I prefer not to talk about it, however, I'm sure that you'll be able to use it. Hiruzen said before putting the sword in its sheath. Looking towards the sword, Naruto said, despite being, a rather beautiful sword, it doesn't look anything out of ordinary, so, what makes that sword special enough that only Uzumaki's royalty can use? His voice contained slight curiosity even though he already knew about it. Sword of Whirlwinds was a sword passed ever since the Uzumaki clan was created and only the clan heads could use it. It is a sword made of the best material for each part, be its blade or its handle. A few days had passed ever since Naruto talked with Sasuke. He also talked with Sakura and Shikamaru and only had one more person to say bye. Somehow, it was just hard for him to say bye. Hinata Hyuga, every time he wanted to say bye, it was like his words were struck at the end of his throat, threatening to go all the way back. However, Naruto had decided himself, they were leaving today, as such, he needed to say bye. And Naruto had the perfect way to do so. The blonde teenager knew that if he tried to say bye, it wouldn't work. As such, he thought about another way. Ino, can you show me the most beautiful flower of this shop? Naruto asked while passing by Ino's flower shop. Raising her eyebrows curiously, Ino was about to ask but decided not to. She's not familiar with Naruto enough to say so, after all. After paying, Naruto left with a beautiful yellow-colored and a beautiful purple-colored flower, one on each of his hands, leaving Ino, that sighed while thinking sadly, when will Sasuke-kun do that for me, ah. Hinata was wandering through Konoha. Today was one of the rare days she wasn't training till exhaustion, however, her eyebrows were furrowed. What is this bad sensation? It's like something bad will happen. Her beautiful, white-purplish eyes widened slightly after seeing Naruto, that suddenly appeared in front of her with two flowers, one being yellow-colored and the other being purple-colored. His hands stretched forward slightly as he seemed to give them to her. Is this to me? Hinata was blushing from ear to ear after seeing the flowers. They were the exact color of their hairs. She wondered if that was on purpose or just a coincidence. Even so, her heartbeat was at miles per second. Naruto didn't say anything. Along with the flowers, a letter stopped in the palm of Hinata. The purple-bluish-haired girl was having a shyness attack. Maybe her incredibly fast heartbeat increased to that fact. As such, Hinata didn't open the letter. Her blush deepened by a shade or two as Hinata saw Naruto's head slowly coming near her face as her heartbeat exploded in what seemed to be the speed of sound. Naruto's lips slowly met her forehead before he disappeared. Touching her forehead after Naruto's disappearance, smoke started coming out of Hinata's head before she fell unconscious. Before she could fall to the ground, a member of the Hyuga's branch caught her. It was a female. The entire time, she could have stopped it but knew that in both strength and status, Naruto was now far away from her. Instead, she kept thinking, go for the win, Hinata-sama. I'm cheering for you. After kissing Hinata's forehead, Naruto's face was indifferent but his mind was extremely chaotic. It was a technique that Kakashi taught him. Stoic expression in the midst of chaotic feelings. The art of the stoic face. He honestly thought it as a stupid name but as of now, Naruto was extremely grateful of it. Naruto was already at the entrance gate of Konoha, where Jiraiya, Haku and Karen were waiting for him. The blonde teenager had such chaotic feelings that he didn't even notice Karen jumping towards him. However, Haku is a swift youngster. As such, he didn't lose time before creating a crystal wall, stopping Karen on her tracks. You damn trap. You always stop me from hugging Naruto-kun when I have the chance, damn it. I'ma break your pretty face to pieces. Karen shouted towards Haku. However, the long-haired youngster didn't seem to hear her. Scary. Why woman, even when they're young, they're so damn scary. Jiraiya thought dejectedly. There wasn't a single woman he knew that wasn't violent or scary, be it Kushina or Tsunade and now Karen. Poking the side of Naruto's head with his index finger, Jiraiya said, Oi, are you here? Let's go, we can't lose time. Konoha can't be without a Hokage for long and that Kakashi brat doesn't want to become the new Hokage so we need to go for Tsunade. Naruto finally came out of his chaotic feelings and was back to reality. Hearing Jiraiya's words and the eager expression of Karen, even Haku was eager to search for Tsunade. She's known through the entire world. Both of them wondered the time they would talk to her, such a famous shinobi. What about me? I'm also one of the legendary Sannin, you know. I'm also a worldwide known shinobi. Damn it, they always forget about the great me. Jiraiya thought sadly, these kids don't stop giving blows to his confidence. Then, they left Konoha. Their destination is only known to them. Meanwhile, two Akatsuki members were within Konohagakure, their reasons being obvious, to find the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 69, Akatsuki in Action. 1. Hey, old pervert, how do you think we can find that Tsunade you said? Karen said while looking up to Jiraiya while pushing her glasses back to her eyes as a somewhat blinding white-colored light was on the lenses. Hearing that, Jiraiya said as he looked over the faint silhouette of a rather beautiful village in the distance, Tsunade likes to gamble and she has a rather peculiar fame due to that, we'll be able to find her through that, for now, we'll stay at this small village for a while. A few minutes passed as they got to that small village. Seeing it, Haku and Karen were amazed, even Naruto was impressed by its beauty. The red-haired teenager's eyes seemed to shine after seeing it. Seeing their stares, Jiraiya smiled slightly before he said, "This is an economical-based village, it's one that doesn't has a military focus. There are 3 types of villages, the one I just said, economical-based, military-based and economical-military-based villages. The 5 great villages is the last one. This is a rather interesting information, I didn't know about that, at least. Well, learning new things is always good." Naruto thought after hearing what his master said. Haku and Karen also had a surprised expression on their faces, they didn't seem to know this information previously. After stopping at the small village entrance, Jiraiya stood in front of them before saying with a serious expression, "Brats, as the only responsible adult here, I need to take your wallets, you can use only 20% of your money in order not to spend all of it." Naruto, Haku and Karen. Seeing his obvious act and his expression, they all thought that this white-haired pervert is a true master in the art of shamelessness. However, Naruto was ready for this as he said with his trademark smile, "If you take our wallets, I'll be sure to burn any chance you have with the ladies of this village." Jiraiya, he saw right through my true intentions. He wondered if there was no more warmth in this world. Naruto had been such a good wingman in the 1 month he was being trained that Jiraiya never suspected he would do that. Alas, how could he know that the blonde teenager was just collecting information to burn the white-haired pervert's future relationships in the future? Naruto had a wicked smile beaming over his face as he thought, "My foolish master, you stole my wallet for an entire month and I couldn't do anything because my reputation in Konoha isn't the best, so I helped you, but in this one where nobody knows me, I can burn your relationships and you won't be able to do anything about it." Seeing his disciple smile, Jiraiya was sure that there was no warmth in the world anymore. He thought why the world was so unfair, so cruel before sighing in defeat. At the side, Karen's beautiful red-colored eyes had a strange glow in it as she started fangirling him. "Naruto-kun, cool. Indeed, you're the coolest one. Nobody is cooler than you." 1. Haku snorted slightly at her action. "Don't try to attack Naruto-sama with your filthy hands again," he said after seeing Karen's hands twitching slightly. Hearing what Haku said, Karen wanted to punch him but knew that her strength wasn't enough. As such, she only threw a barrage of curses towards the long-haired youngster that ignored them in a swift manner. Laughing at their interactions as it was fun in his view, Jiraiya said, "I'm going to explore this small village just for the sake of being sure it is safe, bye." Within instants, the white-haired pervert disappeared from their view. Karen deadpanned, "He's going to find some ladies to have fun, isn't he?" At her side, both Naruto and Haku nodded while wondering why such a powerful person was also an extreme pervert. Luckily, he never forced his way out, or no woman except Tsunade would be able to stop him. Despite being such an extreme pervert, Jiraiya is an honored man in many aspects, be it his personality or actions. "Well, at least he already booked our rooms," Naruto said while feeling a small headache knowing he would share the same room as Karen while Jiraiya would share a room with Haku. Somehow, the blonde teenager felt he was going to be abused by the red-haired teenager's eyes. With the slight thought of sharing a room with Naruto, Karen's face turned slightly red as she planned her next attack. Meanwhile, already in the room, her victim shuddered slightly before looking around cautiously. "Is someone planning to attack me?" Naruto thought while narrowing his eyes slightly. Through years of endless pursuit made by the villagers and also fights in the past 6 months, his instinct had been honed and would only flare up in case he was in danger. Time passed and night had already arrived. Jiraiya hadn't returned yet and the 3 teenagers already knew the reason. The man was, of course, having fun with the ladies outside. However, at this time, Naruto's perception detected 2 chakra signatures and one of them is familiar. It was Zen's signature, writing in a scroll, "Danger Naruto." He waited for a few seconds until Jiraiya was near a space line, or how he liked to call these thin connections of space that made sure the world wouldn't collapse before teleporting the scroll. Their door was knocked, but before Karen could open it, Naruto stopped her. "I'll open the door soon, wait a bit, Arrow Sennin," he said while signaling for Karen to hide. Thinking that Naruto was going to prank Jiraiya, she hid cheerfully. Taking his sword of whirlwinds, Naruto's eyes were devoid of any emotion as a red-colored chakra slowly coated his entire body. His light blue-colored eyes took a deep red coloration, the pupils inside the eyes turned slit, his nails became sharper and so did his teeth. Outside the room while standing in front of the door, Zen and a blue-skinned man that looked like a humanoid shark stood there. Both of them were in a black-colored robe with red-colored clouds on it. Sensing chakra flaring up inside the room, the blue-skinned man took his sword before muttering, "Time to devour some chakra, Samahata." A black-colored aura slowly enveloped Zin's body as he raised his fists. "Naruto Uzumaki, your death is coming," he thought. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 70, Akatsuki in Action. 2. The sound of swords colliding was heard as the Sword of Whirlwinds and Samahata hit each other. Naruto saw the two intruders, one was a man he already knew and the other wasn't. To him, it looked like a humanoid animal. Retreating after that, Naruto's trademark smile beamed over his face. "Yo, Zin. How is your brother doing? Man, it was a long time since I last saw him." Single quote. Zin and Kisame fell in complete silence before the former snapped and went towards Naruto with full strength as he roared, "I'll avenge my brother." "Nope," Naruto said while swiftly dodging his attack and thinking, "If I punch out of the inn and it breaks the wall, would people mind? Well, I'll just do that, and if someone comes to annoy me, I'll act innocently." As Naruto dodged, he felt a deadly threat at his side. As such, he didn't hesitate before stepping back slightly and then he disappeared, teleporting behind Zin. His body spun a bit before Naruto gave a solid, powerful kick to the man's right side of the abdomen, sending him away. Zin was sent out of the inn through a good and powerful kick. Naruto didn't hesitate before following. The blue-skinned man was about to attack, but seeing Naruto running out of the inn through the destroyed wall, he followed. "Naruto ooh!" Zin shouted in pure anger before running towards Naruto again. It seemed that after seeing the person he hated the most, the man lost a bit, or all, of his sanity. The black-colored aura enveloping his body became thicker. In an instant, he appeared behind the blonde teenager, that reacted by turning around and raising his arms. Naruto was sent flying for at least 5 meters before he hit a store, scaring the shit out of everyone that was around. Standing up, Naruto wiped the blood flowing out of his mouth before smirking. This is getting fun." His eyes seemed to shine for a few moments before noticing why the humanoid animal wasn't attacking. Jiraiya was holding him back. "Ah. Now I'll be able to fight the twin creep freely," Naruto thought before deactivating the one-tail cloak. "Kit, why are you deactivating it?" Kurama was curious. That opponent was stronger than Naruto's current strength in all ways, even through speed. Naruto shook his head. "I want to fight someone stronger than myself without considering Ero Sanin. He's a perfect subject, you see," he said inwardly before putting his sword back on its sheath as a pale azure-colored breeze flew around his body. "The frog kata is incomplete without natural energy, even if weaker. I just needed to find a way to make it work," Naruto thought. Air shifted slightly as Naruto disappeared from his location and appeared in front of Zin. That punch towards his direction. Naruto knew that with his own strength, he was under the man. However, at this moment, Zin's movements were weird, as if the strength boost made him lose consciousness. Stepping slightly to the side as Zin's arm passed by his side, Naruto punched it as a cracking sound was heard. However, Zin didn't seem to feel it as his body immediately reacted with a kick that Naruto blocked by raising his arms. Crashing into a store once again, Naruto felt awkward before standing up again. "I'll block all of his chakra points. It's a nice thing I've studied chakra pathways and know all of their location. If he was fighting rationally, I wouldn't be able to do this, but I can," he thought. His trains of thoughts were interrupted there as Zin was already in front of him while sending a barrage of punches. However, Naruto seemed to expect it as with the swift release, he dodged all of them while slowly approaching Zin's body. Naruto's fingers moved around while hitting specific parts of Zin's body. In just a few moments, the man was lying in the floor. Kurama laughed loudly inside his consciousness. "Haha, Kit. That was crazy good. You didn't even need me to lend you a bit of chakra to defeat the twin creep. To think you stole the Hyuga's technique, crazy. I didn't steal it, I just thought that it's a good idea to seal the chakra points. The difference is that they have the Byakugan to seal them. As for me, I just mesmerized all of the chakra points' location and then sealed them," Naruto said inwardly while wiping the sweat that was flowing down his forehead. The fight was short, but the amount of concentration he needed was enormous. A single mistake and he could be dead. This is how it works. Most fights between taijutsu users don't take long. In fact, most of them end shortly in every bit of concentration. In the distance, he saw Jiraiya coming back. Soon, the white-haired pervert returned and saw Zin's unconscious body. They looked at each other for a few moments as an awkward silence appeared. However, Jiraiya soon broke the silence as he said, "Where's Haku and Karen? Also, what happened to that man?" Naruto then explained everything and said he ordered them to keep hidden. Jiraiya was somewhat shocked. Is he stupid? Losing rationality for power is an extremely dumb thing to do. If you have stronger power but you can't land a hit because you're practically unconscious, it won't matter. Agreed. So, can I take him with me? He's a really good subject to my experiment, Naruto said while finding an excuse to torture the man. Jiraiya knew the blue-eyed teenager's thoughts as he said, "No, I know you want to torture him, but I already know their goal. They want the bijus, so just kill him." Nodding slightly, Naruto pierced Zin's heart with his sword of whirlwinds. "I like the fight, though you acted in a really stupid manner. It wasn't bad at all. Your blood will be welcomed by my sword of whirlwinds," Naruto thought with cold, merciless eyes. "What about the humanoid animal?" he asked Jiraiya, that simply shook his head before saying, "He escaped." Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 71, Tsunade Senju 1. After they explained the Akatsuki attack to Karen and Haku, Naruto went to take a bath. This was one of the things the blonde teenager enjoyed the most. It was something that always made him relax. Wrapping a towel around his waist after taking a bath, Naruto looked at himself in the mirror and saw his sculpted but scar-riddled body. From small to long scars, his body was filled with them. Just then, Karen opened the door. Her perverted thoughts took over her mind as she opened the door. 1. However, after seeing Naruto's upper body, she froze. Karen's eyes widened in fright before she said while stuttering, "In Naruto-kun, how did you get such as scars?" Single quote. Naruto fell in awkward silence for a few seconds before he said with a gentle smile, "This is something I got in the 6 months I did missions in Konoha. I could heal them but I don't want to. This is a way so that I can remember about everything. I'm a ninja of honor, after all." The red-haired girl in front of him is Naruto's clansman, and from what she told, he knew that she had been traumatized. She had experienced the dark side of humanity. If Naruto tells Karen about his true past, he's sure that her mind wouldn't take it well. "Oh," Karen said and thought of something. Then, her eyes shone with determination as she said, "I don't like to see you with these scars. I'll become a powerful medical ninja and heal these scars." Heal the scars, Naruto thought while feeling stunned. These scars were one of the two things that reminded him the most about his own past. Everything he suffered. Sometimes, he would question himself if revenge was the correct thing. However, these scars and the nightmares, they reminded him. Every time Naruto slept, he would have nightmares about the countless nights he was tortured by the villagers, and every single day, he would feel everything he felt in the past, be it the horror, fear, helplessness, hopelessness, craziness, madness. If it wasn't for his brother, Kakashi, the blonde teenager was sure that he would have long fallen in complete madness. Even now, a part of his heart will always be filled with an incomplete space. The only reason Naruto never asked Kurama to blow Konoha out of existence is because of the also innocent kind lives inside it. Chuki and his daughter, even a few villagers that were kind to him, his friends and their parents, Konohamaru and so on. These were the only reasons that he didn't ask Kurama to blast Konoha's existence, even though the fluffy fox himself asked to do so. Despite being such a tsundere, Kurama knew all the things they had done to his partner, his brother, and it angered him all the time he saw their faces. With such thoughts, Naruto went to sleep directly, leaving the stunned Karen still in the bathroom. No. Please stop. Please. Stop. I didn't do anything. I really didn't do anything. Stop. Please. A blonde boy that was only about 2 years old pleaded constantly as people around him punched him, kicked him and cut him. Why? The boy's mind was chaotic as he constantly thought why this was happening to him. Tears were falling constantly alongside blood. If not because his wounds were being visibly healed, it wouldn't be a surprise for him to die. Die. Damn demon. You killed my son. Die. A man screamed. He knew that the kid wasn't the demon, but they were told he's the incarnation of a demon. Deep inside, even though he knew the blonde boy was innocent, he wanted to vent his sorrow, even if it was on such a young, innocent boy. Suddenly, Naruto stood up with his body being drenched with sweat. Even if unconsciously, there were some tears in his eyes. Wiping them away, his eyes gradually became cold as ice before going to walk through the small village. He teleported continuously before arriving on a mountain. Then, Naruto sat on a tree's branch and started looking towards the moon that was shining on the clear, dark sky. Despite his eyes being icy cold, deep sadness could be seen inside it, even if not clearly. Single quote. Kit, don't worry, I'm here with you. I'm Sorry, if it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have suffered like that, your parents would be alive and you would live happily. Kurama said inside his mind. Every time Naruto felt like that, the fluffy fox would feel extreme guilt. Naruto shook his head slightly. Don't worry, Kusan. You know that it isn't your fault and you know that I don't blame you for anything that happened. One day, I'll avenge everything that happened to me. If these things didn't happen, I wouldn't know how *T humanity is, he said inwardly as Kurama nodded. The blonde teenager stood there, silently observing the sky for hours till the sun started to rise. He knew that even if humanity was *T, Naruto himself didn't feel he's a good person, he had an urge to torture anyone hostile to him and didn't feel a single ounce of guilt. Slowly walking back to the inn as the warm sunlight bathed the entire world, Naruto started to wonder a question that never left his head. From the very beginning, the time he became a genin, Naruto started wondering something about that question and always asked himself after thinking of all the blood and death that fell onto the ground on his missions. Are ninjas worth of forgiveness? 1. Yes, there is a mirror in Naruto's world, they're not in a prehistoric stage or even extremely low technology. Made this note after my mind went crazy thinking someone would say, there's no such thing as mirrors in Naruto world. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 72, Tsunade Senju 2. After yesterday incident, Karen started to view things differently. Her personality was still the same as it wouldn't change just because of that, however, it was like someone threw lightning onto her, leaving her paralyzed and in a shock. "EY, you old pervert, is that Tsunade a good medical ninja? If she is, I want to be her disciple to learn medical ninjutsu," Karen said in a surprisingly good mood, scaring the hell out of Jiraiya. That demon is in a good mood. I just hope a meteor won't fall down on us, he thought. Jiraiya nodded slightly as he said, yeah, though her personality and hobby is a bit questionable, she's the best kunoichi I've ever seen. Even the old pervert thinks she's the best. I had heard about her strength but wasn't sure if it was true. Good, if I can be accepted as her disciple, I'll be able to learn in the best medical ninjutsu from the best user of it. The red-haired girl thought with a mischievous smile, as if thinking on how to be accepted as a disciple by Tsunade. Hey, did you hear it? There is a woman that actually lost every single time and is now indebted to the boss. Man, I've heard that she's called legendary sucker, because she keep losing and losing. A man on the next village they went, said to another with a small smile. Really? I didn't think it was possible to be so bad at something you even get a title like that. Well, she's indebted to the boss so it's not like she can escape. The other man said while feeling slight pity. Hearing that, the one that gave the news laughed slightly. That's the thing, she actually escaped. Hearing that, Naruto immediately started searching for a powerful chakra signature and it didn't take long before he found a powerful one accompanied by a weaker one. There was also another but that was a really tiny one. Naruto suspected it could be an animal, maybe. Oi, Ero Sennin, is that Tsunade you said going alone? Give me specifics, tell me if she has someone accompanying her, be it human or animal in chakra capabilities. Naruto suddenly said to Jiraiya, Haku and Karen. They were happily talking about something that the blonde teenager didn't care enough to hear. Though looking at him with an expression that said, do I look like a guidebook? Jiraiya said, a woman and a pig are accompanying her. The woman has around Chunin to Tokubetsu Junin reserves and the pig is just a normal pig with high intelligence. Naruto felt like throwing a Jigoku Rasengan in the middle of a forest just so that the fire slowly burns everything. Who in their right conscience bring an ordinary pig with you, knowing you're one of the legendary Sannin and that even AD rank ninjutsu can easily kill it? He thought incredulously. Well, I already found her, she's currently in that direction. I detected her powerful chakra signature along with a weaker one and an almost non-existent one. This is probably the woman accompanying her and the pig. Naruto said as Jiraiya's eyes shone slightly. That kid was a natural censor. Then what are we waiting? Let's go, Jiraiya said before running towards the direction he pointed, leaving only a cloud of smoke behind him. Seeing that, not only Naruto but also Haku and Karen massaged their foreheads before chasing him. Haku, as usual, was quiet but Karen wasn't. She kept talking and talking. Naruto suspected that if she ran out of words, the girl would be able to create new ones just for the sake of talking, but he surprisingly didn't felt annoyed. I just hope Tsunade Senju isn't an annoying one. Women can be extremely annoying when they want. At least my resistance to their annoying actions increased over the months with Sakura being my teammate. Naruto thought funnily as somewhere, a certain pink-haired girl shuddered while looking around cautiously. As they caught up to Jiraiya, they saw the man lying on the ground while crying, a huge bump on his head. Naruto pitied him but also laughed. Sakura had tried to hit him countless times when she was annoyed, but all times ended up with her in the same very situation as Jiraiya. He never understood why she had such an urge to hit him. Besides, Jiraiya was a fair-skinned, black-haired woman that was holding a pig in her arms, and a fair-skinned woman with brown eyes and straight blonde hair that parts above her forehead. Through their chakra signatures, Naruto judged that the stronger one, the blonde, is Tsunade Senju. "Are you Tsunade Senju? Eros Sennin said about you and how beautiful and alluring you are. He said that if he could, he would kiss you," Naruto said while spouting some bullshit tea. At the side, Haku and Karen started laughing as Tsunade got angered and hit Jiraiya again. "This is for my wallet last month," Naruto thought. It seems that he still held grudges against Jiraiya for stealing his wallet for an entire month. "As for you, boy, a ninja never surrender their comrades," Tsunade said while planning to also hit Naruto. The blonde teenager blinked his eyes innocently before he said, "I wouldn't ever surrender my comrades, but a ninja also wouldn't ever leave their village without reason because that would make them a rogue ninja, a nukenin. Did you know that Jiji, the third Hokage, died recently?" "I didn't." Before her words could be finished, Naruto's words started to attack her once again. "From what I know, you don't have any reason, never sending reports to Jiji, never sending even news. Is this what makes a legendary Sannin?" They were shocked that Naruto said these things, principally Tsunade. Her expression was simply full of shock and surprise. Jiraiya praised Naruto inwardly for his courage. Anyone that can say these things to that monster of a woman certainly has a lot of guts. Then, Naruto said with a bright smile, "That being said, nice to meet you, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon." Chapter 73, Tsunade Senju 3. On a restaurant within the small village, Tsunade and her assistant Shizune, and the pig tauntant Jiraiya, Haku, Karen and Naruto stood there. The adults were drinking beer while the youngsters were eating rice balls. "Brat, you have guts. Do you know that no one ever talked to me like that?" With a smile on her now red face due to the alcohol, Tsunade said towards Naruto. "No one ever dared to tell you reality?" Naruto asked strangely. He was feeling really strange. It was like that Tsunade was running away from the reality, from the truth. He didn't know why, nor is he interested in it, though. Tsunade looked far away towards the deep sky under the stares of Karen and Jiraiya before she sighed. "More like they didn't want me to punch their head to pieces." Looking at her strangely, Naruto said, "I know someone that likes to do the same. When she thinks someone is annoying, she wants to punch them. Nowadays, she rarely do that since every time she did it, I punched her back." At this time, even Haku couldn't help but laugh a bit before saying, "I can prove. I was a member of their team. Sakura's temper is very violent, just like a certain someone said something, sissy." Haku was clearly talking about her. As such, Karen was immediately angered. Thinking that it was extremely possible a fight would break out if he didn't say anything, Jiraiya said as his face was also red due to the alcohol, "Say, Tsunade, the Hokage position is open and you know exactly why I won't take it. There's no one more suitable than you to that position. Not a chance, I wouldn't ever become the Hokage." It took less than a second before Tsunade refused the offer. She seemed adamant on refusing. Jiraiya seemed to understand something as his face became outrageously dangerous, murderous aura oozing out of him like water falling on a violent rain as he said, "You've contacted Orochimaru, didn't you? I'll warn you just a single time, if you ever do any harm to Konoha, I'll kill you by myself." Single quote question mark question mark question mark single quote. Naruto was slightly stunned, but then he simply guessed that Jiraiya said that on a whim due to the alcohol. He knew his master and was sure that even if Orochimaru gave a chance for him to kill the snake weirdo, Jiraiya wouldn't do so. This is just how much he cares about his friendship. Basically, these were empty threats. But then, Naruto controlled his emotions and started to analyze the situation. He had seen what happened in the very end of Hiruzen and Orochimaru's fight. The snake weirdo lost the abilities to use his arm. Knowing that, he said, "Let me guess, as the best medical ninja out there, he asked you that as long as you heal his arms, he'll do something for you, and I know exactly what. Orochimaru can use that forbidden technique and revive these two. Probably, he promised to revive one of her loved ones." Naruto thought while thinking how pathetic Tsunade is. Believing in Orochimaru is the same as stabbing yourself in the heart. Tsunade was stunned and nervous, but above all, she felt fear, not fear of Naruto, rather, fear of the words he would say next and the memories these words would bring back. The blonde teenager smiled slightly. "Edo Tensai, a technique capable of reviving others. I've researched about its theory and it's possible because I've seen Orochimaru use that same technique to revive Shodime and Nadaime to kill Jiji." There's no use wanting the dead to be revived because even if the Edo Tensei is used, they'll be nothing but empty souls. Even if Orochimaru promises you to revive your loved ones, you wouldn't feel better because they would be cold and emotionless. Naruto finished as Tsunade shuddered continuous times. It seemed that unpleasant memories were popping in her mind many times. That brat. He's using mind games against Tsunade. Should call him a bloody genius for being capable of doing that or a bloody fool for doing that against Tsunade. At the side, Jiraiya thought while feeling a slight bit of pity towards Naruto. Suddenly, Tsunade seemed to calm down as her eyes became icy cold while staring towards Naruto. So courageous, Naruto Uzumaki. If you're courageous as I think you are, let's go outside to have a small talk. Naruto didn't seem to hear Tsunade's words. I already guessed why you're afraid of going back to the village. First of all, you think your loved ones died because of you. Second, when you can't solve something, you get afraid of it and run away. You were afraid to face Gigi and due to that, you ran. When you can't solve something so simple like talking with arguments, you use violence. At this moment, Tsunade stood up and readied her fists, but Naruto knew better than to fight an angry legendary Sannin as he said, I would love to fight you but I'm just a poor ninja without any kind of strength, bye-bye. With that said, Naruto raised his hands to the air before disappearing and suddenly, Tsunade's stare changed directly to Jiraiya, as if her drunkenness just made her want to vent her anger and sadness, sorrow, trauma. That FC King brat betrayed me again. Jiraiya thought while trembling in fear as Tsunade approached him. It looked pleasant to him the scene of her melons going boing and boing as she walked, not that Jiraiya would dare to say it out loud, though. My fist will have a small talk with your face, Jiraiya. Tsunade said with a small smile that sent chills down Jiraiya's spine, and before he could notice, Haku and Karen had already sneaked out. Jiraiya, they also betrayed me. No. One. Today, a soldier died. Everyone, please pay respect to our greatest warrior, Toad Sage of the MT. Myoboku, the great Jiraiya-sama. F. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 74, Tsunade Senju 4. Around 13 years ago, Kakashi's house. A white-haired teenager stood there, crying while washing his hands over and over again. In his eyes, there was endless blood on his hands, and every time he washed them away, they would return. No. The white-haired teenager kept muttering as his mind was breaking ever so slightly. Why? Why doesn't that blood go away? Why? He asked himself as more tears dripped down his cheeks. Kakashi just couldn't let go of his past, his losses, his mistakes. Despite knowing deep down it wasn't his fault, the white-haired teenager couldn't stop blaming himself as he asked himself. Are ninjas worth of forgiveness? Yaon. Yesterday sure was a good one, drinking and beating. This reminds me I still haven't beaten that brat. Tsunade slowly opened her eyes while yawning before muttering to herself. Looking for something in the distance, Tsunade thought with a bit as a wave of sadness hit her. Running away, Maybe that brat is correct, I keep running away from the past. The old man died. If I was there, maybe things wouldn't go that way. Maybe he wouldn't pass away alone, he would have passed away knowing I was here with him. Reviving the dead. My loved ones should be resting somewhere good, interrupting them surely wouldn't be a good idea. Tsunade suddenly thought of that before deciding on something. Standing up and changing her clothes, the blonde woman went towards Jiraiya's room before knocking continuously. Haku opened the door and saw it was Tsunade. Without second thoughts, the feminine-looking youngster stepped aside and let the blonde woman enter. Never would he block the way of that incarnated woman. She's scarier than Sakura, he thought as fear flashed in his eyes. Oi, Jiraiya, wake up. Tsunade said while slapping Jiraiya's face till the man woke up and felt the burning pain at each side of his face. Feeling that the man had finally wakened up, a beautiful smile appeared in Tsunade's face as she said, I have a plan. Somehow, after seeing that smile, Jiraiya shuddered. A few hours later, Tsunade could be seen in an open field along with Orochimaru and his loyal assistant Kabuto. Looking at the blonde woman, the snake weirdo said with a snake-like smile, Oh, Tsunade, you did come, Same deal, you'll heal my arm, I'll revive Naoki and Dan. With a look of regret, Tsunade suddenly said, Orochimaru. I would really like that but unfortunately, I can't. You see, my medical ninjutsu can't cure someone of their own weirdness. That doesn't seem like something Tsunade would say. Narrowing his snake-like eyes, Orochimaru thought when suddenly, an indifferent voice sounded behind him. Wondering why it doesn't sound like me. Because it isn't me, Tsunade said before descending her fist in the ground as it started cracking. Multiple parts of it separated, As for the Tsunade that was talking, a puff of smoke was heard before Naruto appeared in her place. Yo, we met again, snake weirdo. As for you, Kabuto, I guessed you were a spy, but man, to think it was true. I guess we'll have to fight, right? Naruto said with his trademark smile, but even that couldn't hide his cold eyes. Jiraiya, Haku and Karen also entered the play as the white-haired pervert said while gritting his teeth, Orochimaru, you killed our sensei. Have you lost any sense of humanity? I'll have to stop you here and now. She's indeed strong as heck, lucky me that after provoking her, I immediately left, sorry, Ero-sennin. Even Naruto couldn't help but feel an ounce of pity after seeing Tsunade's monstrous physical strength. That's something he only had when going full strength with Kurama's Five-Tails cloak. Tsunade was hot-headed at the moment, so she went with full strength towards Orochimaru, that could only dodge, and in that single instant, Kabuto took his place, and with chakra-filled hands, he touched Tsunade's left arm and right thigh as she fell to the ground, but not before punching the gray-haired man's face. Gee ga, not the muscles, my nerves, Kabuto exclaimed before mobilizing his chakra to heal himself, and so did Tsunade as the fight went on. He managed to leave a bloodied wound on her arm after a moment of weakness. Tsunade was paralyzed, her blood, seeing the blood, her past traumas surfaced over her mind. A trauma, a psychological shadow activated by the sight of blood, no wonder she ran away. She can't live as a ninja if she can't endure blood. The only way to solve that is to give her something that can make her mind evolve, maybe making her feel safe. I know a way to do that, Naruto thought before fighting against Kabuto in front of the paralyzed Tsunade. Aren't you going to prove that you're not a coward? That you're a worth person? Naruto said to the paralyzed Tsunade before doing a rasengan and hitting Kabuto, that fell to the ground. He's regenerating, it's time, myself, play dumb and be tricked. Naruto thought mischievously as suddenly, Kabuto attacked him with a kunai, that he stopped with his bare hands. Blood dripped down his hands as he said, then go and do that. Because you're someone that Ero-sennin trusts. Suddenly, the kunai mysteriously passed through his hands and hit his shoulder as Naruto fell to the ground, unconscious. Looking at Naruto, Tsunade froze, and Orochimaru took the opportunity as his mouth opened wide and a sword cut her chest, but at this moment, Tsunade opened her frightened eyes and sent a solid kick to Orochimaru's face. Her hands. They're not trembling anymore, Orochimaru thought as Tsunade smiled before saying, you won't come even near that boy, Orochimaru. This is because he's a member of Konohagakure and I'm the 5th Hokage. 1. Hello, I didn't want to go past everything the anime because it would go down the exact path as the canon, except that Karen and Haku would be aiding Jiraiya and Tsunade. As such, I'll end the Tsunade search arc here and go directly to Konoha, and then Naruto, Jiraiya, Karen and Haku adventures. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patra on chapter 75, Back in Time 1. So you will become the 5th Hokage, Hag Sanin. Back in the inn, Naruto said with an indifferent expression. The only reason he was able to talk like that and stay intact is the fact Tsunade is all bandaged up after their fight. Unfortunately, Orochimaru and Kabuto escaped. Tsunade tried to stand up, but her body was in pain after using her regeneration technique continuous times. As such, she could only hatefully look towards Naruto before sighing helplessly and saying, yes. I'll become the 5th Hokage, this time, the credit is yours. Come here, I'll give you a reward. Reward? Are you sure you won't be punching my face and ruin it? Naruto said suspiciously under the laughter of Karen. Just go, Naruto-kun. Tsunade-sama wouldn't lie, the redhead said. Cautiously approaching Tsunade while maintaining distance just in case Naruto was now in front of her, Jiraiya laughed at his antics as Tsunade slowly removed a green-colored pendant and gave to him, that asked, what is this? It looks good, not that there are many things that don't look good on me, though. How narcissistic, damn brat. Jiraiya thought hatefully after remembering every single time that Naruto plotted against him, but even so, couldn't find something to refute. Karen, at the side, nodded with a small blush after remembering his upper body. Her nose started to bleed slightly. Oi, how did that nosebleed appear? What did you think for that to happen? Jiraiya thought while sweating slightly. Handing out the pendant, Tsunade looked towards Naruto as pleasant memories appeared in her head before she said, this was the pendant of my deceased grandpa. You know him as the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. This is the only thing I have to remind myself of him. I'm giving this to you because you're worthy of it. Worthy, Does this word even exist in my mind? Being worthy. Naruto thought ironically but still took it. He felt it would be really troublesome if he refused. It's not even because he was scared of being punched by that monster. The first Hokage's pendant. It seems that Naruto really made a huge impact on Tsunade's mind, worthy of being the disciple of me, the great Jiraiya-sama. Jiraiya thought proudly, but a hint of softness appeared in his eyes. He knew just how much of a sentimental value that pendant has to Tsunade. I just noticed that, but you're literally the greatest medical ninja, why aren't you curing yourself? This time, it was Haku that said something as everyone looked towards him strangely. He rarely talked, after all. Tsunade shook her head. But what I used takes a bit of time to heal. I can't actively heal myself because what I did was to heal myself by forcing my cells to restore vitality, but in turn, I lost a bit of lifespan. Of course, through time, that will naturally regenerate, as long as I can have proper rest, she said. Boruto, let's go. If we go now, we'll arrive before Arashiki does. A black-haired man said. His left eye was purple-colored and had lines on it, a sign of the legendary Dujutsu, the Rinnegan. Let's go. That damned Arashiki wants to capture the Biju inside Dad, we can't let that happen. A blonde teenager with light blue-colored eyes, black-colored clothing with red-colored lines going all the way through its border said. He was also wearing a green-colored pendant. It was the same as Naruto's pendant. In the vast void where nothing but emptiness, space and time existed, a crack suddenly appeared as a shining light appeared in the endless darkness. Someone is messing with me, space-time, oh. An Otsutsuki and the child of prophecy's son from another reality. Interesting. Things would be even more interesting if I messed slightly with their destination, like sending them to another reality, it said before the crack in space disappeared. At the same time, a white-skinned, blue-haired man named Otsutsuki Arashiki was flying through what seemed to be a rainbow-colored light. Kyuubi. Your power will soon be mine, kuhahaha. He thought. Just then, the space around him trembled for a few seconds, but nothing that seemed threatening. In that short moment, though, Arashiki felt as if he was going to die. Looking around fearfully, he thought, what happened? A space-time distortion? No. That's way too rare for it to happen now. Since it is still intact, I don't think it's that. Meanwhile, the same happened with the black-haired man, and the blonde-haired teenager, named Boruto, said, Whoa, what was that, Sasuke-san? The black-haired man, now known as Sasuke, narrowed his eyes slightly as his Rinnegan suddenly had 6 tomos and seemed to shine a bit. Finding no abnormality, he said, there doesn't seem to have any problem. It was a space-time turbulence. It happens from time to time, but it isn't anything serious. A small turtle said in a somewhat robotic voice, reassuring Boruto and Sasuke, both sighed in a relieved manner. As soon as that was said, they appeared somewhere near Konohagakure, and Naruto, that was already in Konohagakure after Tsunade recovered, suddenly opened his eyes as he felt that a crack in space-time appeared and that an overly familiar signature along with a strangely familiar but also unfamiliar signature came out of it. Looking towards the sky, Naruto shook his head and decided to check later. Now, he was going to the Hokage's office. He heard from Tsunade that Konohamaru was there. He knew the boy is sad, and that was his way of venting that sadness. Then, he flickered from his position, and occasionally, his feet would step on air that seemed to be solid as he leapt over and over again. In instants, he appeared in front of the Hokage's office door. 1. Naruto obviously didn't just stay without training his space-time manipulation all the time he was with Jiraiya and so on. Basically, he was combining the body flicker technique with his own space-time manipulation by stepping in space itself, also giving the illusion he was flying. Chapter 76, Back in Time 2. Yo, brats. So, why is Konohamaru locked in there? Naruto suddenly appeared near Moegi and Udon as they jumped in fright before the orange-haired girl said shyly, It's you, Naruto-san. Ah, Konohamaru is there and doesn't leave no matter what happens, we're really worried. HN. Udon nodded at Moegi words. Naruto patted her head. Thanks, I'll force him out of there. Konohamaru. Get the FCK out of the room. Naruto yelled as both Moegi and Udon covered their ears. Their parents said to do that every time someone was going to yell, mainly because that person was very likely to curse. Hearing Naruto, Konohamaru flinched slightly, but his determination was still there as he said, No. I won't allow anyone to become the Hokage and dishonor Gigi's place. I won't leave. Sighing slightly, Naruto stepped forward as something fell down, but by removing his sword out of its sheath slightly, they were all cut in half in what seemed to be a white-colored light. Since you say so, I'm going to blow that damn door down. I was even planning to teach you the rasengan, but since you're acting so badly, I won't teach you a damn thing. Konohamaru felt tempted. That was the rasengan. He knew that it actually meant a lot for Naruto and for him to be willing to teach. The boy hesitated before deciding on something after hearing Naruto's words. I don't want to blow the door away. mainly because this was Gigi's workplace. I went with rasengan to personally select the new Hokage, and I can tell you that she's worthy. She is an old hag. Yes, but she's strong, stronger than me. She's more worthy than me. Naruto said the last part with a touch of emotion as Konohamaru slowly left the room. Seeing that, the blonde teenager smiled gently before saying, "Come here, I know you're sad. Let's go to eat some ramen. I'm sure Ni-san won't mind if we eat one today, right?" Konohamaru nodded weakly before wiping the tears of his eyes. "Moegi and udon, right. You did good in waiting. I shouldn't have taught him to do pranks. If these things fell on your head, you would fall unconscious. You're not actual ninjas yet, after all. And you, brat, I'll be treating you to ramen, but if you ever do pranks that can harm a friend of yours, I'll be sure to educate you in Gigi's place, got it?" Naruto said with a gentle smile that made Konohamaru shudder. If even Naruto's training were so hellish, he's not sure what that education would be. On their way, Naruto said, "Konohamaru, I won't teach you the rasengan now because that prank made me seriously think if I should teach it to a 8-year-old brat, but don't worry, I'll be teaching you the kage bunshin and a jutsu I created." How? Some would feel awkward. Why would he teach his self-made jutsu to Konohamaru? It's pretty simple. The brat was already like a disciple to Naruto, and for some reason, he did care a lot about Konohamaru. Naruto felt that the boy had genuine affection and admiration towards him. Really? What's the jutsu name? Is it cool? Konohamaru's eyes seemed to contain stars inside it after hearing these words, forgetting all his sadness. Really? But you'll need to train even harder. Your chakra control won't be enough to do it. I'll have some days before leaving with rasengan. I'll teach you all necessary steps to do so. How? Naruto smiled slightly while feeling the world became slightly more colorful when he was with Konohamaru. The blonde teenager wondered if that was how Kakashi felt when he was near. Hearing Naruto saying that he was going to train harder, Konohamaru despaired but felt slightly relieved. At least they were going to eat ramen. After some time, Tsunade was already working as the Hokage and the village was already back to normality. The Chunin exams were interrupted and wouldn't start again. Tsunade personally selected the ones to become Chunins. Some of the council members they were re-selected after the current ones resigned said that putting their Jinchuriki as a Chunin was dangerous. She showed that his strength was enough to do A-rank missions already. They agreed. The selected Chunins were Naruto Uzumaki, Shikamaru Nara and Hensuku Uchiha, one for literally saving the village from Shukaku and the other two for analyzing the situation and acting accordingly through the Chunin exams. Naruto received the news indifferently. He didn't really care about a promotion. Just then, he disappeared from place after sensing 2 chakra signatures following him, appearing beside the weaker one. His sword was already on the person's neck. "You, black-haired one, move and I kill him. As for you, blonde, move and I kill you. Mobilize your chakra and I kill you. Breathe and I kill you. If you get it, slowly nod your head." Naruto said with eyes devoid of any emotion. He knew all of Anbu members and he's certain these weren't Anbu. 1. The black-haired man named Sasuke was shocked. Was that the Naruto he knew? As for the blonde teenager named Boruto, he was even more shocked. How could that be his dad? He did look way cooler and badass, though. "I'll release you because I can feel you're not harboring malicious intents, but be aware that even if you're way more powerful than me, the moment you flare your chakra, I'll know it and the consequences will be serious," Naruto said before slowly releasing the blonde teenager. Noticing extreme similarities between him and the blonde teenager, Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly. "I know you're not from any village. Tell me, where do you come from?" 1. Reference to Hunter x Hunter, a part where Killua threatens an ugly dude with a knife. "Move and I kill you. Use your nen and I kill you. Breathe and I kill you. If you understand, slowly nod your head." Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 77, Otsutsuki Arashiki 1. Oi, Naruto. I was searching for you the entire day, brat. We're losing too much time that could be used for reseer. I mean, training, Jiraiya said as both Naruto and Boruto suddenly looked towards him strangely. Seeing the two strange people besides Naruto, Jiraiya's eyes narrowed slightly, returning to normal only after the blonde said with a knowing smile, "Don't worry about that, rasengan. They're from very, very far away. You could say they're travelers." Somehow, both Sasuke and Boruto shuddered after seeing his knowing smile and the words very, very far away. Naruto's eyes were like he knew that they were from the future. Stepping in the air, Naruto simply sat there, floating above them while thinking about something. "The blonde one, he's like a copy from me and he has 2 whiskers. Kusan, I know my whiskers come from you. They're clearly not from this timeline because I felt a space-time opening. It's similar to a space opening but also different, even I wasn't able to do a space-time opening yet." Kit, it's possible that in the future, after you have kids, they'll inherit a part of my chakra just like you do, resulting in that. Kurama said inwardly while sighing. Why did his partner like to simply sit in the middle of the air like there was a chair? Nobody knows. The black-haired one. He has the chakra signature of Sasuke, judging by his surprise after seeing me and knowing that space-time doesn't like to be messed up, probably from another reality. Naruto thought before looking down on their figures and smirking. But his eyes. They're the eyes of someone that lost too much, way too much, lost himself and took long before finding his path again. If I had to guess, maybe the Uchiha clan. Different realities are too unpredictable, I could be dead in one and alive in other. Jumping down, Naruto stopped in front of Boruto before saying with his trademark smile, I'm sorry for what happened a few seconds ago, I thought it was spies from another village, now that they know I'm the 4th Hokage's son and that Gigi died, it wouldn't be surprising if they sent someone, you know. So, where do you two come from? I know it's from a very, very far away place but I'm not sure. Anyway, you, the black-haired one, what's your name? Actually, you know what? I'm not interested, Rasengan, let's go to meet Sasuke, I'm sure he's mad at me after I left. Still looking at the black-haired man, Naruto said without letting them interrupt him. And you too, you're coming with me. We can't let two unknown persons roaming in the village, right? Both of them nodded. As for the black-haired man, he was sweating slightly. Walking by Naruto's side, Jiraiya asked seriously in a low tone, hey, brat. Don't they feel familiar to you? You can feel someone's chakra signature and remember it, right? Naruto smiled slightly before saying, you'll understand when the time comes. Naruto. Bastard, you just came and said bye and then you left, do you take me for a fool? I'll ask Ni-san to beat you. Seeing Naruto coming in his house, Sasuke felt greatly angered, he was worried about his best friend, he knew how dangerous it was for him to leave, even if by the companion of the Rasengan. Where is Haku and Karen? Seeing that Jiraiya and two strangers also came in, Sasuke embarrassedly changed the topic under the black-haired man's shocked stare, whose eyes became emotional after seeing Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Makoto, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui, not to mention all Uchiha civilians. They're alive, alive, he thought while holding himself from hugging them. The black-haired man knew that to them, he's nothing but a stranger. Jiraiya seemed to notice something after looking towards Sasuke and then the black-haired man and then to Boruto. Oh, I understand now. To think Naruto noticed it first, worthy of the great Jiraiya-sama disciple. Jiraiya thought with a small smile. Naruto. You're back, you don't know, man. Crybaby Sasuke was really sad after you left, if not because of Sakura forcing him to go eat some ramen with her, I would think he was depressed. Suddenly, Shisui appeared in front of them before saying with a playful smile. Sasuke's face became red after the mention of Sakura. Behind Shisui stood Itachi and Izumi, the former laughed slightly while the latter was doing her best not to laugh. What about you, Shisui-san? I heard that you're interested in a certain kunoichi named Uchiha Liz, eh? Naruto said, saving his best friend from the embarrassment which in turn made Shisui's face change. You see, I hear someone calling me, bye. Like that, he left under everyone's stare, they thought how could Shisui be so shameless. Naruto looked over the black-haired man before smirking slightly. It seems I was right, the way he's looking at uncle and aunt is mixed with sadness and happiness. I'll talk to him later, I'm sure he suspects that I already know about it, he thought. Suddenly, an enormous chakra signature appeared in the middle of the sky as Naruto's eyes widened. Rasengan, there's an intruder, Itachi-san, we'll need your help. Without further warning, Naruto held Itachi's shoulder and disappeared from place. They were already in midair. Somehow, Itachi was able to actually step on the air. It surprised even him, but after seeing Naruto, he nodded slightly. Just then, he saw a white-skinned man with light blue-colored hair and an enormous, ominous dark red-colored sphere above the man's hand. This place is full of you, disgusting humans. I'll erase your pitiful village from existence and then capture Kyuubi. The white-skinned man laughed sadistically as he told his plans under Itachi and Naruto's strange stare. Why was he telling his plan? However, they didn't have time to think as the ominous, enormous dark red-colored sphere started to descend under all villagers' scared stare. Were their life going to end? Itachi-san, your job. Naruto said before using the one-tail cloak as Itachi nodded slightly, transferring his chakra to Itachi as the man got a similarly red-colored, thin layer of chakra covering his body, the Uchiha clan had said. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 78, Otsutsuki Arashiki 2. An ethereal, enormous skeleton protected Itachi, then, it took a strange form. It looked like a tengu, it held a blade-like object in its hands, and had an equally big shield. As the ominous red-colored sphere fell and hit the shield, it simply disappeared. At that moment, Naruto's eyes widened ever so slightly. He could feel an extremely powerful sealing capacity coming from that shield. The white-skinned man frowned slightly after seeing that. Before smiling slightly as Boruto and the black-haired man appeared within his sight, the future blonde said in anger, "Otsutsuki Arashiki. You want to take the lives of more than 10 of thousands of innocents. Kuhahaha. You insects all have this sense of justice within you, don't you? Humans, what an incredible species, one that should be annihilated." Otsutsuki Arashiki laughed, but at this moment, Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly while remembering something, a specific word becoming clearer. Not in your world, Namikaze clan, one that is naturally close to space and time. Once, they were the rulers of the universe, even the Otsutsuki clan was under them. Naruto's lips slowly curled up in a playful smile before he flashed away towards the nearby forest of death. Seeing that, Arashiki quickly followed. Despite his extreme desire of wanting to directly annihilate humanity, the white-skinned man objective came first. Waving a shiny, red-colored fishing rod in his right hand, he waved it lightly as its tip went towards Naruto, that parried with his sword of whirlwinds. Arashiki's eyes widened slightly after that. A mere sword could block his fishing rod attack. It fascinated him, indeed. Aura 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 aura. Don't run, Naruto Uzumaki. Waving his hands crazily, Arashiki said with a wide smile, not noticing the approaching Jiraiya, Boruto, future Sasuke and Itachi. Suddenly, two fists hit his face as both Jiraiya and Boruto appeared in front of him. Arashiki was thrown tens of meters away in the forest. Insects. Dare to touch me. You'll pay for this. Pay. The Otsutsuki said, not liking the burning pain coming from the side of his face and the humiliating feeling of being hit by such insects. Looking towards Jiraiya as Arashiki slowly stood up and floated high in the sky, future Sasuke said in a serious tone, "White-haired one, that man can absorb your chakra if he hits you with his fishing rod and can use your own ninjutsu against you. We shouldn't use ninjutsu." Jiraiya nodded as Itachi slowly drew out a sword. Appearing beside Itachi, Naruto put his sword of whirlwinds within its sheath before slowly raising his right hand as invisible chakra strings surged and formed a line in front of him. Connected through the chakra strings, Naruto quickly manipulated his own chakra to form 10 daggers that were all interconnected by the invisible strings. Smiling in a satisfied manner, Naruto muttered under his breath as they prepared to fight the Otsutsuki, Tenkan no Dengeki. Blitz of daggers. They seemed to float around with Naruto's wave of hands. Future Sasuke took out his sword while Boruto and Jiraiya both made a rasengan. The white-haired pervert didn't question it because he had already guessed some things. They all advanced at the same time as Otsutsuki Arashiki dodged all incoming attacks. However, he found himself surrounded by 10 floating daggers. His eyes morphed into a purple-bluish rinnegan. Naruto felt subtle changes in the space-time before he smirked slightly. Foolish servant, you want to see through space-time under my presence. Indeed, no wonder your clan was nothing but servants. You're in my domain. Naruto chuckled before messing a bit with what Arashiki would see. What did you do? What happened? The white-skinned man's eyes suddenly widened in fright before looking towards Naruto in a fearful manner. When he tried to look 1 minute into the future, he saw himself standing below Naruto's feet. Naruto didn't answer. He simply took out his sword of whirlwinds as his one-tail cloak suddenly morphed. Getting on all fours, Naruto's directly used the five-tails cloak. Feeling his skin being burned, he grunted in pain but then gritted his teeth, enduring it. Future Sasuke and Boruto widened their eyes seeing his form. However, seeing that he didn't lose control, the former sighed in a relieved manner before focusing on Arashiki. I'm low on chakra, I still didn't recover from the time he took my chakra. He thought while feeling a vague amount of pain within his chest. Itachi-san, I know that it will be really bad for you to fight because of your vision. Please stand back, the 4 of us will be more than enough to crush that white-skinned freak. Naruto said with a playful smile as Arashiki's expression became somewhat scary. He was being despised by a mere 12-year-old kid, a human kid on top of that. Itachi nodded slightly before disappearing under Arashiki's unwilling stare. The man took a deep breath while being stared by the 4 of them. That brat. That vision, if it's true, I'll need to prepare more. Going back in time also took a toll on my strength. I should recover completely before coming. When that time comes, I'll capture you, Kyuubi. Without hesitating, Arashiki made a space opening and entered it. Naruto could have stopped him but he had another plan. Enduring his skin that was slowly falling from the massive amount of chakra going to his still developing body, he started to condense an enormous black-colored sphere in front of his mouth. Kit, I'm sure that Otsutsuki cunt will love your gift. Ha ha ha. Kurama laughed loudly inside his mind as Naruto disappeared from his position under Jiraiya, Boruto and future Sasuke's shocked stares. Damn it. Damned Naruto Uzumaki. Damned humans. I'll wipe out your entire race. Urashiki muttered in the middle of nowhere with pure anger when suddenly, he seemed to feel enormous amounts of chakra coming towards his direction at speeds he wasn't able to dodge nor absorb. Crossing his arms together, he took the blunt force of the power. Biju Dama, Naruto said with a voice so cold that it wouldn't be a surprise if he was confused as a demon that came from the very bottom of hell. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 79, Travelers from the Future 1. Hey, you said that the white-skinned freak can steal and then absorb chakra through that fishing rod, right? Naruto suddenly said to the silent Boruto, that nodded slightly. Thinking for a few seconds, the blonde teenager said with a smirk, he won't be able to steal chakra from us if we use fuinjutsu. I met someone that could absorb someone else's chakra by holding onto them, same logic. Lift your shirt slightly, I'll put a 4 trigram seal on your stomach, you too, black-haired man, come here. Naruto said as both of them approached as if they held complete trust on him, which didn't surprise the blonde as he knew they were from the future, one from another reality. It must be spacey old man messing things up. Naruto thought with a bit of annoyance, he's sure that if it was from his reality, that man wouldn't live enough to walk off the planet, not to mention go back in time. After putting a 4 trigram seal on both Boruto and future Sasuke, Naruto lifted his own shirt, showing his scar-riddled upper body. The number of scars and their sizes scared not only Boruto but even future Sasuke, that frowned. He knew about Naruto's past, everything he suffered, however, future Sasuke didn't think it was that bad. It confirmed the fact they're in an extremely similar yet different reality. Smiling slightly, Naruto said, surprised about these scars. It's about things that happened in the past, I chose not to regenerate to remind myself of these things. Eros Sennin, can you leave us alone, please? I need to talk with our 2 travelers, Naruto said while secretly giving Jiraiya his wallet as a bribe. Brat, do you think the great Jiraiya-sama accept bribes? Jiraiya thought condescendingly before, reluctantly, picking the frog-like wallet and leaving. Seeing that, Naruto's smile seemed to widen slightly. So, what bring travelers from the future of a different reality here? Ever since I saw Naruto and how he saved me, I felt my life was overthrown. Everything I suffered, being bidden to heal others and treated as nothing but trash, I didn't want to have that kind of life. Then, he appeared in the Chunin exams and despite seeing him kill my 2 teammates, and knowing his sadistic demon title, I couldn't help but blush. I couldn't stand still in front of him. I couldn't be away from him, from his warm and gentle eyes. Don't worry, from now on, if anyone tries to treat you as a tool, I'll personally kill that person. At that time, Naruto's gentle smile and warm words penetrated deep onto my heart. There is also that twat, Haku, despite being silent most of the time, every time he talks, it's like he talks with the sole purpose of annoying me, talking about how he and Naruto-sama are friends and all. I just don't shut him up with my fist because he's stronger than me, but just wait, when I get strong enough, I'll see if you come with the words, Naruto-sama, towards me, I'll damn blast you out of existence. Reassuring my determination, I thought about Naruto and despite saying it was ninja things, I knew that it wasn't it. The sadness he hid deep within his damn beautiful eyes couldn't be hidden from me, I could feel it. Naruto was broken inside already, but I could also feel that maybe his broken pieces can be mended and fixed. When the time comes, I want to be the one to help with that. Walking through the streets of Konoha, I tried not to look towards the villagers. I felt nothing but disgust towards them for some reason, maybe instinct. Seeing Kakashi in the distance, I yelled, "He, brother-in-law, did you see Naruto recently? I didn't see him ever after we returned." Looking towards me confusedly at the mention of brother-in-law, I laughed embarrassedly with a small blush because I unconsciously called him that. Damn, Karen, that was dumb of you. I mean, Kakashi-san, did you see Naruto? I said in a composed tone before a small blush crept over my face again after seeing him doing his best not to laugh. 3 words. Bloody. Damn. Hell. Shaking his head slightly, brother-in-law said after returning to his usual stoic expression, "No, that brat didn't even come to see his older brother after a whole 1 month or so, he barely talked to me. I'm so sad that I'm about to cry. I feel bad for you, brother-in-law. Naruto sometimes forget to do things when he's training and I'm sure you know that, so I'll just think about this. Also, there's no problem in calling you brother-in-law if it's on my mind. Damn, that was smart of you, Karen." Ah, I see. With a disappointed expression, I slowly went away and started to walk by Konoha's streets once again when suddenly, the figure of a beautiful girl appeared within my sight. It's a girl with a slender girl of fair complexion. The girl has big, white-colored eyes with a tinge of purple at its borders. She also has dark blue hair that seems to be a Heim-like haircut. I had to admit, she looks beautiful. I wouldn't affect it as much as I'm now if it not because I know her, Hinata Hyuga. The bit I mean, the girl Naruto always talk about, it's one of the few times I see true happiness within his beautiful, icy blue eyes. Keeping my head high, I stare down at her and she does the same. We have met before and we nearly fought against each other. I got to know she's very gentle, to think she was the one that took the initiative and asked to fight me. Hinata Hyuga, I said enormously. Karen Uzumaki, Hinata said towards me, her once gentle eyes full of warmth were cold as ice. It even scared me, such change of feelings. If one were to observe both of them, they would see small sparks forming a line through their stare, sparks of rivalry. Meanwhile, after hearing Naruto's words, Boruto and future Sasuke widened their eyes before a frown plastered over their face. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 80, Travelers from the Future 2. I don't know what you mean, we just met for the first time a few hours ago. Sasuke said while looking over Naruto's skin that was almost fully regenerated by now. Naruto chuckled a bit before he said while staring right at Sasuke's eyes, you don't need to worry about screwing the timeline, you're from another reality. About the Otsutsukis. No need to hide them from me as I already know about them, right, Sasuke? The black-haired man frowned and slowly took a step back. Seeing that, the blonde teenager smiled slightly. Don't think too much, it's just that you have the same chakra signature as the Sasuke from my timeline. As for you, you're probably my son but from the future. The me from your reality did well in hiding his past. A kid like you probably wouldn't be able to endure it like he did. Tell me, Sasuke, how is the me from your reality? I'm curious because in some realities, I can be dead or maybe not even exist, it's unpredictable. Naruto said with a small smile but Sasuke could feel the sadness and hate contained inside it. Oi, we're the same age. Boruto exclaimed, just to be ignored by both Naruto and future Sasuke. Sasuke looked over Naruto before smiling slightly. From these few moments he passed with the blonde teenager from this different reality, he could understand exactly the differences. They're so similar yet so different. These eyes weren't eyes of the Naruto from his reality, rather, this Naruto looked completely different despite the similarities: clothing, personality itself, intelligence, power. Even if he told everything that happened, it wouldn't affect this reality aka timeline. With a smile that contained relief and sorrow after seeing how this reality's Naruto was, he said, you trained hard to make everyone believe in you, your dream. You saved the world and became your dream, becoming the Hokage. This is enough to satisfy your curiosity, right? Me, the Hokage. PFF'd. Naruto almost laughed. He didn't feel anger, rather, he despised the other, him. To think that his dream was to become the Hokage even after all he suffered. He could only guess that the other, him, is stupid. Why would you make others recognize you as the Hokage if you can make others recognize you everywhere by being the strongest? Is he stupid or something? Oi, I'm still here. Seeing Sasuke and Naruto talking about things, Boruto interfered in their conversation as both of them looked at him incredulously. You're still here? They asked in synchronization. After that, Boruto simply gave up on them and left, going to wander around the village. Seeing that, Naruto smiled slightly. Despite being annoying, he couldn't help but feel happy after seeing the blonde traveler. Looking over Sasuke once again, he said in a serious tone, I saw the way you looked towards Uncle, Aunt, Itachi-san and Shisui-san. Was the Uchiha clan slaughtered in the future? Sasuke nodded lightly as he said, unfortunately. Yes, Danzo was the one responsible for it but I'm sure you already know that, otherwise, he would be in the village right now. Single quote. He was also responsible for trying to slaughter the Uchiha clan this time, too. I felt it in time and as such, Nisan went to help. I'm sure Danzo just manipulated things from the dark in your timeline. I saw the sorrow you had when looking towards Itachi-san was way greater than the rest, maybe. He was the one sent to do the job. Naruto asked indifferently. To him, Danzo was no different from a dead man. This Naruto is just scary, his intelligence is scary. Not in a bad way, though. Sasuke thought before smiling slightly. He felt it was really pleasant to talk like that. Before they knew, time passed by as the night arrived. Seeing the approaching dark night, Naruto said while suddenly turning to a wall, Boruto, you and Sasuke will stay in the room next to mine and Nissan. Tomorrow, I'll help you with your rasengan. The one you do is just horrible. The fact you unconsciously pour radiant lightning release into your rasengan is not a good thing. It means your control of your own rasengan's property is horrible. On one hand, it is bad because of that, but on another hand, you won't need to train if you can freely change from raiden. Disappearing rasengan to normal rasengan as you already have the feeling of using it. We'll have enough days to solve that and teach you a jutsu I created. With a small smile, Naruto said as Boruto slowly came out from behind a wall. A self-created jutsu. That's so cool. Sasuke-san, I didn't know that dad was cool like that in his childhood. Boruto said as stars seemed to shine inside his eyes. Nodding in satisfaction, Naruto said, to think he can see my greatness. Sasuke, you got yourself a good disciple. Indeed, indeed, indeed. 1. Then, his smile became slightly cold. About the Otsutsuki dog, you don't need to worry, he won't be coming for at least a week. Let's just say that I gave him an unexpected gift that he liked a bit. Single quote. Scary. Boruto thought while shivering a bit. He didn't even want to think of what could make that bastard stay out for a week. Sasuke shrugged at his shameless boast while nodding in satisfaction at his last words. To him, a good Otsutsuki is a dead Otsutsuki. They were scum. The first Otsutsuki to arrive on their planet tried to make everyone in her puppets. The second tried to simply destroy everything to get a divine tree and take away Kurama. 2. Sighing to himself after thinking about the trace she found about a possible third Otsutsuki on their planet, Sasuke simply brought Boruto with him to the room next to Naruto and Kakashi's room within the Senju estate. As for Naruto, he went to his own room, just to hear the angered voice of a certain white-haired man that owns a Sharingan, Naruto Uzumaki. You're late. I thought that after more than a month barely talking to me, you wouldn't return. 1. Important things are said thrice. 2. He learned it well from the great Tobirama. A good Uchiha is a dead Uchiha. However, in this case, a good Otsutsuki is a dead Otsutsuki. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic. Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 81, Back in Time 3. For those confused about the chapter title, this is the sequence to Back in Time 2 a few chapters ago. Yush, please show me your self-created jutsu. A few days later, Boruto was sitting in a tree branch while smiling widely. In the past 3 days, Naruto had helped him to use the normal rasengan and alternate between the two. Naruto smiled lightly. He didn't know if it was the natural connection between the two of them, but he felt relaxed when near Boruto. He couldn't quite understand that feeling. Shaking his head slightly to dispel these thoughts, Naruto asked something to Boruto. Hey, I didn't ask before, but in the future, I'm your father, right? The future blonde nodded slightly as Naruto threw another question in an indifferent manner. How is it to have a father and a mother? Boruto realized something as he smiled embarrassedly while scratching the back of his head. Well, while my father is very busy with his job as the Hokage, he's not bad. I started to understand more of him after something happened. Mother is very good, she's always gentle, it's very good. I see, promise me something, then. This jutsu I'll teach you, pass the way to train it to the future me from your reality. I'm sure he didn't even think of doing it. Also, make him promise that he won't teach it to anyone else. Believe me, I'll know if he doesn't. If that happens, *T is bound to happen. Naruto said, and after Boruto nodded, he slowly made his self-created jutsu, Tenkin no Dengeki Blitz of Daggers. This is a B rank jutsu if you take it just by its current power. However, if you do that. With a slight smile, Naruto slowly channeled Raiden into the floating daggers as they took a more aggressive feeling. Depending on the chakra nature used, the rank varies from A rank to even barely qualify as an S rank 1. It also depends on the amount of chakra used to make the daggers. Naruto said as more and more daggers started appearing before he stopped on 20 daggers. With all of them coated in lighting, Naruto spun his body in a quick manner as all trees around 20 meters were in half with no effort. Looking over Boruto, he said with an indifferent expression, this is just a light wave and it isn't even at full strength yet. It can be combined with other Raiden ninjutsu. With enough control and proficiency, you will be able to use it along with another ninjutsu. For example, you can use it along with the rasengan. You use the right hand to do the rasengan and the left hand to use the Tenkin no Dengeki Blitz of Daggers. There are others combinations, but I'll leave it for you to discover by yourself. Naruto said and was about to continue when suddenly, he looked towards a certain direction with narrowed eyes. Touching Boruto's shoulder, he simply teleported to the Hiraishin's kunai he left with Jiraiya and future Sasuke. The future blonde asked confusedly, what was that? Why did you teleport? I really liked your gift, Naruto Uzumaki. A voice filled with anger said, it was Otsutsuki Arashiki. However, his appearance was now completely different. He had two white-colored horns oozing out of his head, golden-colored eyes and a golden-colored rinnegan on the very middle of his forehead. Black-grayish marks filled his face. In front of him stood an injured Jiraiya alongside a similarly injured future Sasuke. Naruto frowned slightly after seeing the air that danced around crazily due to Arashiki flaring his chakra. Ku-san, how many minutes can I endure the Kurama mode without my body breaking apart? Naruto asked seriously inside his mind as Arashiki just looked towards him playfully, as if he was nothing but a toy that would be broken apart. 5 minutes, Kurama muttered with slight hesitation. It's not that Naruto can't use their strongest combination, rather, it put him under extreme pain, and if he uses it more than the time limit, his body would break apart. This happens due to his body being underdeveloped. It just can't take such a high amount of chakra too suddenly. Luckily, they were training it and slowly making his body adapt to it. Naruto nodded, and with a thought, his entire body was covered by a yellow-colored chakra. His already blonde hair seemed to shine under the chakra and spiked up. His whiskers became thicker, several black-colored lines formed a circle at the very middle of his chest. I'll teach you now and then why you shouldn't ever mess with an Uzumaki and with the relatives of an Uzumaki. Naruto said as his eyes became icy cold. He was like an emotionless machine, ready to fight, ready to kill. Suddenly, he disappeared and then appeared beside Arashiki with his already ignited sword of whirlwinds. However, the Otsutsuki evaded it with a swift dodge and extended his arms forward. Aminosabaru Boshino Mikoto, Gyoko. A purple-colored energy was sent towards Naruto, that blocked it with his sword of whirlwinds. However, he was still sent flying for a good 50 meters away. Standing up, he didn't lose time, giving a quick glance towards Sasuke and Jiraiya. Both of them nodded. Without delay, Naruto threw his sword of whirlwinds towards Arashiki with full strength as it beamed through the air. The Otsutsuki smirked before easily dodging it. However, Sasuke suddenly appeared in the sword's position and slashed down. The sword was blocked by Arashiki's arm that had no scratch. Just then, Jiraiya appeared in front of him with an Udama Rasengan and hit the Otsutsuki, sending him away. I don't have much time with this form. Let's end this with a single attack. Naruto said while blood slowly overflowed from his mouth. The backslashes from using that form were already showing. How dare you! Arashiki yelled out after feeling the burning pain from his stomach and coughing blood. Raising his hands, he said, I'll annihilate all of you. All of you with a single attack. Feel despair. Aminosabaru Boshino Mikoto, Ryugu. A giant, purple-colored energy appeared above Arashiki, shadowing the sun in the distance. Naruto also raised his right hand while slowly nodding towards Boruto, that suddenly ran towards Arashiki with a normal Rasengan. Then, it disappeared. Above Naruto's now bloodied palm stood a Rasengan that looked like a shuriken due to the four blades spinning. At this time, Jiraiya's palm was under Naruto's own palm. Smiling as the Rasenshuriken grew up to an enormous size in mere instants, Naruto said despite the overflowing blood, Fudan, Chudama Rasenshuriken. Master and Disciple version. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 82, Back in Time, 4. As the enormous purple-colored energy collided with the Chudama Rasenshuriken, the air around danced wildly through the beautiful sky. The sheer pressure from both attacks colliding sent many trees away. Just as the enormous Rasenshuriken was pushing the energy away with its power, Naruto suddenly coughed up blood as his skin cracked slightly, blood oozing out of it continuously. Damn it. Is it because I'm using such a powerful attack that this is happening? He thought while gritting his teeth to endure the excruciating pain. Arashiki saw this as an opportunity as he pushed the purple-colored energy with even more strength. However, the white-skinned man didn't expect an invisible Rasengan to suddenly hit his face along with a powerful, dragon-like lightning. Kirin. Under such powerful lightning hitting him, Arashiki was paralyzed for a single second, but it was more than enough to Naruto. Despite his now bloodied body and extreme pain, the blonde teenager pushed with his entire strength as the enormous purple-colored energy shattered and the Rasenshuriken engulfed Arashiki. No, I won't die. I can't die. Arashiki yelled crazily before quickly opening a portal in a desperate try to run away. He would make it so that the insects think he died when in fact, he would be around. However, he didn't expect Naruto suddenly closing the space opening he made. The last thing that Arashiki saw was the blonde's mouth moving as his eyes widened in terror. No, that can't be. I'm sure the Namakazes were extinguished. His thoughts came to an abrupt stop as his entire body evaporated. After spreading his space and mind's eye perception to confirm that Arashiki died, Naruto could finally rest as he closed his eyes. He slowly fell from the sky, blood dripping out of his body as the Kurama's mode dissipated, and so did his consciousness. Dad, Naruto. Boruto said alongside Jiraiya and future Sasuke as they caught his bloodied body. The blonde teenager was between the lines of life and death. Jiraiya didn't lose time, ignoring the pain from his body due to his fight with Arashiki just before Naruto arrived. He flickered at speeds that surprised even Sasuke. What happened? How did this happen to Naruto? Inside Konohagakure's hospital, Tsunade said as her eyes were filled with worry, but even so, that didn't stop her from healing the blondie. At her side stood Shikamaru, whose lazy eyes had worry inside them. Despite being usually quiet, the lazy ninja really cared about Naruto. Karen, Hinata, Sasuke and Sakura were also here. However, the most affected was Sasuke. The blonde teenager was not only his best friend but also his rival. Seeing Naruto, whose strength was just beyond his grasp, all bloodied, made him shudder. Sasuke felt useless. Why? Why wasn't he strong enough to at least help his friend? To fight side to side, if they were fighting together, if they were on par, Sasuke was sure that the outcome of whoever Naruto battled wouldn't end up with the blonde like that. Feeling anger to no one except himself, his eyes slowly morphed, becoming bloody red colored. Two tomos spun inside it. At this time, the hospital's room was shot open as Kakashi immediately appeared beside Tsunade. Seeing his brother's bloodied body, he felt an endless amount of pain settling inside his heart as the figure of his father's bloodied, dead body appeared inside his mind. Kakashi's mind shook for a moment before he calmed himself down. Despite all of the bloody mess, he could feel it. Naruto's wounds were already healing at an incredible pace. He knew that it wasn't just his Uzumaki vitality. Kusan was helping with it. Unconsciously, the white grayish-haired man felt a great deal of gratitude towards the fluffy fox. He nodded to himself while vowing to thank the fox. Is Naruto-kun going to be good soon? Hinata thought worriedly. The Byakugan princess felt that if something happened to Naruto, she wouldn't be able to go on, and unconsciously, her kind, gentle eyes became icy cold while thinking that someone harmed her dear Naruto. She vowed that if she ever saw that person, nothing good would happen. To the person, that is. Karen also had similar thoughts. Despite being perverted by nature, the girl, even after just a few weeks, felt that life with Naruto was colorful, completely different from her life on Kusagakure. The once gray world had become like a rainbow. Every single day was filled with warmth and happiness despite the hellish training she was enduring by Naruto's courtesy. He was the one that gave her hope, the one that saved her from such a horrible place, and after seeing his injured, bloodied body, Karen realized that her feelings weren't simple as she thought after feeling her heart aching. A somewhat rosy color crept over her delicate face as she realized it was love. At the same time, Boruto and future Sasuke stood above a tree's branch before the future blonde said with a sad-filled voice, I think that this made me realize just how sad life was to Dad. Even with such things, he didn't give up. I guess it wasn't him being a bad father, rather, it was me being a bad son. Don't say that. Even if you feel that you're a bad son, you have no idea just how happy your father is when he talks about you. Himawari and Hinata, don't mistake things. His life was sad. However, what changed this was his friends and the three of you, his family. After saying that, Sasuke's eyes became bloody red colored as three tomos spun inside them as an invisible shockwave is spread. He was erasing all memories related to him and Boruto. It's time to return to our time, Sasuke said as the small green-colored turtle said in a mechanic voice, as you wish. Just seconds after everyone's memories of Boruto and future Sasuke were erased, Jiraiya and Naruto's chakra were slightly disturbed for a few seconds before it returned to normal. It was a genjutsu that only activated after certain things trigger them. The effects of the one they used is only known to them. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 83, Departing 1. Konohagakure, 2 days later. Naruto suddenly opened his eyes while thinking, by now, they're probably gone. However, I retained my memories by using a time-set genjutsu. I can't have such information lost. The ones from the future aren't important, but the ones regarding Otsutsuki's is. In the few days future Sasuke stood there, they talked a lot about the Otsutsukis, principally because he suspected there was one hiding within the ninja world. The traces of it pointed that this possibility had high chances of being true. Naruto felt that maybe the objective wasn't simple as destroying their planet, rather, he thought even more in depth. What if they knew that my father is a Namikaze and are involved in the attack? If they know I'm his son, the Otsutsuki on the planet will try to hunt me. This one was just defeated because he's just dumb. He had a power that if put in the hands of experts, even if all shinobi world united, it's not wrong to say that nobody would be able to stop it. Naruto thought while frowning slightly. His whole body was covered by bandages. He knew that the only reason Arashiki was defeated is because of his own arrogance and stupidity. If someone like Uchiha Madara, no, even Orochimaru would be invincible through the entire world if he had such power. They would be able to display it completely, crushing everyone in their way. Naruto tried to stand up but found that after just stepping on the ground, his body fell flatly on the ground. The blonde teenager just couldn't move, a sharp pain attacked his nerves. "Kid, just go back to the bed and rest properly. Both of us know that the fact you can't move isn't just due to your current injuries. Ever since you started being trained properly by Kakashi, you didn't rest your body even once. Do both of us a favor and rest, you'll find it more pleasing than you think." Kurama kindly reminded Naruto inside his consciousness. Naruto chuckled slightly before going to his bed and saying inwardly, to think that the demon fox that can raid entire villages to dust with his mighty Bijudama would feel care towards others. As soon as the blonde teenager closed his eyes, Naruto felt relaxed. It was as if he was lying in a hot yet comfortable water. In a single instant, the blonde fell into a peaceful, calm sleep. For the first time in years, he wasn't haunted by these nightmares. "Welcome back, child of the Namikaze clan," an old voice said as Naruto opened his eyes and looked around groggily. "Yaon, spacey old man, I just slept, can't you let me sleep a bit more? But surprisingly, I feel relaxed," says, "Did you do anything about that?" Naruto said while yawning. "No, you relaxed because you simply let all the tension accumulated through years go." Spacey old man said while thinking to itself, did he just call me spacey old man? I don't even have a gender, He can also be considered my child since all Namikaze children are indirectly my children, principally him, the one who has a 100% connection to me. Space-Time also felt that this was quite funny. Nobody ever talked to him because he simply never made an appearance before. It found that talking to Naruto was rather fun. Despite having creating all existent universes, it couldn't ever talk to anyone unless in special circumstances, one of them being Naruto. Maybe breaking my own self-made rules in order to talk with him isn't a bad idea. It thought, and despite not having a body, Naruto could feel it had a small grin. "You are probably wondering why you were brought here again, right?" It asked, and as Naruto nodded lightly, it continued, "It's related to the travelers that visited you. I won't explain something you already know. You probably know why the growth of your space-time manipulation sped up, right? In the start, you barely had any knowledge of it, and as that knowledge grew, the speed of its growth increased as well." Naruto nodded slightly. That was his guess and it was now confirmed. However, he still didn't get it. Why would he be brought here just for that? It seemed to feel his doubts as it let a small laugh. "Namikaze child, Naruto Uzumaki, you're underestimating your own space-time manipulation too much, child. Remember something, space-time is everywhere, anywhere. Everything and anything is space-time. Remember that, broaden your mind and think of it. Now, you may go to rest more," it said, its voice containing warmth. Somehow, Naruto felt this is how a father would be to his own children. However, before he could think more, he left the mysterious place as his mind returned to its sleep. Space-time chuckled despite having no mouth. His non-existent eyes seemed to look far in the past. "Maybe I was a bit too harsh on the Namikaze clan. They were like my children, after all. They all were close to me in a way or another. The curse was too heavy." After their enemies saw that the all-powerful Namikaze clan lost its most powerful tool, many clans and races that once served under it started to rebel and hunt it. Namikaze Minato was only one that escapes the great calamity brought to the clan whose existence is unknown to him. It muttered before a mirror suddenly appeared in the middle of nowhere, showing the image of a sleeping Naruto. "I hope you can fix not only their mistakes but also my mistake of being so harsh. You're the last member of the Namikaze clan. I believe you can do it, after all. You're the holder of my blessing, the child of prophecy, you're the hope of two entire clans, Uzumaki and Namikaze." Then, its voice came to an end, the faint space openings around closed. "You're destined to great things, Naruto Uzumaki. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon." Chapter 84, Departing 2. Boruto's Reality, 21 years later. 1. "Hey, Dad, we're back," Boruto said to Naruto, that was overlooking the entire village from the Hokage's mansion. His eyes seemed to be just so tired, as if begging to close and sleep. While looking towards the village, sadness also flashed inside his blue-colored eyes before being quickly changed to happiness. Konohagakure, the village that brought him deep sadness but also an endless amount of happiness. The past is the past. I've achieved the peace between all 5 great shinobi villages, Ero Sennin, he thought. After the blonde man noticed Boruto, a smile appeared on his face. "Oh, you're back. So, how was there? Did you two defeat Arashiki?" A smile beamed over Boruto's face, but it quickly faded, and as he was about to say something, Sasuke suddenly appeared by his side. We were sent to another reality along with Arashiki, however, everything was the same as this one. The Otsutsuki became dust after a combined attack between your past self and Jiraiya. He also shot a glare to Boruto, making the blonde keep his mouth shut. Then, Boruto thought of something before he said while handing a scroll. Dad, I also developed a technique while in there. It's called Tenkan no Dengeki, Blitz of Daggers. It's really cool, since Konohamaru-sensei taught me the rasengan and it was taught to him by you. This is the way to learn it, but no matter what, you can't teach anyone. As Boruto said that, it was as if a weight was removed from his shoulders. He understood Sasuke's glare. The blonde wanted to ask Naruto about his scars, however, the last male Uchiha glared at him as if saying that some things shouldn't be asked. Things that would bring back horrendous memories. Different from Boruto, the black-haired man knew exactly what made these scars. Nay, Naruto-ni-san, why do you have to leave so early? It's not fair, you just came back for a week or so. Konohamaru said while crossing his arms and using his last weapon, Puppy Eyes no Jutsu. I'm proud of you using the jutsu I taught you, Konohamaru. But under my domain, this doesn't work on me, holder of the King Puppy Eyes no Jutsu, and SSS rank jutsu, I'm invincible. Naruto thought. Laughing lightly, the blonde teenager ruffled Konohamaru's hair before he said, I'm sorry but it's needed. I left 3 jutsus. I've already taught you the Tenkan no Dengeki, Blitz of Daggers, but you're forbidden to use it till you become a genin. How? Konohamaru pouted after his hair was ruffled and messed. Seeing that, Naruto scratched the back of his head. Come on, don't get mad. Look, I even left 3 jutsu with the young senin. She'll give you the first one once you become a genin and the other 2 once you become a chunin. After openly calling Tsunade as Hag Senin, the woman gave a good punch to his head, so he changed temporarily. Naruto promised that once he gets stronger than her, she won't be able to do *T about it. He laughed inwardly. At this moment, Karen appeared beside Konohamaru and said with an annoyed expression, Naruto-kun, why can't I go with you, old pervert and effeminate bastard? Feeling slightly proud at her nickname sense, Naruto said while patting her head. Instantly, the redhead calmed down. Don't be like that, Karen. We originally planned to just go around the world, but we changed the plan. The place we'll go is too dangerous for the current you. The young senin promised to me that she'll train you along with Sakura. She also know of your circumstances. Though sad about it, Karen knew that her current strength was too weak. Her strength is barely compared to a chunin because in Kusagakure, she wasn't allowed to train anything except medical ninjutsu. Even so, it didn't stop her natural strength growth. Looking towards the sky, she thought sadly, I won't be able to see Naruto-kun's body for a long time. The world is so unfair. Naruto looked strangely at her. She had that look again, the expression that his brother would do only when reading that perverted book. She's not having perverted thoughts, is she? He thought. After that, he patted Konohamaru's head and then Karen's head before disappearing. Through his Horaishin, Naruto was already on Konoha's gate, where Jiraiya and Haku were waiting for him. Naruto, you're late, Jiraiya exclaimed to the blonde teenager, that scratched the back of his head. At the side, Haku laughed a bit before he said, how did you convince the perverted pest not to come? Naruto put a finger in front of his own lips before saying, it's a secret. Haku and Karen had formed an inexplicable rivalry. The redhead was always trying to see Naruto when he was taking a shower, while the long-haired, slightly feminine youngster never let her do so. He was always on guard against the girl. You want to spy on Naruto-sama? You need to think twice or even thrice before even trying, perverted pest. Haku always says that to Karen, that always try to punch him and gets defeated. After they walked a bit through the forest, Jiraiya took out 3 black-colored and 3 masks cloaks and gave to them. The place where we'll be going is rather dangerous, so we'll need to disguise ourselves. Put that cloak and mask on. The masks were of a toad, a fox and a rabbit. I'll take the toad mask, Naruto will take the fox mask and Haku will take the rabbit mask. We'll go by the alias of Toad, Kitsune and Rabbit. From now on, we can only call ourselves by these aliases, got it? Jiraiya said with utmost seriousness. After they nodded, he smiled slightly as the 3 of them put the cloaks and mask. Now, let's go. It'll take around a week if we stop to rest midway. Our destination is simple, the underground forces. 1. I feel that someone will probably confuse it as Naruto's reality instead of Boruto's reality. The reality shown is the original reality, not our Naruto's one, so don't confuse things up, my boy. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 85, Underground Forces 1. You'll be leaving already, Naruto. Kakashi asked with a hesitant expression. They were barely passing time together nowadays, it was hitting his mind hard. Staying days without his younger brother was hard, not to mention months and years. Ni-san, you know that I won't be returning, right? You've seen Karen and you know about my Uzumaki heritage. There are clansmen out there and once I contact them and finish rebuilding our village, Uzushiogakure will be revived. Naruto said towards his brother, that wasn't really surprised, he already knew of the blondie's desires to revive his clan. Kakashi smiled gently before saying, I know of that. When the time comes, contact me, becoming a Nukenin isn't anything compared to staying by the side of my brother when the time comes. Besides, when Uzushigakure is rebuilt and open to public, it'll attract too much attention from their past enemies. If someone tries to destroy the legacy of my Kyudo Tudo and of my sensei's wife, I'll show them why I'm called White Fang just like my father. Kakashi thought as his eyes were flashing with extreme coldness. Seeing the white-haired man's expression, Naruto laughed a bit. His brother looked really badass when acting like that. Uchiha compound, a few minutes later. Era, you're going to leave again, Naruto-chan. Makoto said while putting her hand on her cheeks. Sasuke, at the side, wanted to punch Naruto. His best friend was going to leave again and just contacted him now. Sasuke glared at Naruto angrily. You know that I just don't punch you because you're stronger than me, right? Now, Sasuke, don't be like that to Naruto-chan. I remember that you were mumbling that things wouldn't be so good without him here. Makoto said as Sasuke wanted to retort but under his mother's glare that seemed to freeze all his body, the black-haired teenager shut his mouth. Naruto, you're going on your path from now onwards, I wish you luck. Itachi quietly appeared along with Fugaku, that despite still being blind, was staring towards Naruto. Differently from Itachi, Fugaku only nodded towards Naruto but the blonde teenager could feel that he was wishing him luck as well. Scratching the back of his head, Naruto said with a smile, well, thanks for that. I also wish you good luck, Itachi-san. Also, uncle and aunt, Sasuke is always mumbling to me how he wants a younger brother or sister, work hard. Makoto and Fugaku, PFF'd. They had spat all of the tea they were drinking. Makoto's face was red as an apple and just as she was about to scold Naruto, the blonde teenager disappeared. As for Fugaku, he gave a small, almost unnoticeable thumbs up to Naruto's words. Youngsters, he thought. Hyuga compound, a few minutes later. Sup, Uncle Hiyashi. Naruto appeared beside Hiyashi out of nowhere and even though the man was already a battle-hardened warrior, it scared him a bit. Looking over Naruto, he felt slightly angered. Brat, stop scaring me, isn't it enough that you keep bothering my daughter's mind? You have to keep scaring me all the time. Over the months, Naruto had approached Hiyashi, mainly after he realized his like towards Hinata. While the blondie didn't understand what his feelings truly were, he knew that he likes Hinata. That he loves her. It may sound strange since he's just 12 years old but he's really sure of it. As such, Naruto approached Hiyashi since his brother gave him a tip and it was to get on the good side of the girl's father. Sorry. Anyway, I'm here to say that I'll be leaving so I came to bid farewell to Hinata and also to you, father-in-law. Naruto said casually as the veins beside Hiyashi's eyes became visible. Oi, don't call me father-in-law, I didn't let you have my daughter, brat. Hiyashi said but Naruto just chuckled before saying, so, Uncle Hiyashi, aside from that, I have another question to you. What do you think of the seal place on the branch family of your clan? Hiyashi sighed after hearing Naruto's question before looking far in the distance. I never liked it but I couldn't do anything about it. In the day the incident regarding Kumo to the Hyuga clan, I was prepared to die when my brother said that only the branch family should do such things. I hate it but even as the clan head, I can't do anything, there's no removal method and the elders don't share my view. I see. Uncle Hiyashi, if I said that within 2 years, I can remove the seal, would you agree? Naruto said with a small smile as Hiyashi's eyes widened but then, he shook his head. Even so, the elders wouldn't agree with such thing. However, Naruto smirked. Yeah, but all elders are so old already, it would be really a pity if they retired for some reason and were replaced with young elders, right? How cunning of you, it seems that the fox's Jinchuriki is also a fox himself, Hiyashi said as a smile appeared on his always serious face. However, an innocent smile appeared in Naruto's face as he blinked innocently. I don't get what you mean, Uncle Hiyashi, did you think of something that could be done to stop the evil actions of these elders? He said. You know what, brat? Just go to meet with my daughter and leave. Also, I'll be watching, don't do anything funny or I'll make sure to seal your chakra points. I feel evil right now so I won't show his interaction with Hinata, at least. Not now, nyahahaha. Naruto, you're late. Came the voice of Jiraiya along with Haku, that was looking at him in his usual stoic face. His clothing was feminine and so was his look. Haku, you should seriously stop using feminine clothing, you're a male, not a woman, you see. Naruto gave advice and he didn't know exactly the number of times he already said that, but it was past the thousands. As they laughed slightly, they set off. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 86, Underground Forces 2. Hello, useless folks like me. Long time you don't see this incredible author talking on these notes, I know you all missed me. Anyway, I have some really good piece of news, bunch of degenerates. In exactly 20 chapters, chapter 106, the long-awaited revenge started. These B*TCHES, more commonly known as Konoha villagers, will know the taste of a slow and painful death. P.S. Join my Discord, link on the end of the chapter. Training in the usual way won't help any of you, the fastest way so that both of you can strengthen is by surpassing your own limits. We'll do that by taking missions at the Underground Force. I have already created a group named Toad Group some years ago. As they walked by the forest, Jiraiya said as both Naruto and Haku nodded. Looking at the two of them, Jiraiya smiled lightly before saying, but there's a special rule. A thing that I've noticed is that your main strength relies on your teleport and Kurama, Fox. As for you, Rabbit, you rely too much on your Hyoten. While doing missions and fighting, all of these will be prohibited unless absolutely needed. They had already started calling each other by their aliases instead of their names, that was so that no mistake happens. Then, he added, in the rest between missions, you'll be training and improving your previous abilities. Rabbit, you can ask Fox for assistance regarding wind and water-based jutsu. Since Hyoten is formed by them and you've awakened it at an early age, your talent at it is very likely to be high. He wants us to increase our base strength so that when the time comes and we use all cards, it'll be raised exponentially. I didn't think of that. I guess rasengan is indeed a gifted teacher. Naruto thought to himself. Haku pondered for a bit. Naruto-sama is one of the best wind and water-based jutsu masters. Jiraiya-sama is also right. I need to train on other jutsus in order to increase my versatility. Rabbit, there's still a week till we arrive. If we go slowly, we can have a week and a half. This is enough for you to get a basic introduction to B-rank wind ninjutsus as they have more cutting power compared to most water ones. Naruto said as Haku nodded. He was happy to be taught by Naruto. Over months, he got to know of the blonde teenager past and felt they were rather similar, both suffered greatly. Smirking at their interactions, Jiraiya waved his hand slightly as a gust of air was sent forward, blowing many leaves away. Looking towards Haku, he said, you probably know about FUNN, Repushoot Wind Release, Gale Wind Pom. It's AC rank ninjutsu. With enough mastery, you don't even need hand seals to do it. You can do one-handed seals and this gives you a good advantage, but if someone knows how to do ninjutsu without the need of hand seals, their advantage is higher. Take Fox as an example. He can do many C-rank ninjutsu from FUNN, Sweden and Raiden without the need of hand signs. This is something that requires not only great talent, that you have, but also a huge amount of efforts. Seeing their serious expressions, Jiraiya chucked. There's no need to be so serious. The underground forces is dangerous, but with the great Jiraiya-sama with you, safety is a sure thing. Anyway, I'll start to talk a bit about it. The underground forces, despite having such names, are well known between most nukenin missing nin or rogue ninja because it's a way they can be safe and still do missions. It also isn't bound by any village or land. Its main building is hidden at the very middle of the world, a place where all shinobis through the world can access. Jiraiya said. A small but mysterious smile was plastered underneath his hidden face. I know about it. Ever since I became a Jinchuriki and turned 12, I knew that safety would be hard. So I started gathering information by sending disguised cage buncheons. It's as they say, know yourself and know your enemies. Its entrance is at the village named Kurogakure, village hidden in the darkness. You need a special code that is given to you at the very first time you join. Interrupting Jiraiya, Naruto said as the white-haired man's smile broke. Oi, you brat, if you knew of that all along, why did you only say it now? Exclaimed the old pervert. However, the blonde teenager only smiled slightly. Well, rasengan, you were talking so excitedly about it that I didn't want to interrupt you. Jiraiya looked far in the sky before wondering why the world was so unfair. A brat only about 12 years old could rationalize enough to know how dangerous it would be for him, a Jinchuriki, and gather information. Damn it, when I was 12, I was still trying to see Tsunade's breast when it was small. Good old times, man. Jiraiya thought while laughing to himself, earning strange stares from both Naruto and Haku. The long-haired, slightly feminine youngster said while looking towards the white-haired pervert weirdly. I know that look, it's the look that Kakashi-san had when he was thinking about something perverted. That's gross even for you, Jiraiya-sama. No hope in the world, no hope. Youngster nowadays. Jiraiya mumbled in an annoyed manner to himself while giving a glare to Haku, that simply looked away as if he didn't say anything. The white-haired man's eyebrows twitched at such actions before he decided to give up. I give up on you too, both are the best disciples I ever had even when compared to Minato, just why did you need to have such a good character? Why not a good one like him, ah? Jiraiya sighed, but the only thing that hid the proud smile plastered over his face was his toad-like mask. Anyway, you brats, let's go. In the way, Fox will teach you the basics while help both of you with any doubts regarding Sweden. That way, the gains will be greater and the time will be smaller. At this time, Naruto felt some people were quickly approaching them. From what I know about the underground forces, it's dangerous to get there while injured. There is no law, no rule. Let's avoid fighting, he thought, despite knowing the time was enough and that they would be barely harmed if they were to fight. Holding Jiraiya and Haku's shoulders, he teleported away continuously while Kage Bunshins went towards the approaching shinobis. With a small smile, the blonde teenager said, "We just avoided a dangerous fight, it was about 10 elite Junins." The truth was that the enemies were just from Tokubetsu Junin to elite Junin in terms of strength. Another truth is that Naruto was just lazy, he wanted to sleep right now. Since we avoided the dangerous fight, we should rest a bit, right? Jiraiya and Haku, that knew what he was thinking. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 87, Raiga Kurosuke 1. Around 2 weeks later, village hidden in the darkness aka Kurogakure. Slowly entering through the way made up of vines, Jiraiya said in a serious tone, "Remember the rules, you two won't be able to use any Kekkei Genkai or techniques like Hiraishin and Rasengan. Techniques used by you that are known by others is dangerous to use in there, you two are pretty famous, after all. Fox, I know that you've developed tuned ninjutsu by yourself, use these, they're pretty powerful, after all. As for you, Rabbit, you know what to do with your Sweden, don't forget, Hyoden is prohibited, the Yuki clan was exterminated, using swift release is also prohibited to you, Fox." Jiraiya reminded them once again. Naruto and Haku were already tired of hearing him. Haku and Naruto looked in a disgusted manner towards him before they said in complete sync, "Different from a certain senile old man, we have completely normal memories." Jiraiya, "Oi, brats, at least respect me." "We don't know what you mean, Ero Sennin," they said, once again, in sync. Naruto and Haku blinked innocently towards the perverted old man, who could only give up. At this moment, through the paths of vines, they stopped. Naruto's eyes widened as he looked in front of him. This is a level of fuinjutsu that is almost up to my level. One had to know that Naruto's fuinjutsu was almost at the peak of sealing techniques. The only reason he didn't unseal the side branch seal is that he was working on how to remove it while keeping the person alive. Removing the seal itself was easy. However, once activated, the Hyuga's side branch seal would send chakra into the person's brain and fry it up. Naruto was working on how to combine his unsealing technique, as he liked to call it, and the chakra-absorbing seal. One had to know that the equation to such thing wasn't simple as adding 1 plus 1. The blonde teenager could clearly feel the fuinjutsu placed there, it was a rather rare one. It is called fuinjutsu, Ansei Kido, sealing technique, voice activation. Despite having such simple name, it was extremely hard to make as the code used and generated by each person would be different and could only be recognized by the person himself herself. Despite seeing it once through his Honto Kage Bunshin's real shadow clones, seeing it in person was completely different. Jiraiya had an indifferent expression over his face before he said towards Haku, "As Fox already has a code, you'll just need to say register along with your alias." Then, he said, "The toad that dwells around falls to the bottom of an ocean." 1. Shortly after Jiraiya said that, he walked through the barrier, entering it. Naruto didn't stay there, despite being a clone, they had the same voice. As such, he simply said before similarly walking through the barrier, "The hidden kitsune destroy and heals. It has a black heart and a golden mind." Haku stepped up before saying in his usual calm, gentle tone, "Register, Rabbit." A voice that was neither male nor female said in a completely emotionless tone, "The white rabbit sacrifices itself for the sake of his comrades, it is loyal, gentle and calm." Walking through the barrier, what greeted Haku, Jiraiya and Naruto's vision was an enormous village. It was like ordinary villages. If not because of the thousands of rogue ninjas from various strengths, Chunin to elite Junin and even Kage-level shinobis, one would think it wasn't the underground forces at all. As they entered through Kurogakure's entrance, many stares fell upon them. Murderous intent lashed out, however, none of the three even flinched, they just walked as if they didn't feel it. Seeing that, the ones that sent the murderous intent retracted it before nodding. People that could resist it without even flinching and even ignored it weren't ones to actively offend. One could even say it was a test, an unwritten rule. Jiraiya, Haku and Naruto didn't really care about it, they weren't childish enough to bicker around just because of such a simple thing. After everyone stopped acting about them, the trio went to the building at the very middle of Kurogakure, a building with a big sign named Bounties and Missions. Toad, what will be our first mission? Haku asked in a low tone. Here, they couldn't talk normally because nobody wanted to attract enmity. Talking even as they usually do isn't possible, of course, others would also talk in a low tone. Jiraiya pondered for a bit before saying in a tone that only Naruto and Haku could hear, we'll take a look at the bounties of elite Junin strength. To put it bluntly, we'll start by taking assassination missions. I will train you too at the arts of assassination, infiltration, information gathering and so on. That's interesting. I want to do infiltration missions alongside assassination ones at Kumogakure, Kurigakure and Iwagakure. I've heard that in the past, these were the three B*TCHES that united to destroy Uzushiogakure. Naruto thought while narrowing his light blue-colored eyes underneath his mask. Entering the building, they saw that there were quite a few Nukenins missing entering and leaving it. They approached a balcony where a person whose gender couldn't be identified as she was hidden by a thick black-colored cloak and blank, white-colored mask. Alias, Toad, Fox and Rabbit. We'll be taking the mission regarding Raiga Kurosuke, a bounty of 700,000 ryo. Jiraiya said while going straight to the point. In such a place, losing time wasn't an option. The voice of a male came out of the figure hidden underneath the thick black-colored cloak and white-colored mask. Mission state is available. The aliases Toad, Fox and Rabbit now have taken the mission. Let's go. Jiraiya said towards Haku and Naruto. Both of them also knew that losing time wasn't in their options. As such, they quickly left the huge building named Bounties and Missions and then, left Kurogakure. Raiga Kurosuke's location is known to them as he had forced a small village to submission. The only reason no one from any of the 5 great shinobi villages interfered is because they didn't have a reason. Why would they lose time and effort with such a person? Despite being underestimated by many rogue ninjas out there, the former member of the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist wasn't someone to be trifled with. Just as they left and went in their way through the forest, a group of people followed them. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto smirked slightly. Opponents, oh, sweet opponents, how kind of you to deliver yourselves. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 88, Raiga Kurosuke 2. We're surrounded, Naruto stated calmly as shadows came out of the trees around them. Oh, aren't you afraid? Came the voice of a female. However, Naruto just looked in a calm manner to everyone that was surrounding him, Haku and Jiraiya. An evil smile appeared in his face before he said, Toad, apparently, this one is the leader. Let me deal with him, her. Jiraiya and Haku just nodded slightly. In the 2 weeks they were going towards Kurogakure, they were attacked by many wandering ninjas and bandits. Alas, none were strong. Naruto's thirst for battle was just increasing over the days. As such, they're simply going to let him go for the strongest. How arrogant of you. You think that you can defeat me. Naive. I have observed you 3, the one with a toad mask is the leader, you're just a subordinate. After I kill you, the leader is the next. The clear voice of a woman said. Naruto sighed loudly before he said while raising his sword, less talk, more fight. Instantly, Naruto appeared behind the woman as the sound of swords clashing with swords sounded around him. The blonde teenager was using nothing but ordinary ninjutsus such as Raiden, body flicker technique and so on. The woman raised her own sword to block his and swept her legs towards him with incredible speed. Dodging, Naruto appeared behind her and kicked the back of her legs, making her lose balance. However, the woman wasn't messing around either. In an instant, she retreated before throwing shurikens towards Naruto, that blocked with his swords as the sound of metal colliding with metal rang in the air. It seems that you have at least a bit of strength, however. That's not enough, the woman said while smirking underneath her mask. At that moment, she sped up and appeared behind Naruto, slashing the side of his stomach. It seems I'll have to increase my speed slightly. Feeling her increase in strength, Naruto smiled while feeling the pain at the side of his stomach. Blue lightning flickered around his body as he appeared besides the woman. He's FA. Before her thoughts could complete itself, a punch connected at the right side of her face. The woman was sent meters away before crashing in a tree as she yelled in pain. Gah. Damn it, you're strong, B*****. The woman said before they started to trade blows at an intense speed. Naruto's smile just widened over time after feeling the burning pain at his body, the sweet feeling of fighting against a strong opponent. Even if he was holding himself back a bit, Naruto was having just so much fun with that fight. It even made him wonder a bit, how would that woman react if she knew he was holding back? Smiling widely, he said, "Well, that was a good stretch. I'm sorry but your end has come." The air around danced wildly as Naruto suddenly appeared beside the woman. With a single punch that connected to her face, the mask cracked before falling to pieces, blood staining the ground. If not because of the bruises, the face of the woman would be absolutely beautiful. However, Naruto didn't care about that. As the injured woman fell to the ground after feeling the sudden increase of Naruto's strength, she despaired. Her face changed quickly as the approaching Naruto raised his sword before slashing down. As the woman's head rolled in the ground, fresh red-colored blood staining it, the blonde teenager said indifferently, "Goodbye, woman. Requiescat in pace." 1. Looking around, he saw that all of the enemies were dealt with, every single of them were dead. The beautiful green-colored grass was now stained with a bloody red-colored liquid, bodies and bodies part around. Jiraiya ignored the blood that was over his cloak before saying, "I recognize them. It's a mercenary group composed purely by women named Flowery Mercenary Group. It pains my heart since I killed them, but since they tried to kill us, it's okay. Fox, seal their body, though not much alone. When their bounties are placed together, it's a huge sum. Since they were hunting us, doesn't that mean that we, or rather, you, already have a bounty?" Naruto asked as Jiraiya nodded before saying, "Yeah, one can't change his identity after registering. My alias, Toad, has a bounty." Their objective probably was to overwhelm me with numbers. Haku sighed in relief before saying, "I see. I thought that maybe they knew about our identity. Let's rest to recover our injuries. While you, Toad, wasn't injured, Fox and I were injured." Nodding, Jiraiya looked over Naruto and saw the many sword cuts over his robe and the leaking blood. He smiled underneath his mask while thinking, if he had used Kekkei Genkai and other techniques, that fight would end in an instant. Even with his base strength, he shouldn't have been injured like that, probably held himself back. He only used Kenjutsu and held his strength back. That woman was just of Junin's strength. That brat is putting himself in unnecessary danger just for the sake of a fight. He thought as Naruto and Haku both sat around after cutting the heads and putting them inside sealing scrolls. It wasn't brutal as it seemed, though. The one to do it was Naruto because Haku didn't want to do such a thing. Even after killing them, the long-haired, slightly feminine youngster was hesitant. As such, Naruto simply did it and swiftly dodged the blood that oozed out. Nay, Toad, I feel that we're losing quite a bit of time. Can't I just make a portal and teleport near their base?" Naruto asked while feeling a bit annoyed. 2 hours had passed since the fight, he had already recovered completely. Looking over Naruto, Jiraiya said indifferently, "You'll be breaking the rule I created, so." "No, we can't do that. The purpose is so that you train like any ordinary ninja, developing your base strength. You have the highest talent I've ever seen even when compared to your older brother. Stop complaining as if you can't do it and let's go." Sighing, Naruto flickered around as they went towards their target's base. Life is hard. If people heard what he was thinking, they would definitely be angered. With such talent and even hard working with a strong will, he was complaining. Sighing once again, Naruto followed Haku and Jiraiya. 1. Requiescat in pace is a reference to Assassin's Creed. For those curious, it means, rest in peace, commonly used by Ezio after a kill. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 89, Raiga Kurosuke 3. Raiga Kurosuke, a former member of the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist. He'll be a good opponent for the brats, principally for Naruto. I bet that brat will ask so that I and Haku deal with everyone else. Jiraiya thought while scratching the back of his head. Nay, Toad, can you let me fight that Raiga Kurosuke? Since he was nicknamed as Thunder of the Hidden Mist, and was one of the strongest shinobis there, I'm sure that he'll be able to keep up with me and my base strength. Naruto said with an excited smile, his thirst for battle increasing as the minutes passed. This brat, I won't even reject. The last time I did that, he blackmailed me saying that he'll burn anything I talk with the ladies. This little twat. Jiraiya thought grudgingly, he didn't take Naruto threats seriously last time and ended up getting all of his talks with the ladies burned up. Fox, don't be like that. As the group leader, I allow you to fight with Raiga Kurosuke, may you have luck and absolutely destroy him. Jiraiya said in a cringe manner, but his voice was full of seriousness. Haku could barely contain his laughter, but after struggling, he finally managed to hold his laughter back. Now, listen up because I'm serious. We're going to attack Raiga Kurosuke's headquarters directly, so while you deal with him, I'll be dealing with half of his lackeys while Rabbit will deal with the other half. Jiraiya said with utmost seriousness. Despite his usual shameless, perverted personality, after going to the underground forces, it was as if he became a completely different person. Jiraiya nodded after noticing the aura around Naruto and Haku becoming serious before he said, "We're already near his base, are you seeing this village? It doesn't have a specific name, it's only nicknamed as Raiga Village. Fox, you'll attract Raiga Kurosuke outside the village while I and Rabbit will deal with the rest." The blonde teenager didn't say anything as the air shifted slightly. An instant later, Naruto had already disappeared while concealing his chakra signature, flickering through the houses of the village while occasionally observing the situation of the humans living there. They're like slaves, living in precarity, from their rough hands, probably forced to do a job that their body just isn't strong enough to do. Naruto analyzed the situation while infiltrating through the shadows. Already detecting where Raiga Kurosuke was, he flickered and within an instant, he was already in front of the man. However, Raiga Kurosuke seemed to have detected his arrival as a bolt of lightning was thrown towards Naruto. Barely dodging as he wasn't prepared, the blonde teenager jumped to the side, just to be greeted with a sword slash. Naruto's forehead had a bit of sweat, due to his carelessness, he almost died. Narrowing his light blue-colored eyes, Naruto ran away towards the forest that was outside the village. Raiga Kurosuke quickly ran after him while throwing lightning towards him. "You want to run? That won't happen, no one that ever tried to hunt me ever left alive. There's a first time for anything," Naruto said in a playful tone after noticing they were both in the forest. "There's also a first time for death and you'll be experiencing it," Raiga Kurosuke said with a cold smile before raising the two fang-like swords and bringing them together. Reiso, Ikazuchi no Utage. Lightning Burial, Banquet of Lightning. Sound of thunder and lightning rang as a yellow-colored lightning shot towards Naruto through the air. Sensing the attack immediately after it was launched, Naruto didn't lose time before doing a single hand seal. Suiten, Sujinheki. Water release, water formation wall. Water erupted from the ground, blocking the incoming lightning. However, Naruto wasn't done and wanted to dictate the fight rhythm as he quickly flickered behind Raiga Kurosuke and sent a punch enhanced by chakra. The long-haired man raised his swords to block the punch, and even though Naruto's fist hit the sword, he was still sent crashing in a tree. Slowly retracting his fist, the blonde teenager noticed the blood that stained it. He blocked it by using the sharp part. Smart of him. Naruto was smiling wildly, a worthy opponent. Tenkin no Dengeki. Blitz of daggers. Naruto raised his hands as exactly 20 transparent blue-colored daggers appeared in front of him, all connected by invisible chakra strings. Waving his hands, they pierced Raiga Kurosuke, who mysteriously could dodge all of the attacks as if he could predict them. Frowning as Raiga Kurosuke was dodging all of his attacks while approaching him in a quick manner, Naruto was about to retreat when the long-haired man appeared right in front of him. The sound of sword cutting through flesh was heard as Raiga Kurosuke's sword made a long wound on Naruto's chest. Flinching slightly due to the pain, the blonde teenager grunted while retreating. After retreating, Naruto started to laugh in a crazy manner. Ha 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 ha. Finally a worth opponent, let's fight. Ha 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 ha. His laughter came to an abrupt end as his previously playful eyes became cold as ice. The apathetic expression plastered over his face would scare any sane person. At the moment, Naruto's expression was of someone insane, as if he was a machine without an ounce of feelings. Raiga Kurosuke felt something was wrong and quickly ran towards Naruto while dodging all of the daggers that were pursuing him. Silently thanking Rinmara because without the boy, dodging these daggers would be incredibly hard, he advanced. When he was just a few meters away from the blonde teenager, he saw Naruto slowly raising his hand and doing a simple hand sign. Feeling a sense of dread covering his whole body, he immediately retreated, but it wasn't in time. Raiga Kurosuke was paralyzed by some sort of liquid. The blonde teenager tapped with the sole of his feet on the ground. Sounds of water droplets hitting the ground was heard as a voice devoid of emotions came out of Naruto's voice. Suiten, Mizu no Ryaiki. Water release, domain of water. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 90, Raiga Kurosuke 4. Water. Raiga Kurosuke thought with narrowed eyes after feeling that the entire ground around him became wet due to the water. Channeling chakra towards his feet, he walked on it. An attack coming from the ground, jump. Rinmara's desperate voice sounded. The boy knew the odds weren't on their side anymore. Nodding, the long-haired man quickly jumped as a sea blue-colored spike came out of the water. You think this is all? Naruto smirked underneath his mask and was about to do a hand sign when lightning spread through the entire field of water. With a small smile, Naruto manipulated the water around him as the blue-colored lightning ran around him, as if its direction changed abruptly. How foolish. This is my domain, the domain of water. You can't escape and you can't attack, if you may let me do a summary. You're dead. Naruto laughed heartily after seeing the slight expression of despair over Raiga's face. When the blonde teenager moved, the domain moved along with him, and with his superior speed, Raiga just couldn't escape. His main way of attacking was also disrupted as seen, lightning would be easily avoided. Naruto then raised his hand and did a few hand signs before muttering to himself, Raiden, Raichu. Lightning release, lightning pillars. And, Yang release, red lightning. Naruto's chakra plummeted down, but it was recovering at an absurd rate as well. Both domain of water and lightning pillars take up a huge amount of chakra coupled with all concentration in the Yang release, however, it was worth it. 8 pillars that seemed to be made of a violent lightning with a deep red coloration rose from the water and surrounded both Naruto, Raiga Kurosuke and Renmara. Water spikes rose from the domain of water, threatening to pierce through Raiga's body, however, the man dodged with Renmara's guidance by jumping. Alas, as soon as he jumped, deep red-colored lightning shot towards him and electrocuted him. At this time, the long-haired man lifted both swords and smirked as the deep red-colored lightning condensed into a sphere. Looking over Naruto, he said, You're strong, however. Underestimating me was your worst mistake. Raiden, Raikyu, lightning release, lightning ball. The deep red-colored lightning ball shot through the air at an speed that Naruto was barely able to keep up with. However, the blonde teenager didn't panic as he thought, I didn't underestimate you, in fact. I overestimated you, trying to use my own lightning against me. How pitiful. No lightning that came out of the pillars could be used against him. That is one of the reasons for such ninjutsu to be S rank. Just as the lightning ball was a few inches from hitting him, it changed directions and became another lightning pillar. Unless your mastery over Raiden is higher than mine, it won't work. Now, you just made things easier for me as you gave me enough lightning to create another lightning pillar while using fewer amounts of chakra. Naruto thought while pitying Raiga Kurosuke even more. Looking over Raiga Kurosuke with pitying eyes, he said, I guess that I overestimated you, and even though I'm really enjoying this fight, I'm your natural nemesis. Use the Kurigakure no Jutsu or any Suiten and it won't work, use any Raiden and it won't work, I pity you, Raiga Kurosuke. You little sh*t. Raiga Kurosuke was, of course, angered by his remarks but couldn't do anything as suddenly, 9 bolts of deep red-colored lightning shot towards him. The ones that hit him paralyzed him, and the ones Raiga Kurosuke evaded hit the water and then spread to his feet, damaging him. Giving one last look towards the long-haired man, Naruto said, Requiescat in pace, for I enjoyed this fight. 2 enormous water spikes shot from the domain of water and pierced both Raiga Kurosuke and Renmara at the same time. Coughing up excessive amounts of blood, the man looked in despair towards Naruto before he fell lifelessly to the ground alongside Renmara, similarly dead. Feeling that they were dead, Naruto's jutsu disappeared as he fell to the ground while coughing up blood. Even so, a wide smile was plastered over his face. That was a really good fight. I had to surpass my limit in order to kill him. If he wasn't with that boy helping him, it would have ended in an instant, though. The cost of using domain of water and lightning pillars along with the Yang release lightning isn't just the excessive amount of chakra used. Naruto's chakra reserves were monstrous in their own way. Kurama even said that he wouldn't be surprised if before he turned 16, his chakra reserves would be near his. The thing is that the amount of concentration needed is even higher, not to mention that to use lightning pillar along with the Yang release lightning, he needed to guide the lightning through his hands. This puts his body under extreme pressure, but it was worth it, and also the reason why both ninjutsu were S rank. Naruto was sure that without Renmara, Raiga Kurosuke would have been dead in the first water spike he did. Using my space-time manipulation is prohibited according to Ero Sennin, but using Kagura's mind-eye shouldn't be a problem. Naruto thought to himself while wiping the blood out of his mouth. Closing his eyes, he could feel and see everything within hundreds of meters and saw that everything was already done. It didn't take long before an unscathed Jiraiya appeared beside Naruto alongside an injured Haku. Differently from Jiraiya, the long-haired, slightly feminine youngster had some trouble dealing with others without the use of his Hyoten. As such, he had many injuries, leaking blood out of them. Looking nice with these injuries and blood, rabbit. Naruto gave thumbs up before flinching due to the pain of his muscles. Scratching the back of his head, he said, I think that we'll need to change clothing, look at the wound I received. That B***** cut half a part of it. Jiraiya smirked before throwing another black-colored cloak to both Haku and Naruto. I have tons of these just in case, wear it and after you're healed, we'll go back to receive our bounty. With his bounty coupled with all others, we're going to have money enough for quite a few months. After a few hours passed as both Naruto and Haku recovered, they went back to Kurogakure. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 91, Infiltration and Assassination 1. Raiga Kurosuke sure did a good job on you, Fox. Jiraiya said teasingly towards Naruto, who couldn't care less. Looking over Jiraiya with the side of his eyes, the blonde teenager nodded slightly. His power alone wasn't enough, that boy could see all of my attacks clearly. It was probably a strange dujutsu, not even Sasuke's Sharingan could see my attacks because it was faster than they could perceive. Naruto said as not only Haku but also Jiraiya's eyes widened slightly. A strange dujutsu capable of seeing these attacks. This is amazing, I wonder why I've never seen it even once. Jiraiya thought before shaking his head. The blonde teenager had immediately pierced both eyes to destroy them. Naruto was simply destroying a dujutsu whose ability to perceive attacks was better compared to the Sharingan. Looking questioningly towards Naruto, he saw the blonde teenager shaking his head negatively. I did that because I have no use for it and I doubt either of you two would want the eyes for yourselves. The one that put a bounty on Raiga Kurosuke of such high amount wasn't just for the man himself. Rather, I have an impression she was after the boy's dujutsu. Just, who would want it? Is it Kumogakure, Kurigakure or Iwagakure? Maybe. Danzo. He did have a slight fetish towards dujutsus. Naruto thought while narrowing his light blue-colored eyes. At this moment, it was as if a random thought popped inside his head as he remembered a certain thing. Naruto's eyes seemed to widen slightly as he thought to himself while walking with both Jiraiya and Haku, it's that person. When I arrived at Kurogakure, I immediately used the Kagura's mind eye and when it got to the highest floor of the bounty and missions it simply stopped there, not going forward. It was the first time Naruto felt fear, no. It was his body unconscious response to an enormous, overwhelming power that he couldn't touch, not the current him, at least. I have no use thinking about this right now. I'm not strong enough, after all. Naruto thought while shaking his head lightly. He had different things to focus at the moment, training. Here's your reward. Rewarded bounties for the bodies of Raiga Kurosuke, Rinmara, Raiga family members, Flowery mercenary group members. A total of 1,500,349 ryo. The voice of a male clothed in a thick black-colored cloak said from behind the balcony while handing out stacks of ryo that were inside sealing scrolls. The voice, despite low, attracted the attention of many rogue ninjas around them. Looking over Jiraiya, Haku and Naruto's figures that were hidden behind the black-colored cloak, some groups started whispering towards each other, did you hear that? They actually killed the Raiga family entirely and even the Flowery mercenary group. I saw the Flowery mercenary group leaving Kurogakure to chase some people, I guess these were the ones. It's really a surprise considering even after so long, Raiga Kurosuke remained alive. These three did all of that alone, they're not ones to be underestimated. Ignoring all of the whisperings as if he hadn't heard it, Jiraiya muttered in a tone only Naruto and Haku could hear, we'll be taking a special kind of mission right now. It's called infiltration and assassination, only few rogue ninjas take that when it comes to the 5 great nations because of its danger. Which village any of you think is the most suitable to be infiltrated? Haku pondered for a bit before suggesting, I think that Kumogakure would be the best option considering our abilities. Agreed. Naruto nodded slightly as Jiraiya smiled underneath his mask. They've considered which village would be the best between Iwagakure, Kurigakure and Kumogakure through their current abilities. Between the three, they would have a better advantage in Kumogakure. Turning to the one behind the balcony, he said in a tone only the two of them could hear, we'll be taking the infiltration and assassination mission. Infiltration within Kumogakure and assassination of one of their council members. Council members. Isn't the difficulty a bit too high? Not realistic, even. What is Ero Sennin thinking? Naruto thought with narrowed eyes, even though he's confident in his own abilities, the blonde teenager didn't think he would be able to take such mission. Not without using his space-time manipulation as it would allow him to simply teleport in there, assassinate and leave without problems. Aliases: Toad, Fox and Rabbit. Mission type: infiltration and assassination within Kumogakure. Mission reward: 2 million ryo. Came the voice hidden within the thick black-colored cloak. The reward is so absurd as a result of many failing to complete it. Infiltration and assassination had many meanings behind it. It wasn't just infiltrating and it's done, there was something called information gathering too, and even if you could gather the information, you needed to return alive in order to complete the mission. A scroll with the mission objective was thrown towards Jiraiya, that caught it with his right hand and started to read it alongside Naruto and Haku. Mission objective: infiltrate within Kumogakure and gather information regarding their next movements and intentions. Bonus objective: Assassinate one of the council members of Kumogakure, Raiden. Jiraiya nodded before saying in an indifferent tone, how much it costs about Raiden information. Only that. Maybe the demand is low so the cost was lowered. Jiraiya thought before handing out the exact amount. After seeing Raiden information, he nodded and looked around with narrowed eyes. Fox, you'll be able to break the rule for the first time. Right now, we are in a dangerous situation, Jiraiya said in a low tone before Naruto smirked underneath his mask. Holding Jiraiya and Haku's shoulder, he teleported away as instantly, many silhouettes flickered away. A few kilometers away, Jiraiya said with widened eyes, Oi, why did you have a Hiraishinskanai hidden here? Naruto blinked his eyes innocently before he said, I had to prepare myself in case a situation like that happens. Preparations are never enough, after all. Jiraiya and Haku. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 92, Infiltration and Assassination 2. Somewhere inside Kumogakure, 6 months later. We have successfully infiltrated within Kumogakure with the names Hikigairu, Choko and Usagi. Hikigairu for me, Choko for Naruto and Usagi for Haku. 6 months ago, doing the task would be exceedingly dangerous but now. I even feel a bit of pity, knowing that brat, he certainly won't stop with Raiden. Jiraiya thought while massaging his forehead. 1. Their appearances were made through Henge no Jutsu, one that Naruto modified to be detectable. The three of them had brown-colored hair that was kept short and their eyes were black. In order to mix within Kumogakure, their skin was darkened and was like the usual citizens and shinobi from Kumo. The amount of things I can teach him is decreasing every single day. All left now is the combined ninjutsus from human and frog, but that will be left for when we leave Kumogakure. Then, I'll lead him to MT Myoboku and make him learn Sage Mode. Jiraiya thought while sighing, Naruto was just too much of a fast learner. Everything taught was absorbed like a sponge would absorb water. At this moment, Naruto appeared beside Jiraiya in a speed that his past self could only dream about before saying with his trademark smile, Yo, Hikigairu. Is the time to do things ready? Using a fake appearance is really bad and I'm really eager to blast Kumo to smithereens. His smile wouldn't be scary if not because Naruto was talking about annihilating an entire great shinobi village with an innocent smile. Choko, how many times will I need to say for you not to talk about this? But fine, your and Usagi's strength has taken a huge leap compared to 6 months ago. From now on, Choko won't need to follow the rules anymore because his strength is enough to protect himself. As for you, Usagi, you still need to follow the rules but today will be an exception. Jiraiya said towards Naruto and Haku with narrowed eyes. Hearing his words, Naruto's smile seemed to widen slightly but his appearance was kept the same. Looking over Haku, he said indifferently, Usagi, come with me. Haku just nodded as both of them flickered through the houses, their speed at levels nobody could follow. Jiraiya smiled gently after remembering all the time the three of them passed together. Looking towards the sky, he muttered, I guess that your son is doing really fine, Minato, Kushina. Kumogakure, Raikage's office. Oh, it's you, Choko and Usagi, how has been the past 6 months? Have both of you adapted completely to Kumogakure? The Raikage, said with crossed arms. Naruto bowed slightly while ignoring all the anger he feels towards Kumogakure before saying in a respectful tone, of course, Raikage-sama. Both of us have come here to ask about the preparation to escort Raiden-sama, we're anxious to do such an important mission. In the past 6 months, the three of them had proven to be really useful for Kumogakure, catching rogue ninjas and gathering information regarding Iwagakure for the village. Their first mission had been accomplished already as they had known about Kumo's intentions and their next movements. However, Naruto wanted to revenge himself and his fellow clansmen. The mission he was going to do right now was the last one. I looked over him before nodding lightly as Mabui, a dark-skinned, silver-haired woman said, the preparations are done. The two of you will escort Raiden-san to the nearest village, Raigakure, and protect him in case something happens. Haku's expression changed slightly before he said, Mabui-sama, is it possible that something can happen? Is there someone that will dare to attack us and break the current peace between the villages? Nice played, Haku, Naruto thought before putting up a worried smile on his face. I pondered for a bit with narrowed eyes before he simply said, it's possible. There have been signs of Iwagakure shinobis being spotted within our borders, they may be planning to intercept Raiden. Talking about the council member, a dark-skinned man entered the Raikage's office before saying, I'm ready to be escorted, Choko-san, Usagi-san. Naruto and Haku nodded as Mabui smiled slightly while looking towards them. Take care, both of you. Good luck. Raiden-sama, if it isn't rude to ask, why exactly would it be dangerous for you to go alone? We need crucial information in order to protect you even better, Naruto said with a polite smile. Raiden seemed to hesitate slightly before he said, Choco-san, the truth is that we're going to an important base of Kumogakure and it's possible that there are spies leaking that information but we didn't catch them yet. If they leak the information, it would be dangerous to go without your protection. Naruto smirked inwardly while Kurama said inside his mind, they don't even suspect you are the spy all the time, leaking information, and when the situation is dire, you kill all enemies and gain even more trust. Good grief, Kit. The air shifted as around 20 ninjas appeared, surrounding their carriage. Raiden panicked but calmed down after Naruto patted his shoulder. Don't worry, I'll take care of them. Usagi, you can protect Raiden-sama here in case one or two escapes, right? Haku nodded as Naruto slowly left the carriage and looked around. Around 20 ninjas was in front of him. Isn't that Iwagakure shinobis? More of you were sent to die. It remembers the ones I killed 2 months ago. One of them shouted in anger before calming himself down and saying, vile being, you killed our comrades 2 months ago and today, we're here to avenge them. All of them had Junin strength. How generous of Iwagakure to send 20 Junin-level shinobis, I guess I'll have more fun. Naruto said with a wide smile. At this moment, Naruto slowly raised his hands as lightning gathered and flickered around it. Waving his hands in a carefree manner, Naruto thought to himself, Chidori-sanban. The sound of birds chirping rang around as lightning shot out of Naruto's hands towards the 20 Iwagakure shinobi. 1. If you feel curious about their new names within Kumogakure, Hikigairu means toad, Choco means fox chief, while Usagi means rabbit. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 93, Infiltration and Assassination 3. Ga. The lightning-like sanbans pierced more than half of the Junins, instantly killing 15 of them. The remaining 5 were utterly shocked as they looked with fear towards Naruto. One of them said while shaking, his body trembling from pure fear, we won't be back down because of that. They raised their swords but Naruto stood there, calm as ever. Looking calmly towards them, he couldn't help but feel pity for them. It's pitiful that the 20 of you are nothing but cannon fodder sent to die. Don't underestimate us. One of them roared before advancing while doing hand signs. However, before he could finish the hand signs, Naruto flickered to his side with monstrous speed and with a small tap, the hand signs were disrupted. Taking out his sword, Naruto cut the Iwa shinobi's head with a swift slash as blood splattered around. Surprisingly, no blood got to Naruto's clothing as he disappeared once again and appeared beside another Iwa shinobi. No! The Iwa shinobi yelled after seeing his death approaching along with the sense of dread. Alas, his yell was cut short after Naruto's sword cut his body in two. A deep red-colored liquid stained the beautiful grass around along with parts of his organs. Doden, Dongan no Jutsu. Earth Release, Bullet Rock Technique. One of them shouted as a huge rock was thrown towards Naruto. Sidestepping, wind suddenly appeared above Naruto's hands as he waved them lightly. The gust of air hit the big rock and despite it being seemingly harmless, the air cut the rock to pieces. Not wasting time, Naruto quickly disappeared and as he appeared again, all Iwa shinobi's remaining fell to the ground lifelessly. Raising his hands slightly, lightning flickered violently in his hands before taking a deep red-colored shade, however, it was under Naruto's perfect control. Descending his hands as the lightning slowly corroded the 20 dead Iwa shinbwa, it didn't take long before they became nothing but ashes. Returning to the carriage, Naruto said with a light smile, Raiden-sama, all enemies have been taken care of. You can rest assured, the rest of the trip will be safe. Raiden visibly relaxed as he sighed loudly, many thanks, Choco-san, Usagi-san. I don't think I would be able to live if not because both of you were there. No problem, Raiden-sama. If it isn't rude to ask, what is your objective for going there in the important base of Kumogakure? It's also crucial information required for us to protect you in a better way. Naruto said with a polite smile, showing respectfulness gives him a better impression. Differently from before, Raiden didn't hesitate before saying, it's because I hold the strategy we will use to create conflicts between Iwagakure and Kurigakure. We lost the third Raikage against Iwagakure and Kurigakure also killed many of our shinobi during the Third Great Shinobi War. The time for revenge is coming. Oh, things were deeper than what I thought. They're planning to start a war between two villages and when they're weak, they'll take advantage of it and give huge losses to both sides. Naruto thought with narrowed eyes before giving a quick glance towards Haku. Raiden-sama, is the information hidden through a scroll? Because with my experience, I feel that making it is only able to be talked about by someone that knows it, saving it in a scroll isn't wise. Haku said as Raiden nodded at his remarks with a small smile. Of course. The only one that knows about the strategy is me and the information is safe on my mind. I didn't want to save it on a scroll as it's dangerous, the spies steal them and our plans go to waste. Raiden said as both Naruto and Haku smiled weakly. Looking over Raiden, Naruto said with a polite smile, as expected of you, Raiden-sama. This is a genius strategy. So, about that important base, are there any council members like you and shinobis? Raiden rose his head high in the sky before saying with a bit of proudness in his voice, of course. All of the council members are already gathered here alongside a few elite Junins, the base is absolutely safe. Hearing that all council members were there with a few elite Junins made Naruto smile widely, but he quickly hid it. As soon as they arrived, Raiden was about to enter the base when the sound of chirping birds rang behind him. This is a goodbye, Raiden-sama. Naruto said with a wicked smile as his hands crushed the man's heart. It was really lucky that these retards known as Kumogakure's shinobi were able to implement yin release within their techniques, creating the famous black lightning which is cool as FCK. How would they know that it would be used against them today? Naruto thought while smiling sadistically. As Haku sent some attacks towards the base, alarms rang as many shinobis gathered in front of the base. One of them looked towards Naruto before shouting, "It's an attacker. Prepare the defenses." All shinobis nodded before doing hand signs and shouting, "Doden, Doryuaheki." Earth release, earth wall. Several walls made up of earth rose from the ground, protecting the entire front of the base. However, it was proven ineffective as Naruto simply teleported 50 meters inside and rose in the air. Under all shinobi's stares as they observed him warily, he said, "Don't look at me like this, I'll feel shy. I'll be leaving but you don't need to worry, I'll give all of you a small parting gift after I kill all council members." As Naruto said that, around 15 humans appeared around him and were frozen in space. Cutting their heads before sealing them inside a sealing scroll, he overlooked the Kumogakure's shinobi before raising his hands in a slow manner. "Think of this as a parting gift," Naruto said as a seemingly ordinary rasengan appeared above his hands. Suddenly, the rasengan took a deep black coloration as a white-colored ring spun around it. The white-colored ring was a shape manipulation made alongside yang release while the rasengan was infused with yin release, something he learned in the time he lived at Kumogakure as a spy. Taking a hold of Haku's shoulders, Naruto said before teleporting away. Yin-yang release, Dai Rasenringu. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 94, Infiltration and Assassination 4. Hello, useless folks who worship this great author. Passing here to warn you all that in chapter 113, Danzo was officially gruesomely tortured and killed by dear Naruto. P.S. Don't forget to drop stones, folks. A resonating boom sounded as soon as the yin-yang release, Dai Rasenringu, touched the ground. Due to Naruto holding back as much as possible, its destruction was only enough to destroy the entire important base from Kumogakure. Even from more than 200 meters away, both Naruto and Haku could still feel the shockwave of the explosion. The air around was dancing wildly and many trees were blown away. Naruto felt satisfied with his attack despite only being able to use it once per day. That kind of jutsu is at the very top of S rank, it may rank even higher by Naruto estimates. The blonde teenager could use it only once per day because more than it would damage his chakra pathways temporarily, and with them being damaged, he wouldn't be able to fight at even 50% of his strength. Was it because of insufficient chakra reserves? Of course not. When it comes to such thing, not only Naruto but also Kurama could confidently say that the blonde has the biggest chakra reserves within the shinobi world. With the exception of that person who made Naruto's body feel instinctive fear. However, Naruto didn't dwell in such thoughts for long. Sooner or later, he would surpass that person, and by that time, they would have a small talk. Looking over Haku, who was struggling as not to fly away due to the raging air, Naruto waved his hands slightly as the space in front of them opened. With an indifferent expression, he said, "This one leads directly to the house we own at Kumogakure. We'll go there, pick up rasengan and leave. We already wasted too much time within that detestable village." Haku nodded. It seems that for some reason, he also wasn't fond of the village. Was it because of something in the past or because of Naruto's own grudges against Kumogakure? Nobody would know. "Yo, rasengan, we're back and guess what, we have a surprise," Naruto said with a wide smile. Jiraiya almost jumped in fright before saying, "Stop scaring me like that, brat. You do that all the time, have some respect for your sensei." Naruto and Haku, tisk. Oi. Anyway, let me guess, you probably blew up whatever place you went and killed all council members," Jiraiya said in a nonchalant manner. Seeing Naruto's dumbfounded expression, Jiraiya chuckled before saying, "It was really obvious. Anyway, we'll go back to using our old aliases and we'll take more missions on Kurogakure." The blonde teenager nodded and so did Haku. Waving his hands lightly, Naruto opened up a portal, their destination being Kurogakure. "Raikage-sama, it's urgent." And Anbu couldn't help but lose a bit of control as he yelled. I frowned before signaling for the Anbu. Seeing that, the Anbu calmed herself down before saying, "Reporting to Raikage-sama, we were going to check our base where the council members were going to discuss the strategy regarding on how we will deal with Naruto Uzumaki now that we know he's the fourth Hokage's son but." Seeing the Anbu pausing in a hesitant manner, I frowned even more before ordering the Anbu to continue, "But when we arrived here, we saw nothing. Nothing, Raikage-sama, all left was an enormous pit, not even dust remained from the base, only pure, utter destruction." "What?" I lost his temper and hit the table, accidentally snapping it in two. Breathing in order to calm himself down, I said but the anger in his eyes was still there, "Nobody alive. F***ck. The losses this time is too heavy, we lost not only the council members but also many of our shinobis. Taking immediate measures was a requirement and so did I. Immediately start recruiting new council members and be sure that they'll have the utmost protection, also, call be over. We don't know if the enemy will attack again but an attack of this scale. It's too dangerous if B isn't here along with Gyuki." The Anbu bowed respectfully before flickering away. The days weren't so cheerful for Hinata while Naruto wasn't there, she felt that the world itself was losing color. Her once warm eyes now had a tinge of coldness and a glint of hate would shine once she looked at certain villagers. "Naruto-kun, I miss you. I don't understand what happened in the past but I remember seeing some villagers mistreating you when you were older. What if it was like that from the very beginning?" The purple-haired teenager thought to herself. In the past 6 months, she intensified her own training by 10 times and even so, it still felt like she lacked something. Hinata knew what, she lacked her precious Naruto-kun by her side. Flickering through Konoha's streets, she arrived onto the Hokage's office. "It's you, Hinata. So, what brings you here?" Tsunade said in a gentle tone despite her serious face while looking over Hinata. The blonde woman had taken a liking to the purple-haired teenager and now had 3 disciples, Sakura Haruno, Karen Uzumaki and her, Hinata Hyuga. "Tsunade-sensei, I came here because I want to ask for something." Hinata asked with a bit of hesitation but after seeing Tsunade's puzzled expression, she quickly continued, "I want to enlist as an Anbu, is it possible?" Tsunade didn't question why her disciple wanted that. Shaking her head, the 5th Hokage said, "No. However, when you turn 14, I can let you join Anbu. I made the same agreement with Sakura and Karen. The 3 of you will be prepared for such missions when at that time." Nodding, Hinata was about to leave but Tsunade interrupted her, "You're asking because you miss Naruto, right? I know about your little relationship with him, don't force yourself too much, Hinata. I don't know Naruto for long but from what I have observed, he has deep feelings for you but you shouldn't relax, you have a strong rival and that rival is Karen." What do you mean? Naruto-kun liking me? How is that possible?" Hinata said in a mosquito-like voice while flushing, her face red as an apple. Chuckling at her reaction, Tsunade let the girl leave before her face turned serious as she looked far away in the distance. Somehow, the image of Jiraiya appeared in her mind before she shook her head. "What has gotten to my mind? Thinking of that pervert right now." Unknown to Tsunade, a blush crept over her face. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 95, Akatsuki in Action. 3. This is a continuation to the chapter, Akatsuki in Action. 2. I need to train harder. I can't stay weak forever, I need to be by Naruto-kun's side. A female teenager with red-colored hair thought to herself at one of Konoha's training. Needless to say, she is Karen Uzumaki, the biggest female pervert of the shinobi world. Her whole body was drenched with sweat, some would say it was a bad thing to be seen in a girl but she didn't really care. Karen was training for a reason, for something, for someone. He didn't let me follow because it would be dangerous for me, because I'm weak. If I was stronger, if just I was stronger. Karen thought to herself, the disappointment was directed to nothing but herself. At this moment, golden-colored chains left the back of her body. The most powerful trait of an Uzumaki if you don't consider their enormous chakra, adamantine sealing chains. Konohagakure, Uchiha Estate. Oto-san, can't you train me a bit? Sasuke asked while looking towards his father. Looking towards Sasuke, Fugaku chuckled a bit at the teenager's question that seemed more like he was pleading. Standing up, he said, "Why wouldn't I? I can't let you be weaker than Naruto, can I? Come. Sasuke smirked before he said and rushing forward, I guess you can't, Oto-san. Tsunade-sensei, why do I have to learn this? So boring. A pink-haired teenager muttered in annoyance. Hearing what she said, Tsunade punched Sakura's head. Sighing while massaging her forehead, Tsunade said, in the academy, you learn the basics, with these basics, you learn complicated things. The same thing is applied to the medical field, stop complaining and start learning, or do you want to be behind Karen in that part? It was unknown the reason, but Karen could absorb all medical knowledge, be the theory or application almost immediately. Tsunade just guessed that it was because of her extremely pure Uzumaki bloodline. The blonde woman was just waiting till the moment all of her disciples catch up in the medical field before going to the next part of their training. Yes, Tsunade-sensei, Sakura said while Hinata just nodded at Tsunade's words, resuming her training. Kakashi stood in one of the training fields along with a black-haired teenager before saying, I'll teach you a similar yet different jutsu today. It is called lightning cutter, aka Reikiri. With that said, he raised his right hand slightly as lightning gathered, taking a deep blue coloration. The black-haired teenager deadpanned, isn't that the same as the Chidori, Kakashi-sensei? Stop complaining, Hensuke. The Reikiri is very different from the Chidori, take notice of the color change, the blue is way deeper and there is shape manipulation involved, to put it bluntly. This is an evolved version of the Chidori. Kakashi said before giving a light chop to Hensuke's head with his left hand. 1. Oi, that hurt, Hensuke said, but Kakashi, as always, didn't care. Resume the training, brat. The white-haired man said indifferently as Hensuke nodded before saying, yes, Kakashi-sensei. As Hensuke resumed the training, Kakashi sat on a tree branch, and as he looked towards the black-haired teenager, the figure of someone familiar seemed to overlap with the teenager's own. Sighing, the white-haired man thought to himself, Obito. He reminds me of you, an airhead, annoying and so on. The two of you would probably be friends if you were still here. And Naruto. Just 2 more years and we'll be together again. Ah, the days are so boring when my cute Otudo isn't here, sigh, sigh. Kakashi sighed twice inside his mind. Meanwhile, the Toad group had already completed their infiltration and assassination mission and gotten their rewards. After taking another mission and leaving, no one dared to follow them. The strength of someone able to finish such mission wasn't a group they dared to hunt. At the highest floor of the Bounties and Missions building, a man with black-colored hair tied in a ponytail and an indifferent expression seemed to look over Naruto. Besides him was a woman. That said, could it be that you're interested in that boy? The man shook his head lightly. No. I already have plans and he's not included on them. I see, what are our next plans? The woman said before adding, Jigen-sama. Our next missions will be infiltrating on Iwagakure and Kurigakure respectively. We'll use the same plan as before since it worked. Jiraiya said while explaining a few more details to both Naruto and Haku. Who? So I will be able to blast a base of theirs too? Naruto asked excitedly. He seemed really eager to do the same thing once again. Jiraiya facepalmed at his reaction while wondering why his disciple was such a crazy B*****starred. Haku chuckled a bit at Naruto's reaction before he said, I think that you will, Fox. I'm excited about going to Kurigakure. Zabuza-sama was always saying that he wanted to make that place a better place for the future shinobi. So that they wouldn't need to do the same cruelty he did. Oh, I didn't know that the bandage creep had such a good heart. Maybe even his villainous-like attitude wasn't his true one, Well, no use thinking about that anymore, we should go, rabbit. Naruto said while patting Haku's shoulder. Jiraiya couldn't help but smile slightly underneath his mask due to their interactions. Looking far away in the sky, he thought, I guess that just like you, I got some good disciples, sensei. I'll be sure that this time, they'll be the best disciples I ever had. Looking over them, he said, let's go, stop wasting time. Like the last time, we'll take the very same amount of time for each mission, meaning that these 2 missions will take 1 year and 2 months. Afterwards, I will take both of you to a very special place where your strength will take a huge leap. More training. Hell yeah, Naruto said with a wide smile as both Haku and Jiraiya deadpanned, this training maniac, ah. To those that don't remember, Hensuke was taken as a disciple by Kakashi and appeared in the Chunin exams. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 96, Akatsuki in Action. 4. Uzumaki Naruto. You think that after disguising yourself and going with the Toad Sannin, Jiraiya, you were safe. How naive. A black, humanoid creature with golden-colored eyes thought to itself. Merging with the ground, the creature slowly reappeared beside the masked man known as Toby before saying, the location of Naruto Uzumaki was discovered, Toby. They're going towards Kurigakure through this route, this time. Send Kikuzu and Hidan, their abilities will be rather useful. Called me, Yabi ***, said a man with white-colored hair and a three-bladed, red-colored scythe on his hand, who appeared out of nowhere. Another masked man appeared, his eyes had no pupils and had a green coloration, they were the eyes of someone that seemed to be dead. However, he was clearly alive. Looking towards Toby, he said, I heard that this Naruto Uzumaki isn't just a common Jinchuriki, his strength is unknown and probably improved over the time he traveled with the Toad Sanin. The payment will be higher this time. That B** of a masked man keeps sending tasks our way. Anyway, let's go and kill these mother ****ckers. The white-haired man known as Hidan said while laughing before adding, I'll offer their souls to God Jashin. Kikuzu just kept himself in silence while holding the urge to cut Hidan in two. The white-haired man was a perfect partner for him because of his immortality. No matter what, he would always regenerate without external help as long as it wasn't a huge injury such as having his head severed. Kikuzu, a man who cared about money and only money. As long as enough money was given, he would assassinate anyone. Toby nodded at his words and said in his usual playful tone, no problem, Pain will be the one to pay you. Intercept them in their way and capture the Biju. The two of them nodded before flickering away, their figures disappearing in the distance. Seeing that, Toba's eyes seemed to shine in a bloody red-colored light underneath his mask. Sooner or later, the Mugen Tsukuyomi plan will be completed, the paradise will be created and hell will be destroyed. Naruto, Jiraiya and Haku were on the way to Kurigakure when suddenly, the blonde teenager stopped in his tracks. Narrowing his light blue-colored eyes, he said, there are two powerful ninjas coming our way, both of them are at least cage level. Two silhouettes stopped in front of them, their figures seemed intimidating due to their cold eyes combined with the gloomy, usual robe of the Akatsuki. Naruto smirked after seeing they were from the Akatsuki. Oh, so after I killed one of you already, you said more. How wonderful. I have two more to kill. I know both of you, Kikuzu and Hidan. Jiraiya, however, wondered to himself as the three of them undid their disguise, how did they found us? So you did the homework, ya bast road. Hidan said with a smirk plastered over his face. Shortly after that, he ran forward while holding his three-bladed scythe. Naruto said to both Jiraiya and Haku, I heard that they're both immortal, apparently. I want to deal with this one, the masked weirdo. They learnt that denying Naruto of fighting with someone was a really big mistake, as such, they just nodded before engaging Hidan in a fight. Fighting me is useless, brat. Make the job easier for me and hand out the Biju. Kikuzu said as Naruto started laughing loudly. Suddenly, Naruto appeared beside the man and punched out. Kikuzu wasn't prepared for the sudden attack, as such, he was hit with full strength and crashed through a few trees. Slowly standing up, his face regenerated from the damage as he said, we'll need to go through the hard path, I see. 5 creatures with black coloration and different masks were summoned and immediately, shot all 5 elements towards Naruto. With a wide smile, Naruto created 5 clones as they all blocked the attacks with their own ones. Amazing. You're so strong, ha 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 ha. Come, let's fight. Naruto's smile just widened after feeling Kikuzu's strength. The Akatsuki member frowned while noticing this, he can also use all 5 elements to such degree, I guess I'll need to fight him by myself. His calm demeanor was soon broken after feeling Naruto passing by his side in what seemed to be slow motion. Within an instant, 2 of his hearts were destroyed. Coughing up blood, he said shakingly, how? Naruto didn't say anything and just stared at the man, whose eyes were now full of anger. I see. You researched about them, didn't you? I guess that I'll have to take your heart in order to replenish mine. Removing his masks as his hair and ugly-like face was revealed, Kikuzu said, Uzumaki brat. You'll be a good reward for me, be it your heart and your bounty. His hair elongated and seemed to become sharp as they shot towards Naruto, whose face was indifferent. To him, Kikuzu posed no threat because all of the man's techniques could be countered by him. Rasengan. Naruto said while feeling a bit down that his opponent couldn't pose a threat to him. As the Rasengan connected with the hair was instantly destroyed as a gust of wind was sent forward. Looking towards Kikuzu, Naruto slowly rose in the air by stepping on space itself. I have to say that I'm disappointed. I guess this is a goodbye. Yang release lightning, Tenkin no Dengeki blitz of daggers. 20 daggers made out of chakra were summoned and connected by chakra strings, they were sent forward as a deep red-colored lightning flickered around it. Kikuzu could feel a sense of dread spreading through his entire body but he wasn't one to give up. However, as the minutes passed, his hearts were destroyed and in no time, Kikuzu could be seen covered in blood. Looking down on Kikuzu while controlling the daggers, he said, thanks for the fight, Kikuzu. Then, Kakuzu fell to the ground, all signs of life were erased. Sighing while feeling bored, Naruto thought to himself, I guess that my space-time manipulation just gives me a huge boost, no wonder Rasengan wanted me to train my base strength to cage level. Looking towards Jiraiya and Haku, he saw that Hidan's head was severed but he was still alive. It's useless, we can't kill him. Jiraiya thought out loud while feeling frustrated, forgetting about something really important. Lucky him, Naruto saw the situation and after pondering for a bit, he said, Rasengan, what can't be killed? Can be sealed. Jiraiya's eyes seemed to shine and he was about to bring out a sealing scroll to do a fuinjutsu. Just then, his eyes widened in shock as golden-colored chains pierced Hidan's body and head. Naruto's cold voice rang in their ears, adamantine sealing chains. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 97, MT. Myoboku 1. In no. Hidan or rather, his head yelled after seeing these golden-colored chains piercing his body like it was paper. That was for a reason, he didn't fear being sealed. However, at this moment, Hidan felt all of his power draining away. The killer felt, for the first time, the fear of being near death. And that was exactly what happened. It was unknown if that was a function from the adamantine sealing chains or a mutation, but Hidan could feel that even if he was immortal, he would die. Seconds passed as every single power was drained out of Hidan's body, killing him. Brat, if you had that power from the very start, why the FCK didn't you use it? Jiraiya asked incredulously. Even Haku felt betrayed. Such power would make their missions so much easier. Remembering the times they nearly died, the long-haired youngster wanted to cry. Seeing their reactions, Naruto looked to the side while scratching the back of his head embarrassedly. I don't know what you two mean. I awakened this power just yesterday. Yeah, I'm not lying at all. Jiraiya and Haku, you suck at lying. After that, all of them laughed at their own interactions before Naruto's face became serious. Removing a part of the Akatsuki's robe, he touched it as his eyes started to shine slightly. All stars of the universe seemed to be contained within it as he muttered, Eye of Time. So that's how it is. One of them is called Toby, the masked man. Another is that black creature that feels somehow familiar. Oh, I remember. I remember seeing its presence near Konoha once, to think it was from the Akatsuki. Is it a pet or something? If Black Zetsu was to know of his thoughts, it was definitely going to be angered. It is Kagaya's Kagaya's son. Alas, in Naruto's mind, he wasn't anything out of the pet bounds. What are we going to do right now, Rasengan? Haku asked indifferently. He was a bit anxious knowing Akatsuki was hunting them, or rather, Naruto. Even so, to him, Naruto was a friend he didn't want to lose. He may or may have not disliked the blonde teenager a bit in the start, but it faded away over time. Jiraiya frowned slightly before he said, even though we had concealed ourselves perfectly, they still found us. This can only mean that they have an exceptional sensor that probably has a Kekkei Genkai that enables him to feel us from very far away. This will need to fasten up their training. I'll have to bring them to that place. The only place where nobody can sense. Jiraiya thought to himself as his frown deepened. Seeing his expression, Naruto asked curiously, Rasengan, what are you thinking about? It's not about a naked woman again, right? Oi, do you think I only care about that? Jiraiya yelled before feeling betrayed as both Naruto and Haku nodded in sync. Sighing, he said, as much as I hate to admit, we're not Akatsuki opponents as of now. Since we've taken down already 3 of their members, next time, they'll send not only 2 but 4 and they'll be even stronger. Even if it's me, I'm not confident on dealing with their leader, Pain. Naruto, despite having won seemingly easily, you know that the reason you won like that is that you slowly broke the enemy fighting spirit. Showing that you know about his technique and so on. Even so, you have several injuries. Jiraiya pointed out several bleeding wounds and burn marks over Naruto's body. Meh, these injuries are only minor ones. Naruto said indifferently before sitting down to recover of his injuries. Chuckling at his reaction, Jiraiya said towards Haku, you too, Haku, you're not prepared to face the Akatsuki completely yet. As such, we'll need to go into hiding for some time. Before Naruto could protest as he was anxious to blast some of Kurigakure and Iwagakure's bases, Jiraiya said, don't complain yet. This place is known as Mount Myoboku and is where I learned my sage mode. It's a place filled with natural energy. As both of you know, chakra is an internal energy. Natural energy is an external energy whose origin comes from nature itself. Techniques infused with such energy is called senpo, sage art, or senjutsu, sage jutsu. We'll go there to train not only your base abilities but also to help all the 2 of you with natural energy to learn the so-called sage mode. Jiraiya said in one breath. Then, he closed his eyes for a moment before red marks covered his eyes, which became toad-like. Naruto saw that and muttered, "Why is the sage mode so ugly? You're looking like a toad, dude." Jiraiya chopped Naruto's head as he said, "This is because my sage mode is imperfect, so I take some toad characteristics. I'm sure that both of you can attain a perfect sage mode. I believe in your potential." Naruto and Haku, should we feel emotional or honored? Sighing while feeling there was no warmth in the world anymore, Jiraiya muttered to himself, "Damned brats. Kuchio's no jutsu." A puff of smoke was heard as a big toad appeared and said, "Sup, Jiraiya-san, decided to finally summon me. My old man keeps saying that you're not bringing him to do research again. Every time he says it, mother would beat him to submission." Definitely Gamabunta. That old toad is a huge pervert, literally. Naruto thought to himself while rolling his eyes. Jiraiya looked towards the toad before saying, "Well, I'm bringing my disciples to the MT Myoboku so they can train safely and attain the sage mode." "I see," the toad said before his mouth became wide open. Jiraiya forcefully dragged Haku and Naruto with him as the toad said, "Reverse Kuchio's no jutsu." Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 98, MT Myoboku 2. Whoa, that was an amazing experience. Naruto exclaimed. It was similar to his teleport but essentially different. He thought that experiencing the reverse Kuchio's no jutsu again would be a rather good option. Jiraiya smiled evilly. "Yeah, indeed. I bet you'll love your time here. The food here is just amazing too." The toad that brought them here looked towards Jiraiya before saying, "I see. I'll tell my mother that you love the food she makes. Last time, you had to leave immediately, but now, I'm sure you'll need to stay here in order to train these two little demons." Seeing his reaction, Naruto couldn't help but wonder what kind of food they ate here. However, after remembering they are all toads, it's probably insects and the like. I have never tasted insects, I'll do it later. Haku also nodded. The two of them weren't picky with food at all. After all, they had to endure things such as starving. They knew that being picky wouldn't help with them. These two monsters, Jiraiya thought to himself in an incredulous manner. Looking towards Jiraiya, Naruto said after pondering for a bit, Nay, Arrow Sennin, is the pipe toad living here too? I have to admit, though, this place is very good. Compared to all places we've been up to now, this one is very beautiful. Pipe toad. You mean my father Gamabunta, little demon. I'm sure he would be very angry at you if he heard this. He's the chief toad of the MT Myoboku. The toad said while laughing lightly. He had never seen someone with enough courage to call their father like that. Chief toad, whatever. Naruto muttered as Jiraiya's eyebrows twitched. Haku was doing his best not to laugh as he thought. Naruto is joking as usual, I see. It's you, the shishty brat that summoned me. What are you doing here? Don't tell me. That Jiraiya brat brought you here to bother me. Gamabunta exclaimed after seeing Naruto. Nah, don't worry about that, pipe toad. So you were telling the truth, To think you're the chief toad. Naruto said while shrugging his shoulders. Gamabunta's mouth twitched slightly. Oi, I'm the chief toad, can't you give me at least a bit of respect? The enormous but poor toad thought to himself. Jiraiya laughed at him from afar before being noticed and quickly calming Gamabunta down. Looking up towards the enormous toad, he said, Sup, Gamabunta. You see, Akatsuki is onto that brat's tail, quite literally. There is no best place to hide beside the three sage lands, anyway. Is the great toad sage available? I need to talk with him, rather, the three of us need. Before Gamabunta could reply to them, an aged voice came from a seemingly unknown place. You can come along with your little disciples, Jiraiya. Jiraiya nodded as he and his disciples came. Naruto looked around while thinking about the dense white-colored particles that seemed to welcome him. These particles are everywhere and I can see them ever since I awakened. The ones here are much denser and they seem to have some connection to me. As they went through MT Myoboku, they arrived at a huge lake. In the middle of it stood an elderly toad with many wrinkles. His size was easily the same as Gamabunta, Naruto noted. Yo, OGG. Knowing you, it's not a surprise that you already know the reason I brought my disciples here, Jiraiya said in his usual easygoing attitude. Then, he turned towards Naruto and Haku. This one is the leader of all toads, he's the great toad sage but just call him OGG. He's called Gamamaru and he has been living even before the sage of the six paths. Damn, he's old. Naruto thought to himself, Haku sharing similar thoughts to him. Gamamaru looked over both Naruto and Haku before turning towards Jiraiya. I see. You finally found him, didn't you, Jiraiya-chan? Naruto and Haku. Jiraiya-chan, PFF'd. Not giving Jiraiya a chance to retort, Gamamaru turned towards Naruto. Come here, child. You have a very special destiny. Don't you, child of the Uzumaki clan? I'll tell you about it. The child of prophecy, a mischievous blue-eyed brat. You're friends with Kurama, aren't you? Gamamaru said. Kurama, that was resting inside Naruto's mindscape, suddenly opened his eyes. Kid, you don't need to be wary of him. That old man is literally an old man. He was the one that guided my father, Hagoromo, with senjutsu to end Otsutsuki Kagaya's plans. Nodding, Naruto said, yeah, Kusan is like my brother. Say, old toad, what are those white particles? Kusan told me that you're trustworthy, so I'm asking this to you. I've heard about natural energy from the arrow Sennin and I suspect this is it. The old toad's closed eyes widened slightly. He can see natural energy itself. How? Not even Hagoromo. No, not even Otsutsuki Kagaya while in the Jubi form, who was a being made of natural energy itself, could see it. However, a smile soon formed in his wrinkled face. I see, I see. Boy, your destiny isn't as simple as it seems. To think that you can see natural energy itself. Jiraiya-chan, regarding his senjutsu training. I'll guide him personally. This kind of potential wasn't ever seen. I'm afraid that even our most experienced toads wouldn't be able to train him properly. He can see natural energy. Jiraiya, someone who is extremely familiar with senjutsu despite his imperfect sage mode, naturally knew how abnormal that is. Even he could barely sense it, not to mention see. One had to know that even so, he still had a rather good talent towards senjutsu considering not even Orochimaru could attain the so-called sage mode. However, Jiraiya quickly calmed down while feeling happy. His disciple was such a talented person, naturally making him proud. Nodding his head slightly, he said, I'll be sure to train both Naruto and Haku properly. They're my disciples, after all. Disciples of the great Jiraiya-sama. Gamamaru, Naruto and Haku. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 99, Uzushiogakure 1. 1 year later, somewhere in the land of whirlwinds. I see that everyone has arrived, Most of you already know me, but introducing yourself once again won't hurt anyone, right? Ahem. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, current Jinchuriki of Kusan, son of Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze. Putting things bluntly, I'm the new Uzumaki clan head and I'm deeply sorry for my mother not finding all of you early, but this would also be a good thing. If my mother had discovered your hiding spot, she would probably try to bring you all to Konohagakure and I believe none of you want Yobi under that detestable village. Not after all they had done, Naruto said with a light smile as the around 200 Uzumakis in front of him nodded. Most of them were composed of young boy of about 8 years to teenagers of about 16 years. They had all been taught about the betrayal Konohagakure did, however, they all were proud knowing their new clan head wasn't going to bring them there. Even the adults unconsciously regarded Naruto as their clan head. All Uzumakis were born with a naturally enormous amount of chakra. Even then, the amount of chakra they could feel within Naruto was just monstrous, not to mention the fact he's just a cage bunshin. Naruto-sama, but, now that we've gathered, how will we stay safe since we've come out of hiding? One of the adults asked with a bit of hesitation. Naruto smiled lightly at his question before drawing a fuinjutsu in the middle of the air with his finger. Suddenly, behind him, the seemingly normal scenery became a huge village. Looking over his clansmen, Naruto said, "Welcome back to our village." One could say that an entire year was a very high amount of time, and Naruto would certainly agree. In the year that passed, he never felt at a higher amount of peace. Here, he could train without needing to keep his guard up in case an assassin comes to assassinate him. The blonde teenager, when not training or doing other things, was reflecting about life itself while occasionally going to bother the spacey old man. He had forgiven the only person who Naruto felt it wasn't fair of his own part. When he was thinking about his own village, Naruto could partially understand how his father had felt in the event 14 years ago. However, it didn't mean he agreed. Looking upwards, Naruto sighed while thinking to himself, "I forgive you, father. But, I won't be able to love you, not after all that happened." Yo, Naruto. It's strange to see you suddenly looking to the sky and even sighing. Ya aren't sick, are ya? A medium-sized, orange-colored frog said. He has purple markings around his eyes, mouth and stomach. Not as sick as your skin color, Gamakichi. So, how's Pipe Toad and his wife doing? I gave them some good cooking techniques, did they improve? Last meal they did lacked salt, indeed. Naruto said in a very carefree manner. Gamakichi looked at him with a bit of anger before saying, "My skin doesn't have a sick color. Wait till I tell Papi about what you said and he's gonna beat ya." Pipe toad also has a sick skin color. A few months later, Land of Fire, Konohagakure. Hey, did you hear about the news? It was spread through the whole world about the comeback of Uzushiogakure. An old villager commented to a young villager next to him. Uzushiogakure. Oh, I had heard they were allies of our village but were unfortunately destroyed on the Second Shinobi World War. It's good to know they're returning, just. I thought that the Uzumaki clan were annihilated. No. The young villager next to him said. The old villager shook his head lightly. It turned out that out of the thousands of Uzumakis, around 200 of them survived and that they're now at Uzushiogakure under the protection of Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto Uzumaki. Wasn't he a shinobi of our village? Does that make him a rogue ninja? The young villager said while furrowing his brows. No, I heard that the Hokage herself gave him the permission to officially retire as a Konohagakure shinobi. He's now the youngest Kage in the entire history, being the Nanadaime Uzukage. I also don't think the other villages will try to attack his village, even though the Uzumaki clan returned. It's pretty simple, without considering that Naruto Uzumaki himself has become extremely strong due to his training with Jiraiya-sama. There are also problems with an organization named Akatsuki. A man with white-colored hair that defied physics passed by their side. Mikuto Tudo finally completed his plan of rebuilding his village, Since the news have spread, it can only mean my time to go there has come. Flickering away, he came to the Hokage's office. Kakashi, how many times I said that you shouldn't enter through the damn window? Tsunade asked with an annoyed expression. I heard of the news regarding Naruto and you already know my instance regarding that. Since you've let Naruto do such thing, I believe he had already discussed that with you and you accepted. This can only mean that Naruto promised an alliance with Konoha. No. Kakashi said with narrowed eyes, he wasn't there to play around. Tsunade nodded slightly before she said with a small smile, I know what my sensei did in the past and allowed Konoha to betray Uzushiogakure, but Konohagakure has turned a new left, literally. You know about my character after I've let go of my past mistakes, don't you, Kakashi? Nodding at her words as he knew about that, Kakashi said, I hope that you won't break my brother's trust on you. He has passed through things that would have brought almost anyone to the point of killing himself herself. I'm not recommending that because I don't want you to break his trust but because if his trust is broken by you or rather by Konohagakure once again, not even I would be able to stop him from destroying the whole village. Kakashi said before flickering away. His headband was left on Tsunade's table and his new destination was clear, Uzushiogakure. You're so strong now that you don't need my protection anymore, but I can still protect those under you. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 100, Uzushiogakure 2. Most important AN. Hello, everyone. I'm here because this chapter is a really important one. This is the chapter that marks not only a record of my own but also a new leaf for the fanfic itself. Anyway, my point is, I want to say to everyone that has been accompanying the fanfic up to now, we have attained the mark of 100 chapters, cheers. Thanks for all the support given up to now. 1 year later, Uzushiogakure. I feel 3 signatures coming towards Uzushiogakure. From what I remember they're Nisan, Sasuke and Karen. They don't know how to enter, no wonder they are circling around the fuinjutsus I placed, dumb me. Naruto thought to himself while facepalming. Pondering to himself, Naruto thought about a certain clan that became one Uzushiogakure military strengths. It would be pretty nice. I still remember about 6 months ago, the Chinoik clan. They were pretty similar to mine in some parts, they were overshadowed and then annihilated, however, quite a few survived by hiding. Ha 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 ha. I wonder how Sasuke would see a clan whose genjutsu is even better than his Sharingan. The blonde youngster thought to himself while laughing mischievously. Brother-in-law, I mean, Kakashi-san, didn't you say that you knew the way to Uzushiogakure? Why aren't we finding it? Karen asked in an annoyed manner while looking towards Kakashi. The latter shrugged and decided not to say anything. Sasuke seemed to understand something. Naruto is like a master on fuinjutsu, he probably has placed many seals around the village and changes them regularly. Also, I'm sure there's genjutsu involved on them, a very high level one. Kya! Karen jumped in fright while yelling. Kakashi was composed but his heart did skip a beat or two. As for Sasuke, he was also scared, but as an Uchiha, he just nodded slightly with his usual speech, HN. Sup, everyone, I missed you all, Naruto said with a wide smile as their eyes seemed to water a bit. Looking towards Naruto in a daze for a few seconds, Karen finally snapped out of her daze before saying while tearing up, Woo! Naruto-kun, I missed you so much. This time, however, Naruto didn't dodge her attempt to hug him and simply accepted. Despite always rejecting these kinds of feelings as he felt they were futile, the blonde youngster did miss Karen, Sasuke, Hinata and even Sakura. "Yo, Naruto," Sasuke said before adding with a light smile, "you probably became very strong, But I also became extremely strong in these 2 years. I'm eager to fight you but I don't think now is an appropriate moment." Kakashi just facepalmed at this battle maniac while adding in his mind, "Naruto is also a battle maniac, Giving a bear hug to his brother as the redhead finally let the former go, Kakashi said, "I missed you, Otuto. However, if you stay 2 years without giving me even a single bit of news again, I won't let you eat even a single ramen." Naruto smirked at his brother while pointing his nose towards the sky. "Hehe, Nisan, I'm now stronger than you. As such, I can eat ramen whenever I want." Ouch. Naruto muttered to himself with aggrieved eyes after Kakashi chopped his head with his hands. Sasuke and Karen facepalmed while laughing at his antics. It seems that some things don't change, even after you become extremely strong. "Hey, Naruto, what was up with these fuinjutsus? Even though we could feel that we were being deceived by our eyes, we just couldn't ignore it. I could also feel a bit of genjutsu," Sasuke asked while looking towards Naruto. The fuinjutsu plus genjutsu combination seemed to scare him quite a bit. Smiling lightly as he teleported everyone directly to his Uzukage's office, Naruto said, "Oh, you mean the fuinjutsu genjutsu combination. You see, I found a very interesting clan in the verge of destruction and saved around 200 to 300 of their members. They have a dujutsu called Ketsuryugan, and its functions are very unique." Then, he added, "Their genjutsu is even stronger than your Sharingan one." "What? A genjutsu stronger than the Sharingan? Damn, that clan must be hella strong, right?" Sasuke said, shock plastered all over his face. Naruto nodded lightly. "Even if you can ignore the genjutsu and know how to evade the fuinjutsu, you can't join the village. This happens because everything that happens is monitored by me and by my clansmen. Also, did the Hag Sanin give you permission to come? I already knew about Nisan and Karen but not you, Sasuke." Naruto said, Karen wasn't a shinobi from Konoha to begin with. As for Kakashi, he retired from his duties as a Konohagakure's shinobi and simply left. Pondering for a bit, Sasuke nodded before he said, "Yeah. She said that under the pretense of being the representative of Konohagakure, I could come here. Hinata will also be coming here as the female representative." "Cool. That's good and all but tell me something," Naruto said as his face became extremely serious. Sasuke couldn't help but become serious as well as the blonde youngster started to talk. "Say. What's up with that ridiculous clothing?" Sasuke was so shocked about his question that he fell to the ground before standing up in anger. Looking towards Naruto, he said, "This is not ridiculous, this is style, you know." "Style? If I had to guess, it was Sakura that made your clothing," Naruto said while scratching the back of his head. Karen and Kakashi couldn't help but laugh because Naruto guessed it completely right. Seeing Sasuke's face that became red as an apple, Naruto smiled teasingly as he said with a small smile, "Don't worry, your clothing is completely normal, not ridiculous at all. PFF'd. Please stop, Naruto. You don't know what I had to go through while trying to reject using this. I feel that all of my dignity was taken away after being threatened by Sakura," Sasuke said while almost crying rivers. Even Naruto couldn't help but feel pity. Patting Sasuke's shoulders, Naruto consoled him, "Don't worry, man. But, I'm certain you are stronger than Sakura, why did you even allow her to threaten you? What happened to your strength? To your pride as an Uchiha? Brother of the incredible Itachi Uchiha? This reminds me, how is your brother's disease going?" Naruto asked with genuine concern. One of the few humans he cared inside Konoha besides Tsunade, Jiraiya and his friends were Fugaku, Makoto, Itachi and Shisui. A happy smile appeared over the black-haired youngster's face as he said with a tinge of respect, "Tsunade-sama cured his disease." Naruto nodded as he said with a wide smile, "That's good. Now, let's go for a walk through Uzushiogakure, shall we? Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 101, Special Thanks. So, this isn't a chapter so you're supposed to be disappointed with this chapter. I ended up wasting all of my day thinking on how I should thank you guys in a way that doesn't make me post extra chapters because that would be exhausting. Before a few moments ago, I simply decided to thank you guys in this way. We have hit the mark of 100 chapters and I'm just wow. I can't even start to put up my gratefulness to you guys, to you all. This may just be another fanfic that has hit the 100 chapter mark but for me, it is a personal record and personal growth. It means a lot. To those that don't know, here's an unnecessary info. I'm from Brazil and I'm 15 years old, going to be 16 next month. But that's not important, I know. Assholes. I mean, dear readers. My gratefulness is also related on how this fanfic and those who are reading it and showing they like it, be it through comments or by simply voting. I honestly don't remember how many times you guys saved me from doing shit and helped me deal with personal problems and also saved my mental health from deteriorating. All in all, I don't want this to get sentimental because it would get shitty and all. So, everyone, I'm here to say my most sincere thank you to you guys. You're all assholes. Yes, not the readers I wanted, but the readers I needed. Just joking, don't shoot me. From yours truly, Nyatsui. NYAHAHAHAHAHA. Chapter 102, Chinoik Clan 1. After putting his Kage's clothing, Naruto brought them through the village. The Uzukage's clothing was pretty simple, it was the standard Kage's hat that had the kanjis of whirlwinds, and a light blue color. The robe was very similar, differently from the Hokage's robe, it looked like the gentle waves of the ocean. The color is a similar light blue. With a light smile, Naruto thought to himself, they mean that even though there are gentle waves, they are the waves that can easily extinguish fire. Water is gentle but anger it and it'll extinguish you. At the blank space, the kanjis wrote, Nanadaime Uzukage. Damn, Naruto. That Uzukage robe really does fit you, I'm slightly envious right now. Sasuke exclaimed while punching his shoulder lightly. And Naruto-kun is looking so dazzling with that robe. I would prefer him without any clothing, though. Karen thought to herself as her nose started to bleed slightly. Kakashi facepalmed as he knew that this girl was having perverted thoughts towards his brother. Ah, he has really grown up. In no time, he'll be taller than me, I'm happy for him but I do feel bad knowing that he doesn't require my protection anymore. Kakashi thought to himself after noticing Naruto's growth. The blonde youngster was now 171 centimeters and despite looking young, a kind of maturity not seen in his peers was exuded from him. Naruto's hairstyle was also kept the same, though, the left side of his hair was shorter than the right side. It combined perfectly with his sharp features and his piercing, beautiful light blue colored eyes. Karen couldn't help but feel her body getting a bit hot just from looking at him. She didn't know if it was just her eyes deceiving herself but he looked even better than he did 2 years ago. Damn it. Keep a hold of yourself, Karen. But I may or may not attack him in the bath. No, Karen, don't think about such perverted things. The redhead was having an internal struggle. Oh, Nanadaime-sama, is these the friends you talk about sometimes? A platinum blonde colored hair greeted Naruto as he asked with a kind smile. Naruto nodded lightly as he said, I hope that you all from the Chinoik clan is adapting well. How's the clan little princess doing? I remember that she was rescued from a place that forced her to fight. The man hurriedly shook his head, we're doing well, Nanadaime-sama. It's all thanks to your kindness that we are still alive and once again together. Little Chino is doing good, she's also missing you. I see. I'll come to visit later. Now, I'll bring my friends through a tour in the village. Naruto smiled gently, he quite liked the Chinoik clan as his own clan was quite similar. Karen looked around as she saw many humans with red-colored hair just like her hair, she couldn't help but feel a little familiar. Naruto saw that and said, an Uzumaki always knows when they see another Uzumaki, it's in our blood. Both Kakashi and Sasuke also nodded at his words as an Uzumaki greeted Naruto with a gentle smile, it's nice to see you here again, clan head. I hope that your paperwork is not too much but knowing you, aren't you leaving all the paperwork to dozen of clones? I don't know what you mean. Naruto said while avoiding the man's gaze. Everyone that heard him. Anyway, how is the storage seals doing? We have already started mass producing it and since only our Uzumaki clan know it ever since the destruction, it became an item that nobody had anymore. Naruto said as the Uzumaki simply smiled. Seeing that, the blonde youngster nodded slightly as they went away. Looking over his brother and his friends, Naruto said, the storage seals are essentially different from sealing scrolls, because the storage seals can be placed on things like your handbag, bag, purse and even boxes. It's a seal only known to the Uzumaki clan and only us. A country or village needs a way to sustain its economy, you see. You probably know since we've started selling our products on all villages throughout the world. The storage seal is only one of them, also, even if a village wants to know the way to produce it, they can't. Seeing their shocked expression, Naruto smiled as a bit of proudness surfaced over his face. We also made many other seals like the cleaning seal. It's very useful for daily chores as it instantly stores and destroys any kind of dirt from plates and so on. There are also many other seals we make and sell in other villages. Sasuke looked at him with an annoyed expression, you're just explaining this to show off, aren't you? Kakashi, Karen and Sasuke, shameless. Naruto-sama has already finished his training as early as 1 year ago, yet I'm still here, Haku thought to himself while feeling frustrated at no one but himself. Jiraiya noticed his frustration before sitting at his side. Brat, don't put yourself that down. You know that Naruto is a monster of his own, besides. Why are you even complaining? Even within your Yuki clan that was annihilated many years ago, your affinity to Hyoten could be considered to be the highest. Even if you or that brat were talentless, it wouldn't change the fact that you two are my precious disciples. Don't be like me and keep blaming yourself, this is because you're my disciple and his precious friend. Patting Haku's shoulder, Jiraiya smiled in a gentle manner, his eyes looked over the blue sky and seemed somewhat distant as he said, I had many regrets over my life. I lost my first disciple and couldn't save the other 3 I had. I couldn't save my friend from the darkness, however. Having you and Naruto as my disciples made me realize something. It was worth all of it. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic. Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 103, Chinook Clan 2. Wah! Naruto ni-san, my father was bullying me again. A little girl with platinum blonde hair ran towards Naruto before hugging him. From the place she came, a man with similar hair and a bit of beard said, Little Chino, stop bothering Nanadime-sama. In response, he only got a tongue stuck out of her mouth. Naruto sweat dropped a bit at her response before thinking to himself, I wasn't like that at all. I wasn't. Shaking his head to dispel these unnecessary thoughts, Naruto said, I'm sure that your father is probably busy, don't forget that he's the Chinook clan head, Little Chino. Here, a gift for you, if you are ever in danger, you just need to flare up your chakra and it's done, I'll protect you. There's one for you too, Oyashiro-san. Just in case something happens. Naruto said as the man nodded, he wouldn't refuse it. If it wasn't because of Naruto, his clan would be completely annihilated, not to mention that having a backup like this was very important. Oyashiro shook his head lightly before he said in a helpless tone, Nanadime-sama, I think that you're spoiling little Chino too much, she's already 12 years old yet you're treating her like a kid. Technically she's still a kid. Chino, I'm not a kid, I'm already a grown-up woman. Sighing, Naruto took out a small box at which a single seal stood by, it looked simple yet complex at the same time. Handing it to Oyashiro, he said, all members of your clan have already pledged loyalty to Uzushiogakure, this box contains all necessary headbands. If they want, they can already take up missions. One may ask how can such a new village already have missions? It's simple, at the start, the 3 great shinobi villages didn't want to accept Uzushiogakure's existence. In a showcase of strength, Naruto did a small visit to Kumogakure, Iwagakure and Kurigakure. As for Sunagakure, they even pronounced that whoever became enemies of Uzushiogakure would also be Sunagakure's enemies, the same happened to Konohagakure. In just a quick 1 year, Uzushiogakure was acknowledged as a great shinobi village. I guess that Gaara let go the darkness within his heart. I wonder if I can do the same, someday. Naruto thought to himself while chuckling a bit. He had already his goal set for this world. He didn't know if it was possible but Naruto wasn't one to give up. This started a new era for the shinobis as the once 5 great shinobi villages became 6 great shinobi village. Many envoys from different small villages near the land of whirlwinds were sent in order to ask for protection, in turn, they would assist with many things. It was also widely known that Uzushiogakure would take over orphans of wars on their village. However, no matter how many spies Kumo, Iwa and Kurigakure sent, all of them would be caught and then, sent back. After some time, they simply gave up. A village can't be only the clans for it to prosper, nor can it prosper on its own. It needs villagers, common humans. Lives worth being protected, lives whose destiny isn't allowed to fall downhill because of unfortunate events. Naruto thought to himself while passing through some paperwork. He knew exactly how miserable the life of an orphan like the ones from war is, as such, Naruto was taking them on his village. He had created an orphanage for them on his village and these orphans would be taught by members from the Chinook clan. The Dujutsu owners had volunteered to do so as an act of gratefulness. The ages of these orphans varied, from mere babies to teenagers. Naruto had a spy network on each small village through the entire world, nothing could escape his eyes, at least not anymore. Even that man, that incredibly powerful B** starred. It's pretty nice to know that there is an Otsutsuki within the world I live, well, it doesn't matter. Before long, their clan will be nothing but empty history that would be forgotten over the rivers known as time. Naruto thought to himself while chuckling, the mere thought of destroying the Otsutsuki clan sounded extremely interesting to him. Due to his kindness over these orphans of war, Naruto's title also changed over time. His previous worldly acknowledged, sadistic demon, changed to kind demon, and to be honest, the blonde youngster felt it was quite funny. It was fun because of very specific things. Passing through the paperwork at very quick succession, Naruto thought to himself, I'm kind because I help others, but I'm a demon because I destroy others. Depending on which side you are, I can be either kind or a demon. The reason Naruto himself was passing through the paperwork is simple. He leaves a few dozen of shadow clones dealing with the non-important ones while the very important ones are left to him. He planned to create a council after his village doesn't require any kind of protection. Opening the village to anyone that wants to enter it is certainly dangerous for an ordinary village, but for me, not at all. After all, I know every single person of this world, even you, Black Zetsu. Naruto thought to himself before looking in a certain direction. Your ability to merge with the ground erases completely your chakra signature and can even bypass Fuinjutsu. It's pretty impressive, you know. Naruto said before disappearing. After the blonde youngster reappeared again, a black-colored creature with golden-colored eyes was held in his hand. The creature widened its eyes in shock after feeling it couldn't escape. It was pretty fun, you know. You thinking that you were hidden this entire time when in truth, you were just a piece within this vast world. Naruto chuckled at its shocking reaction. At this moment, Naruto's playful eyes became cold as ice. How should I call you? Black Zetsu. Or should I say, Kagaya's will. Black Zetsu's instincts flared up, but he couldn't do anything, not in front of this person. He felt like an ordinary kid who was trying to kill a Junin. Suddenly, his flared-up instincts calmed down. Looking over the creature in front of him, Naruto said playfully, I'll ask you some questions, so may you sit down. Despite it being a mere question, Black Zetsu's body moved on its own and simply sat on the chair, nodding like a child that found candy. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 104, World Trip 1. This is dangerous, really dangerous. I can't move. How? Black Zetsu panicked despite his dead serious face. Even though it knows that it can't die due to its connection with Kagaya, the one it was dealing with right now wasn't an ordinary human. It was a master of Fuinjutsu. Afraid of being sealed, aren't you, Black Zetsu? You see, I have a very peculiar ability, and let's just say that I know everything about you. Naruto said with a small smile that sent shivers down Black Zetsu's non-existent spine. However, Naruto shook his head. Don't worry, I won't seal you. We could also say we have all the time of the world just for the sake of questioning you. How splendid, right? I get you, I really do. Scared that for the first time, you're not in control of your own fate. For someone that manipulated everyone, including Uchiha Madara, you're acting quite like a coward. PFF'd. I have to admit, though it is a coward, it is also very smart. I feel pity for it. Meeting someone like me, I just used my eyes of the time, and knew everything about him. I can even see his thoughts. Naruto thought to himself while laughing in a loud manner. Nobody would hear them as he had placed a sound barrier around. As such, he could question the creature in front of him without nobody bothering them. That's true. If you lie, I'll seal you within an ordinary person, and when that person dies, the seal will automatically seal you in a completely new person. It's a new Fuinjutsu I developed. Isn't it really nice? Don't you think it's nice? Nay, I really think you will enjoy it, right? Naruto's smile only seemed to widen with every question he sent down Black Zetsu's way. Naruto nodded at Black Zetsu after hearing its thoughts. His light blue-colored eyes looked deep onto the creature's golden eyes before saying, So, let's start with the first question. Why do you call me Ashura, reincarnation, and Sasuke, Indra, reincarnation? Despite being sure it couldn't be killed, Black Zetsu felt its fate wouldn't be better than death if it lied. Trembling in fear for the first time in its life, it said, after the battle with Kagaya Otsutsuki, the sage of the six paths known as Hagoromo Otsutsuki passed the ninchu onto Ashura after he won the trial set by him. I manipulated Indra and made him an enemy against his own brother. From Ashura, the Senju clan was originated, and from Indra, the Uchiha clan was originated. I manipulated their rivalry and enmity through countless years. Despite that Hagoromo Otsutsuki knowing of my existence, he can't directly affect the world, only overlook it. As such, he reincarnated the souls of his offspring even up to now, where you are the reincarnation of Ashura and Sasuke Uchiha is the reincarnation of Indra. You know of the rest. Black Zetsu stopped talking while looking onto Naruto's eyes, fear embedded deep in his golden eyes. Naruto put his right hand on his cheek as he pondered for a bit before a battle-hungry smile appeared over his face. Looking towards Black Zetsu, he asked, say, in a battle between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama together versus me, who would win? It sounded arrogant as he asked the battle between not only Uchiha Madara against him but the two legends, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama fighting together against him. However, Black Zetsu didn't hesitate before saying, you. Looking over Black Zetsu's thoughts, Naruto nodded as he knew that the outcome could only be this. Knowing it from that creature itself brought a smile to his face. In the past 2 years, his powers had taken such a high leap that Naruto really didn't know the limit of his own strength. I'm still weaker than your mother, though. Kagaya Otsutsuki did hold the entire world's chakra accumulated only to herself, that 10 tails form, too. It's very impressive. In a short time, unless specials means are used, I wouldn't be able to defeat her. Naruto said with a small smile. If I had to guess, there are 2 ways to awaken the Ashura chakra inside me and instantly boost my strength. One of them would need me to be stronger than Hagoromo himself, while the other. It would need Hagoromo to awaken the Ashura chakra inside me, but that. I don't think he would do that unless in special circumstances. Sighing, Naruto waved his hands as Black Zetsu felt the control of his body was back. However, he stood there. Looking towards the creature in front of him, Naruto said with a small smile, don't worry, you can go now. I won't interfere in whatever plans you have, but if you come even near someone that I care, you won't be sealed. Sup, spacey old man. Guess who's back? It's me, Dio. I mean, it's me, Naruto. The blonde youngster said while chuckling a bit. How does he even know who's Dio? Space-time thought to itself while remembering a man that it is somewhat familiar. Shaking its non-existent head, it said, you don't stop bothering me, do you? Nope. Anyway, I have a reason to come today. You see, I have reached a limit that I can't surpass anytime soon, and knowing that a really badass opponent will come and that she can clap my ass, I don't feel that comfortable. Naruto shook his head before he said, you know that it's not that. I'm just finding an excuse for you to teach me the art of doing a trip to another world. I discovered already how to do that, but I have no idea what world I'll go. You don't think there is a sign saying, this world is called something, just so that you know where you're going, right? Most trips you do will be random and you'll need to save the space-time coordinates to go there again. I'm sure you've noticed that on your world. I know that a curious brat like you noticed it. Single quote. I didn't think there was a sign saying that. How did that even came to your mind? Actually, never mind, I don't want to know that. Anyway, I noticed it, but I was curious if the friendly neighborhood spacey old man would send me to a good world where I can get some military strength and also strengthen myself. Naruto said while averting space-time's non-existent eyes continuously. Brat, you're extremely shameless, but fine. I was planning to delete that timeline as it was one where the world's chosen would be accidentally killed in a specific part of the time. You'll have all required information sent to your mind. Now, go away. Before Naruto could say, sh*t, and curse that crazy old man, he felt his body being forcefully pulled. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 105, World Trip 2. Spacey old man, you're a complete *sshole. Well, at least now I know how to go back home. Naruto thought to himself before a clone appeared next to his side. As the clone appeared, a portal was opened and he entered it. Can't leave my village without a clone. Looking around, Naruto started to look onto the new memories that appeared out of nowhere. What a strange world. That thing they call mana is very similar to natural energy but way easier to access. Also, grimoires. However, Naruto frowned as soon as he realized that strange energy. He guessed that since he's someone from a completely different world, he wouldn't be able to absorb it. But trying wouldn't hurt, would it? Naruto thought, since he could actually feel mana and see it with his own eyes, it could only mean 2 things. 1. His eyes have a pretty good ability, and 2. He can absorb it. Guessing that it could pretty much similar to his own world, Naruto just tried to will the mana to move near him. Surprisingly for Naruto, the mana simply entered his abdomen, and then, more and more mana started to be absorbed for a long time. Something that really surprised Naruto happened. At first, the mana kept being absorbed before stopping right at the same amount of chakra he has. Then, the mana simply started to fuse with his chakra. One could say that even if you had an enormous amount of chakra, it didn't mean strength. However, what just happened essentially boosted Naruto's strength by a few times. Even so, the blonde teenager couldn't feel the Ashura chakra inside him, meaning he was still weaker than Hagoromo. Playing a bit with mana while manipulating it, Naruto thought to himself, mana. What an incredible energy, as soon as it fused with my chakra, I don't need to absorb from the surrounding anymore. As soon as I produce my chakra, it'll produce the fusion of both directly. Also, it removed the limitation that chakra has. Despite being a very powerful energy, it has many limitations, and that is its manipulation. Now that mana has fused with my chakra, any weaknesses from both energies were completely bullied. I have the best qualities of each energy. Pondering for a bit, Naruto didn't even notice, or rather, chose to ignore the powerful signatures coming towards him. You, the blonde one. State your name and where you come from. Pointing to himself, Naruto asked while blinking his eyes innocently. Me. Ah, my name is Naruto Uzumaki and I come from a very distant place. I just remember being in a boat with my family when it broke down because of a big wave. A short man with a light golden colored hair seemed to warp through light as he appeared right in front of Naruto. He's fast. This speed is very high, he's faster than light, really incredible. What a fascinating world. That man smiled lightly before he extended his hand while saying, nice to meet you, Naruto Uzumaki. I'm Lumiere Silvermillion Clover, you seem quite lost. Anyway, do you have any interesting magic? At the end of his speech, Lumiere's eyes seemed to glow in excitement. Naruto didn't dislike the man's attitude at all, he was in the memories implanted by space-time itself. Scratching the back of his head, Naruto said, I don't know my magic yet because I didn't get a grimoire yet and also because I had never practiced with mana before. I'm 15, by the way. Ooh, so you have to discover your magic. That's amazing, come, follow me. I'll bring you to a grimoire tower. Lumiere said in a very carefree tone, much to Naruto's surprise. The guards that came alongside Lumiere frowned before they said while bowing respectfully, Your Highness, please think a bit more about this. He's a foreigner, what if that was a plan of an enemy kingdom? Don't worry about that, I can feel that he doesn't have even a bit of ill intent towards me or even you, that just disrespected him. He'll come with me, do you have any objection? The light golden-haired man said while looking towards the guards by the side of his eyes. No, we don't, my prince. After they were alone, Lumiere smiled lightly before he said, So, Naruto-san, can you tell me more about the place you come from? I'm sure it's probably outside this continent, I'm really curious, what kind of interesting magics awaits outside our continent? What a carefree but curious personality. Naruto noted before saying, Well, my tribe lived secluded from others because of our powerful traits. We believe in something called chakra, and very few of us can use it, an energy similar to mana. Ooh, so this is why you had never trained with mana before. You were training in your tribe's special energy. I had never heard of such tribe, but I have to admit, this sounds really incredible. Lumiere said with sparkles inside his eyes. Somehow, the man reminded Naruto of his young disciple and younger brother, Konohamaru. Naruto chuckled at the man's speech. Lumiere really is an interesting person, the blonde teenager noted. Looking towards the Clover's prince, Naruto said, What about your magic? I saw what you did previously, you just warped through light to come in a speed faster than light, this is really amazing. So, can you limit your speed when warping through light? Nodding at Naruto's words, Lumiere said with a somewhat proud smile, Yeah, as long as I regulate the amount of mana used, I can decide the speed. Warping through light is basically letting the light guide me through it, if I want, I can even go at an ordinary running speed. Well, it seems that our talk was so interesting that we didn't even notice we already got to the grimoire tower, haha. Let's go, today is not a grimoire acceptance ceremony so it'll be just you, go there and let the grimoire choose you. Before Naruto could step inside the grimoire tower in order to receive his own, a black whitish grimoire with 4 leaves that seemed to appear from nowhere slowly floated in front of him. A powerful presence burst out of the grimoire as black and white particles flickered around it, appearing and disappearing continuously in a sequenceless manner. The words, Space-Time Grimoire, slowly appeared onto Naruto's mind as he held the grimoire for the first time. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 106, Forgotten Past 1. That's a 4-leaf grimoire. Ooh, as I thought, someone that seems interesting like you can only have an interesting grimoire. I had never found someone with a 4-leaf grimoire like me before. Lumiere's eyes seemed to change from his usual blue to pitch black as sparkles flickered inside them. That's creepy but I won't judge someone else. Naruto mused. Say, what's your magic? Lumiere said as the blonde youngster swore he found light literally sparkling around him. Opening his grimoire, Naruto looked and saw that a single page contained a spell, it was very interesting in his opinion. Looking over it, Naruto thought to himself, this spell. It helps me to complement something I was already developing. Explaining is troublesome. I'll demonstrate it with actions. Picking up a random stone, Naruto threw it in the sky and as it fell, his finger lightly tapped on it. Within seconds, the stone started to crumble before simply disintegrating. Space-time magic, touch of time. I see. As of now, I can't use it on living beings and the magic isn't limited by size. As long as I have chakra and mana, I can use it infinitely. Maybe. My grimoire is developed according to what I can use and then, it improves even further. Naruto thought to himself as Lumiere's eyes widened. Damn, you have a magic that can disintegrate things. I've never seen that before, this is like something I can't even describe. Lumiere said with sparkly particles flickering around him. Naruto seriously doubted the man was doing this on purpose. Naruto shook his head lightly before replying, no, my magic is called space-time magic but if you want, you can consider the magic I just used as disintegrating magic. What I used is a spell named, Touch of Time, I simply used it to advance the time of this small stone forward so much that it disappeared. Nodding at his words, Lumiere felt this was an incredibly overpowered magic. As the light golden-haired man pondered for a bit, he said, say, are you interested in helping me to develop what I call, magic tools? Talking seriously, this magic alone makes you very powerful but it won't erase the innate disgust that everyone from this kingdom feels towards you because you're a foreigner. I'll be able to keep myself with a stable income by helping him and wait till that happens. Naruto thought to himself before saying, yeah, no problem. So, given your fancy clothing and the respect these guards gave you and how they called you, you're this kingdom's prince. Lumiere just nodded lightly at his words before feeling a bit down because most of the people that get to know he's a prince suddenly turn to change their attitude towards him. He was surprised to see Naruto looking up and down on him before saying with a small smile, Does that make that out of all top dogs, you're one of the top dogs as well. PFF'd. Lumiere laughed at his remarks before saying, you're not one to say, are you? From the place you came, you're also a top dog, aren't you? It was refreshing to know someone who wouldn't mind your social status. Naruto avoided Lumiere's gaze as he said, I don't know what you mean. You suck at lying. So, this emo-looking girl is called Seker Swallowtail. She has a really interesting sealing magic and is also my loyal and faithful helper. Lumiere said while pointing his nose high towards the sky. Seker facepalmed at the prince's introduction, feeling somewhat helpless. Naruto looked over Seker before narrowing his eyes slightly, sealing magic. I wonder what is its applications. From what I've seen in the memories sent by that crazy old man, she didn't learn more advanced things like permanent sealing. Feeling Naruto's gaze that was akin to a snake that found its prey, Seker stepped back. Seeing that, the blonde youngster scratched the back of his head embarrassingly. Don't misunderstand things, it's just that in my place, we have a secret art called, fuinjutsu. I just thought that maybe I can help you to develop your, sealing magic, it's a really interesting one. Oh, aside from that energy his tribe calls, chakra, they can even use it to do secret arts. It seems that you're more interesting than what I thought, Naruto. Lumiere thought to himself, listening quietly. From what Lumiere explained, you can just open and close objects. Can you do that so that I can observe how it works? Naruto said as the black-haired girl nodded after receiving Lumiere's permission. Looking towards Naruto, Seker said after handcuffing herself, as of now, I have 3 spells but 2 of them require someone to be injured. Sealing magic, inverse release. Suddenly, the handcuffs opened as her hands became free once again. Naruto's eyes showed some surprise, he could feel exactly the way her mana worked to make that. Taking out his sword, Naruto pierced himself before saying, show me the spells, please. Doesn't he feel pain or whatever? Whatever. Seker thought to herself with an indifferent expression before using sealing magic, heavenly prison, faint omen. Yes, the original magic is written like that, pretty Shenshi-alike but who cares? Oh, your magic can negate pain. This is really interesting, if you could do surgery with that, it would be a huge advancement for the medical field. Naruto said as his eyes became more and more curious, magic was really an interesting thing. So he does feel pain. How can he endure being pierced without even a minuscule change of expression? Lumiere and Seker thought in sync while feeling extremely shocked. Sealing magic, closed sorrow. As these words were uttered from Sakri's mouth, the bloodied wound started to close until no blood came out. Naruto had to admit that the sealing magic was more impressive than he thought. Looking over Seker with his light blue-colored eyes, Naruto said, I have to admit, girl. Your sealing magic is really good but there's a major mistake, you're failing to see its true potential. Naruto's grimoire suddenly appeared beside him as a new spell suddenly appeared there. Tapping Sakri's forehead, he said, broaden your horizons and see what you couldn't before. Space-time magic, forgotten past. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 107, Forgotten Past 2. Lumiere was instantly alerted after seeing that Seker simply fell unconscious. Before her body could fall to the ground, he quickly held her and put her on a chair. Looking towards Naruto, the light golden-haired was certain that what the youngster did wasn't with ill intents at all. However, Lumiere couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Before he could ask anything, Naruto said, "Don't worry, Lumiere. This was a magic I just unlocked and its function is simply. I sent her mind to the past, she'll see something that had already happened." Frowning lightly at this, Lumiere couldn't help but question, "You sent her mind to the past? Your magic really is interesting. However, isn't this dangerous? Since her mind was sent to the past, this can possibly damage her mind, right?" "No, it can't. Just think of someone using a magic that can spy on others, acting like a spectator. This is basically what Seker will be passing through. I sent her to a part of time where she'll be able to learn and improve her own sealing magic. You can think of this as a gift for your help, Prince," Naruto said with a mysterious smile. Staring right onto Naruto's light blue-colored eyes, Lumiere nodded lightly. He didn't know why he had such trust in the youngster he just met, however. Lumiere always believed in his instinct. "I see, you're showing her actions that already happened in the past as a way to teach her new things. A splendid way of teaching, must I say it myself." Seeing Lumiere guessing what his magic did in such a short moment impressed Naruto slightly. Even though he explained a bit of his magic, he didn't give the exact explanation. At this moment, Lumiere suddenly bowed as he said, "I know you probably don't like what I'm doing right now, but I need to show you my gratitude." Seker always had a low self-esteem because of her magic. Helping her is the same as increasing it and helping me. "Why are you bowing? Is there a coin on the ground?" Naruto asked despite knowing the answer as Lumiere already said. Seker's swallowtail POV. Where am I? Prince, where are you? I'm scared. These thoughts popped on my mind after feeling I was in a cold space. It remembered myself of the time I discovered what my magic could do. Suddenly, I found myself standing in a large house, albeit from a different point of view. I could see a younger version of myself playing around with mana. Around me stood several humans whose bodies were clad in black. I couldn't even see their faces. That useless girl. Poor her, awakening a magic that can only open and close objects. I pity her. A female voice rang in my now non-existent ears. A male voice followed soon after. Indeed, to think that the only daughter of the Swallowtail family would be such a useless girl. Even if she gets a grimoire, she wouldn't change her useless. Too bad for her. She'll be sent to serve under the prince when she turns 15. A status befitting of someone so useless, don't you think? From a noble girl to a mere servant, ha ha ha. Another male said while laughing viciously. He was clearly rejoicing at her, no. At my fate. Don't worry, my younger self. Suddenly, the scenery changes. I saw a blond boy with spiky hair running around what seemed to be an enormous city. People chased around him and after catching up to him, they started to torment him with kicks, punches and even cuts. How could they be so horrible? I can feel that his age just doesn't go higher than 1 year old. Somehow, horrible feelings were transmitted from myself, a desire to simply disappear from the world, to die. I felt horrible. Everything I suffered was like compliments. Wait, this boy, he's the youngster with your highness. Wasn't he someone of a high status? Once again, the scenery changed as I saw that same blond boy, now around 13 years old, reading a scroll. Then, he started to draw symbols on the air that roamed around him as if it was trying to say how much it cared about the boy. As I looked towards him, a few words passed through my mind, being deeply engraved onto it. Fuinjutsu, seal of sound. Fuinjutsu, seal of predetermined death. I had to admit that out of the two seals, the last one caught my attention completely. Its power wasn't something simple as sealing, rather. If I could learn it, my strength would increase exponentially. The scenery kept changing as the boy lightly tapped people that were seemingly random, engraving that seal on them. It didn't take me long to realize, these people were the ones that had tormented him. I knew this because their faces, while they were tormenting him, didn't leave my mind. The seal of predetermined death on the people he engraved it started to slowly spin, as if counting when it would be activated. It was invisible to the eyes and as soon as it was activated and killed the victim, it would disappear, leaving no traces. What a vicious seal. Not that I'm complaining, from what I've seen, the boy only used it to avenge himself against these humans. No, the ones that tormented him had the soul of a snake, completely evil. They couldn't be considered humans. And I had to admit, I felt good knowing they would have their destiny delivered. Of course, the seal of predetermined death had limitations. It didn't work on someone with a strength above certain limits, probably because the boy developed it with the pure intent of avenging himself. I facepalmed lightly. From the short hours we stood there and talked, I could already judge a bit of his character. That youngster is a complete battle maniac. He probably wouldn't find fighting that enjoying if he developed such an overpowered seal. As for the seal of sound, I could easily comprehend it, differently from the seal of predetermined death. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say I could use the seal of sound already. Suddenly, my mind was pulled back to my body. As I looked towards the blonde youngster in front of me, I wanted to hug him and tell him everything was going to be okay. However, the words couldn't leave my mouth. It was as if everything that happened was a secret, not meant to be told. Meanwhile, on Konohagakure. The seal of predetermined death that was planted on everyone that once tormented and tortured Naruto slowly stopped. Its once invisible yet spinning body was just seconds away from stopping. And then, as it stopped, slow and painful deaths followed after. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 108, Elves 1. Ah! A male villager screamed in pain as the seal activated. This was followed by many screams. The male villager's shirt burst as he fell to the ground. On his chest, the words, "Revenge," was written with his own blood. Similar events were happening everywhere through Konohagakure. It was a truly scary sight. No one was spared from that revenge. In just a short span of time, around 200 villagers died. No one could do anything. No one could stop it. The slow and painful death the villagers were suffering as the seal slowly cut through their flesh. The seal was silent yet cruel, seemingly full of hate, as its only intent was to make them suffer the most they can before their inevitable death comes. Meanwhile, Hokage's office. Hokage-sama. It's urgent, something happened, more than 200 villagers just died. There are reports of Anbu and from the Uchiha's police force everywhere. The enemy wasn't identified. An Anbu hurriedly flickered inside the Hokage's office as he said to Tsunade. Furrowing her brows, Tsunade said with a serious expression as she stood up, "Call our investigation squad to see the cause of the deaths. Before anything, we need to find the cause, and then, we need to help the families to overcome the loss." "Yes, Hokage-sama," the Anbu replied before flickering away. "I'm sure that no one invaded the village, not to mention instantly killing hundreds of villagers silently. After we identify the cause of death and calm down the families, I'll call for Jiraiya, he'll be of help." Tsunade thought to herself while considering almost every possibility. Thinking of Jiraiya, a faint blush crept over her delicate face. That idiot. If only he was here. Tsunade didn't know, nor would she know, but she failed to consider it a single possibility, one that would make complete sense. That possibility was one that didn't even come near her mind. The possibility of someone that couldn't forgive. Someone that finally completed his long-awaited revenge. "Naruto-san, thanks for the gift you gave me. I must say that, I was really impressed by what you've shown me," Seker said while emphasizing, impressed. Naruto understood what she meant but feigned ignorance. In order to help her to have a personal growth, he simply showed her a bit of her past. Then, Naruto showed his own past, and then, to Fuinjutas, at this time, he felt the seal of predetermined death activating. "Oh, I had almost forgotten about that seal. Well, my younger self of 3 years ago was really adamant with revenge. I still agree with myself, though. It's as they say, you reap what you sow." Naruto thought to himself indifferently. These lives didn't matter in his opinion. To him, the ones that treated him that way when he was just a small child had less worth than ATS. They were worse than ants, ones that with a single look, they could fall dead. Looking towards Seker, the blonde youngster smiled slightly as he said, "No need to thank me, Seker-san. It's very rare for me to know someone that can be as friendly to me as Lumiere. Besides, we studied in very similar arts, albeit slightly different." Seker nodded at his words. While Fuinmahu and Fuinjutsu seemed so similar, they were essentially different. What Naruto did was basically showing her a new path. The dark blue-haired girl couldn't help but think to herself how narrow her previous path was. Seeing them talking in such a friendly manner, Lumiere sighed in relief. The light golden-haired man also noticed that Seker seemed to hold a big deal of respect towards Naruto. Just what did she see? Is that Fuinjutsu so impressive? Lumiere thought to himself curiously. He felt really happy that they seemed to become good friends. "Ni-san, are you available now? I heard that Seker-chan was helping you with the magic tools. How is the progress?" The pleasant voice of a female with medium-sized hair rang in their ears. That was Tisha. She's the sister of Lumiere Sylvamillion Clover. Suddenly, she stopped in her tracks after seeing Naruto. Looking towards her brother questioningly, Lumiere understood what she meant and explained, he's Naruto Uzumaki, I took him to the grimoire tower a few hours ago. He got a 4-leaf grimoire and now, he's helping with my magic tools. I see. Tisha nodded at his words before greeting Naruto in an elegant manner. It's nice to meet you, Naruto-san. I hope you can take good care of my brother, he's a bit sloppy and sometimes, he's lazy but overall, he's a good person. Sister, you're embarrassing me in front of my friend. Lumiere said. Alas. Tisha ignored him and simply kept talking to Naruto. It was more of an one-sided conversation, though. After a few minutes, Tisha bid farewell and left. Looking towards Lumiere playfully, the blonde youngster said, Yo, sloppy and lazy Nissan, how are you? PFF'd. To think that someone powerful like you is retrained by your sister. Seker also couldn't help but chuckle lightly, moments like these were rare. Avoiding Naruto's gaze, Lumiere muttered to himself, damn it. She embarrassed me not only in front of my new friend but also in front of Seker. Oh ho, the almighty prince has taken an interest in the gloomy girl. I can even make a drama out of it. Naruto mused to himself playfully. Like that, the months passed as Naruto fully adapted to this new and interesting world full of magic. Looking towards the sky, the blonde youngster thought to himself with a serious expression, as of now, Lumiere and Tisha have already contacted the elves. That crazy old man gave me a mission, that is, help fix this timeline and gain the elves as my military strength. This was the original timeline that gave birth to all other timelines, but due to some unexpected events like a space-time turbulence, it was slightly corrupted. Sigh, that crazy old man is taking me as a space-time worker. Muttering some curses towards space-time itself, Naruto enjoyed the calm life he had as of now. In a few more months, his objective here would be completed. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 109, Elves 2. Shinobi World, Uzushiogakure. Naruto's clone stood in the Uzukage's office while thinking about something. Except for Nissan and Karen, Sasuke has returned to Konohagakure and won't be coming here anytime soon. Due to the conflict with Akatsuki brewing and growing in size, it's estimated that the villages will unite against them. My plan with rasengan will also take place in a few months. He'll go against that orange-haired man. What was his name again? Oh, that's right. It's Pain. The blonde youngster thought to himself. Looking far towards a certain direction, he thought. Rasengan said that he wants to investigate the Otsutsukis. For this to happen, Jiraiya can't exist. As such, going against Pain will be the perfect opportunity to fake his death. Cash and Koji shall take place and investigate them. The clone thought before dissipating. Soon after, a portal opened up as another clone took his place. So the clone has been getting progress with the investigation. That man who's apparently Kurogakure's boss is certainly an Otsutsuki, but with my current strength, I'm not his match. I can feel that it'll take a big deal of time before he reveals himself. At that time, my strength will be hundreds of times higher than his. Naruto thought to himself with a short smile. Yo, Seker. Tell me, how are Lumiere and Tisha doing with the elves? I'm sure that the elves are slowly accepting them. Is that elf leader known as Lick taking good care of these two? Naruto suddenly asked out to Seker, who was repairing a magic tool. Hearing Naruto's question, she almost jumped in fright. After a bit of stalking here and there, she got to know what was happening. However, the fact that even Naruto knew was rather scary. I don't know what you mean, Naruto. Seker said, her voice and face completely indifferent, as if she truly didn't know. Seeing her answer, Naruto almost laughed because even though her face was indifferent, her eyebrows were constantly twitching. Looking over Seker, the blonde youngster flicked her forehead before saying, I know about the elves already, girl. So, aside from your occasional stalking due to being afraid that Lumiere is involved with bad guys, what do you know? Sakuri's face flushed with a deep shade of red after Naruto flicked her forehead. In a quick moment, she calmed down before saying, I don't stalk Lumiere, I was just worried that he was doing bad things. Why did you flick my forehead? You always do that. I don't know what you mean, I never do that. Naruto said while avoiding her fiery and angered gaze. Seker, you suck at lying. Raising his hands in defeat, Naruto sighed before saying, I'll go for a walk through the capital, wanna come with me? As a respectable person, I got rich very quickly, I can buy you some clothes, you're always using the same clothes, after all. Respectable. You get that extra money from robbing thieves. Seker exclaimed, totally exposing Naruto's farce. I'm not robbing if I'm just taking it back. Naruto pointed out in such a righteous manner that Seker couldn't even refute. Face-palming as she had gotten accustomed to his mischievous personality, Seker said, I'll go to see how Lumiere and Tisha-san are doing. Naruto nodded lightly before leaving their workplace before walking through the streets of the capital. Some peasants looked towards him in a disgusted manner as one of them said, "Did you hear about it? He's a foreigner but was able to get a grimoire from our grimoire tower. Even the prince took him in, such a fortune, just why did it have to be on a foreigner?" "That's true. Well, it's the blessing of the foreigner that the prince has taken him as a worker, to me. He'll never be higher than a servant. Kit, let me out. I'll raise this entire sh*t to dust, they keep badmouthing you for no reason." Kurama roared inside his mindscape. "Why are you even worrying about them? It doesn't matter what ants say or what ants do, they will never be able to do anything, this is why they are insects. Meant to annoy you but also to be crushed by you," Naruto said inwardly as Kurama nodded lightly. He had gotten pretty angry they were badmouthing his partner and brother. Chuckling at Kurama's reaction, Naruto said playfully, Ku-san, to think you were so angered because they said these things to me. How cute, Ku-san. Oi, UFC king brat. I was angry because these puny humans were badmouthing you and aren't that the same as badmouthing me. Do you think I would allow these ants to badmouth me?" Kurama roared as his anger increased right after Naruto cut their connection. FC king brat, he thought before closing his eyes, falling into a deep slumber. After a few minutes passed, Naruto had bought everything he needed. A few clothing and necessities like magic tools to experiment on and also some good food which made him think about Kakashi. I miss Nissan's food, though this place food is good, it's not the same. Then, an idea came to his mind as a light bulb appeared out of nowhere and lighted up right beside Naruto. That's it. I'll go to visit the elves and scare them, I mean. If they see a human popping out of nowhere, they'll surely jump in fright. Should I pose as a demon? Yes, you're so smart, myself. Naruto thought in a very narcissistic manner. Not caring about the eyes staring at himself and the insults thrown at him, Naruto teleported away. Appearing in a familiar yet unfamiliar place, Naruto hid behind a tree and concealed his presence completely, be it his chakra, mana or aura. An inaudible puff of smoke was heard, as Naruto's body changed to a grotesque-like being whose body was completely black, red-colored particles flickering around him. If one were to see him, they would confuse himself as a demon, an interesting race in Naruto's opinion. Laughing mischievously while thinking this would be the prank of the century, Naruto slowly crept behind Licht. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 110, Elves 3. The human world is now mine, Naruto said as a terrible aura filled with murderous intent burst out of him. Licht instantly noticed that and jumped away. A beautiful sword was held by his right and left hand. His eyes widened after seeing the grotesque being in front of him, demon. Suddenly, Naruto started to laugh loudly before undoing the transformation. Back to his appearance, he said, PFF'd. You had to see your reaction, demon. Damn, that was so fun. Who are you? Licht said after relaxing, knowing that it wasn't a demon. The demon race was nothing but a legend, there were barely any records of them. Pondering for a bit, Naruto remembered that he didn't meet with the elves yet. Looking over Lumiere, who facepalmed at his prank, he said, well, nice to meet you, Licht-san. I'm called Naruto Uzumaki and like you and Lumiere, I have a 4-leaf grimoire. I'm also his assistant. Raya, one of the elves, looked towards Naruto with narrowed eyes. I can't read him. I can't feel if he has bad intentions or good intentions, why? Without giving them time to process the information, Naruto said after noticing a sign of life inside Tisha, oh, Licht-san, congratulations, you'll have a son. Congratulations to you too, Tisha, you'll also have a son. Single quote. I see. Lumiere nodded after understanding the situation. Looking towards the two of them, he said, everyone, it seems that Tisha and Licht-san will have a son in the near future. It's the utmost proof that our races can coexist, there is hope. Tisha blushed at the information and so did Licht, who never thought that their secret would be discovered so soon. The elves looked towards their leader with a teasing gaze with the exception of Patry, his leader actually had an offspring with a human female. But deep inside, he felt happy for the couple. Licht smiled happily after that piece of news, they were having the so-called prohibited love but he didn't expect a son. Hearing Lumiere's words, his smile couldn't help but widen slightly. I agree with Lumiere-san. This also calls for a celebration. Now that our little secret has been discovered. Tisha, do you want to marry me? Tisha exclaimed in both shock and surprise before quickly nodding her head. In the past months, she had fallen in love with Licht. Yes, I want to marry you, Licht. Hooray! The elves and Lumiere exclaimed loudly at the couple. Lumiere also smiled happily, feeling happy for his sister. Everyone, this is the start of our plan to make both races coexist. He's telling the truth. It seems that Lumiere-san really believes in what he's saying and will really make it work. Raya thought to himself while narrowing his eyes. He could feel that Lumiere's words didn't contain even an ounce of a lie. Licht looked towards Naruto in a somewhat grateful manner. He really didn't know how to say about their little secret. With a short smile, he said, "Nice to meet you, Naruto-san. Lumiere-san did talk about you in the past months and how helpful you are." Nodding lightly, Naruto said, "Well, that's good, that brat seems to understand my greatness." "Lumiere, I'm older than you." Naruto, details. Seeing their interaction, everyone laughed happily. Even Patry couldn't help but chuckle a bit. His previous sour mood seemed to improve. It seems that Licht-san found good friends to himself. "In just a few months, I'll be able to get my grimoire too." Patry thought to himself cheerfully. After getting his grimoire, he'll be able to help Licht even more. Meanwhile, Naruto started to talk with the elves and familiarized with them. They were pretty nice and kind by nature, he noted. Looking over the elves, he thought to himself, it doesn't matter which world, humans will always be cruel. The elves could have dominated the Clover Kingdom ages ago, but they are kind by nature. In the end, most of them were annihilated and manipulated like pawns. I'll prepare shadow clones, each transformed in an elf, when the time comes. I'll save them, show the truth and bring them to Uzushiogakure. The elven compound is already made. Naruto thought as he talked with the elves. Time passed quickly and in the blink of an eye, the months passed by as the day of Tisha and Licht's wedding came. A certain demon whose name is Zagrid laughed viciously as the day he wanted to happen was finally there. "Elves, humans, both races will fall under me, this world is going to be dominated by me." Zagrid thought as the pawns he manipulated were starting the job. Soon, he saw Lumiere on the throne room, smiling lightly. The prince was quickly bound by some kind of by his magic. "It seems that the talk about coexisting will soon be broken, don't you think, Prince Lumiere?" Zagrid said with a sadistic smile plastered over his mist-like face. Without letting Lumiere reply, he disappeared. The light golden-haired man frowned before sighing. He didn't have a single way of freeing himself. Just then, Seker appeared and released him. "Let's go, Lumiere. We can still save the elves and maintain the peace, our races can coexist," Seker said as a smile appeared in her always indifferent face. Lumiere nodded before quickly warping through light. Meanwhile, the place of the wedding. "Where is Lumiere-san? He should have been here already, shouldn't he?" Raya said to Patry as a frown appeared on his face. Patry nodded while feeling slightly suspicious. Suddenly, golden brilliance covered the sky as the mana around was completely sucked. Looking at their hands, some elves said in horror, My mana. I can't use it, my mana disappeared." Light shot from the sky, piercing and killing many elves, whose defense couldn't be made without mana. Tisha had also been instantly killed and was on Licht's arms. Patry looked one last time towards Licht before falling to the ground, his vision blurring as Licht used a forbidden spell, reincarnation. Just as he thought they were going to die, all elves that thought they died appeared in a dark space, their bodies replaced by shadow clones. The figure of a bloodied Naruto appeared in front of them before saying, "Everyone, please calm down, a demon is controlling Licht-san, allow me to show you." Before they could say anything, a huge projection appeared before their eyes. Licht appeared with tears in his eyes as he talked with Lumiere. The truth of the situation was revealed to the elves. "I know that this is selfish. But I can offer you a place to stay where you won't need to worry about humans hunting you. We can't let Lumiere and Licht-san intentions to go down to waste. We can coexist," Naruto said as his words pierced deep within the elf's heart. Some of them teared up as they felt hope. Raya also nodded and even he couldn't help but tear up. He's telling the truth. The truth. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 111, Elves 4. Extra important note, beware that this is what some call an alternative universe, but I will call it original reality, for I'll shape it however I want. This is a future fanfic I'll do about Black Clover, thus, there are things that aren't canon. You can treat this as a teaser of my future fanfic. Raya couldn't help but tear up. Different from the rest of the elves, he was distrustful by nature. This led him to develop an ability where he could discern whether someone is lying or telling the truth. Meanwhile, Licht was crying as one of his eyes lost its black coloration and returned to their normal white. Looking towards Lumiere, he said, "I knew that you were telling the truth, Lumiere. In order to prevent the demon from taking over my body, I hope you can do that last favor for me, my friend." "No, there must have another way, right, Licht?" Lumiere pleaded, never once did he feel so bad like he was feeling today. If he was a step closer, just a bit faster, it could have been avoided. He felt the guilt of an entire race, the elven race. Licht's body slowly grew up in size and transformed into a huge monster with 3 golden-colored eyes, 4 arms and glowing golden-colored spheres behind its enormous body. With an instant, rays came out of its mouth, devastating the land behind Lumiere. That was a day of horrors and nightmares that would haunt the humans living within the entire Clover Kingdom. They thought everything was lost. But a single mage saved them from the abominable demon. He was recognized as the first wizard king and the pioneer of a new era, the era of magic knights. That man was known as Lumiere Sylvamillion Clover, Prince of the Clover Kingdom. No one knew the truth, despite hearing his legends and stories. Without Seker, who helped him to absorb and deflect the demon's strongest attack, everything would have been lost, indeed. Standing at the top of the demon's skull, Seker looked towards the gas-like Zagrid, who was laughing maliciously before saying, "When looking at your ugly form right now, it doesn't make me think you're so wicked, demon." Zagrid gas-like form frowned lightly before feeling an invisible cube trapped him. He wasn't afraid, though. You can seal me, but not forever. One day, my plans will come true and I'll be resurrected, in your inferior race terms. However, Seker's smirk haunted him as she said in a very slow manner, sealing magic, eternal prison, zenith. 1. What? Zagrid thought before giving his last stare at Seker before his consciousness was completely sealed. At this moment, Naruto appeared beside her and said, "I'm sorry for not helping, but I was able to save the elves." The demon tried to reincarnate them in order to resurrect himself. Seker just nodded. She knew that in order for him not to help, he was doing something else that was equally important. Despite the shock given to her, Seker was about to say something when slow footsteps were heard. "Your Highness," Seker exclaimed before quickly supporting his injured, bleeding body. "My prince, Naruto was able to save the elves, there is still hope." Despite almost falling to the ground due to all of his injuries, Lumiere still brought a smile to his face before patting the back of Sakri's head. "I have always thought of you as my very own sister, Seker. It's good that I'll be able to pass away in your arms." So he treated her as a sister, not as a potential love interest. Naruto noted to himself before watching the scene before his eyes go on. Seker looked towards Lumiere and nodded before saying, "Your Highness, I'll seal your body here and in case it's needed, you'll be able to help." The golden-haired man shook his head. "You've already used forbidden magic once. If you use again, you'll lose the last bit of humanity. Since the demon and the elves has been solved, I can let everything for the future generations." Despite that, Seker wouldn't let the one she also saw as an older brother simply die like that. "Either way, I would lose my humanity. As such, allow me to do that, my prince." Before Lumiere could respond, these words were uttered from Sakri's mouth: "Forbidden magic, reincarnation of the fallen soul." Slowly, Lumiere's golden-colored eyes closed as his consciousness drifted upon a deep but comfortable slumber. Sakri's body became one of an anti-bird as she flew away after noticing Naruto had already disappeared. Hage village of the Clover Kingdom, 500 years later. A winged creature who couldn't be identified nor seen by humans slowly left Asta on a church before its body disappeared in white-colored particles. At this moment, 2 souls entered Asta's body and appeared in a big space where a small demon who seemed to be sleeping before stopping. The small demon looked towards the 2 souls who were sleeping before looking towards another small creature who was glowing in a white coloration. Sighing, the small demon went back to sleeping. It had to grow. The 2 souls were sleeping peacefully as if waiting to the moment where they would be awakened, and that moment would be 15 years later. Shinobi World, Uzushiogakure. This will be the place all of you will be living from now on. This is not the world you previously lived at, but I did my best to build something similar to what you all lived at. I basically created that through my magic a few moments ago, just like I'll be doing this," Naruto said before his grimoire floated in front of him. Space-time magic, time copy, and space-time magic, portal of the traveler. Suddenly, in the middle of Uzushiogakure, a grimoire tower appeared as mana started to spread through the entire shinobi world. Not even a single soul could feel it, though. This happened because beside Naruto and the elves, nobody could feel mana. That was a job left for the future generations. The blonde youngster started a new era all by himself. Turning towards the elves, Naruto also felt a bit guilty. His mission was clear, but he also regarded the elves as his friends. Never once did they judge him. Bowing lightly, he said, "I'm sorry for not saving Licht-san, this was all I could do. I couldn't do anything to save him. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to fix the timeline for that crazy old man." Naruto thought to himself while feeling guilt swelling up inside his heart. At this moment, an elf patted his back before saying, "Don't worry, Naruto-san. No one blames you, we're grateful that you were able to save our race and tell us the truth about everything. We'll live on the new era you've prepared for us and we will be here for you. 1. Zenith means peak. You can treat this as the utmost peak of sealing magic. She sealed him permanently. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 112, Orochimaru 1. Will be there for me. Naruto thought as a strange feeling spread through his entire body and mind. It was a new thing for him. In his entire life, never did he require someone to fully protect him beside his own brother. Shaking his head lightly as the elves started to familiarize themselves with the place they were living at, everything was different. However, knowledge seemed to awake from the depths of their minds, something Naruto prepared to fasten up the process of adaptation. Turning his look to the Grimoire Tower, Naruto couldn't help but wonder, what has made the Grimoire Tower? I have researched and it was said that the Grimoire simply started appearing through the world a few thousand of years ago in the mage world. It then started making the mana in the air richer. Those who were naturally attuned with mana could immediately feel it. No wonder. It seems that mana is an entity just like that crazy old man. However, it was probably created by him, since he is everything and anything. Naruto mused while thinking of that crazy old man who is there ever since the beginning of all sh*t. Appearing in his Uzukage's office, Naruto ordered his council members to come. He wasn't stupid enough to do all job alone. Paperwork was something that haunted any person. However, one had to think as not to exhaust themselves. His council members consisted of an Uzumaki clansman and a Chinoite clansman. Despite being of such high status, they were incredibly respectful. Looking towards Naruto, the Uzumaki council member said, "What did you call us for, Nanadime-sama? It has been quite a bit of time since you last called us." The Chinoite clansman also nodded in a curious manner. Seeing them act like that, he felt like scolding his now non-existent clone before saying, "In the past months, Akatsuki's activities increased and I feel a war is coming by. Eros Sennin has already gone to investigate a Megakure but we didn't receive news yet. Tell me your thoughts about the upcoming war." Nanadime-sama, I believe that we must take an offensive stance if a war really happens. The things that happened decades ago proved that being peaceful won't bring us any benefits. The Uzumaki clansman, who knew the suffering of his clan, said. Nodding, the Chinoite clansman said, I agree with him but I don't think that the war will be between a village. Through the investigations, Akatsuki is triggering a war that will make them against the whole world. Just as Naruto was going to let the Chinoite clansman go on, an Anbu with a whirlwind-like mask flickered inside the office. Staring towards Naruto, the Anbu said in a hurried yet slightly panicked tone, Nanadime-sama, urgent. Jiraiya-sama was found to be dead after entering a fight against Akatsuki leader. He sent a message through a toad. So our plans to make him spy on the cowardly Otsutsuki started. Naruto thought to himself but had to pretend for a bit. For a few moments, Naruto's light blue-colored eyes seemed to shine with all stars of the world as they became cold as ice. The area around him trembled as the ground cracked and started spreading through the entire office. Taking a deep breath, Naruto used Doden to fix it. Sensing Naruto's pressure, the two council members and the Anbu couldn't help but fall to the ground. Pretending isn't that good but it's necessary. Looking towards the three humans before him, Naruto said, I'm sorry for that outburst. We shall reinforce our defenses and security by 4 times. From what the message on the toad says, Akatsuki's leader has the Rinnegan. He'll be able to bypass our natural defenses. Yes. The Anbu nodded before flickering away. He is the Anbu commander. As such, he immediately ordered all of the Anbu under him to increase the security while the two council members ordered the guards of Uzushiogakure to increase their vigilance. The toad that dwells around falls to the bottom of an ocean, I guess that code did hold some truth and without preparation, it would have been reality. Jiraiya, who was smiling as he slowly fell towards the depths of the ocean, thought to himself. Suddenly, his body disappeared in a puff of smoke. That's right, his body was nothing but a real shadow clone, an improved version of shadow clone. You could create a clone that would be no different than yourself. It would bleed and even die, if the maker so wishes. Pain didn't know of any of this. He just stared for a few seconds before Jiraiya's body couldn't be seen anymore. Slowly leaving, he channeled chakra to the ring on his hand as a projection of all Akatsuki members appeared in front of himself. Without losing time, Deidara was the first to talk. The mission to get Ikibi, the one-tailed beast, failed due to Konohagakure interference. All tailed beasts except for Ikibi, 1 tail, Hachibi, 8 tails, and Kyubi, 9 tails, has been gotten. Sasori fell in the hands of Chiyo and Sakura Haruno. I'll go personally to capture the Kyubi. We'll leave Ikibi and Hachibi for later. Pain said as the atmosphere was solemn. They had already lost many members. Black Zetsu narrowed his golden-colored eyes while remembering the horror he felt against Naruto. Only he knew that the plan to get Kyuubi would fail, and this made him give up on his plan temporarily. He would wait till Naruto died of old age and organize his plans for the next reincarnation of Indra and Ashura. Too bad for him, this wasn't something going to happen. Naruto Uzumaki's might has surpassed our expectations, as such, I'll be dealing with him before he's invincible. As Pain said that, the connection between all Akatsuki members cut off. Slowly rising in the air by annulling his own gravity, Pain started to make preparations to deal with Naruto. The blonde youngster, however, was thinking about the plan. Sighing lightly, the projection of the entire shinobi world appeared before his eyes as the location of Orochimaru became clear as crystal. With an instant, Naruto teleported to Orochimaru's location before saying with a playful smile, "Yo, snake weirdo. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon." Chapter 113, Orochimaru 2. Orochimaru heard Naruto's voice before turning around calmly. Looking towards the blonde youngster, he said with a short smile, "What brings Naruto Uzumaki, the 7th Uzukage and the current Uzumaki clan head, to my humble house?" That was right, Orochimaru had quit Akatsuki after trying to steal the Rinnegan more than one time. Sitting on a chair that appeared seemingly out of nowhere, Naruto said with a small smile, "I came to invite you, don't worry. Nothing of my invitation will be against your plans to strengthen Konohagakure." "I don't know what you mean, Naruto-kun," Orochimaru said with narrowed eyes. "Please, you think that your little game would work on me? You have been there since the Second Great War, and even after you apparently betrayed Konoha, all you did was to help them. You gave Tenzo aka Yamato to Danzo, and not surprisingly, he became an Anbu along with Nisan." Looking towards Orochimaru playfully, Naruto said, "You had the chance to kill Nisan but you didn't. You also threatened to rob Sasuke's body, but even after having many chances through these years, you didn't. In fact, you even, accidentally, left the snake summoning scroll to him. How nice." Naruto always found Orochimaru's actions to be extremely strange, so he started investigating, and after linking 1 to 2 and 2 to 4, everything was connected like a spider web. Smiling lightly, he said, "At the plan you said to be, Konoha Crush, all you did was to kill Jiji, not to destroy Konoha itself. After his death, Tsunade came, and not surprisingly, Konohagakure was strengthened. Should I also mention how you helped Konohagakure to deem Danzo as a missing nin, removing his obsessive mind out of the village?" Licking his lips as Naruto started describing everything, Orochimaru said, "You certainly investigated everything well, Naruto-kun. It's almost as if you knew them from the moment it happened." Seeing that he didn't get any reaction from Naruto, Orochimaru licked his lips excitedly once again before saying, "It seems that you win, Tell me, Naruto-kun. What is your invitation? I'm really curious." "Nothing much. I'm sure you've heard of Ero Sennin death, right? Don't fake it, I know you know the truth of what happened. That pervert wouldn't let you out of it, after all." Naruto said as Orochimaru nodded. He did know that Jiraiya faked his death. "I'll let you do your experiments on Uzushiogakure with just 2 limitations. You can't experiment on Uzushiyogakure's shinobi and Konohagakure's shinobi as you want to strengthen it. Aside from that, I want your main project to be making Ero Sennin clone." Orochimaru narrowed his golden snake-like eyes before nodding lightly. However, he sighed slightly, "I would accept your invitation if not because Akatsuki recruited me." Putting up a smile on his face, Naruto thought to himself, "He wants protection, Before saying, "You don't need to worry about that. As long as you work for Uzushiogakure, we will wholeheartedly support you and protect you against Akatsuki as long as you don't break any of the limitations." Without blabbering anymore, Naruto directly teleported the entire base along with Orochimaru to the side of his Uzukage's office building. It was a piece of land he had reserved especially to a research base where Orochimaru would work on. Money wouldn't be a problem, they already had a stable income even if a daimyo wasn't supporting them with natural resources. At the start, the fire daimyo, who owed Naruto a favor, helped him with a way to maintain a stable economy. Not to mention that Naruto himself was a magnate after taking over and controlling all of Gedo business along with a few more he robbed from some unworthy magnates. Coupled with the selling of seals which were produced exclusively by Uzushiogakure, they didn't have a problem. Noticing the sudden shift of scenery, Orochimaru licked his lips excitedly before saying, "Oh. It seems that you've grown quite a lot in your strength, Naruto-kun." Deadpanning, Naruto replied, "I see that you've grown even weirder in these years, snake weirdo. Just go and start doing your things. Where's your assistant Kabuto? Did he betray you or something?" "Kabuto, I sent him on a mission, but now that you've captured me, he won't return and will go down his own way. Don't worry about him, he's just a dog I raised, nothing more, nothing less. Orochimaru said indifferently before going to his research building. Creating a cage bunchen, Naruto left him at the Uzukage's building before thinking to himself, I'll go to visit Konohamaru and ask if he wants to visit Uzushiogakure, this place would be pretty nice. Maybe I can match him with little Chino. They're of the same age. The platinum-haired girl is very talented, so Naruto thinks she would be a good match to Konohamaru, his self-intituled younger brother and also his disciple. Then, he remembered of something before a smile crept over his face. Oh, this reminds me of the three little pests. The elders of Konohagakure and Danzo, I guess it's time to deal with them, Looking at the dark sky, Naruto deemed this a perfect time to deal with the annoying pests who would do anything to control him in his younger days. He remembered how they made his life hell. The blonde youngster then nodded before disappearing from sight. Meanwhile, Kaharu Uditane and Homura Mitokade were chilling as they sat in a wooden bench as the female elder said, I think it's time for us to retire, what do you think, Homura? Homura pondered for a bit before he replied with a simple nod. Both of them knew all of the atrocities they had done through their life and decided that it was time to retire. They regretted their past actions, or so they told themselves. Time to retire, dear elders. I agree with you, in fact, why don't I put you to retire immediately? A cold yet playful voice rang in their ears as they turned around and saw a blonde youngster who couldn't be more familiar to them. They couldn't move, they couldn't talk. The two elders could barely breathe as Naruto approached them. Don't worry. Nobody will hear the three of us, but you also don't need to worry. After I finish toying with both of you, Danzo will accompany the two of you to hell. Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Uditane couldn't help but despair. That night was filled with painful screams as their blood tainted the ground. In the morning, their bodies were found completely mutilated by the Anbu who was supposed to protect them. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 114, Paint 1. After the bodies of the two elders were found, chaos spread through Konohagakure as not only hundreds of villagers died but also the two elders. It was a state of complete chaos and Tsunade was having a huge headache. But in the depths of her heart, a seed of happiness started to blossom. These two elders could be considered Konoha's cancer. She didn't really care about their deaths, the only important thing was to calm down the villagers. Looking towards seemingly nowhere, Tsunade muttered, call Ryan and Iriko over, I'll require their assistance in this case. 1. A few moments later, two female Anbu appeared in front of Tsunade. One has long purple-colored hair using a lion-like mask and the other has a medium-sized pink-colored hair using a slug-like mask. Yes, Lady Tsunade, they said in unison, as if they had trained to say in sync beforehand. Tsunade looked towards them for a few seconds before waving her hands as a scroll disappeared in a puff of smoke. The mutilated bodies of Kaharu Uditane and Homura Mitokado appeared. The two Anbu flinched lightly because such a scene was rare even for them. Right now, I'm busy dealing with paperwork and thinking of ways to calm down the villages and the village's higher-ups. This is really complicated, sigh. Anyway, I require both of you to analyze what caused these wounds and the complexity of what caused it. Tsunade said while massaging her forehead as if to calm down her headache while sighing lightly. Ryan and Iriko looked towards each other before nodding and picking the dead bodies. In an instant, both of them flickered away under Tsunade's eyes. This can be considered a test to the two of you. If you can identify the kind of wound and what happened on their insides, you'll have passed it, Hinata and Sakura. They'll have a meeting where the 6 cages will talk about Akatsuki really soon. Their threat has arrived to a level where it requires all villages to unite. Tsunade thought with narrowed eyes. At this moment, an Anbu flickered inside the Hokage's office with a toad at the top of her head. After leaving the toad here, the Anbu left as Tsunade said while raising her eyebrows. What brings you here, Fukasaku? Fukasaku looked towards Tsunade before saying, I didn't come here to take much time, Naruto asked me to deliver you this. Soon after Fukasaku said this, he handed a letter to Tsunade. Then, he disappeared with a puff of smoke. Opening the letter, she started to read, Yo, Hag Sanin. It's me, your dear Naruto. First of all, before this news are spread throughout the world, I felt a need to say this to you. Eros Sennin died. Reading that part, Tsunade felt her heart crumbling as if a huge weight fell upon them. However, she felt relieved after reading the next part. However, you mustn't worry. These are fake news, yes. Basically, there are enemies which will require Eros Sennin to infiltrate with another identity. To that, he faked his death by fighting against Pain, the leader of Akatsuki. Overall, Don't need to worry about that, soon enough, he'll visit you. Don't forget to give him tons of kisses, I know you like him, hey. Tsunade's fist clenched so hard that cracking sounds were heard. Don't talk about this to anyone, I'll be watching you. From the Nanadime Uzukage, Naruto Uzumaki. After she finished reading, it was as if supernatural beings interfered as the paper burned to nothingness. Meanwhile, the one that made her feel like punching the air in anger was walking in a seemingly aimless manner. Naruto suddenly sneezed while thinking to himself with a confused expression, is someone wishing me to die? Nah, that's not possible. Naruto then started humming lightly as he went to meet with an old friend. He was in a nameless village where a certain man was living. He stopped in front of a certain house before yelling, It's the pizza. Inside the house was Danzo, the cancer of Konohagakure and also an Akatsuki member, that was what he called, day off. Hearing what Naruto said, he was confused but soon, he felt extreme danger before quickly flickering out of the house. The Sharingan hunter felt cold sweat dripping down his forehead after seeing a blonde youngster punching his house out of existence. The force behind Naruto's punch was so strong that it decimated the entire house. Laughing lightly after feeling the strength of his punch, Naruto thought to himself while looking towards Danzo, My strength has improved by many times compared to before, but I didn't have time to test. To think that even a random punch punched that house out of existence, good vibes. Nice punch, kid. You've grown quite a bit in strength after going to that strange world. Even I could feel that my strength has grown after coming in contact with that, mana, still. You're a monster of your own. Kurama said while laughing loudly inside his mindscape. Naruto. You're so loud, Ku-san. Kurama. That's bullying. Danzo stared at Naruto cautiously after seeing he seemed to enter a daze, however, he didn't choose to attack. The man knew that the best he could do right now was to run. And so he tried. To no avail. I can't move. Danzo exclaimed in fear before feeling that he couldn't even mobilize his chakra. Looking towards Naruto, he felt a deep sense of regret. He regretted not killing Naruto when he had chance. Unknown to Danzo, that chance disappeared over a decade ago because if he tried while Naruto was with Kakashi, he had no chance. Sensing Danzo's trying to resist his spatial lock, or how he liked to name that move, Naruto raised his eyebrows. Looking towards the Sharingan hunter, he said in an amused tone, Don't try to resist, Danzo. Don't you know I'm talking to Kusan right now? That's pretty rude. Let's see. As punishment for interrupting our talk, I'll just take an arm. Naruto said with a short smile before waving his hands as the space around him distorted and went forward. It was what Naruto liked to call, spatial slash, basically manipulating the space around to take the form of a blade and slash forward. A scream of pain rang in his ears as Danzo's arms, which contained many Sharingan, flew away. 1. Raiyan means lion, which is a reference to Hinata's twin lion fist, while Iriko means slug, which is a reference to Sakura, who uses the slug summoning technique in her healing techniques. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 115, Paint 2. Smiling lightly, Naruto said as his eyes seemed to shine with all the stars contained within the vast and mysterious universe, Fear not, Danzo. I'll make sure you die in a painless manner, but before you die, you will feel a lot of pain. The sweet death will greet you right after it. But first, I remove all of your Sharingans so that you can't use Izanagi to revive yourself. It would be really bad if you did that, read. Naruto said while chuckling before extending his hand forward. With a swift motion, Danzo's right eye was taken. I'll take all of these Sharingans to Orochimaru so that he can experiment with them. He won't mind it, after all. He was the one to transplant them on Danzo. Danzo tried to say something but his voice was barely audible, only painful groans left his mouth as pain seemed to overwhelm his mind. Streams and more streams of tsunami-like pain invaded his nervous system, being channeled to his pain receptors. Only Danzo knew the pain he was going through, along with the two elders from Konohagakure. Pain receptors are a wonderful thing, aren't they? I was always interested on how to increase the pain they feel just for this moment. As such, I studied a sh*t ton regarding medical ninjutsu. It wouldn't be a thing to say I know the same if not more than the Hag Sanin. I did get many of my medical knowledge from her, after all. Naruto said with a short smile as Danzo's eyes showed panic and immense fear. As the blonde Jinchuriki touched his head, a shock spread through his whole body. In a single instant, the pain he felt increased by 10-fold and then by 100-fold, 1,000-fold. The most important part is that with every injury, Naruto would heal his body. Then, injure him again and heal again in an endless cycle. Danzo wanted to cry but Only blood left his eyes as Naruto had taken them. This kept going up to the moment where Danzo's mind just couldn't take any more as his brain simply shut off. It was as if his body screamed to die. At every passing second of their little experiment, Naruto's smile widened ever so slightly. Wonderful, really wonderful. Ah, Danzo, what a great experiment you were. Naruto thought to himself. He had successfully discovered how to increase the pain the subject would feel, all due to his willing volunteer, Danzo. A man who was feared by nations died in such a gruesome way, his body couldn't even be recognized by ordinary means. Blood splattered the clear ground around them as his internal organs slowly oozed out of his body along with a bit of brain matter after Naruto cut his head, bit by bit. Sighing while feeling lightly bored after his subject broke from the pain, Naruto muttered to himself, dying just from that. Even I can resist that pain and fight for a bit. Naruto had forgotten that not everyone could be so cruel to themselves like he was to himself. Suddenly, Naruto looked in a certain direction before teleporting back to Uzushiogakure. He immediately called the one he had left in charge of the Uzumaki clan and the Chinoite clan head to his office. Naruto thought to himself that calling the elves would be overkill. This will be my test to both of you, don't disappoint me. Naruto thought to himself as a red-haired man who gave a mature feeling and a platinum-haired man with a lazy expression appeared before him. They were Uzumaki Hikoroshi and Chinoite Oyashiro. Did you call us, my lord? Uzumaki Hikoroshi said while bowing lightly as a show of respect. Oyashiro also bowed before saying with a lazy yet respectful manner, his eyes glittering with seriousness, Nanadime-sama, I wonder. What did you call us here? Is it related to the academy we implanted or the new clan which was accepted within Uzushiogakure? Naruto shook his head before saying, it's not related to the new clan but I hope the two of you can slowly get friendly with them. Rather, in around an hour by my estimates, an enemy and his lackeys will come by and he has AFC King cheat. Cheat? They both asked. He can fly and push things with gravity, literally. Naruto said. Yeah, it's a cheat, I just said that. We agreed that it's a cheat. In this way of conversation, they kept going up to the moment that Oyashiro snapped before saying as his once lazy expression became serious, I give up talking to both of you, I'll arrange my clansmen to make a line of defense. At this moment, his eyes became bloody red colored and they seemed to shine in a faint red color. Oyashiro's pupils were like a toad's pupil. His hair danced upwards wildly as he flickered away. Uzumaki Hikoroshi slowly drew out his sword before saying to Naruto, my lord, I will spread this to our most proficient Fuinjutsu masters so that we can lay many traps to our enemies. Nodding at his statement, Naruto said as a clone appeared beside him, sure. A clone will go with you to help with the seals, meanwhile. I'll wait till the moment to entertain the dear newcomers comes by. The red-haired man couldn't help but shudder lightly after seeing Naruto's carefree smile. Despite using such a carefree smile, Naruto's eyes were cold as ice and his voice was like the voice of a demon that came from the depths of hell. Flickering away, he started the preparations. Soon enough, an hour passed by and just like Naruto thought, an orange-haired man with light purple-colored eyes, concentric circles filled the eyeball approached Uzushiogakure. Behind him stood 5 other orange-haired humans, and a legion of white zetsus. As much as Pain was confident in his own abilities, he felt extremely uneasy, as such, he brought many white zetsus with him. Pity him for he didn't know that any resistance would be futile in front of Naruto. Ignoring the fact he had called this a cheat an hour ago, Naruto slowly floated towards Uzushiogakure gate. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 116, Pain 3. Tsunade-sensei, after we analyzed the bodies, we found that the murderer used a top-quality sword of about 1 meter. From the wounds, the blade is around 90 centimeters. The murderer also had extremely high kenjutsu and understanding of the human body given he purposely avoided vital points. He or she probably had grudges against the 2 elders. Hinata, who had just finished her job at the Anbu, said to Tsunade. Sakura also nodded before saying, the murderer also had a high medical ninjutsu proficiency. There are traces of healing on the victims' bodies. He or she did a splendid job and also used the chakra scalpel perfectly. I'm afraid that neither I nor Hinata can compare to the murder regarding that. Hearing what Hinata and Sakura said, Tsunade furrowed her eyebrows lightly before sighing, from your expressions. No traces regarding the murderer were found beside what you said, Well, I'm proud that both of you could analyze the body to such extents. We'll put that on a hold. By putting it on a hold, Tsunade was basically meaning that the fact the 2 elders died would be sealed. Also meaning no further investigations will be needed. Taking the opportunity that they weren't working at the Anbu after finishing their duties, Hinata said while blinking innocently towards Tsunade, Tsunade-sensei, I wonder if you can let me go to visit Naruto-kun. I don't feel safe knowing that Karen is with him. Sakura also smirked after hearing her words before saying, I also want to visit Naruto. I want to beat some sense on his sorry face. Glancing at Sakura weirdly, Tsunade teased, if Sasuke heard what you're saying, he probably would laugh at you. Not wanting yo break your dreams or something, but while you're strong right now after being taught by me, do you really think Naruto stopped training? Bowing her head dejectedly, Sakura couldn't help but agree. In terms of talent, she's worse than Naruto, and the blonde youngster is also way more hardworking than her. He's cruel to others but is even crueler to himself. 30 minutes before Pain arrives at Uzushiogakure, Naruto went to talk with his older brother and Karen. He felt specially light after feeling that all who wronged him were dead and that they all died in a gruesome way. It was as if a heavy, really heavy, weight was removed from his shoulders. Before he arrived, Karen greeted him by hugging him tightly as she said, "Ah, Naruto-kun, I missed you so much. I couldn't even get near your clone before being flicked in the forehead." Flicking her forehead, Naruto said with a small smile, Now, stop complaining, Karen. I have something to say to you and Nisan." Massaging her forehead, Karen looked towards Naruto grudgingly before happily following him. They entered a huge mansion where Naruto made a pool with his suite and a few small lakes where aquatic animals freely swam. He wanted his brother to enjoy and relax because Naruto knew that Kakashi suffered enormously in the past. If he couldn't enjoy himself and relax in the past, Naruto would allow him to do so in the present and future. Kakashi was, as usual, reading the Ika Ika series. Noticing his younger brother, a smile appeared in his usually stoic face as he said, "Yo, remembered that you have an older brother, Naruto." The blonde youngster's eyebrows twitched lightly before he was welcomed by a warm hug. Kakashi muttered lightly before sitting and going back to read, "It's good that you're finally back, Naruto." The redhead also nodded happily before a smug smile appeared on her face. "Hey, Hinata, I have Naruto entirely to me till you finally come. I'll be sure to seize the advantage." Soon, she calmed down as Naruto started to talk. "So, you know Akatsuki leader, Nisan, Karen. Well, he's coming here along with a legion of his lackeys, so in around 30 minutes, a small conflict will break out." "What?" Karen yelled in surprise as Naruto blocked 90% of her voice from reaching his ears. Sighing, he said, "Don't worry about him, even if Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama fought together against me, they would be instantly crushed. That clown named Pain is exactly what he is. A clown. So the two of you can just sit down and relax. My Uzumaki clansmen are already finishing setting up all traps to his lackeys, while the Chinook clansmen will deal with the lackeys by using their Ketsuryugan. Meanwhile, I'll deal with the clown, find his real body and kill him." Single quote. Even Kakashi was speechless after hearing Naruto, who talked in such a carefree manner. He couldn't help but feel that his younger brother was different. It's like Naruto changed, but I can't point exactly what it is. His mood seems to be lighter. Oh, so he'll just go and kill the big boss and everything is done. To hell. Damn, why do you say such things and look so damn cool? Arg, Karen thought to herself while having a small mental breakdown while noticing a slight change in Naruto's mood. Like Kakashi, she felt that Naruto's mood was somewhat lighter but couldn't point exactly what it was. Meanwhile, on the depth of Akatsuki's base, a man with medium-sized red-colored hair that covered his right eye and showed his left eye, which was a Rinnegan, suddenly shuddered. His skinny body that seemed weak as a paper started trembling for unknown reasons. This is Nagato Uzumaki, also known as Pain and Akatsuki's leader. What is this bad omen I'm feeling? Nagato thought to himself as his 6 paths of pain floated towards Uzushiogakure along with a legion of white zetsus. Soon, he shook his head lightly before thinking to himself, not to mention the power of my 6 paths of pain, I have all of the white zetsus. I have both quality and quantity. Kyuubi, your power will soon be mine and will be used to create a new world. What Nagato couldn't expect was the power of Naruto and the ones who trust him. The Uzumaki clan and Chinook clan didn't trust the blonde youngster because of his strength but because of the opportunity and kindness he showed to them. Naruto is their leader and they held unbreakable trust in him. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 117, Pain 4. Decades ago, 3 great nations worked together to destroy Uzushiogakure. Tell me, is that going to happen again at the hands of the Akatsuki? Naruto said in a calm voice, but it rang in the ears of everyone. They didn't know what was that feeling, but they felt their blood boiling as a smile appeared in their faces. Maybe that was the feeling of confidence they felt towards Naruto and their will to fight. All of the ninjas tied their headbands more tightly, the symbol of the Uzumaki clan embedded in the center of it. Nobody knew who yelled at first as they started shouting, "No!" Naruto smirked after hearing them as he slowly floated and stopped right in front of Uzumaki Hikoroshi and Chinook Oyashiro. Sweet dropping, Oyashiro said, "Oi oi. An hour ago, you were complaining he was cheating by flying, but you are doing that right now." Naruto, I don't know what you mean. Hikoroshi, that's shameless, my lord. Laughing at their small interactions, Oyashiro smirked before looking behind him as many of his clansmen prepared themselves. Everyone, pay attention, please. Nanadime-sama will utterly destroy the enemy leaders, we just need to utterly destroy the leaders' lackeys, got it? Good, now we wait till all traps are activated to decrease their numbers. Remember, do not hesitate, these grotesque B***stards are meant to be killed instantly. Oyashiro said while lightly pushing his glasses up. His Ketsuryugan shone in a bright red-colored light along with the ones of his clansmen. Several explosions started sounding not so far away as one explosion led to another, instantly destroying dozens of white zetsus. Naruto smirked because that was just the first trap, there were 3 more. The first being the weakest and the fourth being the strongest. An indifferent voice rang in their ears, I see that your village chose feudal resistance, Uzumaki Naruto. If you don't want to know the power of a god, give up and no one from your village will suffer. Naruto heard that, looked at the ninjas from his village before saying, nah, I'm good. Very well, Uzumaki Naruto. The hard way it will be. No true pain. The indifferent voice turned cold as the 6 paths of pain rushed towards Naruto. Wait. This location isn't good for fighting because I don't want to utterly destroy you in front of your subordinates. Let's change locations, shall we? Naruto said while closing his eyes and smiling lightly. Space-time magic, space god's warp. All of a sudden, they appeared in a barren location surrounded by mountains. The 6 paths of pains narrowed their eyes while looking towards Naruto, who waved his hands at them. Yahoo! Now we can fight freely. Truth to be told, I don't need to use my grimoire but saying the magic in my mind makes it look super cool. Naruto mused to himself, if he wanted, he could just mobilize his fusion of chakra and fusion to freely use his abilities. Kit, you're hopeless. Kurama's sweat dropped. If I'm hopeless and you're still my brother, does that mean you're hopeless as well, Ku-san? Naruto retorted as all of a sudden, Kurama fell in silence. He couldn't even refute the blonde youngster's words. At this time, the 6 paths of pain rushed towards Naruto with the intent to kill him. Seeing this, Naruto raised his eyebrows before shaking his head while dodging the attacks with movements that were akin to a dance. Pain himself, however, just stared as Naruto fought against the 6 paths of pain. He was analyzing Naruto's abilities before realizing that he underestimated his strength, who suddenly said, well, it's no fun just dodging, right? Naruto suddenly punched out as one of the 6 paths of pain, the one who was the animal path was hit as pain lost the connection to it. Seeing how easy it was defeated, Naruto sighed before retreating a few tens of meters away. Is it just that, pain? Or should I say, Nagato? Naruto said indifferently as pain widened his ever-indifferent eyes. Before he knew, the blonde youngster had disappeared from his position. All of a sudden, all 6 paths of pain fell to the ground as if they lost life. How? Nagato, who lost connection to all paths of pain, said as his voice carried unwillingness. However, his surprise quickly disappeared as Naruto was right in front of him. Konan, who was at his side, was about to attack when Nagato stopped her. Looking towards Naruto, he couldn't help but laugh. I thought I had underestimated your strength but it seemed that I had overestimated my own strength. Nagato was laughing at himself. He regarded himself as the god who would bring peace to the elemental nations, even if at the cost of a huge *SS war. He had extremely strong ideals, however. Nagato knew that at the same moment his paths of pain were instantly defeated, he lost any qualification to even talk about them. That was how things worked. If you're the strongest, you have rights. If you're not strong, you're an ant. Sighing as he knew that nothing he did would change his fate, Nagato said, I was just playing in the palm of your hand, wasn't I? Konan's heart ached after hearing Nagato. The red-haired man was everything she had and honestly, she didn't know what would happen if she lost him. Seeing Naruto taking out a sword and raising it, the blue-haired woman dashed as papers shot towards Naruto. Even if I die, I won't let you harm Nagato. All of a sudden, the sword changed directions as Naruto cut her head. Staring at Konan's head that slowly fell to the ground in slow motion as blood splattered around the cold ground, tainting it with a bloody red-colored liquid. No, why? I have lost everything. My family, my friends and now the only person that I cared. Why me? Why us? Nagato seemed to lose his mind as he yelled. His purple-colored rinnegan seemed to shine lightly as his life was slowly withering away. Naruto's eyes, however, were indifferent to the extreme as he said, "Guess what, folk? You were not the only one to suffer in the world, you're not the center of the universe, nor do fate work with the sole purpose of king up your life, accept it." With a quick slash, Nagato's head was severed as he lost all life. Naruto looked at his rinnegan before deciding it wouldn't be a nice idea to simply let it here. Suddenly, a masked man appeared and took Nagato's head away. Without Nagato to control the remaining white Zetsus, they fell to the ground lifelessly as the ninjas from Uzushiogakure roared due to their win. The victory of their leader was theirs victory. Strangely enough, the white Zetsus merged with the ground, disappearing. Yes, Naruto could have stopped him, but then, he remembered Black Zetsu's memories as he smirked. Uchiha Obito, the one that fell to the bottom of everything after losing the girl he loved. I'll let he start the war, I want to fight that Uchiha Madara and crush him. Sigh, that was an anticlimactic ending. It sucks that I'll have to wait until the war starts. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 118, 6 Cages Meeting 1. The news of the Akatsuki attacking Uzushiogakure reverberated throughout the entire world like fire spread through gasoline. The world experienced for the first time the might of Uzushiogakure after knowing the crushing defeat that the Akatsuki's leader suffered in their hands. One had to know that no one who fought against pain came out alive, and yet, that very same man was killed in such a crushing manner. The reason most villages knew this news wasn't fake is that they got it from Kurogakure itself. As for how Kurogakure had this information, it was simple. Naruto gave it to them after visiting it with his alias. He even became a VIP inside there, though Naruto doesn't know what being a VIP in the underground forces means. I guess it's time to open Uzushiogakure for all. I'll open a single path where civilians who want to join Kurogakure. Naruto thought to himself while taking out a paper and starting to write. Something Naruto learned to do to bamboozle time was to pretend he was going to do anything with the intention to do so, and then, using touch of time. Boom, the paperwork is filled. Naruto felt like crying the first time he discovered that. That reminds me, I should make a council so that they can deal with the things from civilians and so on. Standing up, Naruto looked over the entire Uzushiogakure before a smile appeared on his face. It made him proud every time he knew the one to rebuild it was him. It was one of the few reasons Naruto could say he was being himself. Then, Naruto shook his head before teleporting to the orphanage where the Chinook clansmen were training orphans of war. He was just silently staring as the orphans trained before one of them noticed him. It's Big Brother Naruto. Everyone, Big Brother Naruto came to visit us again. Ooh, Big Brother Naruto, are you going to teach us something this time? Like the last time, you taught us how to walk on the trees. A short orphan asked Naruto. Behind him were tens of orphans. All had happy smiles while looking towards Naruto. It didn't matter their age, they all respected Naruto and thought of him as their own big brother. Patting the head of an 8-year-old orphan, he said, "No, this time I just came to see how you all are doing. I must say that I'm proud of you all. I can see that many of you have increased your chakra reserves tremendously. Ah, I thought you were going to teach us something this time. Anyway, see, we are progressing really well, we are geniuses." That short fella boasted as the ones behind him laughed. Naruto also let out a light chuckle before saying, "Yes, I see. Now back to the training, brat." The orphans of war grudgingly went back to train while feeling bad that Naruto wasn't going to pass more time with them. One of the Chinook clansmen responsible for their training went and greeted Naruto respectfully. "Hello, Nanadime-sama. After they heard more of what you did against the Akatsuki's leader, they trained even harder. You're a figure of respect and admiration to them. Thanks for the efforts you and your clansmen are doing to train them. I know that they're all hardworking, but without proper guidance, they wouldn't be as strong as they're right now." Naruto patted the Chinook clansman in the shoulder before disappearing. He appeared in the rooftop of the ninja academy. As of now, only the children of the Uzumaki clan and Chinook clan were attending because there were no civilians yet. Naruto nodded after seeing how they were being instructed and the lessons being passed down to them before appearing in the elf tribe. The anomaly known as the Grimoire Tower was gradually accepted by all clans of his village. At the same time, Naruto accepted elves in the Anbu as they wanted to serve under him and help with the village. Patri was the one to greet him as soon as he entered the elven compound as he said teasingly, "Naruto-san, you're here. I almost thought you had forgotten us given you're busy as the Uzukage." The elves had also adapted to this new world after Naruto taught them everything about it. They were also quick learners. In the small amount of time they came to this world, they learned everything necessary. I didn't forget to come here at all because I was busy or something," Naruto said while avoiding Patri's gaze. Wasn't me forgetting or sth2. Hey. Patry. You suck at lying. Every time the two of them talked, Patry would remind him immensely of both Licht and Lumiere. It also surprised Naruto that Patry ended up awakening a four-leaf grimoire of the light element. I heard that after you awakened the four-leaf grimoire of the light element, you were accepted as the elven tribe's leader. How is that doing? Nice to be the top dog, Naruto said as they walked through the enormous elven compound. Smiling lightly, Patry said while looking towards the endless sky, it's nice, every time I hold my grimoire, I can feel that it chose me to pass Licht San's legacy forward. I'm doing my best so that I can be the one that all elves can look up to and know that the peace between races Licht San fought for is possible. Naruto looked towards Patry before smiling and patting his shoulder. You don't need to worry about that. You know, Lumiere was always talking about how the peace was more and more near. Now that I think about it, he was correct because under your leadership, that peace will certainly happen. Saying no more, Naruto teleported back to his office. At that same moment, an Anbu with dark gray colored lines on his mask appeared in front of him and left a letter before flickering away. The letter was beautifully made with golden colored engravings that wrote Cage's meeting. Naruto opened it and read it briefly before turning it to ashes. 6 Cage's meetings, Seems boring, but as a generous person, I'll grant them the honor of having me there. With these boastful thoughts, Naruto went to talk with his older brother for a bit before going to sleep after noticing the already dark sky. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 119, 6 Cage's Meeting 2. Meanwhile, Konohagakure, Hokage's office. Tsunade was doing all boring paperwork as always since she was the Hokage and her council members did zero to none things to help her. She felt like breaking the entire Hokage's office just for the sake of rebuilding it. That's just how bored she is. Sucks to be you, can't even do the paperwork. Naruto's voice rang from the window as he sat there, looking at her from the side of his eyes. Looking at him while feeling annoyed, Tsunade said, isn't it enough for you to keep scaring me by appearing all of a sudden? You have to come from the window, we have a door, damn it. Raising his hands as a sign of defeat, Naruto said, meh. You're kinda, boring. Clenching her fist so hard that cracking sounds were heard, Tsunade looked towards Naruto, who said, wow, calm down. Being serious, I came here to ask you something. Say it and stop making me lose time. The Uzukage's robe is kinda good by the way, first time seeing it. Tsunade said while raising an eyebrow. I know right, I made it personally, of course it is great. Wait, focus, I came here to ask you what is the purpose of the 6 Cage's meeting. I mean, I don't even know what is the reason for it nor why I was invited. Don't Kumogakure, Iwagakure and Kurigakure have shame at all. They destroyed Uzushiogakure once but now, they're inviting me, the Uzukage, to the 6 Cage's meeting. Naruto had to admit, he was a bit annoyed at what they did. Remembering he did quite some damage to Kumogakure by killing their council members and one of their bases, he felt better. Tsunade sighed, knowing why he was angry and that he had a reason to it. I know that you hold a grudge against them because of that but different times require different solutions. You know personally that Akatsuki is dangerous, they're capturing the tailed beasts for some reason, they had gotten so strong that it'll need the 6 Cages to talk and decide what they'll do. Akatsuki, in my opinion, they're just an agglomeration of strong dudes but they're not that strong. But, I'll join the fun since from Black Zetsu's memories, they plan to do something called Infinite Tsukuyomi and that will probably trigger a war. Naruto thought while narrowing his light blue-colored eyes. Then, he concluded, never once would a war be of a single person against the whole world. If that does happen, peace is highly possible as the great nations would understand and at the end of the war be at peace, altogether. Naruto held a grudge against 3 of the 5 great nations. Yes, he did. However, he remembered that Jiraiya, his master, was someone who longed for peace for decades. He wasn't different. After experiencing how peaceful and nice things were for the ones living inside Uzushiogakure, Naruto started to think it would be great to have peace for a few decades within all nations. Even if not for centuries, it would be worth it. They did such things to Uzushiogakure, however. This is in the past, you can't hold a grudge anymore. I hope that at least you don't go insulting them after getting to Land of Iron, we will go there for diplomatic discussions. Tsunade said while emphasizing the fact he shouldn't insult others. I don't know what you mean. Do you really think I would insult them? Giving a look to Tsunade that said, I hate you, Naruto teleported away. Honestly, he didn't know what to do for today and there would still have 3 months since the 6 Cages meetings is hosted within Land of Iron. Remembering something, Naruto smiled mischievously before teleporting behind Hyuga Hiyashi. Taking a deep breath, he yelled, "Yo! Eek!" Hiyashi yelled as he jumped in fright. Turning around, he felt his face going red from anger as he shouted, "You brought! Can't you stop doing this for once? You always keep scaring me, why?" "Ah, you see, father-in-law, it's just that you get frightened every single time I do it and jump in fright. It's like you're asking me to scare you, you know," Naruto said while laughing mischievously. Hiyashi's eyebrows twitched continuously before he took a deep breath and said, "I'm not your father-in-law, brat. Please, for the sake of the Sage of Six Paths, stop scaring me. Why would I do anything for a dead man? Anyway, you're my father-in-law, Hinata has already agreed to it and all. This means we're family now, old man." Flashback, 2 years or so ago. And the scene which was made a secret of 2.5 years ago where Naruto went to talk with Hinata is finally revealed. Naruto approached Hinata under the stare of Hiyashi, who was looking at him with a death glare. With every step, his heart would skip a beat and keep going several miles per second. As he approached Hinata, her face became a deep shade of red while steam came out of her head. Wow. This is some new level of shyness. Why did you come here, and Naruto-kun? Hinata said in a mosquito-like voice, the red-colored shade that overtook her skin seemed to deepen a bit. Naruto's head came closer and closer to hers as Hiyashi felt like going there. However, after seeing that Naruto went to say something on his daughter's ears, he calmed down. Feeling the warm breath of Naruto on her ears, Hinata almost fell unconscious, but her consciousness came back after hearing Naruto's soft and gentle voice reverberating through her mind. "Hinata. I'm leaving, but before I do, I wanted to say you something." At this moment, Hiyashi suddenly felt that his eyesight blurred as he couldn't see them anymore. This was all Naruto's actions to block his eyesight. Taking hold of the opportunity, he hugged Hinata as they enjoyed the warmth of each other just like that. "You can do it, Naruto. You never feared anyone, you didn't fear killing or to torture. You won't fear to take the next step as well," Naruto thought, as if reassuring himself. As he slowly pulled himself out of Hinata's grasp, the blue purplish-haired girl felt as if there was a void in her heat. Suddenly, Naruto's head approached her own as their lips touched each other. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 120, 6 Cages Meeting 3. 3 months later, Uzushiogakure. Well, Ni-san, Karen. I'll be going to the land of iron, you know. 6 Cages Meeting and all. Can you take care of everything while I'm away, Ni-san? Naruto said while looking towards Kakashi. The white-haired man looked at him by the side of his eyes before saying in his usual indifferent manner, "Fine. You could leave that to your clones, but it's okay, you can leave that to the big bro here." Karen looked towards Kakashi while giving him a weird stare. "Since when do you talk so, big bro here? Did a bug devour your brain or something?" Single quote. Kakashi felt there was no warmth in this world anymore. Sighing, he looked at them in an annoyed manner before saying, "TCH, just go already, brat. I'll be taking good care of Uzushiogakure in the meanwhile." Turning to Naruto, Karen said while giving him puppy dog eyes, Nay, Naruto-kun, don't you want to bring me along to the 6 Cages Meeting as your assistant? I promise to behave. Using these eyes against me. Foolish, but I do need someone to come with me, since Ni-san will be taking care of Uzushiogakure, I'll bring Karen." Naruto thought, the redhead was the closest person to him besides Kakashi, Sasuke and Hinata. In the 2 years that passed, Karen had grown quite a bit from her previous small stature. Now she was around 162 centimeters tall and her good parts had developed well enough. Her once childlike face matured very quickly, becoming even more beautiful and delicate compared to before. Karen's hair was long and reached up to her waist. Even Naruto couldn't help but admit that she no longer looked like a brat. Patting her head, he said, "Why not? So, want to go through teleportation or portals?" Enjoying the warmth of Naruto's hands, Karen said while snuggling close to him, "Teleportation makes me want to vomit, let's go through portals." Naruto didn't reject her approach at all and was given thumbs up by Kakashi. Deadpanning, he opened up a portal as space started to distort, a black-colored void appeared before their eyes. For clearer descriptions, imagine Kagaya's portals. No matter how many times I see this, it's always amazing. Karen noted before both of them entered the portal. They appeared in a land full of snow and instantly, Karen felt her body trembling due to the cold. Thinking of this as an opportunity, she quickly hugged Naruto's body and felt his warmness. Feeling her body on his, Naruto thought while deadpanning, I guess that even after these years passed, she's still a huge pervert. Not that I'm complaining, though. Naruto got to understand his feelings better than he did before and was conflicted because he liked both Hinata and Karen. He knew that it was selfish, but that was just how he is. The blonde youngster had done things much worse than being selfish, after all. How would he know that Karen and Hinata already had an agreement? The two of them had long understood his conflicting feelings and decided to share their love with him. That way, not only they wouldn't be hurt but Naruto also wouldn't be. We're here and you certainly can't be like this inside the meeting. Take this to warm yourself. Naruto said as Karen blushed lightly after being reminded they were going to a serious meeting. They were about to enter the place where they're supposed to have the meeting when Naruto saw Gaara, Temari and Kankuro walking through the snow. Looking towards them, Naruto said to Karen, I have some old friends to talk with, can you go before me? Karen noticed his face was serious and nodded, it was probably important. After she entered the building, he stopped on the stairs and sat there. It didn't take long before Gaara arrived along with Kankuro and Temari, who visibly tensed under his stare. Naruto looked towards Gaara and noticed the red-haired youngster's eyes had changed, they weren't cold anymore. Rather, they were full of warmth. Naruto smiled before he said, 2 years and 6 months ago, I said that you could still escape the darkness. It was an advice that I gave to you, but thinking of now, I think that it was also for me. I guess even a monster like me was able to escape it, Naruto said. Looking towards Naruto, Gaara said under Kankuro and Temari's confused stares, that's not true. You're not a monster nor were you a monster, Naruto. Deep inside you were just a kind person, a proof was that you helped me to leave the darkness that was trying to devour me. In my opinion, you're a kind person. Gaara said before he extended his fist forward. Naruto saw it and smirked before extending his fist as they fist bumped. It was unknown to both of them but an improbable but unbreakable friendship was formed, just like that. Both of them were similar, both suffered in the hands of the person of their respective villages. Both were considered monsters. One saved the other from their near inescapable darkness. They made each other, even if unconsciously, see the light which saved their hearts from rotting deep in the darkness, slowly corroding to nothingness. So, you became the case cage. This is kinda impressive. I heard that under your leadership, Sunagaku has improved extremely quickly. Did you solve the problem of the natural resources too? Naruto asked Gaara, who nodded lightly. Kankuro and Temari just kept themselves in silence as Gaara replied, the problem of natural resources is very hard to solve but I'm slowly solving it. I've been talking with the fire daimyo so that the wind daimyo can make an alliance but talking with them is hard. Naruto couldn't help but nod, the daimyos were an eyesore in his opinion. However, the fire daimyo, Hano Miyasu, was a good one in his view. The fire daimyo owes me some favors after I saved his life and helped him find a traitor. I can ask him to pay my favor by solving your natural resources problems, what do you think? That's fine for me, Gaara replied shortly before they kept talking as they went towards the location of the meeting. They were also talking about how life was in the past 2.5 years that passed. Despite being fearful of Naruto, both Kankuro and Temari relaxed inwardly. It had some time since they had seen Gaara talking so happy with someone who wasn't them. They were also happy for their brother. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 121, 6 Cages Meeting 4. Inside the building, the Raikage, I, was holding Karen's arm with a strong grip. What is an Uzumaki doing here without the Uzukage? Are you so rampant? Release me, Karen said while mobilizing her chakra, exerting so much force that the Raikage couldn't help but release her. The Raikage was always an overbearing person, a body and strength without equal. Not to mention he did not like seeing an Uzumaki, not even one bit. I was constantly reminded by Naruto's rise in power that Kumogakur and the Uzumaki has a grudge. Is your mind damaged, Raikage-san? Going far enough to touch someone who you're not worthy to touch? Perhaps you don't want your village to exist anymore. Maybe just stupid, Naruto said with a light smile as he came along with Gaara, Kankuro and Temari. I frowned as lightning coated his body, if I'm stupid or not. Do you want to try? Or rather, do you think you can try? Tension was spread through the air but the Raikage's savior came as Mei, the Mizukage, said, now. It would be a pity to see such a haughty fighting a brute like you, I-san. I heard of you, Uzumaki Naruto, and I have to admit. What a nice body, if just you weren't so young. Karen felt like punching the alluring woman. The blonde youngster, however, looked at the Mizukage with indifference before he said, thanks for stopping a death from happening, Mizukage-san. I hope our past grudges can be let go as we turn a new wave, prosperity and all. Seeing his blatant disregard, I felt anger but held on, knowing the importance of the meeting. Huffing and puffing, the Raikage said, "TCH, saved by a woman. The Tsuchikage and the Hokage are already in the meeting room, let's go." Gaara, Kankuro and Temari just kept themselves in silence, not wanting to join any kind of fight. The red-haired youngster just silently prepared to help Naruto in case the Raikage attacked. After entering the room, they saw a short old man with a big nose and a woman with light blonde-colored hair who has just enormous breasts. Temari and Karen felt slightly envious. Inside of the room were also the Kage's assistants. They were Shizune of Konohagakure, Chojuro of Kurigakure, Mabui of Kumogakure, Kuritsuchi and Akatsuchi of Iwagakure, last but not least, Kankuro and Temari from Sunagakure. As for Uzushiogakure, there's no need to mention as it's obvious that it's Karen Uzumaki. Taking a seat, Naruto put his Uzukage's hat on the table and all of the other Kages did the same. Onoki, the third Tsuchikage, was the first to talk as he said with a frown, "We all know why we have gathered. It's to deal with the Akatsuki, which has grown too strong." I, the fourth Raikage, sneered at him, "I've only come because my brother insisted, if not, I would personally deal with the Akatsuki by myself. You all have grown too weak, it seems." Laughing softly at his words, Mei said with a light smile and serious eyes, "It seems that you're underestimating the Akatsuki quite a bit, Raikage Dono. If you don't be careful, these words will come back and bite you." The Raikage felt slightly angered since he was always overbearing but simply scoffed at her. Tsunade saw this and took her place in the conversation. "You're all forgetting that we have two members here who fought against Akatsuki itself. They're both young but their strength is already compared to us." At her words, even the Tsuchikage couldn't help but say, "Compared to us. These young bums are just greenhouses, but I do admit, as of now, they're the best option to know of Akatsuki's strength." Gaara, seeing this as an opportunity to talk, said as the attention was gathering on both him and Naruto, "While I have indeed fought against Akatsuki, I almost lost my life in the hands of Deidara and Sasori. With the help of Uchiha Sasuke, Sakura Haruno and Uchiha Hensuke, they were defeated while Sasori was killed. Their overall strength was at Kage level, although the results might have been different if not for the fact I was putting most of my focus on protecting the village from any side effects." Gaara completed his speech as the Kages couldn't help but nod. Only a Kage would completely understand his feeling where they have to put most of their focus on protecting the village, thus, they're unable to use their full strength. Even Naruto couldn't help but grow to admire Gaara a bit more. He has a good view, no wonder he's my friend. Only a friend of me, the great Naruto-sama, can have such a good view. Unconsciously, Naruto has taken Jiraiya's habit of boasting shamelessly. Interjecting in their conversation as the Kages around looked towards him with interest, Naruto said while growing relaxed on his chair, "I fought against Pain, also commonly known as Akatsuki's leader. He posse's what we call the Six Paths Dujutsu, the Rinnegan." At his words, the Kages couldn't help but take a deep breath. That was the Rinnegan, one of the legendary Dujutsu. However, Naruto didn't stop here. The Rinnegan gave him the ability to control something that I didn't take notice since, well, my focus was to kill him. But, through his gravity control, he could easily wipe out an entire village by forcefully pushing gravity your way. It's as Gaara said, all of the Akatsuki's members have Kage-level strength. Personally, I have killed Danzo who joined it, the Jushinist Hidan and the immortal Kakuzu. There's also another one but I forgot his strength, he was stupid anyway. The six Kages meeting continued in a smooth way as the Kages started talking about measures. Their talk didn't take long since there was external interference. A whirlwind-like force of suction appeared in the middle of their table as a masked man appeared there. Jumping into a high place, the masked man waved at them before saying, "Nice to meet you all, six Kages. Before we start talking, let's introduce myself. I'm someone already known to you all. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon." Chapter 122, Declaration of War 1. Everyone inside fell in silence but the Kage's assistants took a fighting stance. Karen just stood there calmly as she knew nothing would be able to harm Naruto. She said with a sneer, "Uchiha Madara. It's more like Uchiha Cloundera." The masked man, now known as Uchiha Madara, looked towards Karen, his sole Rinnegan, before prompting ignoring her. Afterward, Madara looked over the Kages as he said, "The six Kages of this generation except for Onoki, who is already an old man. I have come here to declare something." "You brat. I'm not old, I'm still young." "Oh ouch, my back." Onoki yelled before feeling a sudden pain on his back. His assistants quickly helped him as the Kages, including Naruto, stared at him with a bit of shock. That old man, can't he just accept? So stubborn. Naruto thought funnily as Madara also looked at Onoki weirdly. Turning back to the cages, he said, "Well, you see. I came here to do a really simple thing." I immediately stood up as he yelled, "Bold. You're just a relic of the past who shouldn't meddle in our era, we should end you right here, right now." Lightning flickered around him as I activated the lightning body aka lightning coat. He disappeared from their sights before appearing before Madara as I shouted, "Lariat." Shockingly, I simply passed right through Madara as his arm hit the wall which was made of iron. After his arm came in contact with the wall, it broke in several pieces. Low physical strength, how disappointing. Naruto thought. If the Raikage was to hear what he thought, he would be undoubtedly angered. His body was invincible if one didn't consider his father, the third Raikage. Madara narrowed his eyes which were a Sharingan and a Rinnegan before he started floating. "Calm down, Raikage-san. I just came here to declare war, not to fight a war, the war will be later, you see. Prepare yourselves to the moment where I, Uchiha Madara, will start the war which will take your lives." Madara said as the similar suction force that took the shape of a whirlwind sucked him inside. 2 months is all you have. Damn it, that Uchiha Madara is too bold. I shouted in anger before taking deep breaths to calm himself down. He is a hot-blooded person, after all. Gaara just silently stared before he said with slightly narrowed eyes, "We all know that the might of Uchiha Madara isn't one to trifle it. I'm afraid that even if the entire Akatsuki ganged up together against him, they would suffer a crushing defeat." Hearing what he said, Onoki nodded while feeling lightly satisfied before he said, "It's undoubtedly true. I once saw Uchiha Madara's power with my own very eyes, it was a crushing defeat." The cages couldn't help but widen their eyes slightly, they knew how proudful Onoki is. For him to admit such a thing could only mean it was true. Tsunade said, "Then we must do something to stand against Uchiha Madara. As much as he's powerful, he'll certainly have an army at his disposition. What about we all ally, even if temporarily to deal with him?" Mei, the Mizukage, nodded at her words and so did Naruto, Onoki, I and Gaara, who said, "I know that some of you won't like it since I'm certainly the youngest along with Naruto, but if I may, what about calling it the Allied Shinobi Force? I can also do a speech before the war starts to boost everyone motivation." Narrowing his old eyes, Onoki said, "That's an absurd. A brat like you can still do speeches. I doubt it. If you doubt it, why don't you let him try? Maybe you're just afraid that a young cage like him can do better than an old cage like you." Mei said while smiling lightly. Onoki's eyebrows twitched. "I'm not old." Oh ouch. My be back. "Tsuchikage-sama, are you okay?" his assistant said before helping him over. Naruto facepalmed at Onoki before he said, "Oi, old man, want me to help over with the pain you have in your back? I can fix it but just till the end of the war, what do you think?" Hearing his words, Onoki's eyes widened so much that his eyeballs threatened to burst out. But then, he calmed down before saying with narrowed and distrustful eyes, "I want it but what do you want for that?" "Me. I don't want anything, I just want to help a fellow cage who will face war. It would be bad if your back suddenly cracked in the middle of a war. Behind you, what would the shinobis who saw you falling, do? Their spirit would be broken and then, someone would kill them." Naruto said while approaching Onoki and touching his back. After a few seconds, the blonde youngster returned to his position. Moving around without caring in the slightest bit, Onoki said in surprise and shock, "My back. It is actually healed, I don't have back pain anymore. For a young bum, you're not bad at all, Uzukage Dono." Tsunade, Mei, Gaara and their assistants couldn't help but look towards Naruto in shock, principally Tsunade. As a peak medical ninja, she knew exactly that solving Onoki's back pain wasn't as simple as it seemed. "It seems that you've improved tremendously, brat. Of course, a young bum like me should train hard in order to surpass the hags, I mean the older generation," Naruto said as Tsunade clenched her fist so hard that cracking sounds were heard. Laughing lightly at her reaction, Naruto said to the rest of the cages, "Since everything here is done, we will retire. Raikage-san, Mizukage Dono, Tsuchikage Dono, I hope that our past grudges regarding Uzushiogakure can be let go so that our villages can prosper after the war." Mei and Onoki immediately nodded. I also nodded after a few moments passed. Seeing this, Naruto gave one last look at both Gaara and Tsunade before saying, "It was also good seeing the two of you. When we have time, let's go eat some ramen at Ramen Ichiraku." Then, he took Karen as they disappeared. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 123, Declaration of War 2. The first thing Naruto did after returning to the village was to talk with the Elvenish clan. They renamed it for some reason. He didn't want to involve them because he promised them peace. So, things are like that, Patri. Someone just declared war on everyone and my village will be participating. I don't need any person of your clan to participate because you're all at cage level. Naruto said as he walked side by side with Patri. Patri heard what Naruto said before nodding. He wasn't really a fan of war. However, he shook his head lightly. Naruto-san, you've done so many things for our race that we don't even know how to help. In this war, I'll participate by myself. I know I'm just one person, but you know that like Lumiere-san and with this world techniques, I'll make up for it with both quantity and quality. That was true. Naruto had been teaching, every now and then, some jutsu for Elvenish clan, though it was really difficult for them to use these techniques with mana. They were almost there. The most talented there was Patri. In 2 months, he would surely finish learning the Kage Bunshin. It was also very hard for Naruto to adapt his own body to using mana. There were techniques that he could use instinctively because of muscle memory. However, he wasn't familiar with mana, nor the new energy created by a fusion of mana and chakra. Taking out his specially made Hiraishin kunai, Naruto gave it to Patri before patting him in the back. I see. You're powerful, but you shouldn't be carefree, so if this ever comes to happens, insert mana on this kunai and I'll appear. This war will also be a good opportunity for you to gain battle experience. Patri nodded and carefully put the Hiraishin kunai on the bag attached to his waist. At this moment, Naruto teleported back to his office, where a middle-aged man with white-colored hair and beard was there. I'm back, the middle-aged man said as Naruto couldn't help but smile. You're back, Jiraiya, I mean, Kashin Koji. Where's Haku? Jiraiya, or how he was called now, Kashin Koji said while furrowing his brows underneath the silver-colored mask that covered the upper half of his face. I'm not sure myself, but some months ago, when those strange towers that nobody could do anything to know their function appeared, Haku's Kekkei Genkei, Hyoten, started to change. Oh, a mutation caused by mana, maybe. This can only mean that even though he's a native of this world, his body is highly adaptable to mana. Naruto thought while feeling surprised and happy. That would mean Haku's Kekkei Genkei would get a big boost. Hey, Ero Koji, did you go to see the Hag Sanin recently? Not wanting to expose anyone else's feelings or something, but she likes you, go for the win. Naruto said while looking towards Kashin Koji. Kashin Koji smiled lightly before saying, hey, guess what, brat? Your master has already obtained the victory. Suna accepted dating me. Even Naruto couldn't help but widen his eyes slightly before he smiled while feeling happy. Truth to be told, he always thought that Tsunade and Jiraiya were just a perfect pair. That's good, Ero Koji. I'll do my best to end Jigen right after this war ends so that he doesn't become an even bigger threat. Then, you can marry with her and live at peace. Hearing his words, Kashin Koji nodded as his face became serious. I've already sent you some info regarding Jigen, you can take a look later. Also, what the FCK is this guy doing here? Oh, why are you so mad at seeing an old friend? Orochimaru, who was quietly observing them talk, said while staring at Kashin Koji, congratulations on your success with Tsunade, too. There wasn't a need to hide Kashin Koji Jiraiya from Orochimaru at all. The man was also helping in the cause. Not to mention that Naruto had already placed a restriction on Orochimaru secretly through his space-time manipulation. Even if the snake weirdo wanted to say something, he wouldn't be able to. He's here to be the chief researcher. Don't worry, I've forbidden him from experimenting with any Konohagakures and Uzushiogakures civilian or shinobi. The moment he does that, I will erase his soul. Naruto said with a slight smile. This was the main reason Orochimaru feared him. Naruto was able to directly erase his soul after he invaded Orochimaru's mindscape and placed a seal. If Orochimaru's soul was erased, he simply couldn't change bodies. His consciousness would be permanently erased, not even going to meet the six paths, old man anymore. Talking about the old soul who was just overlooking everything, Naruto had gone there to meet with Hagoromo. It was a pleasant talk since the old man was a rather nice person, and Naruto said that if he wanted, he can already activate the Ashura chakra soul inside him. But he wouldn't because there was no need. Naruto doesn't need the six paths senjutsu at all. Regarding strength, he has surpassed not only Ashura and Indra but also Hagoromo himself, which is why he can feel Ashura's dormant soul. Also because Naruto was also nearing the creating of his own senjutsu, he estimated that in these 2 months left, he would be able to finish it. It was something he started 2 years ago, and Naruto had to admit that sh*t is really difficult. Suddenly, Naruto had an idea. He had heard from the great toad sage that Hagoromo's senjutsu was different from just gathering natural energy. It made him think of something. maybe it is related to the elements as well. He also had a rather crazy idea. What would happen if I mix natural energy plus all elements, including yin-yang release? Thinking of that, Naruto had a massive grin plastered over his face before he waved his hands lightly while mobilizing his fusion of chakra and mana. He was fusing all elements, fire, water, earth, lightning and wind along with yin-yang and natural energy. Under his fusion of chakra and mana, he didn't have a need to use hand signs and his already perfect control went to a completely new level. At this moment, a mutation happened as a pure black-colored sphere appeared above Naruto's hands. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 124, Start of the War 1. Fascinating. The fusion of all elements plus yin-yang and nature energy isn't a new Kekkei Genkei but rather this. Naruto thought with himself. He felt an incredible urge to test it with his Sword of Whirlwinds. However, Naruto felt this sphere was out of the ordinary, so he just took a small paper before throwing it towards the sphere. It had such a force that the air around shifted as the paper was thrown. As soon as it touched the sphere, it simply disintegrated. Single quote. Naruto thanked his instincts for not using the Sword of Whirlwinds. The blonde youngster felt that even this wouldn't be enough for him to attain the desired senjutsu. Thinking of something, he decided to try if by infusing the Toad Sage mode with the yin-yang release in the 5 elements. Needless to say, he failed miserably. So he started to think that maybe the 6-path senjutsu was just someone who was using nature energy to enter sage mode along with a unique characteristics. What made the 6-path senjutsu unique, at first, is the pure black-colored spheres. But Naruto immediately scrapped that because it certainly isn't like that. The blonde youngster, however, had already taken the first step to making his own senjutsu as he had successfully made a truth-seeking ball. What unique thing would I do to my senjutsu? The 6-path senjutsu is very different from any other senjutsu. The unique thing to it is the patterns that appear on the user back, the magatamas and the rinnegan. Naruto thought to himself. To experiment with things on, he had entered the 6-path senjutsu when talking with Hagoromo, however, he didn't quite like it. As such, Naruto simply decided to make his own one that would give even more benefits than it. It also allows the user to freely fly, sense better and it can also see through dimensions from what I've noticed. Naruto meant limbo or similar kinds of dimensions. Unique things I could add to my senjutsu. Unique things. Unique things. FCK, I have a friggin' space-time manipulation, why did I only think of it now? Naruto thought while feeling his IQ had deteriorated. There was nothing more unique than his space-time manipulation. What is space-time? It is everything, anything, and it is everywhere, anywhere. With a massive grin after finally knowing what path he would need to take, Naruto started developing things as he quickly became immersed in it. Space-time itself felt happy after seeing that its son, who it was most proud of, was going on the right path. Allied Shinobi Forces Headquarters, 2 months later. You arrived, Uzukage-san. I was the first to greet Naruto after he arrived. In the 2 months that passed, the 6 Kages talked and met to plan quite a few times. As such, they had gotten much friendlier. Naruto was also the one to formulate the plans along with Shikaku, father of Shikamaru. They divided the battlefield among 5 parts, each equivalent to a land, them being land of fire, wind, water, lightning and earth. 6 divisions were created, them being the main division, which was actually composed of just Naruto and a few of the strongest Fuinjutsu masters of the Uzumaki clan. The rest of the divisions numbered from 1 to 5, each having a few subdivisions. The Sealing Division was also formed by the main division. While Naruto's village is strong, its total of shinobi just numbered to less than 1,000, however, everyone knew that in the question of total strength, they are the strongest village. As such, Naruto would personally lead the main division with his village's shinobi. That was also a way not to have any casualties. Naruto would also leave a huge amount of clones who were prepared beforehand by him and slowly numbered up with the other 5 divisions. All of them could access the Kurama mode at any time to help them. Another thing is that the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, was placed in the same division as Naruto since there was no safer place than staying by his side. In the months that passed, Naruto also accepted a huge amount of refugees and rogue ninjas who didn't have any affiliation on his village. They weren't loyal, but he was certain that in at most 2 decades, he would have loyal villagers and shinobis under his control, all of them becoming part of Uzushigeru's force. Yeah, I just arrived. Are all preparations done? The subdivisions of 5 chakra natures were already made. Naruto greeted the Kages before asking Shikaku, who just nodded before resuming what he was doing. The main reason that Naruto didn't stop the war is that it was required for the villages to unite. The subdivisions would have shinobis from different villages, all mixed together. A sense of camaraderie would grow in their hearts after working together in war. The time to start is almost up. It's all thanks to you that we were able to prepare the sealing division beforehand due to the intel provided, Naruto. Gaara said with a short smile. He was kinda nervous, must he say it himself. The Mizukage also smiled lightly before she said, yes, you did such a good job, Naruto dono. Don't you want a reward from Big Sis here? Single quote. Never did Mei feel such a blow to her self-esteem as she felt now. The cages chatted together for a few more minutes before Shikaku said, the time is up. Mizukage-sama, Raikage-sama, Tsuchikage-sama and Hokage-sama, don't forget that as of now, only the Kazekage-sama and Uzukage-sama will enter the war. Gaara and Naruto nodded as the four cages similarly nodded before starting to talk about the war. The two cages went up and looked down, seeing the densely packed shinobi, who fell silent after seeing them. The red-haired Kazekage started doing a speech that Naruto didn't bother remembering because it wasn't useful for him. The only part he cared was when the allied forces cheered, meaning Gaara's speech was successful. A few moments later, Naruto departed along with the main division, which was composed of the sealing division. Fuinjutsu masters of the Uzumaki clan along with a few other villages' Fuinjutsu masters. In each other division, Naruto's clones mixed together. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 125, Start of the War 2. Within every division, there were a few shinobi who could do the job of sealing just in case they were needed. They were also personally led by Naruto's clone because even if these Fuinjutsu users weren't from the Uzumaki clan, they were worth to be protected. In the current days, Fuinjutsu users were rare, mainly because so far many Fuinjutsu were lost over time after the Uzumaki clan's downfall. The main division was basically the place where the best Fuinjutsu users were placed on. Let's go. Killer Bee, who is more commonly known as the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, shouted and started spouting some raps from his mouth. It annoyed Naruto to such extent that the blonde youngster simply shut off his own ears. He didn't try striking a conversation with B. Naruto had heard from I that the Eight Tails Jinchuriki even talks doing raps, horrible ones. Sighing, he turned around and said to the squad that was following him, we'll be making a camp in these 3 positions. With the battlefield divided into 4 parts, the 5 divisions and its subdivisions will be sure to cover every part of it. We're in the middle of all battlefields and we will be with a group here, one on the right and other on the left. That way, each side will be able to cover a part of the other battlefields. Any objection? Naruto said before nodding, knowing no one had objections. He took 3 storage scrolls before throwing one on the ground as a whole camp appeared out of nowhere. Giving one to each group, he said, these have another camp similar to this one. When you get to the design point, just throw it on the group after opening the scroll. Killer Bee, you will stay with me. TCH, that brother of mine treats me like a kid. That Bakairo, Kanoiro. Killer Bee started to rap while cursing his brother. Even so, he still nodded as the man knew it would be safer for him like that. After all camps were deployed, Naruto started to overlook the area around. The main division was responsible for finding the most dangerous reincarnated ninjas and seal them before they go to fight against other divisions. That way, the casualties would be greatly reduced. Somewhere in the land of lightning, Uchiha Madara was jumping from tree branch to tree branch as the Black Zetsu reported. Uzumaki Naruto is within the middle of the battlefield along with Killer Bee. For now, the best option is to ignore him as we prepare the Jinchurikis. Your 6 paths of pain isn't done yet. I know. The plan shouldn't be delayed more. Within 3 days, the plan will be done and the world will know what a paradise is. We live in hell, all I'm doing is to show them a paradise, the Mugen Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Madara said, as if to reassure himself. Black Zetsu knew better, though. With Naruto, the plan was doomed to fail. If not because the blonde youngster let them start the war, it wouldn't have happened. Uchiha Madara didn't know that, though. As such, he continued, where's that Kabuto? He said he'd help us with the Jinchurikis, but things are being delayed. If this keeps on, it'll take around a day before I get the reincarnated Jinchurikis, and that would be where the plan truly starts. At least the reincarnated ninjas were released. Tomorrow, stronger ones shall be released. Somewhere within the land of fire, a black-haired man who wore the usual Uchiha's clothing started walking calmly through the battlefield. In front of him were people from the 1st Division fighting against a sh*T ton of white Zetsus. I didn't want to get this power since it is the eyes of my father, but the war required it. As he walked, his calm footsteps were heard by both the ninjas and the white Zetsus, and suddenly, the man's eye turned bloody red-colored, a three-bladed shuriken took shape inside it. There were also extra patterns inside it that weren't from his original eyes as the man muttered under his breath, Amaterasu. Sharp screams came from the white zetsus as a pitch-black colored flame engulfed all of them. Within instants, they turned to ashes which were scattered through the air. Shortly after, the sound of crows chirping was heard as his body disappeared. The shinobi who survived the battle against the sh*t ton of white zetsu stared at the place where the man previously was before some of them said in shock, That was Uchiha Itachi. Also somewhere within the land of fire. A woman with long, flowing purple-colored hair stood in front of a squad who was supposed to deliver supplies to the 1st Division. There was also a small legion of white zetsus intercepting them. The woman's white-colored eyes with tinges of purple in its border took a deep breath as the veins near her eyes were visible. Taking a light stance, a dangerous feeling oozed out of the woman as she muttered, My squad do not have enough strength to fight against the white zetsus, as such. I'm the one sent to protect them. Assassination Fist, Silent Lion. The woman advanced and within a mere instant, she appeared in front of a white zetsu and before it could notice, her palm hit its head. A small, shadowy-like purple-colored lion came out of the other side of its head as it fell dead to the ground, turning to trees. Feeling it wouldn't be efficient like that, the woman shot her palm forward as several small, shadow-like purple-colored lions shot like a purple beam. In an instant, several white zetsus were killed and in no time, all fell to the ground, turning into trees. As the woman turned back, her squad looked at her gratefully before following her close behind. They had to deliver the supplies. Thanks for the protection, Hinata-sama. The woman who is now known as Hinata just nodded as they continued on their way. The division had to receive the supplies, after all. Looking in the direction where the main division was stationed, her cold face was washed away as a smile appeared. I'll be coming to meet you again soon, Naruto-kun. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 126, War 1. At the same time, Mount Myoboku. A youngster about 17 or 18 with long hair and feminine features sat in the lotus position. Ice made up of strange energy floated around him. Suddenly, that youngster stood up as his eyes became orange in color and had a toad-like pupil. Orange markings also came from the side of his right and left eye. If one looked closely, they would notice small touches of icy blue in there. The youngster looked at his own hands before feeling his new power. I guess even someone like me can help Naruto-sama with my new power. Then, he disappeared in a puff of smoke. The next moment, Haku had appeared somewhere within the land of fire. Hearing the sounds around, he knew there was a battle ongoing. Looking up, he saw it was already night time. Extending his senses, the youngster's eyes widened after noticing a specific chakra signature. 7 chakra signatures were fighting against a single one. It was Kakashi Hatake. He was basically playing around with the 7 swordsmen of the mist. Beside him was Sai, who was responsible for helping him seal any reincarnated members. Speeding up, the youngster disappeared from his location and quickly appeared beside Kakashi, who smirked. It was time for you to appear again, brat. One of the 7 swordsmen of the mist widened his eyes. It was Zabuza Momochi, who said as his white-colored eyes widened. Haku. Meanwhile, main division. A Fuinjutsu master with red-colored hair appeared in front of Naruto before he said in a calm tone, Nanadime-sama, a legion of white zetsus numbering up to over 1,000 appeared within the vicinity. There are also sightings of reincarnated ninjas. They're coming our way. Finally. That fool is trying to attack here. It would be a very smart move to destroy the main division since it is composed of Sealing Master. Too bad for him. With me here, even if all white zetsus came, no damage would happen. Naruto said with a light smile before disappearing from his location. The next moment, he was in the middle of a forest. This scenery isn't that good to a fight, let's clear it up a bit. Waving his hands, Naruto muttered under his breath, Tenkan no Dengeki. A single dagger made out of pure chakra appeared in front of him before turning blue and then, dark red colored as lightning flickered around. Naruto waved his hands once again as the dagger blasted through the wind, cutting it apart. A boom was heard as the dagger traveled, cutting tree after tree. In a single instant, all trees around were cut as the faint silhouettes of white zetsus being led by 10 reincarnated ninjas were seen by Naruto. The blonde youngster looked over them before saying, isn't it inconvenient? Trying to ambush our main division like that. So cruel. Naruto's voice wasn't loud. In fact, it was extremely low. However, his voice reverberated through their ears before they noticed his figure in front of them. With a small smile, Naruto waved his hands. Greetings, Edo Tensei user. Come in to capture me, I know. Don't worry, I know it all. It must be hard for you. Must be hard for you, you know. Being a coward who uses Edo Tensei to fight against others, ah. I feel your pain, you're lost, aren't you? Naruto said before he stepped forward. His slow footsteps slowly sped up, as if to match with the own racing heart of Kabuto. The army of white Zetsus along with the reincarnated ninjas sped forward to fight against Naruto, who suddenly disappeared from their view and appeared in the middle of them all. With every punch, over 10 white Zetsus would die, and the reincarnated ninjas would be thrown over 10 meters away. This is a bit slow, it would require me 100 punches to destroy these FCKERS. I'ma just destroy them all with a single attack. Naruto thought before floating high in the sky as the reincarnated ninjas threw jutsus at him. Waving his hands lightly, the 5 elements shot towards the jutsus, easily destroying them. Clicking his tongue, Naruto said, "Was that all? Why did you send such a low-leveled reincarnated ninjas to deal with me, Disciple-san?" Hearing these words, Kabuto's heartbeat was at a mile per second. Naruto knew who he was and it scared him. He knew that if the blonde youngster wanted, it would be his end. However, he quickly calmed down. Naruto was just trying to scare him, after all. Anyone could be the disciple of anyone, it didn't mean specifically him, did it? Ah, the struggles, the internal struggles. Naruto thought as his light blue-colored eyes seemed to shine brightly. However, he calmed down before raising his hands until it stopped at the level of his shoulder. A rasengan pitch black in color slowly floated above his palm as a white-colored ring spun around it beautifully. Explode all these FCKERS to ash. Naruto muttered under his breath before letting go of his hands as the Dai Rasenringu touched the ground. A massive explosion happened as the pure shockwave was so powerful that it threw away the trees which were hundreds of meters away. It could easily match the power of an enormous Bijudama. From the epicenter of the explosion, the bodies of the white Zetsus became nothing but ashes scattered throughout the world. As for the reincarnated ninjas, Naruto didn't lose time with these low-leveled ones and just directly used adamantine sealing chains on them as their bodies faded, disintegrating. Suddenly, Naruto looked in a certain direction as his light blue-colored eyes changed their color to pitch black for a moment, white particles shining within it as if it contained all of the stars within their universe. As he looked at that direction, Naruto gave a short smile before waving lightly. It was unknown why, but the image of him doing so while looking at that direction was transmitted directly in front of Kabuto, whose heartbeat exploded in several miles per millisecond again. His mind was sent to chaos, but he quickly calmed down. The next day would be the day where the true Uchiha Madara would be revived. At that time, it wouldn't matter if Naruto was very strong or not, it would end. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 127, War 2. The first day of the war passed in the blink of an eye. Both forces, be it the Akatsuki or the Allied forces, suffered great casualties. The original amount of white Zetsu of 100.000 went down to 40.069 while the 80.000 Allied forces shinobis went down to 65.420. They were heavy casualties, but it was much less than what they originally expected, all thanks to Naruto's clones who were everywhere. Of course, leaving no casualties would be easy, but necessary sacrifices were made, and from now on, I won't allow any casualty. Naruto thought to himself within the main division headquarters. What he did wasn't good in the slightest bit, however, it would be good in the future. Looking for in the distance, Naruto wondered, I wonder why Shisui-san didn't take action yet. I remember that Itachi-san notified me that Shisui-san would go to Disciple-san hiding spot since I've already sent him the location. At the same time, Naruto connected with Inoichi Yamanaka through the mental link they had made as he said, Inoichi-san, can you connect me with everyone of the Allied forces for a bit? It'll be quick. In the headquarters, Inoichi didn't question why and simply agreed to Naruto's request, and in a moment, he was connected to everyone's mind. A wonderful technique, Naruto noted. Everyone, yo, hearing me? Good. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, also known as the Nanadime Uzukage, but that's not important right now. What's important is that yesterday, we lost around 35.000 comrades. Naruto said and noticed their tense atmosphere before continuing. However, the loss that Akatsuki suffered increased was 2 times greater than ours. They only have around 40.000 white Zetsu and the reincarnated ninjas. This means that our allied forces is stronger. We once were enemies, but now, we are allies who are fighting against a common enemy who wants to destroy all sh*t around. At his comment, some people couldn't help to chuckle. The Nanadime-sama was, in a way or another, calming their hearts and mind down. His next words made their blood boil. This has proven something, we complement each other. People who once fought against one another are now fighting together against someone else, and this is the irrefutable truth. If you don't believe that we can win allied, you can leave, but if you believe, fight for that. If one day, someone asks what you're worth, you'll know what to reply. Because you're someone who doesn't give up in the face of a tough fight. The hope and will to help others is in your blood. At that moment, it wasn't known who shouted first, but soon after, many shouts of people who thirsted for the fight against the White Zetsu were heard. Soon after these shouts, Naruto's clones activated the Kurama mode as a pillar of bright light shot towards the sky. It didn't matter which part of the world you were, these pillars of light which separated even the clouds could be seen. Seeing that, the allied forces shinobi couldn't help but feel shivers going down their spines. These were the rays of light that would guide them. Somewhere within the land of wind, a black-haired youngster holding two swords on each hand couldn't help but mutter, "That dude. Always showing off, but this time, I must admit it. Pretty good damn job. It seems I can't fall behind." The black-haired youngster thought before lightning was channeled in the two swords. These were swords that Naruto gifted to him, and the only one that Kabuto couldn't retrieve, Kiba, the lightning blades. Of course, he modified it a bit to fit Sasuke's tastes. The blade no longer had two smaller blades protruding from the bottom and top of it, and the coloration also changed. The blade was now pure white colored and had three bright blue colored gems embedded on each side of the blades. Looking at the small squad of white Zetsus that amounted up to 50 of them, Sasuke sighed lightly before muttering under his breath, "It seems that you guys have some bad luck, man. To think that of all people, you came to attack me, what a pity. For you, that is. For you, I don't even need to use my swords," Sasuke said before disappearing, the glow of his Sharingan being the only thing that the white Zetsus saw. The sound of chirping birds and thunder rang in their ears before Sasuke appeared on the other side, passing through all of them successfully. A moment later, the white Zetsus all fell to the ground, turning into trees. Suddenly, the voice of a male rang in Sasuke's ears. Isn't it Sasuke? Last time, I couldn't fight against you, Uchiha Hensuke and Sakura Haruno together, but now. I will defeat you." Sasuke was getting seriously annoyed at the blonde youngster in front of him who just couldn't stop saying, It was Deidara, who looked at Sasuke from above his clay eagle. "I have come prepared, face your death." However, Sasuke knew better than to lose time against that lunatic who loved explosions and lose time. Looking over Deidara, he said with a light smile, "You think you're the only one prepared? It seems it's time to use my secret technique." Giving Deidara his middle finger, Sasuke darted off, leaving nothing but smoke behind him. The blonde youngster in question was stunned for a few moments before noticing the situation. Did he just run away? That's. Sighing, the explosion lunatic couldn't help but find another target. Differently from the original timeline, he didn't have such a hatred to Sasuke nor his indifferent and cold eyes which derived from his fight against Itachi and being utterly defeated. Meanwhile, Naruto left a clone with Killer Bee, who got so bored he started rapping randomly. Even the clone couldn't stand him, so the clone pleaded to Naruto for them to go to the war, which Naruto agreed. He had bamboozled even his clones to go by his plans, without the clones even knowing. As for what would happen to his clone and what was his major role in his plan, it was yet to be discovered. But it certainly would be something which would make everything progress swiftly. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 128, War 3. Uchiha Madara had already made all of the reanimated Jinchurikis into his 6 paths of the Rinnegan. They were following him as they walked through the many tree branches which they passed by. Strangely enough, all of the reanimated Jinchurikis had their original eyes turned into Rinnegans. At that very same moment, bright rays of light shot towards the sky, eliminating all clouds around, as if to say that in front of them, everything and anything would collapse. Seeing that, Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes. What an intense pressure. Just who can cause such a blinding and powerful aura? However, that person probably can't last that for long. I should wait a bit more. When Madara is revived, it will be the right time to act. Using the mental link with Kabuto, he said while feeling impatient, we shouldn't waste time anymore. Put the plan of reviving Madara Uchiha to a start right now, make it on the land of the lightning, where the 4th Kazekage and the 3rd Tsuchikage are fighting against Mew. He was regularly updated by Kabuto regarding the war state, as such, he knew of the main fights. Kabuto narrowed his now snake-like eyes and seemed to be deep in thought before seeing Mew's situation. The man had half of his body sealed. The other half had escaped and was above a mountain. Kabuto nodded with an, before putting the plan to practice. He even started to think what Naruto's reaction would be. Upon seeing the power of Uchiha Madara, someone who he could never match in this life, he was doomed to be disappointed, of course. Meanwhile, within the Land of Lightning, Naruto's clone was dealing with Mu, the 4th division helping him closely behind, and in no time, Mu's body was sealed. The shinobis couldn't help but gasp, relief feeling their entire being. We won. Mu is sealed. Ha ha ha. Some even started dancing in happiness, not knowing the disaster going to fall upon them. Suddenly, one of the censor shinobi couldn't help but widen his eyes in fear before he shouted, "There's someone. There's someone here." No, there are two. Onoki and Gaara couldn't help but narrow their eyes. However, Onoki almost fell from his original position after seeing the man beside Mu, Madara. That is Uchiha Madara. What? Uchiha Madara? But isn't he on the other side of the battlefield? One of the shinobi couldn't help but yell. But Onoki quickly regained his composure before saying, "No, I have once seen Uchiha Madara personally. There's no doubt. This person in front of us, he's the real Madara." At the same time, Madara looked at his own body before casting a questioning gaze towards Mu. The man just smiled lightly. "We have made your body to be at its peak, of course." Madara gazed at him by the side of his eyes, which were a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingans. "My peak? Did you ever see my peak?" "Of course not. However, I'm curious to see the peak of you, Uchiha Madara." Kabuto's voice sounded through Emu's body, whose eyes became pure white, a sign that he was not in control of his own body anymore. Tamari couldn't help but frown, but the headquarters have reported that Madara has been spotted in the other side of the battlefield. Onoki also narrowed his old eyes lightly. If the true Uchiha Madara is here, who is the one behind the mask? However, they wouldn't have time to think, as at this time, Madara jumped down, his long hair flowing with the wind, as if to dance. And a dance was truly about to happen, one of Madara against the allied forces. Very well. Come at me. Some of the 4th division shinobi visibly trembled under Madara's bloody red-colored eyes staring right at their own. However, soon enough, he advanced and so did them. Madara rushed past tens of shinobis as others came with taijutsu towards him and they engaged him in a fight. Gaara hurriedly asked Naruto's clone, "How much time left, Naruto?" "Just wait a bit more," Naruto's clone said while pretending that he was struggling. A few moments later, he had a Rasengan on his hand, and at this very moment, Madara was pulled out of his Susanoo and received the full brunt of the attack. What a huge amount of energy! Madara muttered as steam came out of his right hand. Then, he proceeded to shock everyone with his Rinnegan. Without delay, he went back to the mountain and said, "Now, how will you deal with this?" The entire 4th division was covered by an immense shadow and all shinobis looked up, their trembling bodies noticing a huge meteor descending upon them, as if to annihilate them. And so it would do. The shinobis started to run away. After all, who was strong enough to deal with such a huge *SS meteor? But Onoki wanted to gain time for everyone. He couldn't help but shout, "It seems the time to redeem myself for my past deeds has come. Gaara, help me." "Hi." Gaara nodded, and with their combination, the meteor was successfully held back. However, they heard Madara chuckling lightly before he said, "Very well, brats. I will reward you. How will you fare against a second meteor?" The first meteor received the brunt force of the second meteor as Onoki was directly hit to the ground. Though his back pain was temporarily cured by Naruto, he just wasn't strong enough. Meanwhile, on the main division headquarters, Naruto, who stood in his tent with closed eyes, suddenly opened them. A surprised expression passed by his face before he smiled lightly. "It seems that my time to fight you has come, Uchiha Madara. I have long wanted to see how the person who was once the strongest is." Without delay, he appeared behind the 4th division shinobi and started walking calmly. His steps were slow, but they seemed to reverberate through the ears of all shinobis present. Turning around, their trembling eyes saw Naruto, whose body was slowly coated by Kurama's chakra. Madara's eyes also flashed by Naruto's body before smiling lightly. A worthy person has appeared. The clone's main body, it seems. As Naruto's body was fully coated by Kurama's chakra, his Uzukage's robe was flustering backwards due to the wind before he said, "Two meteors are indeed strong. However, they're not worth enough." In his hand, a book with a pitch-black colored aura surrounding it and white particles flickering every now and then appeared on his hand. Naruto's blonde hair slowly floated up as his light blue-colored eyes shone with a bright light. His words then rang in everyone's ears before Naruto raised his hands in a seemingly slow yet fast manner. "Disappear from this world." Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 129, War 4. Naruto slowly floated up before his hands touched the first meteor, and as soon as his hand made contact, a massive energy seemed to push against the meteor as it exploded. However, it didn't stop here, as the same happened with the second meteor. Raising his eyebrows lightly, Madara looked towards Naruto before he said, "Oh. It seems that the current Kyuubi's Jinchuriki isn't that bad. You're not half bad too, old man," Naruto said with a small smile as Madara's eyebrows twitched slightly. It was the first time someone ever called him an old man. It made him feel very old. Not that it isn't true, though. Then, Naruto smiled wildly. "Are we going to compete with if you have enough meteors to pull down or if I have enough chakra to destroy them all? I can do that the entire year." "No. You're a worthy opponent, yes. You dance almost as good as Hashirama." Let me test this." Mokuden, Jukai Koden would release. Advent of a world of flowering trees. Finishing the hand signs, an enormous amount of wood started advancing towards Naruto, who had all the 4th Division shinobi behind him. Raising his right hand lightly, Naruto smirked. "That's a pretty dope jutsu, isn't it? Well, I prefer doing simple things." Above Naruto's hand, a spherical-like mass of fire condensed, and without further warning, the blonde teenager pushed his hands forward. Madara looked down on Naruto from the place he was before saying, "Fire won't work on Mokuden, it isn't normal wood. Nor is my fire normal. Space-time god's fire," Naruto muttered in an inaudible tone as the fiery orange-colored fire turned black-whitish. It was akin to the Amaterasu but essentially different in both power and quality. It was one of his great advancements after these 2 months. His progress with space-time manipulation became faster and faster. He could now integrate it within every element, making it completely unique. Pushing his hands forward lightly, a stream of fire engulfed the woods and trees coming down his way. The heat was so intense that even the Kaden which Madara used before looked like a fire lit in a fire pit. "Ha ha ha. Brat, it seems you're really strong. Yes, dance more. Dance better," Madara yelled, feeling his blood boiling for a fight, a worthy fight. Naruto embraced himself before looking at Madara weirdly. "Oi, you old man, I don't swing that way. I know you and Hashirama had a thing or two, but to think it was this deep. Bro, calm down." The 4th Division shinobis behind Naruto. Madara, who was laughing madly upon seeing Naruto, stopped with his mouth wide open. He looked so disappointed that it wouldn't be different from saying his non-existent wife cheated on him. Descending, Madara's feet touched the ground as the two of them stared at each other for a second. Tension rose to the air before Madara advanced, and within an instant, he was already in front of Naruto. The long-haired man punched as Naruto raised his left arm, blocking the blow successfully before doing a high kick. Sweeping his leg, Madara similarly raised his left arm, but the force was so strong that he was directly thrown away. However, it seemed his arm wasn't intact. Looking over the arm that had completely disappeared but quickly came back, Madara muttered, "It seems this new body of mine is much weaker." Madara wasn't one to underestimate worthy opponents. Staring down towards Naruto, 5 clones appeared beside him. He said, "Do you want my clones with Susanoo or not?" A blue-colored aura rose from his body before a gigantic armored body covered him. It was a perfect Susanoo. Seeing it, Naruto couldn't help but smile. "Oh, I return the same question to you." Instantly, hundreds of clones appeared beside Naruto as Madara's brows furrowed. The clones have a monstrous amount of chakra. "Do you want my clones with Kyuubi mode or not?" Naruto said before each and all of the clones rose with an illusory yet gigantic fox-like head that covered their bodies. Just then, Madara's body started disappearing. "I'm being summoned to another place. It seems that we will have to fight on another occasion, one that you certainly won't like. Let me give you a parting gift." Raising his perfect Susanoo arm, an enormous blue-colored blade appeared within its hands before it slashed down. Everyone thought they were doomed. That blade would certainly decimate all of them. Naruto muttered. He expected more of Uchiha Madara, to be honest. Looking at the blade that was just a few inches from hitting him, Naruto used his index and middle finger, grabbing the blade in the middle of each finger. The wind howled and danced wildly due to the blade's sheer pressure after it was caught by Naruto's fingers. A shockwave spread through a few dozens of meters, but it wasn't anything serious. Madara's body completely disappeared and then appeared beside Obito's side. The man had his mask cracked by Naruto's clone and was having a hella hard fight against the 2 Jinchurikis. A few more moments passed as the Jubi was successfully spawned by Madara and Obito, and everything else was going according to the original timeline. It wasn't time yet for Naruto to start up with his plan. His clone had given enough Kyuubi chakra to the Jubi to speed up a bit. And it was currently charging an enormous Bijudama. Naruto couldn't help but smile lightly as he felt someone quickly approaching them. Just as the enormous Bijudama which overshadowed mountains was near them, it simply disappeared. Am I late? A blond man with light blue-colored hair said as his Hokage's robe flustered by the wind. Seeing him, Naruto couldn't help but feel warm emotions filling his heart. I guess even I learned how to forgive and love. He did feel hate towards that father of his years ago, however. He was a new person right now, both in maturity and personality. Smiling, Naruto said, "Just in time, Dad." Sakura, who was at the side, felt like asking who the man was for some reason. She knew who he is, however, there was an incredible urge to ask who he is. Soon after, Hashirama, Tobirama and Hiruzen appeared beside Minato as the white-haired Kage said, "It seems that you're really fast, fourth." A shinobi couldn't help but widen his eyes, the 4 Hokages. They're here. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 130, War 5. Minato looked towards Naruto with a complicated gaze and panicked slightly after seeing the latter approaching him. He couldn't help but think, I have finally met him with a physical body, what should I do? Hug him. I never thought that being a father would be so complicated. The poor blonde man was having a mental breakdown despite his smiling face. He was extremely confused, but the overwhelming feeling of happiness he felt when looking towards Naruto wasn't something Minato could put with words. At the same time, Naruto almost froze on the spot after seeing Minato despite saying these words a few moments ago. When looking towards the blonde man who is his father, Naruto couldn't help but feel warmness in his heart. Naruto never thought he would ever forgive Minato, not to mention feel happy when seeing the man. It was hard to describe, but Naruto knew what that was. It was happiness you felt when seeing someone you desired to see after a long while, something you only feel when you see your family. Approaching Minato, the blonde youngster smirked, raising his fist. As if knowing what it meant, the 4th Hokage similarly raised his fist as one touched the other, seemingly transmitting their feelings to each other. Hiruzen also had a complicated gaze inside after seeing that Naruto was using Akage's robe but not the Hokage one. The old man knew he was a failure of a grandfather and similarly, a failure of a Hokage. It seems that Orochimaru did his job well since the 4 of you are here. Naruto said towards the reanimated Hokages. Hashirama and Tobirama looked towards Naruto before nodding lightly. At the same time, Madara saw Hashirama and excitedly stood up. Hashirama. You're finally here. I will deal with you later, for now, I will deal with this thing here. Hashirama pointed towards Madara, whose expression took a 180 degrees. His widened mouth seemed to yell his disappointment. It was as if his non-existent wife had cheated on him. Ha ha ha. Naruto laughed loudly when seeing that before turning towards the Jubi, who was trapped by Hashirama. What an interesting summon. The first Hokage lives up to his name, indeed. But, things are getting bored. If things gets a bit more boring, I'll just revive Otsutsuki Kagaya by myself and see her memories. This is my objective, after all. We can hold on for a good amount of time. Now, go. Hashirama yelled before opening an entrance to the place where they trapped the Jubi. The shinobis roared before going there. It was also at this time that 2 persons stopped beside Naruto. It was Sakura, who said with a short smile, "Mistus, Naruto. Life as the Uzukage is probably good, isn't it?" Sasuke held the 2 swords, Kiba, in his hands as lightning was continuously channeled there. It was unknown how it was obtained, but his eyes were now Mangekyo Sharingans. Looking towards Naruto by the side of his eyes, he said, "I'm going to utterly destroy the Jubi, what about you?" His Mangekyo Sharingan also seemed to have extra patterns. Naruto couldn't help but sigh while thinking, Shisui. Not saying anything, Naruto unsheathed his sword as an aura rose from his body, giving an overbearing feeling. Naruto was sure that while Shisui didn't die, his eyes had become completely blind, thus he gave his eyes to Sasuke. Smirking, Naruto advanced along with Sasuke and Sakura. Out of sudden, a mutation occurred as many mini-Jubis appeared, as if to defend the main body. Sasuke, Sakura, I want each of you to go through one side, I'll go through here. Go through the left and the right, we will attack each side of the Jubi. Naruto said as the 2 of them nodded. They had gotten accustomed to going through the blonde youngster's instructions as they were always right. Cutting through one of the mini-Jubis like it was paper, Naruto advanced, and as if the Jubi felt danger from him, a huge amount of mini-Jubis went to intercept him. Smirking, Naruto said, "You think this is enough to stop me? How foolish, very, very foolish." Tapping his right foot lightly on the ground, Naruto muttered, "Suiten, Mizu no Ryaiki. Water release, domain of water." From his body as the epicenter, water started spreading through the ground before enveloping a huge area. Strangely enough, it helped the shinobi around as spikes of water started shooting from the water, piercing and killing the mini Jubas. Looking at the mini Jubas that fell around him, Naruto frowned lightly before feeling that Obito, who was at the top of Jubi, was defeated by his father, Minato. Black Zetsu was trying to take over Obito's body and revive Madara, however, the man didn't give up and fought against the former's control. Soon after, Minato slashed with his special kunai as Obito fell to the ground. Sasuke approached them before saying, "Now, all left is to seal the reanimated Madara and the war is won." "Who said that? The war is won," Obito muttered under his breath before the Jubi was completely absorbed by him. A white cocoon stopped in the middle of the sky before cracking sounds were heard. Like fragile glass, it broke as the image of Obito. At the same time as a fight broke out against the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto appeared within his own mindscape. Looking towards the huge fox that was laying there, seemingly asleep, he said, "Kusan, you know the plan, right?" "TCH. Of course I know, Kit. But know that I'm not doing this to help you have what you want. I'm just doing this because it's fun, you know. It's fun. Yes, it's just because it's fun." Kurama yelled again and again, as if to reassure himself. 9 tails worth of chakra isn't anything to me, HMPH. Kurama yelled once again before his body started to get thinner and thinner. Naruto nodded before putting all of that chakra within his clone, that had no difference from an actual Jinchuriki. It didn't take long before Obito was defeated and the rest went like the original timeline. Sasuke was killed, and was talking with Hagoromo. Madara had officially become the 10 tails Jinchuriki as Gaara and Sakura started to heal Naruto. At the same time, the fight of Meidagai and 10 tails Jinchuriki Madara broke out. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 131, War 6. At the same time Meidagai started fighting against 10 tails Jinchuriki Madara, Sasuke found himself within a dark space. Looking around, Sasuke felt frustrated that he couldn't stop Madara before he got even stronger. "Don't be troubled by such thoughts, child." An old voice sounded within his head, and before he could notice, an old man with pale skin and a white-colored robe appeared in front of him. In the middle of his forehead stood a Rinneharingan-like mark and both of his eyes were Rinnegans. "I'm sure that by now, you have noticed that within you, another chakra stood by, deep in sleep. That is my son, Indra Otsutsuki, and through the centuries, his chakra has reincarnated countless times. You're his reincarnation," the old man said, and after looking at him, Sasuke's mind trembled lightly. He could recognize the old man in front of him as Hagoromo. Seeing that Sasuke didn't say anything, Hagoromo nodded before continuing, "The world is in a state of war due to the previous reincarnation of Indra, Uchiha Madara. I won't lie to you, his objective is putting the world into the strongest genjutsu that ever existed, the infinite Tsukuyomi. It will trap everyone within it in an endless world of dreams, but the main objective is..." Hagoromo kept talking and talking. Sasuke was getting slightly bored but decided not to say anything. Things got interesting after Hagoromo started talking about his past, mentioning Kagaya Otsutsuki, the rabbit goddess. What made Sasuke shocked was, in fact, Kagaya's husband, a goddess. AFC King Goddess. She had a son with a mortal who doesn't even have chakra. What is up with that dog's tea luck? Sasuke couldn't help but look up towards the now non-existent sky while feeling the world had no more warmth anymore. It indeed didn't have. Even Hagoromo felt like that when he grew up. Suddenly, a mischievous voice sounded behind him. "Yo, old man. I think you've been doing great since the last time we met. You're even talking with Sasuke, couldn't you bring me here too? I feel so hurt, my feelings." "God no," Hagoromo thought while praying to the gods he doesn't even know if they exist. In the past months, Naruto has continuously come to bother him. His peaceful life overlooking the shinobi world and being sure nothing that can affect it completely happens was broken. Single quote. "Is my presence so unwanted?" Naruto exclaimed. Without hesitation, Hagoromo said, "Yes." The dignified sage of the 6 paths was so shameless, they thought to themselves while sighing. After that, Naruto looked towards Hagoromo annoyingly. "Old man, go to hell. Oh, you can't do that because you're a benevolent sage who overlooks the old. Just do your job and awaken the Indra chakra within Sasuke. Also, don't need to give me half of your chakra, I can awaken Ashura's chakra by myself. Give all the chakra to Sasuke so that he can awaken 2 Rinnegans instead of 1. Naruto said as not only Sasuke but even Hagoromo was shocked. "Your Ashura reincarnation," Sasuke exclaimed. He did have a faint feeling that Naruto was its reincarnation from Hagoromo's explanation, but it still shocked him. Single quote dot dot dot. I will just do what you say but with one condition. Hagoromo spat these words, his sage-like appearance seemed to be very helpless. Hearing what the old man said, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle. Hey, I'll promise you, but what if I break the promise? Old man, you're old and stupid. Poor Hagoromo, the man wouldn't even be able to live at peace. Naruto nodded lightly while Sasuke felt moved by that. He knew what the awakening of a Rinnegan meant. His strength would improve several times, however, Sasuke also understood that it was useless for Naruto. Looking towards the youngster who is his best friend, Sasuke couldn't help but smile lightly. Raising his fist lightly, the black-haired youngster smirked as their fists touched. Are you sure? Aren't you afraid that I will get stronger than you with that? Be careful or you'll be easily defeated by me. Seeing Sasuke's proud expression, Naruto's sweat dropped before clicking his tongue as he said, Oh. It seems that you forgot all these years ago, tch, should I revive the memory of the fist of defeat to you? Hagoromo, who watched the two bickering around and laughing, couldn't help but smile gently. He saw his two sons within these two youngsters and it did make the old man's heart be filled with warmth. At the same time, his hand touched Sasuke's head as Hagoromo quietly awakened Indra's chakra and gave all of his chakra to the black-haired youngster. In an instant, he disappeared from the space he was in and appeared back on his body. Now, go away. You have annoyed me more than you should. Hagoromo said, but his words contained warmth. It seems that Naruto reminded him a lot of Ashura, though not so simple-minded and kind. Naruto smiled lightly before awakening the Ashura's chakra within himself as he similarly disappeared from the space. Seeing that, Hagoromo sighed before a serious expression appeared on his aged face. I hope that you can stop Uchiha Madara before my mother is revived. The game that Black Zetsu is playing has been going for too long. Meanwhile, the fight between Uchiha Madara and Meidagai went just like the original reality. Just as Madara was going to kill the bull-haired man, a sword made out of crystal like ice shot, stopping the truth-seeking ball. It resisted my truth-seeking ball. Madara muttered. He knew that only someone with 6 paths senjutsu could resist them in his current state. However, a sword made out of ice actually blocked it. A youngster had appeared, his long, black-colored hair fluttered as he appeared beside Meidagai. Kakashi looked at him while feeling slightly shocked. Even the current him wasn't a match to Ten Tails Jinchuriki Madara. It had to be known that his current strength far surpassed the cages and that even if they all teamed up, he would easily defeat them. The current Madara far surpassed himself. Kakashi was shocked by Haku's display of power. Meanwhile, Haku's original Toad mode was completely different. From the side of his eyes, blue-colored markings spread, covering his body with a scale-like armor. Haku's Hyoten had completely mutated, bringing changes to his Sage mode as well. Looking towards Meidagai's body, which was completely burned, Haku sighed because the best he could do was to delay Meidagai's imminent death. At this time, his once gentle gaze turned towards Madara, deep intent to kill appeared as they became cold as ice. You did something you shouldn't have done. At your current state, I really can't deal with you, however, the three of us can. Haku, who was usually quiet, said with a voice that was vicious like a demon. Two silhouettes flashed, appearing beside him. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 132, War 7. Suddenly, Naruto and Sasuke appeared beside Haku. Looking towards Meidagai, Naruto waved his hands as the coal-like body of Meidagai reversed, no injuries found anymore. Sasuke's eyes were a pair of Rinnegans, however, the color was different. The usually purple coloration of it was now bright golden colored and there were 6 tomos on each of his eyes. I remember the sword that pierced my heart, Uchiha Madara. Don't worry, I will return it to you soon enough. Sasuke said calmly as his eyes seemed to glow lightly. Naruto didn't really change, however, he did use the 6 paths senjutsu as his new senjutsu wasn't required right now. Looking towards Madara, he entered Kurama mode along with the 6 paths senjutsu. A fiery, bright yellow-colored aura covered his body as his hair floated upwards. Behind him stood 10 truth-seeking balls, one of them condensed in a sword that was held by himself. Looking over Madara, he said with a mischievous smile, Yo, my old friend. It seems you forgot about the beating I gave you not too long ago, shall I beat ya ass again? As for Haku, he just muttered lightly as an illusory, crystal-like statue of ice with woman-like features covered him. Kuraukami's senjutsu, Ice Colossus. Instantly, a fight broke out between the 4 of them. Naruto instantly appeared in front of Madara before punching out. The now white-haired man smirked. His limbo shadows went towards Naruto, however, as if expecting it, Naruto waved his hands lightly as it was easily blocked. Surprised, Well, it's not only me who can see it, old man. It seems your trump card was lost. How do you feel knowing that? Naruto said as his smile widened ever so slightly as he questioned. Sasuke and Haku felt speechless. Naruto had a weird taste in provoking his opponents. Madara frowned but didn't say anything, just focused on dodging before thinking to himself, without my second Rinnegan, I won't be able to win against them. I will need to get it from Obito. Suddenly, the air started taking the shape of a whirlwind as Obito appeared beside him. It was Black Zetsu who was controlling the man. It was also Naruto's careful plan who made it, wounding Obito to the point where he just wouldn't be able to resist Black Zetsu control. That's bad, Sasuke exclaimed as his golden-colored Rinnegan shone brightly. In his hands, a white-colored flame appeared, seemingly the ability of his right eye. Seeing that, Sasuke nodded. So this is the ability of my right eye. I guess so. Burn everything, Fuji. Waving his hand, the white-colored flame took the shape of spikes before shooting towards Black Zetsu. However, Madara blocked it but his arm was completely obliterated. Soon enough, it regenerated, though. Whoa, Sasuke, this flame is even stronger than that one you had. What was its name? Amaterasu, right, Naruto said while feeling that the flame had special powers beside burning, it was filled with vitality. Sasuke smirked but soon, his smile disappeared as he saw that Madara now had 2 Rinnegans. His attack had failed. Haku narrowed his eyes lightly before several blue-colored, crystal-like swords made out of ice appeared behind him. Just then, meteors started falling endlessly from the sky. Looking towards it, he said without looking back, leave the meteors to me, I can deal with them. Sasuke-san, I hope you can deal with the shadows while Naruto-sama stops Madara from doing whatever he wants to do. Though unexpected that Haku would say that, Naruto secretly thanked space-time that this happened. Currently, Sasuke was at the same level as Madara, so he would be able to stop the infinite Tsukuyomi culprit. Luckily, Sasuke nodded and went to deal with the limbo shadows. As Naruto rejoiced, he slowed his speed by a good amount. No matter what he tried, Madara was able to dodge and kick Naruto back. Standing high in the sky, Madara suddenly tore off his horn as a Rinne appeared within his forehead. Sasuke secretly cursed Naruto before saying, "This is bad. Come to my Susanoo, this is bad, really bad." Without further warning, Sasuke covered both Naruto and Haku instantly but couldn't cover Kakashi as Madara's voice rang, "Let the world of dreams begin." Mugen Tsukuyomi. Trees starting sprouting from the ground endlessly as people were slowly covered by silk-like threads. At a part of the battlefield where the white Zetsu, Tobi, was wreaking havoc, Hinata was destroying many of the wood statue's hands but suddenly, the wood statue fell to the ground as Tobi yelled, "It's finally here." A few moments later, Madara stood still in the ground as Sasuke said, "This genjutsu is too complicated. Even if it's you, you would fall to it, Naruto, Haku." Naruto nodded with a serious expression but thought to himself, "It's here. My plan has come to its climax. Kagaya, I summon thee." Kurama, who knew his thoughts, felt speechless before roaring inside his mind, "Kit, do you think Kagaya is a Pokemon for you to summon her? Don't forget that this is only happening so early because I helped you in the start, HMPH. TCH, so Tsunere." Naruto clicked his tongue in an annoyed manner. But then, he thought of something before exclaiming inwardly, "Wait, what is a Pokemon?" Kurama, I don't know either. After going out of the Susanoo, Haku, Naruto and Sasuke stared at Madara as the latter started spouting some BS about being the world savior and all. Naruto watched his Tao of *TTING with great attention in the hope of advancing his own. He was horrible at lying, after all. Suddenly, Black Zetsu pierced Madara's heart as it also started spouting some BS and similarly, Naruto watched with great interest as the possessed Obito said, "I'm not your will, Madara. I'm Kagaya's will." Madara's body started to swell up as more and more chakra was absorbed inside his body. It was such a huge amount of chakra that even Naruto felt threatened, however, his smile widened ever so slightly. Soon enough, another figure took place as a woman of godly features appeared, her long hair floated backwards. With every step, the pressure increased as Sasuke couldn't help but sweat a bit, however, Naruto couldn't help but smile widely. "Ha ha ha, it was as I thought, Otsutsuki Kagaya, the rabbit goddess. So powerful, ha ha ha." Naruto laughed loudly as he uttered these words, his eyes seemed to shine brightly as he cut the hair which was attacking him. "Only a god can kill a god, did you ever hear that, Otsutsuki Kagaya?" Naruto said as his smile widened once again. Looking towards Kagaya, whose eyes narrowed upon seeing him and then Sasuke, who frowned after hearing Naruto's words. Could it be that Naruto still has a trump card? Sasuke narrowed his golden-colored rinegons as he easily cut the hair attacking him. Suddenly, an immense pressure came from Naruto as his fiery, bright yellow-colored chakra cloak changed. His appearance was kept the same, however, his chakra cloak maintained its fiery effect but was pitch black colored with white colored occasionally flickering around him. Behind him, the 10 truth-seeking balls converged on a single one that took an 8-lying shape, as if it was infinite. Naruto's pupils also changed from the slit and toad-like pupils, becoming an 8-lying shape. Its previously bright yellow coloration also changed, becoming a deep red, which was influenced by Kurama's cloak. Haku, I hope you can stand back. You've become very powerful, indeed, however. You won't be of help in this fight. Naruto said, though his words were harsh, Haku knew it was the truth, as such, he retreated. There was a kind of majesty to Naruto's words, as if a god had descended down from the celestial world. Then, Naruto muttered under his breath, Infinity, Godhood. The one who governs everything descends and takes back his throne and overlooks the world. I know the words were very chuny-like but honestly, I had to do some badassery for him at that moment. For those interested, Jiku Senjutsu stands for Space-Time Senjutsu. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 133, War 8. How they say it. Ah, yes, let the game begin. Naruto said while chuckling lightly. Black Zetsu had left the Obito body, which was limp in the ground, as if he was dead. Naruto walked forward lightly yet he immediately appeared beside the man. You were batshit crazy due to what happened decades ago from what I know. Eluded by a baseless dream and manipulated by Madara, your crimes won't be wiped out but you're the friend of my brother and once a member of my father's team. Your punishment will be done later, for now. Rest. Naruto thought to himself before touching Obito's head as the man disappeared. Kagaya frowned lightly upon seeing Naruto while feeling strange. Mother. Between the two of them, the one you must worry the most is Uzumaki Naruto, his strength is unknown. Killing him first is the best option. Black Zetsu muttered with deep hate within his voice, it still remembered the scene of around a year ago. My objective is to absorb their chakra. Kagaya slowly said but Black Zetsu shook his head which was hidden underneath Kagaya's sleeves. It won't be of use if you're sealed once again, mother. Everything would have been in vain. With a light nod, Kagaya agreed with Black Zetsu. Naruto's body gave a strange kind of oppression, one that came from the depths of her bones and she had to admit it did scare her a bit. Oh, it seems that the Black Zetsu over there fears you quite a bit, Naruto. Sasuke said while smirking. His golden-colored rinnegan seemed to shine slightly as Kagaya advanced. Naruto didn't say anything as he observed the gray-colored bones sprouting from Kagaya's back. Suddenly, they shot towards both him and Sasuke. Naruto transformed one of the truth-seeking balls into a longsword as he slashed, cutting through the bones like they were made of butter. The bones had a certain resistance to the truth-seeking longsword. However, it also mean they're of a lower kind of nature transformation, probably of 3 elements at once. It does remind me of that white-haired dude, Kimimaro. Naruto thought with narrowed eyes. We'll need to separate them first, mother. Black Zetsu said as Kagaya followed his suggestion, opening a space-time rift. She pushed her hand through it and tried to grab Sasuke. Something so low-leveled like this won't work on me, old hag. Sasuke said as he easily avoided the hand. Looking right towards Kagaya, he muttered, Amaterasu. The sound of burning flesh was heard as the Amaterasu hit Kagaya, yet the woman didn't seem to care as they were slowly absorbed by her. Knowing that going through space-time rifts won't work, Kagaya decided to simply warp dimensions. Feeling a clear change in dimensions forcefully pulling him, Naruto raised his eyebrows lightly. That is the ability of her Rinne Sharingan. Interesting, 5 dimensions from what I've felt and she can forcefully pull others there. Naruto snapped his fingers lightly as he cancelled Kagaya's abilities before saying with a playful and mischievous smile, Aya, what is that? I accidentally snapped my fingers and it cancelled your space-time ability, tch. Aren't you a bit old to play, hag? The rabbit goddess frowned upon noticing that as she thought, these are the reincarnation of Ashura and Indra yet I can see Hagoromo within one and Hagoromo within the other. Since warping the dimensions or the space-time rifts won't work on either of them, I'll do this. Advancing as the air shifted slightly wherever she passed, Kagaya waved her hand as several big hands made out of pure chakra went to attack both Sasuke and Naruto. The former warned the blonde youngster, from what I've noticed, ninjutsu won't work on her, she can absorb chakra. Naruto nodded lightly as he punched one of the hands, that instantly shattered like glass under his punch. However, many others followed the previous one as they tried to break Naruto. What are you waiting for, Sasuke? Don't tell you've become stupid over the years, stop holding back already. Naruto smirked as the hands around him shattered instantly. I don't accept this from someone who is doing the same, Naruto. Stop holding back already, loser. Sasuke also smirked as the aura around them seemed to intensify ever so slightly. His golden-colored rinnegan shined brightly as he started walking alongside Naruto. FCK off. Naruto said before stepping out. It was just a normal step, yet he instantly appeared beside Kagaya. Waving his right hand, Naruto managed to cut the arm which Black Zetsu was hiding within. Don't worry, you won't have time to stay with your mother, dear Black Zetsu. Let's utterly destroy her, Sasuke. Sasuke didn't say anything, but the smile that was on his face was obviously a sign that he agreed. As if he teleported, Sasuke appeared in front of Kagaya before punching her right in the face. His speed couldn't be said to be anything but tremendous. Kagaya didn't even react till she was already flying away. However, her thoughts stopped there as Naruto appeared behind her and with a kick, she was sent upwards. Not wanting to be a soccer ball, Kagaya quickly summoned the gray-colored bones, but surprisingly, it couldn't even pierce Sasuke's skin as the black-haired youngster muttered, Kojin Ra. Amaterasu and Fuji fused together as a silver-colored flame appeared within his hands. Enten, Kagutsuchi. A barrier of flames erupted in the forms of silver-colored, fiery spikes as they pierced Kagaya's body. At that instant, Sasuke yelled, Naruto, you said only a god could kill a god, right? This means you've attained a power similar to that, do it. Naruto appeared behind Kagaya once again and was about to slash the woman's head when at the last moment, she managed to avoid. However, half of her body was cut. To kill her, the head needs to be separated and then, burned to nothingness. Now she's nothing but a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. My power nulls any kind of regeneration, but to kill her, her head needs to be separated and burned to nothingness. Suddenly, Kagaya's separated body started to regenerate and transformate. Naruto frowned and felt an intense power coming from it. It'll be dangerous if that happens. But now that I've hit her, I can already see her memories. As such, she's not necessary anymore. Just as Naruto was about to act, Sasuke didn't lose any time as silver-colored flames erupted and burning Kagaya's transformation instantly. The blonde youngster couldn't help but nod. Powerful flames. The fusion of them is as powerful as mine, but since Sasuke didn't attain the so-called godhood yet, he can't kill her. Sayonara, Otsutsuki Kagaya. Naruto said before waving his hands as a black-colored flame with white spots flickering within it engulfed Kagaya. The woman who was revered and feared as the rabbit goddess had died at that instant. Nice job, Naruto. Sasuke gave thumbs up to him as his golden-colored rinnegan reverted back to normal. It seems I can control when I want it to activate it or not. Nice, isn't it? Hey. At that time, Hagoromo appeared in front of them before looking complicatedly towards the place where Kagaya died. Not even ashes remained, however, he knew that was for the best. Minato and all Bijus appeared and surrounded them as Shukaku said, the prophecy was true in the end, Gigi. The day where we would be with a blue-eyed mischievous brat was true, in the end. Yo, Shukaku, how have you been? Also, what about you, Kusan? Did you miss me while you were out? Naruto said as Kurama roared. The Bijus around couldn't help but laugh at the fluffy fox Tsunere-like personality. Even Hagoromo, Sasuke and Minato laughed lightly. All of a sudden, Kurama's other half became serious before he said, Naruto, my other half inside you were guarding that for a special moment, and that moment has finally arrived. At that very same moment, Naruto froze as he saw an agglomeration of light suddenly take form as a woman with long, red-colored hair appeared beside Minato. Time seemed to pass in slow motion as Naruto felt both the woman and Minato hugging him. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 134, After the War 1. That was a dirty move, Kusan. Naruto commented while feeling the warmth of the hug he just received. These two were his parents, they were dead ever since he was born, and despite all the grievances Naruto had in his heart, he let it go through the years. His mother, Kushina Uzumaki, smiled gently upon seeing her son's stunned expression in his conversation with Kurama. Looking towards him, she couldn't help but feel a bit emotional before sighing as she said, I'm sorry that we couldn't be with you all these years, dear. But since we have this short amount of time, I want to know everything about you. Did you eat well? Did you train well? Also, did you have many friends up to now? Most importantly, did you get a girlfriend? Kushina asked as her eyes seemed to shine ever so slightly while throwing a barrage of questions. Naruto felt slightly overwhelmed but couldn't help but smile. Scratching the back of his head embarrassedly, Naruto didn't really know where to start. There were just so many things to say, but he decided to start from the beginning. As he talked and talked, Kushina smiled softly and so did Minato. Naruto knew they would rage if they knew what he suffered, so the blonde youngster didn't talk about it except what a Jinchuriki usually passed through. I don't have a big amount of friends, but the ones I have, I think that it is enough to fill my heart, right? They weren't the friends I asked but were certainly the ones I needed, haha. Naruto said while chuckling. Kushina flickered his forehead as he mumbled in pawn but felt a surge of warmth flooding his heart. The red-haired woman scolded with a serious face. What friends you asked? You don't ask for friends, got it? It's good that you have such good friends, but most importantly, what about a girlfriend? In fact, I have two. Naruto said bashfully while pointing his nose right towards the sky with a proud-filled tone. Since neither Hinata nor Karen were there, he decided to act shamelessly. Hagoromo, Sasuke and the now conscious Obito. Kushina and Minato. Snapping out of her daze, Kushina gave a death glare towards Naruto, two girlfriends. God, my son grew up as a womanizer. I'm sure he inherited that from you, Minato. It's your fault. Faced with an unreasonable woman, Minato could only smile while sweating a bit before he said, ahahaha. Kushina, you know I never was a womanizer, it's just that our son is so handsome. It's only natural for that to happen. Hearing that, Kushina's previous anger dissipated as similarly to Naruto, she pointed her nose right towards the sky before saying with a proud-filled voice, that's right. My son is so handsome that he has two girls. It's only natural, that's right. Our son, Minato mumbled in a low tone, his voice akin to a mosquito. Did you say something? Kushina looked towards Minato with a kind smile, her hair fluttered upwards as a fiery, dangerous aura appeared all around her. Minato flinched before quickly saying, no, no. I mean, your son, yeah, your son. Seeing their interactions, Naruto's sweat dropped before he said while clicking his tongue in wonder, tch, to think you were such a spineless person, father. I guess I did just right in mocking you. Respect your father, brat. Kushina said, but her gaze agreed more and more with Naruto. Faced with the duo, Minato lowered his head while feeling there was no warmth in the world anymore. Ah, that's right. Mother, I've rebuilt Uzushiogakure, I'm now the Nanadaime Uzukage and the current clan head of the Uzumaki clan. How? Awesome, right, Naruto said with pride. Minato saw his Uzukage robe but didn't think too much, but now that he mentioned, the reanimated Hokage said, so that's what that cage robe was from. I don't remember Uzushiogakure having so many cages before you, though. It's because the last Uzukage who wrote that latter said he was the sixth Uzukage, so I just ended up calling myself the Nanadaime Uzukage. Naruto scratched the back of his head embarrassedly as both Kushina and Minato's sweat dropped. Even Sasuke, Hagoromo and Obito felt that Naruto took that too lightly, that was a cage, for God's sake. Kushina sighed heavily before saying with downcast eyes, when I was transferred to Konoha to become the next Jinchuriki, I was too young, and even if I wanted to, by the time Uzushiogakure was destroyed, I couldn't do anything. At least now it will prosper, I believe in you, dear. Though it was just a small part of my soul, I remember our conversation inside of Kurama, is that his name? Don't forget that we'll always support you no matter what you do because you're our son. Minato smiled gently as he caressed Naruto's head, the blonde youngster didn't reject it. It's a pity that I won't be able to see how the new Uzushiogakure is doing and that we won't be able to see our grandchildren. To think that it was just the blink of an eye and yet, you're already so tall. Kushina muttered, her eyes seemed a little lost after coming to that conclusion. Minato also sighed while Hagoromo, Sasuke, Haku and Obito just kept themselves out of their conversation. At this time, both Kushina and Minato's body started disintegrating in white-colored particles. Hagoromo said shortly, the caster has deactivated the Edo Tensei which reanimated the four cages. Kushina's soul is also running out strength and will soon return to that place. Naruto knew that even he couldn't do anything and bring back the dead completely yet. As such, he just nodded weakly, even though Naruto knew his parents were dead, seeing them here, practically alive and yet leaving was a huge blow. Father, mother, I'm not strong enough, but when I get strong enough, I'll bring you back so that you can see me, your daughters-in-law and your future grandchildren, okay? Naruto said while tearing up a bit. I'll be doing just right, I'll be sure to create them right because I'm sure this is how I would have been created by you too. I'll miss you too, Naruto said as both Kushina and Minato smiled warmly, their bodies disappearing completely as white-colored particles rose to the sky. Wiping the tears out of his face, Naruto felt Sasuke patting the back of his head. The black-haired youngster, whose eyes had returned to normal as he deactivated his Rinnegan, said, I know you'll miss them but at least that will be temporary, Also, you still have Hinata and Karen. Not to mention me, Haku, Sakura, Kakashi, etc. Naruto nodded lightly before the infinite Tsukuyomi was deactivated. Suddenly, the blonde youngster looked towards a certain direction where a certain black-colored creature with golden-colored eyes was trying to run. You're not escaping, Black Zetsu. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 135, After the War 2. No, please don't. Black Zetsu cried out after feeling his body being slowly pulled towards Naruto. It looked like an invisible hand grabbed it, dragging it away. Naruto's eyes scared it to no end. A black abyss that seemed to devour everything and anything. Even Hagoromo couldn't help but pity Black Zetsu's fate as he saw it was locked by a strange force. Looking towards Naruto, he said, "Fulfill your promise, reincarnation of Ashura. I won't interfere any longer, now, I will return to the spiritual plane. TCH, don't worry, old man. In no time, I'll be scaring you to death even though you're already dead." Naruto thought to himself with a mischievous smile. Hey, what will we do with him? I mean, he's the main culprit of the war with the exception of Black Zetsu. Though he was manipulated, the amount of casualties is just huge. Sasuke said with a frown, truth to be told, if not because he knows that Obito is Kakashi's childhood friend, he would instantly kill Obito. The latter sighed before saying, what I did was unforgivable and nothing in the world can revive the countless deaths caused by me. It doesn't matter what you choose, I'll comply, and even if you ask me to use my own life as a punishment, I will do it. Naruto shook his head slightly before saying, you're still Nisan friend but also my parents' murderer. Dying is a bad punishment, in your lifetime, you'll serve under Uzushiogakure, that's all. Just that, Obito thought while furrowing his brows before nodding. He understood that Naruto was making things easier for him. He bent his body down before saying, I thank you for your help, Naruto. If this is how you wish me to redeem myself, I'll serve under Uzushiogakure. Seeing that, Sasuke and Haku couldn't help but sigh as they also understood Naruto was making things easier. The black-haired youngster sighed once again before he said speechlessly, you're weird, Naruto. Anyway, the infinite Tsukuyomi has been released and now we must calm everyone down. What are you going to do from now on? I guess I'll open Uzushiogakure for anyone that want to live inside it and live leisurely. That reminds me, do you want to live on Uzushiogakure as well? You and Sakura, you know. Naruto said while giving a side glance to Sasuke, who thought for a bit before nodding. Haku smiled before he quickly said, now that I've finished my training, I can go back and live at Uzushiogakure as well, Naruto-sama. I'll be able to help you with everything there. Giving Haku thumbs up, Naruto smirked before saying, your Hyoden has gone a mutation and I know why that is happening. I'll help you understand that energy later, how? Nodding, Naruto's body floated up before he said in a tone that was neither loud nor low, it was just normal. However, his voice seemed to pass through the air and fix itself deep onto the mind of every single person in the world. The infinite Tsukuyomi released by Uchiha Madara released a major threat to the world, the rabbit goddess who is also known as Otsutsuki Kagaya. She has been killed by the Nanadime Uzukage known as Naruto Uzumaki and Uchiha Sasuke. The war has been won. Through these last words, cries of victory rang with sorrow yet happiness-filled feelings. Many lost their families in that war and knowing that it has been won at least reassured them that their families had been avenged. Naruto smirked before his voice was transmitted to them. I, Naruto Uzumaki, also announce that Uzushiogakure will be officially open to anyone who enters it. People who lost their family in the war will have extra care for a specific amount of time. Children who can't take care of themselves will be put in our many orphanages. With the message transmitted, he stopped talking. Meanwhile, on the place where Tsunade was put in the infinite Tsukuyomi, the fifth Hokage woke up groggily before hearing Naruto's words. Good words, brat. Due to just waking up from the dream, her body lost balance, but before she could fall, someone's hands grabbed her shoulder, supporting her. A man with nicely combed white-colored hair and a good beard said, how are you doing, Haim? Feeling his warm hands, Tsunade lowered her hand while blushing lightly before weakly punching his shoulders. I'm doing just fine. I missed you, Jiraiya. At those words, Jiraiya smiled in an intoxicated manner before they flickered away. Meanwhile, at Naruto's side, a red-haired young woman with long hair walked along with a purple-haired young woman who also had long hair. They looked towards each other before humping coldly and stopping right in front of Naruto. Before Naruto could greet them, the two young women pulled him in a warm, enjoyable hug as Sasuke looked towards him enviously. Why couldn't his dear Sakura be so lovingly? He felt there was no more warmth in the world. It has been though for the two of you in this war, Karen. Hinata, I've watched you two against the wood statue and I have to admit, so strong. Naruto said with a gentle smile as he accepted their warm hug. Hinata didn't say anything as she just enjoyed his embrace. Karen, however, was bold as she said while enjoying his warm hands on the back of her head. Since you think I'm so strong, why don't you reward me, As time passed, Naruto had noticed that the two of them had actually an agreement and he had to say, he felt betrayed. To think he felt so conflicted about his feelings yet they didn't even say anything about it to him. Lowering his head as his breath reached up to her ears, Naruto muttered in a tone only Karen could hear, "Aren't you teasing me so much nowadays, Karen? If this is what you wish, why don't I reward you?" At night. Needless to say, Karen fainted. She was a huge pervert and loved to tease Naruto with her words, however. Once Naruto said such things, she immediately fainted as steam came out of her head. Scratching the back of his head embarrassedly after feeling he gave a critical attack to Karen, Naruto looked towards Hinata. It had been almost 2 years since he last saw her. An awkward silence filled the scene before Naruto said embarrassedly, It has been a big deal of time since I last saw you, Hinata. Do you want to visit Uzushiogakure or something? You know, like a date. FCK. I was so bold a moment ago, how can I act like that? Goddammit. Naruto cursed himself. Differently from Karen, it had been a long time since he last saw Hinata. As such, many emotions swelled up within his heart instantly, causing him to act awkwardly. If this is what you want, Naruto-kun. Hinata muttered while blushing, instantly intoxicating Naruto. Hinata had matured by quite a lot and the blush just added up to her charm. After passing through the Anbu, Hinata had developed a natural defense which was her cold expression. Killing was something normal for her after the countless missions the duo of Hokage's disciples passed through. However, upon meeting Naruto, all defenses she had put up disappeared, only the usual gentle and shy Hinata remained. The blonde youngster took Karen's hand, who had already wakened up in Hinata's hands before teleporting to Uzushiogakure. Life is good, isn't it? He muttered, feeling a sense of happiness overwhelming him. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 136. After the War 3. Shukaku was one of the Bijus who harbored great hatred towards humanity. None of his Jinchurikis ever muttered slightly kind words to him. They treated him as nothing but a mindless beast with the only purpose of serving them. To him, it was unacceptable. He's not a slave, and to think that before being enslaved, Shukaku thought of the humans as someone who he needed to protect as his creator, Hagoromo Otsutsuki, said. Now, he was finally free and the world knew that neither Shukaku nor the rest of the tailed beasts were no different from humans who could think and talk. They could now roam the world, and this is what all beasts except Yuki and Kurama, who decided to stay with their Jinchurikis. He should have been like his brothers who decided to roam the world. However, why did Shukaku feel so complicated when looking at his previous Jinchuriki? Truth to be told, except for feeling slightly guilty for making Gaara not sleep through his entire life, he didn't hold any other feelings. But, Shukaku remembered that when he was sucking to the outer path demonic statue, Gaara tried everything he could. And the red-haired youngster's eyes told him that his previous Jinchuriki was willing to die in order to save him. It was kind of strange, but Shukaku wasn't someone that liked to think too much about a single thing. Looking towards his previous Jinchuriki who was also looking towards him, Shukaku harumphed, "Stop looking at me like that or your eyes will fall." "What? Have some sand in ya eyes. Be careful or you're going to die from a paw slap." Shukaku harumphed again. Why couldn't his previous Jinchuriki say something that would remotely mean he wasn't welcomed at Sunagakure anymore? He wanted to sigh, but his pride wouldn't allow him to say that. "Oh. You want me to stay at Sunagakure? Ah, well, since you're offering me a place to live and food to eat, I guess I can't reject, right?" Coughing after seeing Gaara's confused face, Shukaku said, "Ahem. Since I'll be living at Sunagakure and you guys will be offering a poor, defenseless beast like me food as well as a place to stay, it's only natural I'll defend it, HN." Gaara seemed to finally notice his controversial speeches before saying with a short yet kind smile, "Of course. You're more than welcome to be at Sunagakure with us, Shukaku. I don't need you to welcome me there, I go if I want." Shukaku harumphed. "Fine, you go if you want." Gaara had an urge to laugh but he held back. Just like that, Shukaku followed Gaara back to Sunagakure and settled down after harumphing and asking for an enormous sand palace. Gaara laughed at Shukaku's antics before creating the sand palace for the lazy Tanuki was. Lazy. All of the other tailed beasts except Yuki and Kurama left, roaming the world freely. Nothing was constraining them, and Naruto made sure that even if something did happen, he would help them through a strand of his chakra left on their bodies. A few days later, an alliance of all of the 6 great shinobi villages happened, shocking the world. Though many expected that, it was still a huge shock since through decades, they had been complete enemies. Uzushiogakure also opened their door to anyone who wants to live on it. Coupled with the fact that Naruto is the world's savior, it didn't take long for the enormous village to become lively. The houses that were previously empty, even though already built by Naruto, were slowly filled, and within just a month, the entire village was filled. The economy was prospering and the world was at peace. Of course, that was only regarding the 6 great shinobi villages, as the ones under them wasn't that peaceful. They still had to fight fiercely for resources every now and then. But over time, things got better. Naruto was also very happy with his current life. Jiraiya was visiting from time to time while boasting about Tsunade finally accepting him and that they were now in a relationship. His relationship with Hinata and Karen also advanced greatly as they talked about everything that happened throughout the years. The blonde youngster also talked about what happened when he was a little kid, and though it greatly angered both Hinata and Karen, they knew that was something of the past. As the two of them served under Tsunade's Anbu, they knew the new management of Konohagakure was completely different. He was also quietly hearing Hinata talking about her experiences on Anbu. Naruto just silently ate ramen after convincing Tsuki to move his Ichiraku ramen to Uzushiogakure. Beside him stood Hinata, who said, I became Anbu when I was around 14 since Tsunade-sensei didn't allow us to become one beforehand. I wanted to come here faster but I couldn't because even if I came, I wasn't strong enough. As she continued talking, Naruto slowly stroked her long hair in a gentle manner. It also took me a bit of time, but I developed a derivant of the gentle fist. I call one of them Twin Lion Fist and incorporated it in my new style, the Assassination Fist. But this isn't the best part. There was a time where I was sent to do an assassination mission and the target actually accidentally died by tripping on a rock and hitting his head on the ground. He died instantly, Hinata said, and almost couldn't hold back her laughter. That was truly a pathetic death. Naruto's smile turned gentler. To think my Hinata is so powerful, just her will was able to kill the target. Impressive, impressive. Your assassination fist seems to be way deadlier than the gentle fist, even the name is more imposing. Naruto said after paying for the ramen. Tsuki and his daughter also smiled gently seeing the couple leaving. He couldn't help but say to his daughter, Naruto grew up to be a fine man, didn't he? Yeah, he did. It reminds me he was just a small brat who couldn't even take care of himself years ago. These were good times, Tsuki said with a gentle smile before continuing to do the ramens. There were a lot of costumers as Naruto gave them the best location for business. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 137, After the War 4. Obito was forgotten by Naruto and stood in the same place, dumbstruck. Sasuke somehow understood him and temporarily put away their enmity as he patted the man's shoulder. Don't worry, he'll soon come back. He nodded, but what Obito didn't expect was that he would need to wait for weeks before Naruto actually remembered him. Luckily, he was adept at surviving, so Obito easily caught animals and grilled some meat to himself by using kaiden. I'll just wait till Naruto remembers about me, till then, I'll keep surviving like that. He muttered, unsure of what to do. Truth to be told, Obito just wanted to be punished by his actions because what he had done was a really, really bad thing. Killing tens of thousands in a single war wasn't the only bad deed he had done. Murdering in cold blood, involving innocents in his pursuit of the Kyuubi 16 years ago, these were just a few of his bad deeds through around 2 to 3 decades. Missed me. Naruto suddenly appeared beside him, instantly scaring the not-so-poor man. The blonde youngster smirked before he said, you see, I didn't really forget about you. It's just that over the weeks, I was really busy and a criminal isn't my priority. The words were harsh and sounded as if Obito was worthless, which wasn't far from the truth, the now white-haired man mused. Looking towards Naruto, Obito said while sighing lightly, you don't need to explain yourself, I'm a criminal and nothing will change that. What did you and the other 5 cages decided to do? They didn't decide anything, I just said I was going to take you to Uzushiogakure and serve under it to the rest of your timeline as my servant, that's all. They also required me to stripe off the Sharingan from you, but I'm not really a fan of that idea, I have an Uchiha friend, you know. Single quote. Naruto was speechless. Why did all Uchihas have that same habit of saying, HN, when agreeing? Or even disagreeing. He had seen Itachi disagreeing yet saying the famous, HN, with a frown. It was utterly strange, to say the least. Nonetheless, he said, "Anyway, you'll be coming with me and will do any task I order you as long as it isn't that bad. If I don't order you, will be able to live like a normal person. Personally, I have arranged you to live at the room next to my Nissan. You two probably have some old things to talk about." Without saying anything more, Naruto teleported both of them to Uzushiogakure. Looking at the enormous grimoire tower in the middle of Uzushiogakure, which also gave place to many roads originating from it, he sighed. It seems that mana abides by my law. Since youngsters usually become genins at 12, I willed it to give grimoires at 12 and it obeyed. I guess mana does fear that crazy old man. This also reminds me it has been a good amount of time since I last visited him, he must be feeling so lonely. Naruto thought. Then, he remembered he made Sasuke's body forcefully adapt to mana, and Naruto had to admit, Sasuke's face contorting in pain as his chakra forcefully merged with mana did made him smile a bit. But those are just details. Details. From what I've noticed, grimoires from people with both chakra and mana is highly dependent on their bloodline or elemental affinities such as fire, etc. Sasuke got one related to his eyes, and his chakra reserves were also boosted, or should he say the reserves of the fused version of chakra plus mana were boosted. Naruto didn't know but didn't really care. But he had to admit, Sasuke's magic had a pretty damn cool name. The black-haired youngster's magic was called God's Eye magic, and its awakening made Sasuke immediately ascend to what some call godhood, but to Naruto, he was essentially a transcendent being. One also had to consider the fact that after awakening his supreme golden Rinnegan, as Sasuke liked to call it, the black-haired youngster was infinitely near the so-called godhood. The grimoire awakening just made it happen faster, that's all. Of course, the best benefit of that was the infinite lifespan. Also, the benefit that only gods can kill gods was very good, meaning Sasuke wouldn't be helpless if a random god invaded the world and he could only defeat and seal it. Naruto didn't get complacent by the fact they had attained godhood, though. That crazy old man warned him that though people with a higher scale of power didn't attain godhood, that was just because their world laws were much sturdier than Naruto's own. Meaning that while Naruto and Sasuke had both achieved godhood, they weren't oh so powerful. In fact, they were still on the bottom of the food chain when putting on an omniversal-like scale. This also made Naruto's blood boil in excitement. Essentially, Naruto had achieved the so-called godhood 3 years ago when he awakened the space-time manipulation and the Namikaze bloodline within himself, truth to be told. However, he still hadn't activated what space-time itself called the divinity. Naruto's divinity was his space-time senjutsu, while Sasuke's divinity was his god's eyes, putting his supreme golden Rinnegan on a whole new category. The blonde youngster also learned that what he had explored of the space-time senjutsu was nothing but the tip of an iceberg, not even 0.1% of its potential had been unraveled. His future road wasn't all flowers, it was something that would take both talent, effort and time. Albeit what Naruto didn't lack was time. Naruto looked far towards the sky as he smiled before saying out loud, "After I get rid of Jigen, I'll focus on making Hinata and Karen the happiest humans on the world." At that part, he frowned lightly before slowly removing his headband. In the middle of Naruto's forehead, the symbol of infinity was painted in a black coloration. Standing up, Naruto's hair fluttered upwards as he activated the Jiku Senjutsu. It was time to get rid of Jigen. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 138, Family 1. Naruto appeared within Jigen's base. It was hidden in the underground of Kurogakure. He hid behind a pillar as Jigen talked to a blonde female with a mark on her forehead. Our plans shouldn't start now. While Naruto Uzumaki has grown strong, he still won't be my opponent in 17 years. I can feel that in just a few years, my successor will be finally chosen. Jigen said as with his usually narrowed eyes. Naruto was really amused since he could see the actual Jigen, whose real identity as Otsutsuki Ashiki, was within the true Jigen's brain. Don't act harshly, Delta. The researcher is still discovering new technologies to change your body. I don't want you going out and dying because of reckless actions. The Otsutsuki said with a frown as Delta bowed. Suddenly, a voice sounded in their minds. Truly wise words, Jigen-san. For someone who hid for over 1,000 years, you surely know how to hide like a coward. No, in fact, even a coward isn't like that. You're just a rat, a parasite-like rat, yes. The one who said it appeared from behind a pillar with a Rinnegan-like mark drawn on the center of it. The symbol of infinity in the middle of his forehead shone in a deep black color with white-colored particles flashing inside it. His hair flowed upwards with a fire-like effect. Naruto's eyes had turned pitch black colored and shone with all stars of the universe within it. Suddenly, his hands stretched out a bit. This is something I don't usually do since it ruins the fun. However, to deal with an inferior being like you, who is even weaker than Kagaya, won't bring me any fun to begin with. Space-time magic. Space-time god's prison. A circle with magic-like patterns shown underneath their feet as an illusory hand appeared above them. It didn't matter what they tried, their bodies didn't just work, not even Jigen's dujutsu worked. Wondering why your oh-so-powerful dujutsu doesn't work? You're making things smaller and bigger with it by a faint space fluctuation, and guess what? Space and time is my domain. Naruto said as Jigen's face grew with horror after seeing his bright yellow-colored hair and his light blue-colored eyes. You're a namikaze. How? How is that possible? No, that can't be possible, it can't. They went extinct eons ago. No namikaze should have escaped, not to mention reproduced. Otsutsuki Ashiki screamed hysterically, never had he felt such fear before as he did now. Naruto's smile seemed to widen, ever so slightly. His pitch-black eyes stared deep onto Isaki's soul as he slowly approached the man. It must have been hard for you, yes. Hiding for over 1,000 years, carefully planning. Man, life was hard for you, wasn't it? As for Delta, Naruto directly ignored her as she had been directly crushed to death by his sheer pressure alone. The only reason Ashiki was still alive is that Naruto wanted to play a bit. You know, the celestial planet is also going to stop existing after a few years passes. After I kill you, your kin will instantly know it. But since I killed Kagaya, they already know this planet location. Naruto said before a cynical yet playful smile appeared on his face. And that is exactly what I want to happen. It'll take them around 17 years for them to come here, and this is exactly why you have dragged your plan for so long, isn't it? You yourself aren't arrogant enough like all Otsutsukis to think you're powerful like Kagaya or strong to face Sasuke or me. Seeing Ashiki's fear, Naruto's smile widened slightly. You have gotten one thing wrong. I have, ever since the beginning, known that. It's just that first, I'll kill you and then, the two little Otsutsukis who are coming in around a decade and a half. After that happens, I'll slowly hunt down your race. The oh-so-powerful Otsutsukis, the celestial horned race. What are you? A bull to be horned. Forgot you all have animal-based abilities, how pitiful. Naruto mocked and mocked after remembering most of Kagaya's memories. Celestial race my ass. Naruto clicked his tongue before black-colored flames with white-colored particles flickering around it engulfed Ashiki. The man couldn't even absorb his chakra, not to mention his space-time flame. Teleporting back but not forgetting to take anything valuable, Naruto noticed that one of Ashiki's dimensions had an actual young Jubi there. He decided to seal it within himself, though Kurama felt a bit annoyed. He was kind to a fellow brother and shared some space. With kind words, Kurama said while pointing to a free space in the corner of the mindscape, "Here, you can stay here. Don't worry, my younger brother, I'll take good care of you." The Jubi was furious but didn't dare to roar in anger. While it had already developed intelligence, it still wasn't able to talk. Not to mention, after having its ass handed by Naruto, it was officially tamed and thus, didn't dare to fight Kurama. But its pride was still hurt. It was regarded as a younger brother by the creature in front of it. Reluctantly going to the corner, it started to sleep. Though a bit furious, the Jubi was quite satisfied. The place was way better and it felt Naruto sometimes giving huge deals of chakra to it. Naruto actually treated it normally instead of a tool. Looking towards Kurama, it wondered if this is how the fox-like creature in front of it felt. Maybe staying with that human isn't that bad. Roaring, Kurama somehow understood what it said through that roar before rolling his eyes, coexisting. Naruto only sealed you because if you weren't sealed through Fuinjutsu, your existence would be instantly known to the Otsutsukis. He made it to protect you from being detected by Otsutsukis since they can feel the mark left on you. However, it seemed to be cast by a very powerful one, so it still takes a bit of time to get rid of it without the caster noticing. Kurama said as the Jubi felt a strange feeling within itself. Was this what was called warmth, or the feeling of being cared for? It didn't know yet. That was a story for the future. Time passed in the blink of an eye and in an instant, nearly 2 decades passed. One fun fact, Naruto is now 33 and 17 years past. Funnily enough, this is chapters 137. 1 from 17 feet, 3 from 33, and 7 from 17. Many of you probably don't find this fun, but this is incredibly fun to me. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 139, Family 2. Since the end of the war, 17 years passed. Some would say that the passage of time was too fast, but it is true. The passage of time is something unpredictable to most, and when you least notice, the present became the past and the future became the present. Naruto was now 33 years old. Shinobi World, Uzushiogakure. Wah! Daddy, Boruto, Jirai and she are hiding my Kurama toy again. As Naruto entered his house, he heard the voice of his lovely, only daughter. Her voice seemed to be the one of someone crying. Naruto smiled gently upon seeing her before putting her on his shoulders before grabbing something out of thin air. Don't cry, Hima. Here, your Kurama is here again. That's no fun, Dad. You're always doting on Hima, and every time we hide something from her, you get it back like that. No fair. At this time, came the voice of 3 teenagers about 12 years old. One of them was Boruto, the eldest, while the other 2 were the twins, Jirai and she. I see. Hima, do you see that your brothers also want me to play with them? Since they want that so much, I guess I'll increase their training intensity a bit, they'll surely love it. Naruto said as Himawari cheered, promptly pumping her fist high towards the sky. No, the 3 of them yelled, hugging each other in fear. Seeing that, Naruto couldn't help but smile before flicking their forehead. I'm just joking, I can smell Hinata's food from kilometers. We don't want to eat the food while it is cold, right? Not to mention that in just a few months, the 3 of you will graduate from the Ninja Academy. TCH, always being like that. See or not, the 3 of us will prank you and wake you up when you're sleeping. Boruto muttered as both Jirai and she nodded. Boruto is Naruto's eldest son and also the one Naruto noticed to have the highest space-time affinity out of the 2 twins. His eyes are just as bright as Naruto's own light blue-colored eyes. Jirai and she are younger than Boruto by just a few days. They're twins, and while their space-time affinity, Naruto knew the reason for that, they inherited it, however, on their eyes. It was very similar to one of his abilities called Eyes of Time, the difference being that their entire space-time affinity was focused on their eyes. They did not awaken it yet, though. The oldest twin, Jirai, was named after his master while she was named after Karen's mother, Uzumaki Shinaza. Himawari is his only daughter, as such, Naruto doted on her as much as he did to his sons. Looking towards Jiraiya, who had a mischievous glint to his eyes, Naruto sighed lightly. Jirai, don't go planning pranks again. I know that out of you 3, you're the one who develops all prank plans. I don't get what you mean, Jirai said while avoiding Naruto's gaze. The latter sweat dropped before thinking to himself, you suck at lying. Seeing that from the dining room, both Hinata and Karen looked at each other before smiling strangely as the redhead said, like father like son, I'd. Hinata nodded, indeed. Entering the dining room with his 3 sons and only daughter sticking to his body as if they were afraid to let go, Naruto awkwardly walked. Wanna help me a bit? It seems that some robbers have imprisoned my body. Aya, we're only fragile, weak women who can't help you. Please, robbers, let this poor man go, Karen said while making her expression exaggeratedly weak. Hinata almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Hum. We won't let him go. We will rob him thoroughly. A soft voice came out of Himawari's mouth as she pumped her fist in the air in a prideful manner. Boruto, Jirai and she also smiled proudly. They all knew this was just a roleplay, but still, they were proud. Aya, it seems I was taken away by the robbers. They stole my heart, oh no. Naruto said while holding the left side of his chest, where his heart is supposed to be. Seeing that, the 4 siblings smiled sheepishly. Though they were a bit shy when their father said things like that, the 4 of them loved that. Their father was always with them and their mothers, and while pretending not to know, they knew that he was doing his best not to stay busy. Naruto was indeed, always finishing his job as the Uzukage the faster he can. He also created a council and divided the works into 3 parts: military management, civilian management and economic management. Each division of management also have many other divisions. The blonde man only dealt with the important parts. Anything that didn't really require him was dealt by the council members. This made his life much easier, truth to be told. Despite the passage of years, Naruto's appearance was young as ever. He didn't seem to age past 21 yet. He contained a kind of mature charm. His face was sharp and handsome, even more than before. He maintained the same haircut as 17 years ago, albeit a little longer. The right side of his hair was longer than the left side, which was kept short. Looking at his family who was eating happily as they talked, Naruto smiled with happiness. Seeing that, Naruto couldn't help but think about a distant past where he suffered and could barely stay alive. He still remembers that if not because of his Uzumaki vitality and Kurama helping him, he wouldn't get past the first week. Naruto was just 1 year old, after all. However, Naruto shook his head to dispel these thoughts as he looked at the harmonious conversation around him. They were eating on the outer part of their house because Hinata and Karen said it was good for their health, being exposed to the sun and all. Looking towards the sky, Naruto thought to himself, in a few months, probably around the Chunin exam, the two Otsutsukis will arrive. After dealing with them, the time to deal with the Otsutsuki clan would come by. Hinata saw Naruto was deep in thought but wasn't sure what he was thinking about. Caressing the left side of his face, Hinata muttered with concern, I don't know what kind of things can make you be so serious, but whatever comes, we'll deal with it together, dear. For now, let's just enjoy our family. Yeah, you're right. It's nothing serious, just some annoying pests, don't worry about that. Naruto said with his trademark smile as they talked about everything that came to their heads. The four siblings were always very curious about his job and past, and what didn't lack for him to talk about was his past. Naruto was happy and secretly vowed that after dealing with the two Otsutsukis, he'll immediately go to exterminate the Otsutsuki clan. In the blink of an eye, a few months passed as Boruto, Jiraiya and she had graduated from the ninja academy. Soon, the joint Chunin exam, which was going to be held together by the 6 great shinobi villages, started, its location being Uzushiogakure. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 140, Side Chapter, Hero World 1. Hello, Minna. Your friendly neighbor author is here to do a super important note. As some of you probably have noticed with the time skip, the fanfic is nearing the end, and originally, I planned to end it in chapter 140, meaning only 2 more chapters from chapter 138. However, before doing so, I'll be doing a few side chapters where Naruto goes to the MHA world of my next fanfic. All in all, I hope you all enjoy it. From yours truly, Nyatsui. The Chunin exams passed as quickly as it came. In the middle of it, Otsutsuki Momoshiki invaded with his Otsutsuki servant but was instantly killed by Naruto, but not before having all of his memories read. The exams continued with a big deal of Chunins appearing in all villages. At least 2 genins from each great village became a Chunin. From Konohagakure, Shikadai Nara and Uchiha Sui, who is Shikamaru and Itachi's son respectively. Yeah, I decided to give the badass lord a son, he deserves one, HN. A few Uchihas from Konohagakure also became Chunins, and so did a few Hyugas. Naruto had removed the seals from everyone. The clan remained the same except that now they weren't divided on side and main branch. Since Sasuke and Sakura were now living within Uzushiogakure, their daughter Uchiha Sarada is a Uzushiogakure shinobi. She's a member of the Team 7 along with Boruto, Uzumaki and Mitsuki. From Uzushiogakure, the 3 Uzumaki Namikaze siblings became Chunins along with Sarada, Mitsuki, a few Chinoite clansmen, a few Uzumaki clansmen and many Elven clansmen. It was also at this time that the Grimoire Tower started to fully affect the world, as all members of the new generation were born with mana flowing in their bodies along with chakra. This did surprise the world, but after Naruto explained it, everyone accepted it despite the initial shock. The main reason they accepted it easily is because of Naruto's strength. Since he said it is something beneficial, they didn't question. Not to mention that aside from the new generation, even some from the old generation was able to accidentally awaken mana, thus getting a grimoire. They knew this was going to make the world prosper even more, though raising its power scale was a determined fact. The sound of bells rang within Naruto's house, and as the blonde man opened the door, many figures entered it. The first one was Jiraiya, who promptly hugged his disciple. Yo, brat. Missed me. I know. Tsunade, who came right after Jiraiya, laughed softly before saying, doing good as always, I see. I have good news, I'm pregnant. It seems her pregnancy did soften her personality quite a bit, Naruto noted, to think the ever-violent would be so gentle nowadays. I'm even shuddering a bit. Well, Hinata and Karen did calm down a lot after getting pregnant. Before Naruto could say anything, Tsunade was dragged by both Hinata and Karen, who went to discuss with her about the pregnancy. Jiraiya just laughed shyly after Naruto teased him. Shortly after them, Sasuke and Sakura came along with Sarada, who greeted him with sparkly eyes. Nice to see you again, Nanadime-sama. Are you going to teach me a good technique again? No, go and play with Boruto, Jiraiya and shoo. Naruto denied. That brat was always asking him to teach her new techniques. It reminded him of Konohamaru, who was now all grown up. Looking towards Sasuke and Sakura, he said, you two are just shameless. Sasuke, you can teach her a sh*t ton of techniques, but you still let her ask me. Not my fault, you're stronger than me, sigh, such a cruel world. Sasuke sighed, but even when pretending, it didn't escape Naruto's eyes. Sakura laughed a bit after seeing the two of them, who even after becoming adults, were still bickering before she said, now. Sasuke, let's enter before Naruto asks you for a sparring session again. Single quote. Fine, Sasuke said while remembering the last time the two of them fought all out. He wasn't able to keep going for more than 10 seconds. As expected of you, Sasuke. Wise decision. Raising his hands in defeat, Sasuke entered the house. Kakashi, who was in the table, felt good after seeing the black-haired man facing such a defeat in the hands of Naruto. At the same time, he sighed while feeling a bit emotional, to think it has been over 20 years since they became a team and around 30 years since I met Naruto. Time surely passes fast, eh. The day was lively with the news of Tsunade's pregnancy and they all talked about the old things. Even Orochimaru and Mitsuki passed by to talk about things. Sarada and Mitsuki played with the four siblings and after the night came, they all left. Patting his belly, Naruto sighed in satisfaction, he never grew tired of Hinata's food. At the same time, he decided on something before appearing within the void as suddenly, a ripple appeared in the void as an illusory body flickered in front of Naruto. The illusory body was full of wrinkles and seemed like it could disappear at any given moment. However, a feeling of strength was spread from it, giving a feeling that anyone was under it. It has an aged face and a long beard, that is space-time, who decided to make a human body to himself since it was better to talk. Looking at the old man in front of him, Naruto said, "Yo, old man. Feeling good, aren't ya?" "I thought so. Ahem, it has been over 17 years since I last went to adventure through worlds, crazy, right?" Space-time looked at him before rolling its eyes, a bit of anger appeared in his old, aged body. "Really? I didn't notice it, it was like 17 minutes past. You're too late, brat." Over the countless amounts of time Naruto came to bother the crazy old man, space-time learned how to refute. It didn't have a lot of true conversations, after all. "You're so boring, old man. Anyway, do you know a place where I can go to have some fun? Don't need any purpose at all, just exploring a random world and that's all." Naruto said while ignoring space-time dissatisfaction. That old man is a tsundere, even if he shows anger, he's not actually angry. Naruto came to regret his words as space-time smiled in a mischievous manner before saying, "I will send you to a good world. I hope you enjoy passing through a very, very special space-time rift." Suddenly, Naruto's body was forcefully pulled as an extremely strong tearing force attacked him. Giving one last look towards space-time, the blonde man cursed with all of his strength, FCKU. Needless to say, the tearing force doubled. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 141, Side Chapter, Hero World 2. Bloody hell. Naruto cursed before looking around, he was utterly lost. This place was just too strange for his tastes. Enormous buildings that had many floors, strange weapons going all around the streets. It was also at this moment that Naruto knew he FCKED up before secretly swearing, "I'll double the bothering I usually do, old man." The blonde man simply didn't know what to do except that he had to find and talk a white-haired teenager about 14 years old. Looking around, Naruto noticed he was in the middle of the streets and faintly remembered the implanted memories. An advanced world where heroes and villains exist, all kinds of quirks, and so on. Great, I'm in a weird-ass world. Naruto thought as a buzzing sound entered his ears. The man inside a car shouted, "Oi, bastard, we're trying to drive here, can you FC King leave the street?" Turning towards the man, Naruto gave his middle finger before leaving the street in a very slow motion. The man was fuming with anger but as someone who abided to the laws, he did good nothings. So here we have weapons of transport, weird buildings, weird abilities, heroes and villains. From the memories, it says this is a modern world. Naruto mumbled lightly before cursing, "Modern my ass. This is a complicated world, yes. How hard can it be to discover where that brat is? He's the chosen of this world, anyway, I just need to spread my perception to the entire world and find his unique aura." Naruto smirked before spreading his perception. It didn't spread at all. Naruto felt like cursing loudly but, fuck, was his only thought at the moment. Looking towards the sky, he cursed space-time with all kind of possible bad words in existence, BTCH. A shoal. He even noticed most of his power was sealed up but in this world, even a tiny bit of his power was enough to be invincible. Naruto sighed before feeling someone approached him. "Hey, do you need some help? You seem to be quite troubled." It was a teenager with green-colored messy hair who asked him that. His face had a bit of a blush, giving away his shy personality. This is the one who is also a chosen, though his chosen aura is way weaker than the other brat. Laughing slightly, Naruto said while scratching the back of his head, "Ah, yes. I'm searching for a white-haired teenager, he is around 170 meters tall. Icy blue eyes, has a silver flame's power and all." The green-haired teenager's eyes seemed to widen slightly before he said with a bit of excitement, "I know him. He's my friend and always come around when I'm training, I can bring you." Naive, Naruto thought while noticing the green-haired teenager's naiveness. One shouldn't trust an unknown person, not to mention that person request. Sigh, at least it helps me a bit. "Say, kid, what's your name? You can call me Naruto. Do you have a quirk or something?" Naruto asked. He didn't really have information about the green-haired teenager except for his chosen aura. I'm Midoriya Izuku, sir. I'm just a quirkless teenager, nothing special at all. I'm just an ordinary person," Midoriya Izuku said with self-deprecating laughter. Despite knowing he is now All Might's successor, his past wouldn't change. Naruto frowned after hearing him before shaking his head lightly. Looking towards Midoriya Izuku, he said, "Nobody ever said to you that what makes you special is that you don't have anything special. Don't be so self-deprecating. If you don't have any talent, you can work harder than anyone else." Remembering Rock Lee, Naruto almost couldn't hold back his laughter before he said with a short smile, "You see, I have a friend that just like you, is quirkless. Throughout his entire childhood, many bullied him and thought of him as someone useless. You know what he did? He trained 100 times harder than anyone else and proved them wrong. Hard work can be better than natural talent." At his words, Midoriya Izuku's eyes seemed to have a distinct fire of determination. Naruto did become good with his words. Before noticing, they were on a beach where garbage was all piled up. There was also garbage scattered, as if not cleaned. Laughing, Naruto said, "That's one good training you did, brat." "Huh," Midoriya Izuku said, confused as to how he knew it. Naruto just laughed lightly before saying, "You see, I have a very good sense of smell and you're honestly stinking the smell of this garbage over there." Midoriya Izuku was completely flustered, a deep shade of red appeared on his face. Naruto laughed loudly before bidding farewell to Midoriya, who went to his home from this place. Looking around, Naruto took a deep breath. This is a very relaxing place, must I say it myself. Is this what they call beach? Very interesting. Approaching the water that came in very soft waves, Naruto felt cold water touching his feet. Condensing chakra on the sole of his feet, he stepped on it before sitting on the water as if it was solid. "I guess I'll wait here." The water around passed by him before it is unconsciously attracted to him. It was as if Naruto's body was the center of a world full of attractiveness. As soon as it came close to him, it started floating around Naruto's body. Anyone who passed by would find this scene to be utterly beautiful. The water around formed a mini whirlpool and in the middle of it, water floated in circles through Naruto's body, as if it welcomed him. Soon enough, air also seemed to become visible as a pale azure breeze circled Naruto as well along with lightning. It looked like a mini storm floated round his body. As for Naruto, he was simply meditating normally, without trying to do this. However, it was as if all elements of existence, fire, water, lightning, wind and earth welcomed his very own being. Without even his command, they floated around him endlessly, creating a natural phenomenon-like scene. It didn't take long before more and more humans and even animals who gained sentience due to their quirks approached him curiously. This became bigger and bigger as people started recording the scene, for it was truly mythical. Even the government was alerted. A scene like that had never happened even with the diversity of quirks. Their agents approached and isolated the area. Soon, the people only recorded and took photos from afar. A certain white-haired teenager wasn't an exception. Suddenly, Naruto opened his light blue-colored eyes after noticing the aura of the chosen. Seeing the agents looking at him warily, Naruto was slightly dumbfounded before seeing the elements floating around him. Bloody hell. Well, at least it attracted the chosen, less trouble. They can't handle what is unknown to them. Naruto thought to himself after noticing what they call guns being pointed to him. Looking at them, Naruto knew that to talk to the white-haired teenager, he needs to sound kind. "Hey, don't point these guns at me. What if I break them? I don't want anyone to be injured, I'm a cool guy, you see," Naruto said before taking a step forward as the agents took a step back. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 142, Naruto Uzumaki 3. This is a direct continuation from the second chapter, Naruto Uzumaki 2. I'm not crying. You're crying. Hey. I'm not suspicious, you know. It's not my fault the elements were flying around me and all. Also, I'm human, why are you even pointing the gun to me? The agents realized he had a sense before wondering why they were even sent here. Life was confusing. Taking a look at the man, except for his 3 whiskers, there was really nothing different about him. We have no register of you in Japan, be it through airplanes or your identity. We request you to state your name, sir. One of the agents, which seemed to have the highest status, said politely. There was an overbearing aura oozing out of Naruto, and they didn't doubt that something really bad would happen if they said something that isn't polite. Naruto scratched the back of his head lightly before realizing he had changed quite a bit. If that was around 2 decades ago, these agents would be dead for pointing their guns at him. Having a family did change him. Shaking his head, Naruto said, Naruto Uzumaki. He was sure that before coming here, they tried to identify him by some of this modern world means. However, it seemed that they didn't succeed for obvious reasons. He's from another world. The agent whispered something on his ear microphone before furrowing his eyebrows. At the same time, within a dark room, a man with messy black-colored hair searched up the name, Naruto Uzumaki. Many complicated codes ran through his computer that oozed out a dim light. Its light seemed to brighten the darkroom a bit, but the man didn't seem to be affected in the slightest, despite his eyes being obviously accustomed to the darkness. Naruto Uzumaki. Let's see what secrets you have. I have been searching up while identifying your face, but nothing was found. It's like he doesn't exist at all. No identity, no existence. The messy-haired man frowned. A situation like this hadn't ever happened. A fake name. No, that's not it. Most agents we prepared have quirks that can detect if it's the truth or not, and what he said was the truth. With a deepening frown, the messy-haired man wondered why he couldn't find the name, Naruto Uzumaki, on the archives. A mystery, indeed. The messy-haired man was cracking his brain up, trying to find a solution. A person who could emit fire or any other element was common, however, someone who could directly manipulate more than one element was just an impossible thing. There are cases where people can emit fire from half of her body and ice from the other half. This, however, was a first. One thing was certain, and that is, if they did shoot the blonde man, something bad would happen. Something that even All Might wouldn't be able to stop. That was what his gut feeling was telling. It was surreal, but that was his quirk. Ultra instinct, coupled with his immense intelligence, it prevented many disasters from happening. A reference it is. Because he was able to consider and feel the situation clearly. Deciding the next course of action, the messy-haired man said, his voice hoarse, the next thing you should do is to get on his good side. The situation should be handled without the population bothering our contact. He seemed to be waiting for something, or someone. No matter what, don't panic and shoot. Then, he just kept listening through the next conversation. Back on the garbage-filled beach, the agents nodded upon receiving the command before one of them slowly shooed away the people around. Only one white-haired teenager remained. He didn't know why, but there was something telling him to stay and talk with the blonde man. The agents furrowed their brows but decided not to take action. They knew who the white-haired teenager is, and taking action against the son of the number 2 hero, Endeavor, wasn't something wise. The last time an agent accidentally took action against Endeavor's family, he ended up with half of his face burned. He also lost his job. The number 2 hero was a respectable hero and never bothered with popularity, however. Once someone messed with his family, it never ended up well. Naruto felt satisfied after seeing everyone but his target leaving. He was about to move when an agent said in a polite tone, "Sir, we are from the Japan government, we wonder what your intentions are." It's simple, I just want to talk with that brat over here for a few days. Won't take too long, Naruto said as a matter of fact. Even the white-haired teenager was stunned but felt oddly satisfied, as if he really needed that. The agent was stunned and so were the other agents behind him. Suddenly, Naruto teleported and appeared right beside the white-haired teenager. One of the agents panicked after seeing Naruto suddenly disappeared and instantly shot towards the direction Naruto appeared. His instincts kicked in since their target moved so suddenly. The bullet hit right at Naruto's head and bounced off with a clang, as if it had hit a durable metal. Naruto turned towards the agent who shot it, and with his gaze, the agent almost pissed at himself. He could only calm down and wipe off the cold sweat on his forehead after Naruto moved his gaze away. God, he never felt so scared like he did right now. Ignoring the man who shot him, Naruto just smiled before shaking his head lightly and turning towards the white-haired teenager. The brat's reaction did amuse him a bit. What? Weren't you ever shot before? Don't worry, that was like a massage to me. No. Meh, okay. Naruto clicked his tongue in wonder before putting up a mysterious expression. Do you want me to answer your doubts? Perhaps, you want to know the true intent of your heart, what you truly aim for. A sense of longing, a doubt. A world where you're not supposed to exist and yet, you exist, wonderful, isn't it? Naruto said as the white-haired teenager's body shivered unconsciously. At that moment, Naruto's voice seemed to be portrayed to him and only to him. As if the world around didn't matter, its color changed to gray as they teleported to a white-colored room of seemingly infinite yet finite size. Wanna read up to 20 advanced chapters and help me to continue with this fanfic? Support this humble author and read advanced chapters. Support me on Patreon. Chapter 143, Naruto Uzumaki 4. Who are you? The white-haired teenager asked, feeling danger. It wasn't surprising since nobody knew he was actually a reincarnated being, even though he doesn't remember his previous life's memories that well. Me, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto said after introducing himself once again. He was very curious about the teenager in front of him. With a smile, he asked, what about you? Don't you have a name or something? Don't worry about me knowing how you came here, just treat me as someone who will answer you. I'm Fuyuto Todoroki. The teenager, now known as Fuyuto Todoroki, said with a frown. His expressions rarely changed and yet, this blonde man in front of him made his emotions out of control several times. Fuyuto was really confused. It had been 14 years since he came to this world and his only memories of this world were of its future. Anything from his previous life, when not related to the time he was watching its anime, was foggy. Calming his chaotic emotions down, Fuyuto asked, how did I reincarnate? Why can't I remember anything about my past life? Why was I, out of everyone, chosen and sent to this world? Naruto smirked before raising one finger. One reason. You have what that old man calls $@ mark, and that was what made you reincarnate, if I have to guess. You were sick in your previous life, couldn't even go out of the hospital bed. I can't hear what he said about the mark. Fuyuto thought while frowning before he said, yes. I was with an unknown, incurable disease that just didn't allow me to leave bed. All I did was to watch animes, yet, all I can remember is when I watched the anime which is the world I live right now. He didn't know why but Fuyuto felt that no matter what he said, the blonde man in front of him would accept. It was an uncontrollable sense of trust. It was as if he was looking at a member of his family like Enji, Rei, Shoto, Toya, Fuyumi and Natsuo. You weren't chosen for any specific reason, you just were. Call it being lucky or unlucky, you are now living in this weird world and this won't change. Naruto said while doing a circle-like motion in the air with his index finger. He was quite amused by the teenager in front of him. So, what is the quirk you have? You know, the ability. The quirk is called Frozen Flames, and it is a fire so cold it burns and an ice so cold it take the form of flames. Fuyuto said in a simple manner before adding, I can also use either fire or ice separately. Raising his right hand lightly, a beautiful silver-colored flame appeared above Fuyuto's hand. It gave off an intense feeling of heat and coldness at the same time, then, it just gave a sense of heat and coldness respectively. It then disappeared before an icicle appeared above Fuyuto's hand. Naruto was very impressed. While its power wasn't enormous yet, it had an enormous potential hidden within it. In the future, it's very likely to be at the same level of Sasuke's flames. But, he doesn't seem to have a goal, an objective. I can see it within his eyes that he's very, very lost. No wonder that crazy old man sent me here. He wants me to plant a seed that will make him discover his goal the moment something unexpected happens. Naruto thought while narrowing his light blue-colored eyes. Looking towards the teenager in front of him, Naruto couldn't help but smile lightly before he said, say, brat. I know that you want to become a hero, but what kind of hero do you want to become? What is your goal? I want to become a hero because of my family. Fuyuto replied with a determined face before his determination broke like shattered glass. His face suddenly became blank. Goal. He was confused, really confused. It was the first time he had questioned himself with that. Fuyuto didn't know his goal yet. Anyone with the determination of a hero could become one, yet, what was his goal as a hero? What kind of hero did he want to become? At that time, Fuyuto wouldn't know yet because that was something reserved for the future, one that wasn't far. However, Naruto's smiling face brought him out of his daze as the blonde man said, you will remember me in this conversation when you something expected yet unexpected happens. When you're at the peak of this world, I'll be back. Till then, I wish you good luck. Naruto smiled before disappearing. Time seemed to go back as Fuyuto found himself back on the beach. People walked around endlessly. Excuse me, why are you all walking here? Fuyuto asked an old man with a polite tone as the old man smiled gently. Ah, Young man, it's because we found a fish with wings so it attracted everyone around after they started recording it. Thanks. Fuyudo thanked the old man before looking. It was a fish with golden-colored scales and a small wing on each side of its small body. The white-haired teenager felt something was amiss, yet, he couldn't point what it was. Old man, do you think he'll be a good one in the future? Naruto asked, genuinely curious. He felt that Fuyudo was a good teenager and that he had a lot of unraveled potential, yet he was kind of worried about his future. Space-Time's old and aged illusory body now had a smile. The future is unpredictable, but you shouldn't worry, that boy will do good. I'm sure that when you see him again, it won't be too long. Seeing his confidence, Naruto nodded, since if Space-Time himself said it, it was most likely the truth. Nobody knew the future better than Space-Time. I wonder what kind of future that brat will have. His goal, I wonder what it is. At some point, his thoughts changed to, my goal. What is it? Now, I have everything I could ever wish for. Eros Sanin and Hag Sanin are married, I have a good family with Hinata and Karen, loving children. Nisan's passing all his time with us, Obito is passing his time with Nisan after I forgave him. A cold light passed through Naruto's eyes after reassuring himself. I don't have a goal, but there's something I'm sure. Space-Time is urging me to get stronger because he made rules to himself, rules he has to Abid. If someday, someone stronger than me invades, he can't interfere because it isn't a universal level threat. Naruto thought as the cold light within his eyes became stronger. For my family, I'll need to get stronger than anyone. In order to make sure nothing ever happens, I'll travel around, getting stronger and stronger. Space-Time just looked at him with a smile. That was his objective. Naruto is like his son, and even if he wanted, a threat who isn't at the universal level can only be dealt with by the people living on the said universe. Creating a clone, Naruto sent it to his home. Looking towards Space-Time, he said with a heavy tone, I guess I had become stagnant. Thanks for reminding me that even though I have happiness, if I don't become the strongest, someone stronger will come and ruin it. Without further warning, Naruto opened a space-time rift as a black-colored portal appeared in front of him. Waving his hands lightly, he entered the space-time rift, his figure slowly fading away from space-time eyes. It's time for a new journey. Space-Time muttered before the image of Fuyudo Todoroki appeared in front of him. The tale of the Uzumaki's clan emperor hadn't ended. Extra important notes, please read. This was a long journey, wow, over 140 chapters. I can't even begin to put my words on how grateful I'm to this. I may not be the best author, nor is this the best story. One thing I'm sure, and that is, I did my best and had a really huge amount of fun. When I started writing this fanfic, I didn't really have much expectations, and truth to be told, I had received quite a blow to my mental health. I'm 100% sure that if it wasn't for you guys, who are here every day supporting me, and the ones who joined the Discord and are talking here with me, I wouldn't be here. Happiness has a price, as goes the saying. I disagree. Happiness wasn't bought by me, but it was sent to me by you guys. I had spent a lot of thought and felt a huge deal of sadness knowing that I would need to end the fanfic, which, despite not being famous or the best, brought me happiness of no end. This is getting a bit emotional, and if you're not emotional, yeah, ASSHOLE. All in all, this is all I can say to express how happy and sad I'm right now. Now that the emotional part is over, I come with great news, yay. These last 4 chapters were a way to extend a bit the time of the fanfic and to shorten the time my sadness was going to overflow. What? As a good, nice, generous and kind author, I can't even be sad. HMPH. I'll be starting a new fanfic, and I can guarantee, the quality of it will be way better than this one, no jokes. I'm putting a great deal of effort there, and thus, I'm very confident it'll work. I'll start posting it exactly 2 days after this chapter is posted. I expect the support of you all on it. Lo and behold, for my next fanfic is starting, MHA, Way to Peace. From yours truly, Nyatsui. Chapter 144, Importante Note Smiley Face. Hello, losers that I love from the bottom of my heart. I came here to notify you guys that originally, I planned to start my MHA fanfic 2 days later, but then I thought, fuck, why not 1 day later? I'm such a good, generous and kind author, So yeah, tomorrow, on the usual schedule, I'll start posting my MHA fanfic. The title is MHA, Way to Peace. Also, if you have this fanfic on your library, don't remove it because every now and then, I'll post side chapters. All in all, I expect your support, smiley face. From yours truly, Nyatsui. Chapter 145, Side Chapter 1. Note: hello, my dear readers. In the nearly 3 months that passed since the fanfic was completed, I have rested because I was honestly exhausted. I was writing non-stop, all while having school and personal problems to deal with. But I feel that my conditions are getting better, and so I decided to fulfill my promise. I promised that I would do side chapters, and here it is. Enjoy it. Nyaha ha ha ha. I wonder what kind of world this one will be. Naruto muttered as he left the portal, before closing his eyes to feel the world around him. This time, no information was given to him, he would need to explore by himself. He felt that the chosen of this world was pretty near, but before going over there for a talk, Naruto went on his consciousness. 2 hand-sized animals were there, one was a fluffy, cute fox with 9 tails, while the other was a one-eyed, fat toad-like creature with 10 tails. Staring at them both, Naruto said with a teasing smile, "Ah, you look so cute in your new form, Ju-san. You too, Ku-san, way better than your giant form." "Shut up. I'm very handsome no matter which size I'm, never heard of the term, my body, my rules. Are you living at the prehistoric age?" Kurama growled, but it didn't sound threatening at all in his current form. Jubi looked at his fluffy friend with his only eye in shock. Is it possible that this fox won't ever just accept someone's praise? Then, he looked at Naruto before saying, "Hey, brother. Are we finally going to another world? I feel bad that I wasn't with you two when you first went to that strange world you talked about." In the years they passed together, the once primitive Jubi evolved rather well, before he decided to take the form of a toad. Gradually, he also started to see Naruto as his brother, as that was the only one who truly cared about him, if you don't count the Tsunere fox. "It's so noisy even though it's just morning, can't you two calm down a bit, Naruto said while smiling lightly and putting both hands at his ears, as if to block their voices. His 2 companions snorted simultaneously before deciding to sleep. The blonde-haired man sighed, "These two are always like that, life is so hard." Taking a deep breath, Naruto finally took a look at his surroundings, before noticing that there were quite a few creatures looking at him curiously. One of them seemed to like him very much. It was a small one with orange-colored skin, it looked like a small dragon, and an orange flame burned continuously on the tip of its tail. "What a wonderful little thing you're. Here, come closer," Naruto said, his voice was as gentle as water. The small creature looked at him with curiosity before finally coming close to him. Its actions seemed to trigger its companions, as they also came close. Charmander. The small dragon-like creature looked at him before saying, despite the different language, Naruto understood it perfectly. With a raised eyebrow, he said while pointing at them, one by one, "So your name is Charmander. This one is Bulbasaur, and this one is Squirtle." The 3 of them nodded at the same time. Naruto was surprised by their intelligence, as creatures aren't usually intelligent. Then, he started to caress Charmander's head, and it was pleased. "Char. Are you 3 living in this forest?" Naruto asked gently while staring at their eyes, and so one of them replied, "Squirtle Squirtle Squirtle." Naruto chuckled after hearing its reply before noticing he doesn't know their genders yet. With a hand on his cheek, he said, "You live in a laboratory, with a guy named Oak. What a strange name. So, what are your genders?" Truth to be told, Naruto was very curious about what kind of world he was now at. It didn't seem like it would increase his powers, but it was worth exploring. At least, it seems like there are some interesting fellas here. "Bulbasaur, Bulbasaur." Bulbasaur said while pointing at Charmander, Squirtle, and itself in the end. It seemed like the 3 of them were males. Naruto nodded. At that time, Bulbasaur rubbed his head on Naruto's right leg, before pointing at the distance. "Bulbasaur. You want me to go with you 3? Fine, let's go." Naruto smiled while feeling that this is a truly interesting world. Charmander sat proudly on his left shoulder, Bulbasaur on his right shoulder, and Squirtle on his head. "Somehow, this feels like these two, haha." Naruto chuckled while thinking that these 3 fellas are exactly like Kurama and Jubi. They were all very lazy, and just pointed the way. "Yeah, the asterisk starred. Don't go comparing the 2 of us with these cubs. We are very majestic, we have lived for hundreds of years, while these 2 are just babies." Suddenly, Kurama's voice sounded on his mind, he was very annoyed. Waving his hand, Naruto said in disdain, "Tch, stop with your cheap jealousy, Ku-san. Don't worry, as a good brother, I won't abandon you." "Who said that I'm jealous, wanna die? Come on your mindscape, I'ma rip you in 2. Kurama roared, but went to sleep after noticing that Naruto started to just ignore him. "Tch, this be asterisk starred, you know what, I'll just sleep, and will ignore him, no matter what." Jubi looked at his brother incredulously before closing his only eye. Sigh, these 2 are always at each other's throat, why can't they just be peaceful? Is there no more warmth in this world? He was very tired, these 2 bickered all day long. Meanwhile, Squirtle pulled Naruto's hair before asking curiously, Squirtle. I was talking to my brothers, they are one of the most important people to me. I think it's just like that Professor Oak is to you three. Naruto said, as the three cubs nodded at the same time. Once they reached Professor Oak's building, they saw the man searching everywhere for something, or someone. Where are they? Where are these three? The man muttered in panic before hearing someone opening the building's transparent door. That man is Professor Oak, and he felt very relieved, but wary after seeing these three with an unknown person. It was a tall man with blonde-colored hair, akin to gold, piercing light blue-colored eyes, and 3 whiskers at both right and left cheek. Overall, he was certainly very handsome. Naruto saw Oak's care for the 3 little ones, before slowly putting them down, as they ran to the man's embrace. Looking towards Professor Oak, he said, I was taking a nap in the forest, and when I woke up, I saw these 3 looking at me with curiosity. You must be someone very special, then. These 3 never leave their Pokeballs, because they're usually very comfortable inside it, and it seems that they really liked you. Professor Oak said, feeling surprised that these rebellious cubs actually took such actions. Then, his voice had a bit of sorrow, sigh, these 3 are the only things I have left in my life if I don't count that one who hates me. Aside from them, I'm always cultivating starting Pokemons for new, potential Pokemon trainers. Not long ago, 3 new Pokemon trainers received their first starters. Poor dude, Naruto thought, and Professor Oak was about to continue talking, when suddenly, a kid about 10 years old entered the room while shouting, "Ah! Professor Oak, I'm late." Chapter 146, Side Chapter 2. Important note, heyo my dear readers. These side chapters won't be very frequent, and will most likely be just 2 side chapters per week at most, so you should cherish the side chapters while there are side chapters. Drop me power stones, at least as a show of support, aight. Thanks, ma dudes. Ah, the chosen. Naruto thought as he saw the boy tripping on the plain ground, it reminded him of Konohamaru. Maybe less rebellious, but it did remind him. Professor Oak facepalmed before introducing the chosen. This one is called Ash Ketchum, as always, he is the last one to arrive. Boy, you're too late, they have already gotten all of their Pokemons. Really? What about these 3 with you? Ash asked suspiciously before noticing Naruto. Oh, hello. I'm Ash Ketchum, what about you? What a weird name. Naruto's eyebrows twitched, your name sounds like ketchup but sure, my name is the weird one. Hearing Ash's question, Professor Oak looked at him warily before saying, these 3 won't become the Pokemon of trainers, they're my only companions. But if you really want to become a trainer, there is another Pokemon, but he's a bit wild. Single quote. Naruto felt that Ash was probably going to suffer a bit after noticing that Oak couldn't define the Pokemon properly. But Ash didn't care about that, and stars flooded his eyes. Really, thanks. I want that Pokemon, no matter what. Professor Oak sighed before leading them to another room, where a Pokemon with 2 long ears pointing upwards, yellow-colored skin and a lightning-shaped tail stood by, and it stared at them. Chew. Whoa, it's a Pikachu. Ash's eyes were flooding with so many stars that Naruto almost thought it to be the universe. Professor Oak facepalmed once again before giving a few Pokeballs, a Pokédex, and a few other necessary items to the cheerful boy. This is your starting equipment, remember not to lose your Pokédex. You can put the Pikachu on this Pokeball here. Without hesitation, Ash threw the Pokeball at Pikachu. With great expectations, it hit the Pikachu, but nothing happened. The boy quickly picked the Pokeball before throwing it again, for the same result. PFF'd. Naruto laughed after seeing the blank reaction on Ash's face. Try being amicable, this one is a rebellious one, boy. Pokemons are intelligent beings most of the time, so don't think of them as tools. I don't treat them like tools. I want it to be my friend, but thanks. Ash yelled before thanking Naruto calmly. Then, he approached Pikachu carefully before trying to caress the small creature's head. Chew! Pikachu shouted, as yellow lightning flooded the entire room, literally shocking both Oak and Ash. Naruto felt the yellow lightning carefully before it dissipated. You must be a bit hungry, yes. Here, eat a bit. Naruto slowly brought his hand near Pikachu's mouth, as a small amount of blue-colored lightning flickered there. Pikachu looked at him warily, before eagerly devouring it, and burping small streaks of blue-colored lightning. So they can eat elements, as long as it is beneficial to them. Good thing I used the lowest kind of lightning. Naruto thought in relief as both Oak and Ash stared at him while feeling shocked. The boy was slightly bolder. You can use elements like the Pokemons. I can't. This is an ability of my Pokemon, it can connect with me, and allow me to use his element, both of my Pokemons can do that. Naruto said after thinking carefully, he decided to stay in this world temporarily. Then, two puffs of smoke sounded as a human-sized Kurama appeared on his side, and a hand-sized Jubi appeared on his shoulder. You have a nine-tailed fox. He does look a bit different from usual nine-tailed foxes, though. Probably a mutation. Very interesting. Professor Oak yelled before he started muttering to himself, despite everyone hearing him. Most Pokémons can't talk, so if you do, try doing it mentally. Naruto said through their connection. He had read all useful information about Pokémon of the nearby region from Oak's mind, so he knew quite a bit. As a righteous person, he ignored any other kind of personal information. Last time he accidentally read all of someone else's memory, Naruto couldn't sleep for 3 days straight. Maybe that was an exaggeration, but that person's memory was a bit strange, yes. How dare he compare me to a mere nine-tailed fox? They can't compare to the majestic me. Kurama yelled in his mind, as Naruto wondered how he even knows about the nine-tailed foxes. You're a nine-tailed fox, though. Also, Ju-san, can you show a bit of blue lightning, and let me control it? For sure, man. Jubi agreed earnestly, ready to contribute to his brother. Streaks of blue-colored lightning flooded out of Jubi's mouth before they started flying around Naruto, and they moved along with his will. This immediately dispelled their doubts. You could, just have created it from thin air. Why your mouth? Jubi was horrified. Could it be that you wanted it to be from that place? Oi, you don't even have that place, Ju-san. Naruto yelled in his mind, feeling a bit disgusted. It seems that he'll need to educate Jubi later. He is becoming more wild these days. Hey, Pikachu, why don't you follow this kiddo over here? He's a nice kid, I can guarantee you. Naruto said, as Pikachu looked at him warily. Pikachu. You don't want to go with humans because they imprison you on the Pokeball. But I saw that it's like a hotel inside one. Naruto said while feeling a bit confused. Before continuing, you can just go on his shoulder, just like my Tubi, he's a one-eyed toad. Chew. Pikachu nodded before jumping onto Ash's shoulder, and waving his hand, as if to say, I'll be going on your shoulder, you got no room for discussion. Seeing this, both Ash and Professor Oak decided to just ignore the fact that Naruto talked with a Pokémon, overwhelmed by the joy that Pikachu followed Ash. Then, the boy quickly ran to talk with his mother, and saying that he was going to leave. Hey, kiddo, I'll go with you, K. Naruto said, as Ash nodded before going to pack all necessary things. Ash's mother stared at the blonde man while feeling suspiciousness. She never saw that man, after all. Nice to meet you, Ms. Ketchum. Naruto said in a gentle manner, before introducing himself. A token appeared out of thin air, as he bowed gently. Naruto Uzumaki, Pokemon Master. I was once the gym leader of the Uzunto region, and I'll be sure to keep the kiddo safe. Ash's mother blushed lightly once hearing his introduction, and his gentle way of talking, before hurriedly saying, no, it's okay. It's my pleasure to having a person like you to watch Ash. You can call me Delia. For sure, Delia. Naruto said as Kurama whistled in their connection. He decisively cut their connection, before looking at the sly fox in disdain. Don't worry, I'll find a female nine-tailed fox for you. Without more surprises, Naruto and Ash left Pallet Town. Chapter 147, Note. I know I promised 1 or 2 side chapters per week, but well, life is disappointing. Cough. So, it's not that I don't want to write the side chapters, on the contrary, I'm kind of excited about writing more. It's just that recently, I've started a new project, which will be my first original novel, hooray. Currently, only 12 chapters we're writing, but as soon as the safety chapters are stockpiled, I'll be able to resume writing 1 or 2 side chapters per week. As I feel like the incredible dude I am, I'll talk a bit about the new project. I know you bastards, my dear readers, like the kind of cold and ruthless protagonist, and guess what? The new project is exactly that. It's a modern apocalypse type novel. The whole universe turned into AFC King game for the gods, totally not me. Anyway, when I start it, I'll require support. And there is no better support other than you *SSHOLES. Love y'all. Greeting from your lord and yours truly, Anyat. Chapter 148, Super Ultra Mega Duper Important Note. My dear readers. I won't even describe how important this note is, because the title says it all, nyahahaha. Why is this lord in such a good mood? Well, it's simple. Yours truly over here is going to start posting his first original novel, Aya. This means 2 things. 1, new side chapters can be made, and 2, support needed. By the time the Power Stones resets, which is in 11 hours and 13 minutes from the exact moment this chapter is posted, my first original novel will have its first official chapter posted. Hooray! I know that you expected that novel as much as I did. I'm sure you did, right? If you didn't, go to hell. Just kidding. Or not. Visibly triggered. I just hope that you guys, that is, my dear readers, can support a poor author that is starting his first original novel. It's an apocalypse-themed novel, and there will have many things. Action, comedy, lightness and more. Of course, the good old slightly dark parts of humanity can't be left out. Also, as a protagonist made by the great me, he is not a effing beta, nyahahahaha. As I know you probably don't want to see a boring note, just go to see my original novel as soon as possible and make it go to the effing top. Title: Rise of the Human Emperor. The gods and goddesses felt dissatisfied with the development of the mortals, and thus they decided to create a game. Animals mutated, and fantasy-like monsters invaded the world. Humans thought they were forsaken by the gods. However, hope came after discovering that anyone that killed a mutated animal or monster would awaken an internal energy called mana. Miraculous abilities such as the manipulation of elements, moving objects with the mind, and more superhuman abilities appeared one after another. But, would the humans truly survive the trials, be they internal or external? Would the terrors that come from their mutated planet, and beings that come from the vast sea of stars have mercy on them? Or would they fight till one side is exterminated? Would the humans rise through the endless chaos, or succumb to the darkness of death? A sick game for the entertainment of the gods, and survival of the humans. This is the rise of the human emperor.